Chapter 261 The ups and downs of the game rhythm. Time goes back to 1 minute ago. After a fierce ideological struggle, Song Xiao chose to move forward. There was no other way. Due to the influence of the fog, visibility was too low. Without the opponent showing up, there was no information at all. The opponent was not a player who liked typing, so the public channel of the two was empty. From the beginning to now, the two had not communicated. For safety, Tao Luoshaming pushed his hands and clasped his hands together, thus summoning a magic shield to cover himself. During this period, most of the enemy's skill damage and effects were absorbed by the air shield. Recite the air shield. Tao Luoshaming accelerated and rushed forward. And Cruel Silence, who was lying tightly on the ground, heard the hurried footsteps getting closer and closer. So he shrank his body, exposed his dagger, and prepared for the assassination. When Tao Luoshaming appeared in Cruel Silence's perspective, which he was about to make a move, but was shocked by the air shield surrounding him. Damn, the air shield is too stable, which he thought to himself. Fortunately, he didn't make a move. Once he made a move, not only would the skill damage be absorbed, but he would also be completely exposed to the opponent's vision. Now all Wuchi had to do was wait for the skill effect of the air shield to end, which could only last for 30 seconds. The moment the air shield ended, Cruel Silence made a move, and an arc of light flashed and hit Tao Luoshaming. In Tao Luoshaming's perspective, Song Xiao saw a figure suddenly jump out of the ground, and then a bright light blocked his vision. Damn! Why is there a turtle on the ground? Song Xiao was numb. No wonder he didn't see Cruel Silence. It turned out that he was lying on the ground like a turtle. Arc Flash was launched very quickly, and a knife slashed Tao Luoshaming's heart. Song Xiao reacted very quickly. Before Cruel Jingma could catch up with the jump knife, he controlled Tao Luoshaming to attack Cruel Jingma in front of him with a palm. Unfortunately, it was not a close-range palm attack, but only knocked Cruel Jingma out. Tao Luoshaming then rubbed a ball of air wave again, and a wave of air bomb hit Cruel Jingma. Cruel Jingma stabilized his body, shook his body, used footwork to change fire, accelerated to avoid the air wave bomb, and stabbed Tao Luoshaming with a sword. Instant body stab. This stab was launched faster than arc flash. 3 body positions were enough for Cruel Jingma to get close to Tao Luoshaming. When the instant body stab came, Tao Luoshaming gathered his luck and breath around him, thus forming a small magic shield to cover himself. Chi Wave Shield. This attack directly blocked Cruel Jingma's instant stab. Tao Luoshaming once again gathered his chi and gathered his chi. Cruel Jingma felt bad and wanted to retreat, but was caught by the chi and grabbed. Then Tao Luoshaming's hands released chi waves with lightning to attack Cruel Jingma. Qigong Master Level 45 Skill Flash 100 Splits. The dazzling white light shone on the holographic projection. Fuck. What is blinding my titanium alloy dog eyes? Golden Legend. Tao Luoshaming saw Cruel Jingma was dodged, and after rubbing his hands to form chi waves entangled together, he instantly attacked Cruel Jingma. Cruel Jingma came to his senses, jumped in the air to avoid the spiral chi rush, and his feet alternated and continuously jumped straight to Tao Luoshaming. Disease Control Step. Tao Luoshaming rolled backwards to avoid Cruel Jingma's kick, and then swung his body. At this time, his hands chi drove the chi to run through his body. Cruel Silence saw Tao Luoshaming action and stopped attacking immediately. He landed and turned around to escape, but Tao Luoshaming had already run out of luck at this time. Then he shook his body slightly and hit Cruel Silence with a stream of Qigong. Qigong Master Level 50 Awakening Skill Qiguan Chan Hong. Boom! Cruel Silence looked at the incoming Qigong wave, jumped into the air, and then used the jump key again to avoid the Qiguan Chan Hong. After landing, he activated the Assassin's Level 50 Awakening Active State Skill Vital Attack. In Cruel Silence's vision, a red dot appeared behind Tao Luoshaming, which was the vital point. As long as the assassin accurately hit the enemy's vital point, it would cause a 200% physical damage bonus and a critical hit. As the shadow follows, Cruel Silence locks on Tao Luoshaming, then speeds up and swings the dagger to kill Tao Luoshaming. Tao Luoshaming waves his palm into the ground to transmit the breath. After reaching the point, the breath will blow away all corners within the skill range. Qigong Master Level 55 Skill Landmine Shock. This landmine shock is used brilliantly. Zhao Yang praised. Wuchi has used both of his jump skills. If he continues to attack, Wuchi will definitely be hit by this landmine shock. Seeing the rising aura, Wu Qi chose to be steady and exited the skill range of landmine shock. Being steady is a good thing, Fang Minghua said. Yes, once you are knocked away, it is difficult to dodge the Qigong explosion wave. Zhou Yichen nodded and said. After the landmine shock skill effect ended, Cruel Silence could not wait to launch an attack. Flashing and stabbing, Cruel Silence started with a high damage skill, turning into a shadow and quickly stabbing Tao Luoshaming. Tao Luoshaming was also very smart, using his luck to rotate the airflow. Qigong Master level 65 skill Spiral Mind Kill. This time, Tao Luoshaming chose to rotate his qi in a counterclockwise direction. His qi hit Cruel Silence, forcing it to move directly. After condensing his qi, he grabbed it. At this time, a large amount of qi was continuously poured from Tao Luoshaming's body into Cruel Silence, causing extremely high light attribute magic damage. Qigong Explosion Wave, the highest overall damage high-level skill of Qigong Master at level 70. The most fatal thing was that due to the forced infusion of qi, Cruel Silence suffered a certain repulsion effect, and he could not move during the period, causing Cruel Silence to completely escape the attack range of Qigong Explosion Wave. Cruel Silence's HP was dropping madly. After the Qigong Explosion Wave, Tao Luoshaming was not ready to let Cruel Silence go, and decided to take him away in one wave. So he rubbed a qi blade with both hands and hit Cruel Silence. Since the qi blade was an irregularly shaped qi wave condensed from the Qigong Master's qi, there was no light and shadow effect. Therefore, in such a dim situation, this qi blade was very concealed. But Cruel Silence did not seem to decide to retreat. At the moment when Tao Luoshaming was about to launch the air blade, Cruel Jingma leaned forward, and the blade shone with the light of burning life, which was particularly dazzling in the fog. Not good. Song Xiao saw the dazzling fire and quickly controlled Tao Luoshaming to retreat after the air blade. But it was too late. Song Xiao panic caused the air blade to be thrown too hastily and failed to hit Cruel Jingma. However, the flaming dagger actually stabbed Tao Luoshaming's waist. Hiss. The audience was shocked, and the main director also enlarged the scene of the life-threatening blow, which was a physical game. The life-threatening blow hit. The cup shouted, "Ah!" Song Xiao also shouted. Of course not because his kidney was stabbed, but because Tao Luoshaming was stabbed by the life-threatening blow, and his blood volume dropped wildly. This is Cruel Silence's chance. Can he seize it? Li Ju said. Now the rhythm of the game has come to Cruel Silence. Tao Luoshaming's health is directly red, and Cruel Silence is not feeling well either, and his health is at the bottom. Both sides are red at the same time, and Cruel Silence has lower health. Both sides have seen this. With just one skill, they can kill each other instantly. Tao Luoshaming rolled to distance himself from Cruel Silence, and then in order to avoid Cruel Silence getting close, he waved his palm to summon the magic circle, and then many auras would flow down. Air flowed down. Cruel Silence was blocked by the airflow and missed the best time to attack. But Wu Qi obviously didn't want to give up, so he used the mother and child thorns on Tao Luoshaming not far away. But unfortunately, the mother and child thorns failed to hit Tao Luoshaming. Cruel Silence's attack failed, and it was Tao Luoshaming's turn. After the aura was condensed and materialized, it was launched towards Cruel Silence. Mind Wave. Cruel Jingma rolled to avoid the Mind Wave, but what he didn't expect was that Song Xiao killer move was not the Mind Wave, but the countercurrent that followed. The countercurrent was so concealed that Cruel Jingma didn't notice it at all. The countercurrent directly forced Cruel Jingma, who was rolling, to float in the air. And then Tao Luoshaming successfully took Cruel Jingma away with a split palm. Glory. Ah! It's over. Some viewers were still sleepy. There was no way. The rhythm of this game was too strange. It was very slow at the beginning, and the rhythm suddenly changed very quickly during the battle, and it ended very quickly. This game is very exciting. Beige was still recalling the previous game, when Cruel Jingma made a life-threatening attack. He thought Wu Qi was going to take advantage of the victory to take down Song Xiao. However, Song Xiao air flow directly interrupted Wu Qi offensive rhythm, and then a deceptive mind wave combined with the countercurrent successfully floated Cruel Jingma, who had no air jump as a countermeasure. Finally, a sky-splitting palm successfully ended the match. Congratulations to Song Xiao for winning this match and tying the score to 3-3. But Tao Luoshaming's health is too low, and he probably won't last long. Li Ju said. It's a pity that we almost won. Wu Qi sighed. It's okay. That's enough. Jiang Buitao comforted. Old Lu won't let us down. Zhou Yichen patted Lu Buiyuan's shoulder and said that the fourth player to appear in the reincarnation was Lu Buiyuan. And Jiang Buitao did not choose to appear. Leave it to me. If I can't beat this amount of health, I retire. Lu Buiyuan said confidently. We can see that the fourth player to appear in the reincarnation is Lu Buiyuan. It seems that Jiang Buitao will not appear in today's 5v5 ring match, said the cup. Reincarnation, Lu Buiyuan. ID, Yun Shanluan. Occupation, Judo. In the next game, Lu Buiyuan did not disappoint everyone, and played a standard straight cut in the middle. Song Xiao chose a roundabout way of playing, but in the end, both in terms of health and mana. Although Song Xiao Taluo Shaming played a strange trick, using the short vision of the air wave to attack Yu Shanluan. Yu Shanluan immediately opened up his steel-like body and forced himself to get close to Taluo Shaming. In the end, a throw successfully took away Taluo Shaming, and Song Xiao's strange trick also successfully knocked down 15% of Yu Shanluan health. Next, the last player of Blue Rain is about to appear, and he has heard his voice before he has seen him. It's my turn to perform. At this time, all the Blue Rain fans were eagerly responding to their ace player. Huang Xiaoyan. Huang Xiaoyan. Huang Xiaoyan. The night rain is annoying. The sword rules the world. The night rain is annoying. The sword rules the world. The night rain is annoying. The sword rules the world. Okay. We can see that the last Blue Rain player has stepped onto the stage. He is Huang Xiaoyan, the Sword Master, the regular season MVP of the 6th season and the finals MVP. Chapter 262 Title Showdown. Gun King vs Sword Master. Preview. Woohoo! Hello everyone. Hello everyone. After Huang Xiaoyan came on stage, he waved and shouted to the audience below, revealing his iconic little tiger teeth. Seeing that Huang Xiaoyan wanted to stay on the stage, the staff quickly interrupted and asked him to go to the competition stage. The advertisement on the broadcast side was about to end, and the game needed to be quickly connected. Huang Xiaoyan originally wanted to interact more, but seeing the staff urging him, he had to run to the other end of the competition stage and enter the war room. 99%, 100% night rain. Loading completed. Map, Jungle Mist. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight. Come on. Come on. Meet at 34:23 in the middle. Huang Xiaoyan typed in the public channel to ask for a fight at the beginning. Come on. Lu Buiyuan replied, and the audience originally thought that the two were lying, but they found that the routes of Night Rain and Yu Shanluan were both in this direction. Ah? Is it so simple and crude? Many viewers have experienced the game just now, and they are still not used to this straightforward game. Huang Xiaoyan should be itching to fight, and Lu Buiyuan must want to fight in close combat. After all, Judo does not have long-range output means. The cup is analyzing the intentions of the two. Yes. The two are about to meet. Will Huang Xiaoyan take the lead? The two came to the place Huang Xiaoyan pointed out, which was a rare open space in the jungle, and the fog was not so thick, which was very suitable for melee professions to fight with bayonets. The two found each other at the same time, and Huang Xiaoyan Yu Sheng Fan took the lead, jumping up and hitting the first move with a silver blade. After Yu Shanluan stopped suddenly, he rolled sideways to avoid the silver blade and avoid being hit by its shock wave. Seeing that the silver blade did not hit, Yu Sheng Fan successfully moved to Yu Shanluan with 3-stage slash, slashing horizontally, chopping vertically, and then slashing upwards. Yu Shanluan took the first two hits and grabbed Yu Shenfan with one hand, but Yu Shenfan was prepared and hit back with the third hit, and the V-shaped 3-stage slash was perfectly displayed on the holographic projection. Yu Shanluan saw that his grabbing hand missed, so he jumped into the air and raised his legs to clamp Yu Shenfan, trying to use his feet to break Yu Shenfan to the ground. Spinning leg break? Oh my god! So cruel. You still want to clamp me? Watch me draw the sword and chop. Huang Xiaoyan started to refresh the public channel again. Yu Shenfan stepped back to avoid Yu Shanluan's spinning leg break, and then before he landed, he used the Rising Dragon Slash, and Yu Shenfan's sword blade was facing out to slash at Yu Shanluan. The sword blade hit Yu Shanluan hard and forced him to the ground. Huh? Is this a sword draw? A spectator was puzzled. Is this your first time watching Huang Xiaoyan compete? Someone next to him asked. How do you know? Who reads Huang Xiaotian words during his match? This guy is two-faced. After Yunshan Wan fell to the ground, Yayu Shifan launched a series of thrusts, launching a direct attack on Yunshan Wan. Look at me stabbing you to death. Stabbing you to death. Stabbing you to death. Swish. Yunshan Wan used his bare hands to successfully catch Yayu Shengfan Ice Rain, and then slapped Yayu Shengfan with a palm to successfully repel Yayu Shengfan. Yunshan Wan took the opportunity to stand up, jumped up and grabbed Yayu Shengfan with one hand, trying to push him to the ground. Yayu Shengfan stabilized his body, drew his sword and slashed Yunshan Wan's arm with his sword. The speed of the move was very fast, and Yunshan Wan had no time to resist before he was slashed and blown away. Ha! Your little tricks were completely grasped by me. Huang Xiaotian began his magic attack. However, his magic attack had little effect on Lu Buiyuan. As he fought more and more, he became immune to it. The only annoying thing was Huang Xiaotian's text bubble, which sometimes blocked his vision and was quite annoying. Seeing that the other party was not affected by him, Huang Xiaotian took the initiative to attack again, controlling Yayu Shengfan to hold the sword and strike Yunshan Wan. Yunshan Wan activated the steel bone, and the domineering effect offset the strike. He grabbed Yayu Shengfan and then lifted him up and threw him behind him. Oh my god! Yayu Shengfan was thrown to the ground. Yunshan Wan used a catch and throw to grab Yayu Shengfan's legs, then lifted him up, spun him around, and threw him heavily to the ground. Ah! I'm dizzy. I'm dizzy. Too violent. Too violent. Huang Xiaotian swiped the screen frantically, trying to disturb Lu Buiyuan's mind. Yunshan Wan ignored him. Yayu Shengfan wanted to stand up. Yunshan Wan brushed his hand over his head, stretched up one hand to grab the enemy's head, and then pressed it to the ground, knocking him to the ground. Then he punched the ground with both fists. The punches would generate a strong shock wave, and Yayu Shengfan was blown away by the shock wave. Yunshan Wan jumped into the air, grabbed Yayu Shengfan, and then slammed Yayu Shengfan in the air to the ground like a slam dunk. Oh my god! You really treat me as a basketball. Yunshan Wan said is really painful. Yayu Shengfan fell to the ground. Can Yunshan Wan still pursue the victory? After Yunshan Wan landed, he wanted to catch Yayu Shengfan. But after Yayu Shengfan stood up, he turned half of his body and slashed down with an unexpected falling phoenix slash, knocking Yunshan Wan down directly. The tyrant body is gone. It's my turn. Wow. The timing of this falling phoenix slash is too perfect. Just the moment when the steel and iron bones disappeared. Lu Buiyuan didn't react at all. Worthy of being an opportunist, Huang Xiaotian, the cup exclaimed. This timing was too good. Yayu Shengfan activated the sword to decide the world, and the sword energy surged towards the fallen Yunshan Wan. Yunshan Wan wanted to roll to avoid the sword energy, but the 360-degree attack circle formed by the sword to decide the world was very large, and Yunshan Wan couldn't avoid it no matter how he rolled. Yayu Shengfan slashed forward, but the sword energy still hit Yunshan Wan, who was swept by the sword energy and fell into a short state of stiffness. Yayu Shengfan took advantage of the victory and swung the sword blade, stabbing Yunshan Wan, who was in a state of stiffness several times. Swordsman level 65 high damage skill Blade Storm, combined with a greatly increased attack power and attack speed during the duration of sword decides the world. Yunshan Wan was directly stabbed through the heart. Yunshan Wan got out of the stiff state and grabbed Yayu Shengfan in front of him with both hands, trying to lift his feet and throw him over. But after Yayu Shengfan Blade Storm, he drew a sword circle, and then swung the sword to release the sword energy, before Yunshan Wan caught him. Bing Yu had already stabbed Yunshan Wan, accompanied by a strong gust of wind, and Yunshan Wan was blown away again. Immortal pointing the way. It's over. Wang Jieshi concluded that the moment Yunshan Wan was blown away, there was no suspense in this game. Well, it's over. Zhang Xinjie nodded in agreement. Sure enough, Huang Xiaotian Yayu Shengfan did not disappoint them. He thrust against the wind and drew a huge sword circle with his sword, which directly enveloped Yunshan Wan. Yunshan Wan's blood was red. Lu Buiyuan wanted to counterattack Yayu Shengfan before he died, but Huang Xiaotian did not give him this opportunity. Goodbye. It is your honor to die under my sword, Huang Xiaotian said in a second-rate way. Then Yayu Shengfan drew a sword circle beside him, and the sword light was revealed. The swordsman level 55 intermediate high damage skill. The wind is gone, and the grass is gone, accompanied by a few general attacks. Yuan Shanluan finally fell at Yi Yu Shengfan feet, and his outstretched right hand still failed to grab Yi Yu Shengfan before he died. Glory! Let us congratulate Huang Xiaotian for winning this game. The current score is 4-4, and the two sides are tied. The cup announced the results of the game and the real-time score. The two teams' ring match was very intense. It's worthy of being the finals. The intensity is full, Li Ju said. Who do you think will win this ring match? Li Xian said. Blue Rain has already made money. They got 4 kills. Huang Xiaotian, who has more than 70% health, has little chance against Zhou Zikai, who has full health. Wang Jieshi thought for a while and said, Blue Rain has already got enough points in the ring match. 4 points have exceeded the target. Their layout is in the team match. Zhang Xinjie continued. So the last game is no longer important? Tianxin asked. That's not the case. Who doesn't want this point? Blue Rain may not care. But for Samsara, this point must be obtained. Xiao Shiqin said. Yes. Xiao Shiqin also came to watch the finals. And he was still sitting among the thunder. Have you decided? Wang Jieshi looked at Xiao Shiqin. Yes. Xiao Shiqin said firmly. Is it worth it? This time it was Han Weiqing who spoke up. The first-tier players had basically guessed who Xiao Shiqin's next team would be, which was why Han Weiqing asked this question. Whether it's worth it or not, we know after the end. Xiao Shiqin was extremely determined. As expected, the last person to defend the ring on the Samsara side is the captain. The owner of the Gun King one shot through the clouds. Zhou Zikai. Samsara, Zhou Zikai. ID, one shot through the clouds. Occupation, sharpshooter. The battle for the title is about to begin. Zhou Zikai, and one shot through the clouds. Huang Xiaotian and Night Rain. Chapter 263 Instant Barrett. The big screen has announced the players who will defend the ring. That is Zhou Zikai, the best newcomer of the 5th season of the Glory Professional League and the FMVP of the 7th season. Zhou Zikai is the rule wherever the bullets reach. The fans of the away zone shouted Zhou Zikai cheering slogans. Zhou Zikai came on stage and waved to the audience. Then smiled and stepped onto the competition stage at one end. So far this season, the only one who has defeated Zhou Zikai in the ring is Wang Jieshi, who has unsealed the magician. And he won with an extremely slight advantage, under the terrain restrictions. Can Huang Xiaotian, who is also unsealed today, do it? The cup couldn't help but look forward to it. This map is not very suitable for long-range professions. After all, the visibility is too low. Basically, when you see the opponent, the distance is actually quite close. Li Ju analyzed before the game. But I think Zhou Zikai is not inferior in close combat, the cup said. After all, his 3-gun physical skills are second to none. 99%, 100% one shot through the clouds. Loading completed. Map, Jungle Fog. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight. Come on. Fight. Huang Xiaotian started to swipe the public channel as usual. But he was doomed to return empty-handed when facing Zhou Zikai. Because Zhou Zikai didn't even look at the channel in the lower left corner. He controlled one shot through the clouds to quickly rush to the battle site of the previous battle between Night Rain and Cloud Mountain. At that moment, the fog was not so thick, and the terrain was open, which was a place more suitable for long-range characters to play. Obviously Huang Xiaotian also understood this point. This was the reason why he was exposed in the previous game. He deliberately showed this open space in front of everyone in Samsara, and then lured them into a trap. And he controlled Night Rain to go through another road, through the jungle, and then reach the back of one shot through the clouds. Xiaotian is trying to steal Zhou Zikai ditch. Yuan Zhou knew what Huang Xiaotian was thinking from the route of the Night Rain at the beginning. Can Huang Xiaotian do it? Yu Feng asked. It depends on Zhou Zikai's next move. He should be the first to shoot and expose his position. Yuan Zhou replied. Exposing his position on his own initiative? Zheng Xian was a little confused. Yes. Zhou Zikai is very confident. After Yiqiang Chuanyin arrived, he looked around and saw that the visibility was indeed much higher than other places. Then, as Yuan Zhou expected, Zhou Zikai did not choose to sit and wait for death, but pulled out his 2 guns from the holsters and kept shooting forward, actively exposing his position. Huh? Zhou Zikai operated Yiqiang Chuanyin to change the bullet, and he had some doubts in his heart. He had exposed his position so much, but the other party did not attack. If it's not in front, Could it be? Did he go around? Zhou Zikai muttered. And Yi Qian Chuanyun looked behind him. Then fired a burst of bullets. Yi Yushengfan was on his way. And he had gone around behind him. So he moved very slowly, fearing that he would be discovered by the other side if he was not careful. However, as Yi Yushengfan felt around, he found that the gunshots were getting closer and closer, and many bullets even passed by Yi Yushengfan. Oh my god! Was he discovered? This shouldn't be. Huang Xiaotian was numb. He didn't miss a step. There's a cheat. Huang Xiaotian didn't choose to attack, but chose to continue to move forward. He didn't believe that Zhou Zikai had perspective. Sure enough, after Yi Qian Chuanyun fired a burst of bullets, he didn't choose to continue shooting. After all, he didn't know Yi Yushengfan location very well, and going around was just a guess of his. After all, Yi Yushengfan hadn't appeared. No more shooting. It seems to be just a coincidence. Zhou Zikai, I'm going to steal your ditch. He. This time Huang Xiaotian was just thinking in his mind, rarely typing, because he was afraid that if he said too much, Zhou Zikai would see the loophole, which would be counterproductive. Although Yi Qian Chuanyun was still moving forward, he looked back from time to time, and he always felt that there was someone behind him. The competitive game has become a horror game. Finally, Yi Yushengfan waited for a good opportunity. When Yi Qian Chuanyun appeared in his perspective, it happened to be the situation with his back to him. Yi Yushengfan used 3 stage slashes to move, and Yi Qian Chuanyun was close to him, and he raised his hand, trying to float Yi Qian Chuanyun. But what Huang Xiaotian didn't expect was that Zhou Zikai reacted too quickly. When he heard the sound of a sword cutting through the air behind him, he decisively operated Yi Qian Chuanyun to slide forward to avoid Yi Yushengfan backstab. Damn! Zhou Zikai, did you put your hand on the sliding tackle? Huang Xiaotian asked in a typing voice on the public channel. But Zhou Zikai would not respond to him. What a great reaction. Zhou Zikai's reaction is too fast. Baizi was surprised. Huang Xiaotian's attack speed was very fast, but he did not expect Zhou Zikai's reaction to be faster. Li Ju did not say anything. He just stared at the screen with wide eyes, and then opened his mouth as if he wanted to swallow the whole stadium. Looking at the gun piercing the clouds that slid forward, Yi Yushengfan did not stop attacking, and Shenlong Zhan moved again and slashed at the gun piercing the clouds with a sword. Yi Qian Chuanyun stood up, put away his 2 guns, turned around and kicked Yi Yushengfan with a knee strike. The domineering state during the performance directly immuned the force knockdown effect of Shenlong Zhan. At the same time, this knee strike directly kicked Yi Yushengfan's chest, causing physical damage and forcing him to float in the air. Then he drew out his 2 guns and started double shooting. Yi Qian Chuanyun fired 2 bullets at Yi Yushengfan, who was floating in the air. Although Yi Yushengfan was floating in the air, he continued to use his sword to block the bullets shot by Yi Qian Chuanyun. But the effect was minimal. Oh my god! Not only did he open it, but he also locked his head. Huang Xiaotian muttered while controlling Yi Yushengfan to block the bullets. Yi Yushengfan took advantage of the gap between Yi Qian Chuanyun changing bullets and slashed at him with a silver blade. Yi Qian Chuanyun changed bullets, rolled to avoid it, and started to shoot. A shot through the clouds fired an arc-shaped bullet at Yi Yushengfan. Yi Yushengfan shook his body, dodging the bullets, and began to move rapidly on the field. Soon, 7 sword shadows appeared on the holographic projection. A shot through the clouds calmly set up and opened the Gatling gun, and the bullets poured madly on Yi Yushengfan's sword shadow. Oh my god! Machine gun! I want barbecue! A shot through the clouds successfully found Yi Yushengfan's true body, and then threw a grenade at Yi Yushengfan. Swish swish. Bang! Yi Yushengfan used the sword energy to knock away the grenade thrown by a shot through the clouds, and then attacked with a sword in the wind, quickly attacking a shot through the clouds. A shot through the clouds shot Yi Yushengfan left and right, and did not choose to avoid this sword in the wind. After all, his health was very sufficient, so there was no need to hide, and the damage of Yi Yushengfan's sword in the wind was not particularly high. Unlike the Tiger Vanguard in Black Myth Wukong, Yi Yushengfan accelerated towards Yi Qian Chuanyun, who kept shooting at Yi Yushengfan. Yi Yushengfan held his sword in front of him, frantically blocking the flying bullets. Bang! 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 Yi Yushengfan was getting closer and closer. Yi Qian Chuanyun stopped shooting, but did not put his 2 guns back into the holsters. What is Zhou Zikai going to do? Beijing watched Yiqian Chuanyan combine his two guns into one. It can't be a Barrett sniper. Beijing was a little bit unbelievable. After all, the opponent was right in front of him. What did you mean by sniping? This is a Barrett, not a phantom god. Zhou Zikai is playing CF. Just when Yu Shengfan was about to stab Yiqian Chuanyan with a continuous thrust, Yiqian Chuanyan assembled the Barrett, then dodged the continuous thrust sideways, and shot at Yu Shengfan, who was close to him with a quick mirror. Damn! Quick sniper! Li Ju shouted. Is this a glory match? Did I go to the wrong match? This instant sniper is so damn cool. Some spectators have already put their hands on their heads, with a look of disbelief. Oh my god! Wang Xiaotian felt the most, because he could clearly see the muzzle of the Barrett's gun pointed at him. With a sound of bang, a blood flower appeared on Yu Shengfan's body. Yu Shengfan wanted to retreat, but Yiqian Chuanyan would not let go of this opportunity. Yiqian Chuanyan spun and kicked out, raising his foot to kick Yu Shengfan. Yu Shengfan blocked Yiqian Chuanyan's sweep with his sword. Then he used sword energy again on Yiqian Chuanyan, and the cold sword energy covered Yu Shengfan's silver weapon. Ice Rain. Yu Shengfan stabbed Yiqian Chuanyan with a sword, and the sword struck in the sky. Yiqian Chuanyan stepped on Yu Shengfan's shoulder and fired at him. But Yu Shengfan expected this stepping shot. Go ahead. Now! Wang Xiaotian turned his body to the side and slashed with his sword, using inertia to slash from bottom to top. The attack range of this slash was very wide, and Yiqian Chuanyan could not avoid it at all. The slash successfully hit Yiqian Chuanyan in the air, causing physical damage and blowing it away. This is an opportunity! Wang Jieshi, Han Wenqing and other masters sat up straight when they saw this. The key point of this game appeared. If Wang Xiaotian could grasp it, there would be a chance. Opportunity! Wang Xiaotian yelled, and the staff behind him were shocked. Why are you yelling so loudly? Yu Shengfan followed, lying horizontally in the air, raised his sword blade and drew a few sword circles to attack Yiqian Chuanyan. Against the wind stab, Yiqian Chuanyan started shooting furiously, turned around and shot wildly at Yu Shengfan who was chasing him, and the blade of the against the wind stab also scraped Yiqian Chuanyan. However, the powerful recoil generated by the furious shot directly sent Yiqian Chuanyan out of the sword circle of Ni Feng Ci. What a beautiful flying shot! Beige explained. Yu Shengfan naturally would not let the opportunity fly away, so he chased after Yiqian Chuanyan, then drew his sword from its sheath, and slashed at the opponent with a sword falling into the sky. But Yiqian Chuanyan had already landed on the ground in advance, pulled out his revolver, and fired at Yu Shengfan who was chasing him, and dodged Yu Shengfan's sword falling into the sky by moving. The bullet with a critical hit Yu Shengfan as if it was locked on. Sharpshooter level 60 high damage ultimate move random shooting. It seems that Zhou Zikai is still better, Wang Jieshi said. This kid is really good. Li Xian nodded and said. He had to admit that Zhou Zikai's strength was the best sharpshooter he had ever seen. No one else. In the end, Yu Shengfan fell helplessly under the double guns of Yiqian Chuanyan. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhou Zikai for winning this game, and at the same time announce that Samsara won the 5v5 ring match with a score of 5-4. The cup announced the result. I think both sides should be able to accept this result, Li Ju said. Damn. This kid's operation is getting more and more detailed. I wonder if Lao Yi can beat him. Wang Xiaotian was still muttering when he stepped off the stage. See you in the team match, Wang Xiaotian said to Zhou Zikai on the stage. Yeah. Zhou Zikai replied calmly, and then walked towards the players' seats off the field. The first round of the 5v5 arena finals ended here, with a score of 5-4, with Samsara temporarily leading by 1 kill point, which was a very small difference. The highlight was the team competition. Who would come out on top in this team competition? Let's wait and see. Chapter 264, Who is the Hunter, and Who is the Prey? Welcome back. This is the finals of the 8th season of the 2023 Glory Professional League. The two teams are Samsara, the first in the regular season, and Blue Rain, the second in the regular season. Blue Rain is at home. The current score is 5-4. Samsara is temporarily in the lead. The next step is the team competition between the two teams. Blue Rain. Win. Blue Rain. Win. Samsara. Invincible. Samsara. Invincible. Both sides are ready. Please see the big screen for the appearance list of the team competition. Samsara, Jozakai. ID, one shot through the clouds. Occupation, sharpshooter. Jiangguotao. ID, no waves. Occupation, magic swordsman. Zhou Chen. ID, Hiyuxingchen. Occupation, battle mage. Fang Minghua. ID, Xiaogaziru. Occupation, priest. LV Buyuan. ID, Yushanwan. Occupation, judo. The sixth player. Wu Qi. ID, cruel silence. Occupation, assassin. Blue Rain, Yu Wanzhou. ID, Soxer. Occupational warlock. Huang Xiaoyan. ID, Night Rain. Occupational swordsman. Yu Feng. ID, sharp sword. Occupational mad swordsman. Zheng Xian. ID, guns and bullets. Occupational ammunition expert. Su Jingqi. ID, soul speaker. Occupational guardian angel. The sixth player is Song Xiao. ID, Tao Luo Xiaoming. Occupational Qigong master. Map, moon watching forest. Oh, I know this map. Qingguo, who was watching the finals at Happy, suddenly said excitedly when she saw the name of the map. You know? Yishio expressed doubt. After all, he didn't know much about this map. He only remembered that this map seemed to be a village. The map is large, and the scene is complex and changeable. So basically no team will choose this map. Of course I know, Qingguo said proudly. I'd like to hear more about it. This map is a hide-and-seek map, Qingguo said confidently. What? Yishio showed a puzzled look. Hide-and-seek? Yes. This map is very rich in elements. So many people hide and seek in it to relax their nerves. It was very popular on the internet before. There is really everything in glory. Yishio clapped his hands and praised. Old Wei must know. Qingguo looked at Wei Chen. How old am I? How could I play a childish game like hide-and-seek? Wei Chen's eyes dodged subconsciously. Are you still going to play? Wei Chen looked at Yishio a little annoyed. No. Let's watch the team game. I haven't studied this map carefully yet. It's really good to look at. Yishio took off his headphones, put his hands in his pockets, walked to the door of the internet cafe, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and then smoked it. Okay. I have one with you. Wei Chen also took off his headphones and leaned against the wall with Yishio, enjoying watching the finals. Ah! Great. Virtue. On the stage. Is this the big move prepared by the host? Jiang Guotao smiled and looked at Yu Wanzhou. Of course. As an important guest of Samsara, we must give special care. Yu Wanzhou responded with a smile. Don't get lost later. Ha ha ha. Huang Xiaoyan and Zhou Chen shook hands and laughed. Laugh before the game. You will cry after the game, Zhou Chen said with a smile. Just wait. Huang Xiaoyan made a vicious gesture to Zhou Chen. I'm waiting for you to be abused. Damn. Huang Xiao. Save your breath. Yu Feng stepped forward and shook hands with Zhou Chen. Come on. It's stressful. Calm down. Calm down. After shaking hands, the two teams teamed up on the competition stage and entered the war room. Before the players from both teams loaded in, the two commentators also urgently introduced this map to the audience. Moon Watching Forest. This map named after the forest. The central scene is not the forest. On the contrary, the border of this map is the forest. The center of this map is a small village with very rich content. Its layout is not like the market in Perry Town, with many streets and alleys. The house scene in the whole village can be divided into 4 major areas. In the southwest corner is a blacksmith shop, where there are hammers for hitting weapons. In the northeast is a grocery store, where many goods are piled up. In the southeast warehouse, there is a lookout tower, which can be used to survey the field of vision. Many high-level players like to hide in the lookout tower when playing hide-and-seek. Observe the hunter's field of vision, and then escape. In the northwest is a residential area. There are many houses built on trees, and suspension bridges are built between trees from time to time. This is the favorite place for ordinary players to stay. If they are discovered, they have a chance to escape from the hunter's pursuit. Outside the house scene, there is a pond to the south, which is not too big, and to the north is the village altar, which is the most empty and vast place in the entire village. Only stupid players would stay here and wait to be caught. In addition, some shade trees are distributed in the village. Although they are not a forest, they also provide a lot of cover and obstacles. This map was chosen by Blue Rain very well. Obviously, This map was chosen to disrupt the frontal battle against Samsara. As long as the front and back rows of Samsara are separated by terrain, they hold the front of Samsara, and Huang Xiaoyan sneaks in. And then, they can perfectly kill Samsara. I know this map. I often play hide and seek. And this map is very familiar. Some viewers got excited directly. They were not familiar with the game maps before. But today they finally saw the most familiar map. I know it too. I'm a high-level player. I'm good at escaping hunters. Killing is not abusing life. Kid, it seems that Blue Rain does not want to fight 5v5 head-on with Samsara, Cup said after analyzing the map. Yes, I think no team in the Alliance wants to fight Samsara head-on. After all, they should be unique in head-on combat. Li Ju nodded and said, 99%, 100% Yu Xingchen. Loading completed. Yiqiang piercing the clouds. Loading completed. Ye Yu Fan. Loading completed. Soxer. Loading completed. Sharp sword. Loading completed. Map, Wangwe Forest. Loading completed. Both sides have finished loading. And the game officially begins. The starting 5 of Samsara spawn in the southwest corner. Wow. Samsara is a bit unlucky. It would be better if it spawned in the southeast corner. Li Ju shook his head and said when he saw the spawn point of Samsara. Damn! The place where iron is forged. Zhou Yichen rushed out of the spawn area first, surrounded by trees on 3 sides. And there was a blacksmith shop at the end of the field of vision. Let's take our time, Jiang Guotao suggested. They are indeed not familiar with this map. Although hide and seek is very popular in this map, they don't play it. They are exhausted from training. So how can they have the energy to play hide and seek? Blue Rain doesn't want to play hide and seek with us. Right? LV Buyuan asked. It's possible, Fang Minghua said after a moment's thought. Who is the hunter, and who is the prey? Zhou Yichen said. We can be both hunters and prey, Jiang Guotao said with a smile. The Blue Rain team refreshed diagonally in the northeast direction with the Samsara team, which was symmetrical with the southwest direction of Samsara. They were also surrounded by trees on 3 sides. But from their perspective, there was an empty road in the southwest direction. And the end of the field of vision was the grocery store. The directions of the 2 teams had been determined. Zhou Yichen still wanted to try to escape from the forest, but he hit the air wall. It seems that Samsara has never run this map. Bebe watched Zhou Yichen hit the wall and realized that Samsara had no idea about this map. Seeing no other way, Samsara could only move forward in the northeast direction. Soon, a sparkling pond appeared in front of the 5 Samsara members, while the Blue Rain side was an empty altar. According to the original plan, they walked out from the southwest corner, and there is a pond on the east side, so they can only attack that residential area. Yu Wenzhou commanded. Then I go to the watchtower, Huang Xiaoyan said. Well, you go, and we wait for your news. After Yu Wenzhou finished speaking, the movement speed of all Blue Rain members immediately slowed down. They needed accurate information about the entire Samsara team before making the next plan. Yu Shunfan had already quickly arrived at the watchtower above the warehouse. Here, it can be clearly seen that the 5 members of Samsara really rushed into the residential area. After all, the pond on the east side is nothing but beautiful. Samsara can only choose to attack the residential area in the northwest corner, which is why Li Ju thought that Samsara was unlucky at the beginning. The fact that they attacked the residential area was a clear message in Blue Rain's eyes. And all Huang Xiaoyan had to do was to investigate how Samsara attacked. Captain, they went in, Observer Huang Xiaoyan reported. Okay, but don't rush. Watch them, and watch out for them to move, Yu Wenzhou commanded rationally. He did not order the troops to advance immediately after Samsara entered. Why do I feel like someone is always watching us? Zhou Yichen had a bad feeling in his heart. I feel a little excited too, Lu Boyuan said. Ah? You are not right. High tower, Zhou Zikai said. The other 4 members of Samsara looked at the tower in the distance from the perspective of Yiqiang Chuanyun, and found a dazzling light on the tower in the distance. Sword light? Damn it, Huang Xiaoyan. We have been discovered. What should we do? Should we move? Fang Minghua looked at Jiang Guotao. Jiang Guotao was the main commander of the team, and he was the deputy commander. When the 2 sides fought, Zhou Zikai didn't say much because they were in a group. So the command work in the front was handed over to Zhou Yichen. As for Lu Boyuan, he was just a pure thug. Don't rush. What if it's a trap? Jiang Guotao's mind was working rapidly. I go alone to see what's going on in the north. I depend on you. Chapter 265. Risking one's life to show one's true character. Since the exact location of all Blue Rain members is not clear, Samsara has to send someone to survey. Blue Rain can only attack Samsara from two roads. One is the original road they just walked, and the other is the new road in the north. Samsara has no idea what is going on there. At this time, someone needs to stand up and explore. If Wuchi is here, this job will definitely be Wuchi. After all, it is very easy for an assassin to explore or escape. But now only Zhou Yichen and Yu Xingchen can explore. At this time, remember to divide the troops to fight. After all, once the troops are divided, the rear will be in danger. So Samsara focus must be on Fa Minghua Xiadazirua. Once Xiadazirua is killed by Blue Rain, there is a high probability that this game will be over. Leave it to you. Jiang Buotao looked at Zhou Yichen. Well, watch me, Zhou Yichen said confidently. After speaking, Yu Xingchen walked out of the residential area alone and moved towards the altar in the north. Captain, someone from Samsara has come out, Wang Xiaotian reported in real time. How many people? Did they find you? Yu Wenzhou asked. It was Zhou Yichen, the only one, who was leaning towards the altar. This kid glanced at me, and he must have found me, Wang Xiaotian said. Zhou Yichen should be exploring the way. Go and catch him. As long as he is eliminated, Samsara will be much weaker from the front. Yu Wenzhou did not hesitate at all and directly issued an order to kill Zhou Yichen quickly. However, at this time, Wulong found the trace of Blue Rain through the window of the residential area. Aiken, they are leaning towards you, Jiang Buotao said immediately. I'm a little far away. Can you stop them? We can cover it, Zhou Yichen said. Sure. Before he finished speaking, Yiqiang Chuanyan rushed out, firing 2 guns at Blue Rain. Captain, they found it. Soul Speaker stepped forward and used the Holy Shield to block most of the damage from the bullets. Ignore them. Just go and catch Zhou Yichen. Yu Wenzhou even used the 6-star light prison directly on the room of Samsara, trying to trap them all in the light prison. Yiqian Chuanyan was the first to react and escape through the window, but the other 3 were unfortunately trapped in the light prison. It's over. Wenzhou's 6-star light prison is too deadly, Yixiu said. This 6-star light prison has the style of my old age, Wei Chen said. Ha ha. Yixiu laughed out loud when he heard Wei Chen's words, and even put out his cigarette. What are you laughing at? Nothing. I thought of something happy. At the altar, it was too late for Zhou Yichen to return the same way. Wang Xiaotian Night Rain had already killed him first. Ha ha ha. You are surrounded. Go to hell. Wang Xiaotian took the lead and used Night Rain to cut 3 sections to get close to Yu Xingchen. Kill me. Let's see if you have the ability. Yu Xingchen held a gun to block Yu Xingfan's 3-segment slash, took a step back to avoid the upward thrust, and Longya attacked Yu Xingfan with a strengthened thrust. However, before Yu Xingfan was stabbed, the Soul Speaker on the side jumped out and chopped Yu Xingchen with an axe. Yu Xingchen put away his gun and rolled to avoid the attack of the Soul Speaker. Humph. 2 people are not my opponent, Zhou Yichen typed in the public channel. What about me? Yu Feng typed in response, and then operated the Fengmang Huijian to hit Yu Xingchen with a mountain collapse. Yu Xingchen dodged the mountain collapse attack sideways, and then charged the falling flower palm to attack, successfully knocking away the Fengmang Huijian that had not yet been retracted. Yu Xingfan inserted a gap and stabbed Yu Xingchen with a continuous thrust. Yu Xingchen had no time to dodge, and was stabbed in the shoulder by Yu Xingfan 2 swords. Zhao! Will I be scared when there are 3 of us together? Zhou Yichen yelled. He was very angry now. This is a star tactic, Beige said, as he looked at Yu Xingchen fighting 3. The so-called star tactic is to rely on the super strength of the all-star players to fight more with fewer, thereby laying the foundation for another local battlefield to fight more with fewer, and gradually control the rhythm of the game. However, the other local battlefield was locked by Swotsar's 6-star light prison. In this team competition, Yu Wenzhou once again pushed the 6-star light prison to the full level, and the confinement time was 9 seconds. The 6-star light prison time is almost up. We have to go over to help, and quickly get rid of Yu Xingchen, Yu Wenzhou said, and then operated Swotsar to throw a smoke jade, and Gunlin Bullet Rain also threw a smoke bomb. Just like that, the 2 of them disappeared directly from Yiqiang Chuanyan vision. Sword to rule the world. Yu Shangfan activated his awakening skill, and a 360-degree attack circle with sword energy swept towards Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen shivered in a Z shape to avoid the sword energy released by Yu Shangfan, and at the same time took a step back to avoid the heavy blow of the sharp sword. Watching Yu Shangfan activate the sword to rule the world, Yu Feng also operated the sharp sword to activate the violent state, entered the domineering state, and completely ignored a Yu Xingchen attack, wanting to exchange injuries for injuries. Zhou Yichen had no choice but to dodge the attacks of the three people. Zhou Yichen's hand speed has exceeded the 500 mark and stabilized at 500. No! The APM peak is still soaring. Is it going to break 600? Hisley Ju looked at the rising APM and took a breath. Too much. Han Wenqing said seriously. No way. This is a high-intensity few versus many. If Zhou Yichen is eliminated, the situation will be one-sided. Zhang Xinjie analyzed calmly. This is not his limit, Yi Xiao said in the noisy atmosphere of Xingxin. What? Wei Chen looked at Yi Xiao in surprise. You know, it's very scary to have an average of 500. But you told him that it hasn't reached the limit yet. At this time, Wei Chen looked at the player's camera below. Zhou Yichen looked unusually calm. His mouth was tightly closed, and his eyes were cold, like an ice knife piercing people's hearts. But it's indeed a bit messy. This kid. Yi Xiao shook his head helplessly. Even if his teammates asked him to give up, he probably wouldn't listen to them because of his temperament. Although Zhou Yichen is approachable, he has a sense of pride in his bones, which is the domineering spirit inherited from his ancestors for 5,000 years. LV Buiyuan turned his head to look at Zhou Yichen. His face flushed, which was a manifestation of the surge of hormones online. Aiken seems very excited. He himself is not right, LV Buiyuan whispered, afraid that Zhou Yichen would hear it. Yes, Zhou Yichen is not nervous now, but excited. Since his debut, Zhou Yichen has given up a lot in order to play the front. He is not alone. He needs to consider his teammates. The reason why Samsara lineup is unbreakable is that no one can break Zhou Yichen defense from the front. Blue Rain's victory in the regular season was also won by splitting Samsara formation. But now, he let go, regardless of life or death. He just wants to have a good fight. Fight! Awesome. Oh my god. This guy is also cheating. All reincarnations are cheating. Huang Xiaoyan complained. Night Rain, Sharp Wisdom Sword and Soul Speaker. These three IDs are the best in the entire alliance. However, now Yu Xingchen is facing three people. But he is not afraid at all, and even becomes more and more courageous. Yu Xingchen successfully floated Soul Speaker, who wanted to sneak attack with a Sky Strike from behind, and then activated the Fire Attribute Dazzling pattern to increase his own strength, and killed the Sharp Wisdom Sword. Then he charged the Round Dance Stick, dodged the Sharp Wisdom Sword's Earth-Breaking Slash, and stabbed directly to break the Sharp Wisdom Sword's dominance effect, knocking it to the ground. Afterwards, Yu Xingchen launched the Condensed Fire Attribute Dazzling pattern, and the Dazzling pattern hit the fallen Sharp Wisdom Sword and exploded, causing Fire Attribute magic damage. Zhou Yichen is such a pervert. It would be great if he was in Excellent Era. Tao Xian, the boss of Excellent Era, was also watching the finals. Sun Xiang, who was standing by, was already stunned. He thought that after the hard training during the off-season, he already had the strength to fight Zhou Yichen. But now it seems that he was completely restrained before. The current Zhou Yichen is the real complete form. Come and kill me if you dare! Yi Yuxingchen roared with a gun. Coward! Yi Yuxingchen rushed towards Yi Yuxianfan again with a gun. And Gun Lindanyu and Swoxar also arrived. And the situation instantly became 1 against 5. At this time, the director just cut to the internal language of the Samsara team. Except for Zhou Yichen roar. The others were silent. Or they were scared by Zhou Yichen. They didn't dare to speak, for fear of disturbing Zhou Yichen operation. After the 6-star light prison confinement effect ended, they rushed towards Yi Yuxingchen without saying a word. After hearing Zhou Yichen roar, the audience fell silent. Some of Zhou Yichen fans felt their hearts stop beating. Is this still the Zhou Yichen who was friendly and humble in the fan group before, and got along well with them? Don't worry about having no friends in the future. Everyone in the world knows you, the Cup said loudly. This is the true nature of the God of War. Li Ju also got excited. He hadn't seen such a charismatic game for a long time. The last time was the finals of the 3rd season, when Yi Qiu broke the double flower. It seems that this is the real Zhou Yichen, Wang Jieshi said after a silence. Has Yunqiu seen Zhou Yichen like this? Xiao Shiqin said tremblingly. Thunder and Samsara have played against each other in the first round of the playoffs for 2 consecutive seasons, but have never seen Zhou Yichen like this. I haven't seen it either. Chu Yunqiu covered her face with both hands. She felt that her heart was about to jump out. Fortunately, the full channel language is not open. Otherwise I think Blue Rain will be scared silly. Li Xian came back to his senses and said, then wiped his head. I'm sweating. We can be regarded as witnessing a famous scene. Yang Song said with a smile. This is the child of other people's families. Zhao Yan said with envy. Blue Rain's killer move was not over yet. Guns and bullets were raining down and flashlights were used to try to blind Yu Xingchen. For this, Soxer even chanted the soul strike technique on the spot. And a black light hit Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen shot back Yu Shanfan, dodged the evil black light sideways, and then changed his target. He stabbed the soul speaker with a Haolong Pijuan, while avoiding being blinded by the flash bombs of guns and bullets. Soul speaker put his hands together to resist external attacks, and was directly immune to the knockback effect of Haolong Pijuan. Reincarnation is coming. Hurry up and deal with him. Yu Wanzhou, who was always calm, was also a little anxious at this time. He didn't expect Zhou Yichen to be so crazy. Oh my god. 658 p.m. This Zhou Yichen is too crazy. Blue Brook Pavilion President Yi Lao also came to the scene to watch the finals. Seeing Blue Rain surrounding Yu Xingchen, he once thought that he had one. Unexpectedly, it was Yu Xingchen who surrounded Blue Rain alone. I'm afraid he will not forget this game for a long time afterwards. Zhou Yichen was killing like crazy. President, why are you swearing? Damn. Who can stand this? Zhou Yichen is so crazy. We Blue Rain are playing with chicken feathers. He can kill us all by himself. Calm down. President. Calm down. We haven't lost yet. Winning is useless. We Blue Rain have become the background of others. When the top one is released, we Blue Rain will be the big background. It is obvious that Chen Yi Lao has become famous. Hearing the captain's words, Su Jingxi immediately controlled the soul speaker to release the Guardian Angel's level 70 ultimate move Angel's Prestige. But Zhou Yichen anticipated it in advance. Before he finished charging, Yu Xingchen angry dragon piercing hard break was used, directly piercing the soul speaker's heart. Then Yu Xingchen hit hard, and the dragon gall directly pierced the soul speaker's body, and then flew backwards. Soul speaker's health dropped sharply, and he was still losing health. This raging dragon piercing hard breaking directly triggered the bleeding state. Soul speaker landed, and quickly used the recovery spell to heal himself. But a bright dragon had already attacked the soul speaker, who was still recovering health. The battle mage's level 70 high damage ultimate move, Fu Long Xiang Tian. Yu Xingchen Fu Long Xiang Tian was obviously not expected by Blue Rain. After all, using a skill with a stiffness after closing the move when surrounded is a stupid act. But Zhou Yichen used it anyway. I start with you. Chapter 266. A true man never looks back at the explosion. Yu Xingchen and Fu Long Xiangqian have attacked. Can Soul Speaker react? If he fails to dodge and is knocked out, there will be a hole in Blue Rain's encirclement. The cup explained. It's not just as simple as knocking him out. Why do I feel that Soul Speaker is going to die? Li Ju looked at Soul Speaker's HP and thought he should be able to withstand Yu Xingchen Fu Long Xiangtian. But he always felt something was wrong. As if he had forgotten something? What was it? Jingxi. Retreat quickly. Yu Wanzhou shouted. If Soul Speaker was hit by Fu Long Xiangtian, it would be difficult for them to kill Yu Xingchen again, whether he was dead or alive, because the formation had been torn open by him. And now it seemed that it was more than just a hole. Looking at Yu Xingchen actions, why did it feel like he surrounded 5 Blue Rain people by himself? Su Jingxi heard the captain's call, but the blue Haolong had already arrived in front of him. The dragon's bloodshot eyes looked at Su Jingxi, and then opened its bloody mouth and flew him into the air. Yu Xingchen turned around, and Haolong exploded directly behind him. Oh my god! So cool! The whole audience. Wow! A sound! Wow wow! Even the Blue Rain fans unconsciously applauded at this moment. This scene was too cool. This was the scene in their dreams. But now it was really shown in front of them. Is this what a real man never looks back to see the explosion? Is this the finals? Or is it his Zhou Yichen exhibition match? Chen Yi Lao's anger, which had finally subsided, rose again when he saw this scene. He was more popular than the players on the field. Soul Speaker. Out. As the kill bar in the upper right corner was announced, people realized that Blue Rain's healer Soul Speaker was the first to be eliminated. How can the damage be so high? This Fu Long Xiang Tian should not be at the full level. After all, Zhou Yichen maxed out the previous new Long Chuan Xianpa and Hao Long Pajun as expected. The professional players began to discuss again. You seem to have forgotten something. Not only you, but also Blue Rain. Han Wenqing said at this time. Damn! I actually forgot. Li Xian also came back to his senses at this time. It's the fighter will. Yu Xingchen fighter will is stacked up. Li Ju said loudly. He finally remembered what he had forgotten. Zhou Yichen operation was too good, making people completely immersed in it. Forgot that he had been stacking fighter will, because the director would not deliberately give the combo count. So no one paid attention to this problem. And Blue Rain on the field was currently eager to kill Yu Xingchen. The cancer. Not good. Yu Wanzhou also reacted. He saw that the fighter will that hurt Yu Xingchen had already reached level 6 and above, with an attack speed of 3.5%, a movement speed of 12%, and a strength blessing of 130 points. It was completely wishful thinking for them to kill Yu Xingchen in a short time. Although Yu Xingchen only had 40% of his health now, they didn't dare to gamble. Once Samsara came to support him, even if they killed Yu Xingchen, they would be wiped out. After all, the state of Fengmong Huijian was also very bad. Once Fengmong Huijian was killed by Samsara, they would collapse on the front. Retreat! Yu Wanzhou decisively ordered a retreat. Now that the large army was coming from the residential area in the northwest, they could only choose to retreat to the grocery store in the northeast. After hearing the captain's command, Huang Xiaoyan had to obey the order and give up attacking Yu Xingchen. Although he was a little reluctant. Although Blue Rain could kill Yu Xingchen with the high damage of the ultimate move, but killing Yu Xingchen would not quench their thirst. And they also had to be wary of other members of Samsara. Sure enough, the moment Yu Wanzhou ordered a retreat, all members of Samsara arrived. In order to ensure the retreat of the entire team, Yu Wanzhou controlled Soxer to chant Chaos Reign on the spot, and countless dark purple arrows attacked the Samsara members, slowing down their support. Blue Rain. A little too economical with skills. Zhang Xinjie commented that although Blue Rain wanted to kill Yu Xingchen, their skills were very conventional. In short, they wanted to kill Yu Xingchen, the biggest worry in their hearts, through encirclement and suppression. And they also wanted to save skills to face other members of Samsara. They wanted to eat a fat man in one bite. But Blue Rain didn't expect Zhou Yichen to go crazy and completely disrupt their deployment. The more they fought, the more anxious Blue Rain became, because they didn't know when other members of Samsara would arrive. Wang Jieshi continued. Blue Rain is in danger. The first to support the scene was Zhou Zikai shot through the clouds. The bullets arrived before the people arrived. Yiqian Chuanyun set up the Gatling machine gun and fired a burst of bullets at Lan Yu. Don't worry. Let's go straight. Song Xiao is already waiting in the replacement area over at the grocery store. Let's go over and meet him. Yu Wanzhou commanded. It's the captain. The four of them immediately ran towards the grocery store in the northeast direction. But at this time someone stopped them. Yu Xingchen. Fuck. I can't stand it anymore. Captain. I'm going to kill him. Huang Xiaoyan blushed. He was already a little upset that the whole team failed to kill Zhou Yichen. Now Zhou Yichen jumped out to block the way. Huang Xiaoyan couldn't help it. Although they were good brothers in private, this was a competition field, and they were opponents. Kill him if you can, and just pass him if you don't have a chance. Yu Wanzhou frowned. Obviously, he didn't expect Zhou Yichen to dare to jump out. Shouldn't he go to the priest for healing at this time? Kill me if you dare? Zhou Yichen typed in the public channel. Oh my god. The Blue Rain fans in the whole venue were boiling. Too arrogant. This is our Blue Rain home court. Kill him. Ahem cough cough. Chunyi face was flushed. And Su Buiyuan, also known as Blue River, kept patting Chunyi back. Calm down. Calm down. MVP. 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 Received. Huang Xiaoyan shouted. And stabbed Yu Xingchen with the reverse wind thorn. Yu Xingchen retreated in time and left the range of the reverse wind thorn sword energy. Then he stabbed Yu Shangfan with a dragon tooth. Yu Shangfan blocked and parried Yu Xingchen's straight stab with his sword. The sharp sword attacked from the side, and a cross slash successfully repelled Yu Xingchen. Soxer chanted the blood-sucking spell. And while he suffered dark attribute magic damage to him, he used his lost health as life healing. If you don't retreat, then go and die. Yu Shengfan's sword storm attacked, stabbing Yu Xingchen in front of him with the sword several times. And when he finished, he slashed at Yu Xingchen with a sword. But it was blocked by Yu Xingchen's horizontal gun. I can kill! Zheng Xian found the right time and threw a shrinking grenade. The impact of the grenade knocked Yu Xingchen down directly. Seeing that the people from the back were chasing him, Gunlin Bullet Rain threw a gas grenade directly. The grenade released highly toxic green gas after hitting the ground. But the people from the back chose to take the damage of the grenade and pass through the gas directly. Gunlin Bullet Rain had no choice but to throw the Ammunition Expert's level 70 ultimate move, Chaos Thunder, at the four people. Xiao Guzi Ro opened the angel wings, stayed in the air to avoid the Chaos Thunder, and threw a sacred fire at the Blue Rain people, then put the cross in front of him, and released a concentration at the fallen Yu Xingchen to remove his negative state. Then he used a small instant healing spell to help Yu Xingchen heal. Seeing the holy light coming out of Yu Xingchen and his health recovering, Blue Rain became more anxious. Captain, the Samsara army has arrived. Zheng Xian covered the retreat from the rear. Yu Wenzhou heard Zheng Xian's message and chose to chant on the spot to activate the Warlock's level 70 ultimate move, Death's Gate. Blue Rain is starting to use the ultimate move now. What were you doing just now? Wei Chen was so anxious watching the big screen. Old Wei. Zhou Yichen killed Su Jingxi. You have a share of the credit. Yi Xiu smiled at Old Wei's anxious look. What credit do I have? Wei Chen didn't understand. You're 30 million. Yi Xiu pointed it out. Boil. The black line emerging from the Death's Gate successfully caught Yu Xingchen, and then was about to drag him to the front of the door to devour him. But at this time, a shot through the clouds, and a step shot past Zheng Xian gun rain of bullets, and came to the front. Then he slid into the Death Gate, and one shot Chuanyun was hurt by the Death Gate. But before Yu Xingchen was swallowed, the Death Gate ended. One shot Chuanyun attack once again disrupted Blue Rain's siege of Yu Xingchen, and Yu Shangfan wanted to finish off the fallen Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen was already in a red blood state at this time, and Yu Shangfan wanted to eliminate Yu Xingchen directly with a continuous stab. But when Yu Shangfan stabbed Yu Xingchen, suddenly a white light shone on Yu Xingchen again, and the holy word healed. Damn! Why is it so hard to kill? Huang Xiao was numb. This was the most likely shot to kill the opponent. But a mouthful of milk from the opposite priest directly extinguished Blue Rain's hope. Retreat? Yu Wenzhou knew that it would be too late if he didn't retreat. Song Xiao Tao Luo Shaming was also rushing here. But the battlefield must not be here. The altar was too empty, and facing one-shot Chuanyun bullets, they had no place to hide. Go and meet up with Song Xiao. Yu Wenzhou ordered them to rush forward. Even under the hail of bullets, no one could stop Wu Lang and Yun Shanwan. They could only fire a burning bullet at the ground to slow down the two. Blue Rain's encirclement of Zhou Yichen was declared a failure. Chapter 267 The will of the 7th rank fighter reappears. Will Blue Rain choose to retreat now? Samsara clearly wants to fight. The 6th man Song Xiao Tao Luoshaming has also arrived. What will Blue Rain choose? We can't retreat. Yu Wenzhou chose not to retreat, because Tao Luoshaming had already arrived. If they killed Yu Xingchen by force, it would form a 4 versus 5 situation, and they still have a chance. If they retreat, Yu Xingchen will have enough time to recover to a healthy state, so all their previous efforts will be in vain. Kill Yu Xingchen by force, Yu Wenzhou said firmly. He couldn't let him linger. Yu Xingchen must die. Got it. Huang Xiaoyan had been thirsty for a long time. He pointed the way to Yiqian Chuanyun, and then when Yiqian Chuanyun dodged backwards, he suddenly changed his fire and rushed towards Yu Xingchen. The sharp sword started a bloodthirsty battle, and a demon-breaking slash slashed at Yu Xingchen. Tao Luo Shaming needed a ball of air waves, and then fired an air wave bomb at Yu Xingchen. Now everyone in Blue Rain focused their attention on Yu Xingchen, and the second act of besieging Zhou Yichen officially began. It seems that Blue Rain's target is still Zhou Yichen, and they did not choose to retreat. Li Ju explained. This is a very correct decision. As long as they get rid of Zhou Yichen, who is at low health, they can form a 4 to 5 advantage before Wu Qi, the 6th person of Samsara, arrives. Beige nodded and said, retreat only delays the time of death. Active attack still has a glimmer of hope for victory. However, Zhou Yichen's heroic state once again extinguished the flame of Blue Rain's hope. He dodges the air wave bomb fired by Tao Luoshaming with a Z-shaped shake, then dodges the groundbreaking slash of Fengmang Huijian by turning sideways. And at the same time, he charges a spear to stab at Yi Yuxiangfan, who is coming to kill him. Relying on the advantage of attack distance, Yi Yuxiangchen stabs Yi Yuxiangfan's shoulder with a strong dragon pressure, knocking him out. Tao Luoshaming pushes his hands and holds his hands together, summoning a magic shield to cover himself and his teammates. During this period, the output of Yichang Chuanyun and Wu Lang is completely absorbed by the air shield. Tao Luoshaming's arrival also allows Blue Rain to replenish half of the front row after losing the Soul Speaker. Wu Lang releases a Frost Wave Array at Yi Yuxiangchen's feet, but Fengmang Huijian, who has activated the Blood Rage to gain the dominance effect, completely ignores it and rushes directly into the Wave Array, holding the sword and waving the sword energy at Yi Yuxiangchen. And the sword energy special effect is like a whirlwind, causing physical damage to Yi Yuxiangchen, while blowing him out of the range of the Wave Array. Song Xiao. Take it. Watch me. Tao Luoshaming swung his body sideways, and used his hands to drive the breath to run through his body. Then his body shook, and a powerful wave of air burst out from Tao Luoshaming's hands. Qiguan Changhong. Just when Qiguan Changhong was about to hit Yi Yuxiangchen, suddenly someone blocked in front of Yi Yuxiangchen. What? Yuan Shanluan jumped up and blocked in front of Yi Yuxiangchen. Using his body to block this Qiguan Changhong? Beizi shouted. He thought that this Qiguan Changhong was going to send Yi Yuxiangchen away, but he didn't expect Yuan Shanluan to stand up. Just now it was a shot through the clouds, and now it was Yuan Shanluan. Other people in the reincarnation were using their life points to extend Yi Yuxiangchen's life. Gunlin Danyu went forward to make up for the damage, but was stopped by Yiqian Chuanyun. He slid and then kicked back to repel Gunlin Danyu. Then Barrett sniped. Just when Gunlin Danyu was about to use a roll to avoid the Barrett sniper, he didn't expect that Yiqian Chuanyun's sniper target was Fengmang Huijian in the distance. Yu Feng was startled, and an ominous premonition enveloped him. He turned back subconsciously, but just happened to see that Yiqian Chuanyun's sniper scope was aimed at him. Bang! The gunshot. The person was not dead. Hey! I seem to have a drop of blood. Ha ha hey. However, the joy was only a few seconds. Yi Yuxiangchen shot from behind and stabbed Fengmang Huijian to death with a shot. Fengmang Huijian. Out! It's over. It's over. Everyone in Lan Shi Pavilion began to cover their eyes with their hands. They didn't dare to look anymore. Only Lan He was staring at the holographic projection. Fengmang Huijian's elimination caused Lan Yu to collapse directly. Blue Rain failed to kill Yi Yuxiangchen in the first place, and this outcome was doomed. Zhang Xinjie began to analyze. Wang Xiaotian was tied to the front, and he couldn't go to the side to find an opportunity to break through the back row of Samsara. Wang Jieshi said. Why? A professional player who didn't understand asked. Because once Wang Xiaotian left, no one in Blue Rain could resist Zhou Yichen in this state, and Huang Xiaotian was restricted to death. Xiao Shiqin explained. You have to know that Blue Rain's playing style is to hold the front, and then let Yi Yuxiangfan find an opportunity to break through the opponent's back row from the side. In Blue Rain's system, Yi Yuxiangfan has always been outside the team, which is equivalent to a surprise soldier. However, now Yi Yuxiangfan, the surprise soldier, is tied to his teammates tightly. It's not that he doesn't want to leave, but that he can't leave. Once they leave, Blue Rain will be crushed by Samsara in a frontal wave. Now not only Blue Rain, but also all the members are having a hard time, especially Huang Xiaotian, as this is not his area of expertise. Everything is because Blue Rain failed to kill Yi Yuxiangchen at the beginning. Later, 5 people fought against 1 person, and were even killed in return. Do you know how to play games? And because Yi Yuxiangchen became more and more courageous, Huang Xiaotian Yi Yuxiangfan never dared to harass Samsara back row alone, because he was afraid that Blue Rain could not withstand the front and be killed directly by him. Although up to now, no player has been able to fight 5 people in a team game. After all, the opponent can kill them with skills. But Zhou Yichen made Blue Rain timid. At the beginning, he did not use his ultimate move, and later on, he was reluctant to use it, and even wanted to use it. For example, Soul Speaker was always hesitant, and he did not use Angel's Glory until his death. Xiaotian. Huang Xiaotian controlled Yi Yuxiangfan to start the Sword Shadow step, 8 sword shadow steps appeared on the holographic projection, and then surrounded Yu Xingchen. Tao Luo Xiaoming followed and provided firepower support for Yi Yu Shengfan. However, Yun Shanwan stopped Tao Luo Xiaoming and grabbed him with one hand, successfully pressing Tao Luo Xiaoming, who was still needing the air mass, to the ground. Then Wu Lang prepared to release a flaming wave array to cooperate with Yun Shanwan to knock Tao Luo Xiaoming down. However, Soxer summoned a ball of purple fire, hitting Wu Lang, successfully interrupting his skill chanting, Shadow Flame. Yun Shanwan grabbed the fallen Tao Luo Xiaoming with one hand. After Tao Luo Xiaoming rolled to avoid the grab, he gathered his breath with his right hand and stretched out his palm, grabbing Yun Shanwan with a cloud-grabbing hand. Then he received a close-range push cloud palm and successfully knocked him out. Yi Yu Shengfan had already fought with Yu Xingchen again. Swish, swish, swish. The sword flashed. Falling Phoenix Slash. Yi Yu Shengfan slashed down and successfully hit Yu Xingchen, knocking him to the ground, and then directly activated the swordsman level 70 ultimate move, Phantom Invisible Sword. Every ultimate move that Blue Rain uses against Yu Xingchen now is to atone for the sin just now. Han Wenqing said coldly. Captain Han is right. If Blue Rain didn't say the ultimate move and forcefully killed Yu Xingchen, the situation would be completely different. Zhang Xinjie continued. There are two reasons. On the one hand, Blue Rain wants to eat both ends. It doesn't want to let Yu Xingchen go, and it also wants to save the ultimate move to deal with other people in the reincarnation. On the other hand, it is Zhou Yichen state. No one can stop him today. Whoever comes will die. Xiao Shiqing concluded. Seeing the thrust of Yi Yu Shengfan, Yu Xingchen chose to parry instead of combo, because except for him, no one else might realize that Yu Xingchen fighter will was still stacking. After all, in such a chaotic scene just now, everyone would think that Yu Xingchen fighter will have been interrupted. But in fact Zhou Yichen just stopped the combo. After he blew Yi Yu Shengfan away, he had been in a state of parrying, so the combo was not cancelled, and the effect of fighter will still existed. Yi Yu Shengfan Phantom Invisible Sword ended, and he blew Yi Yu Xingchen away directly, threw out the gun rain smoke bomb, got rid of Yi Qianchuan in pursuit, and Swoke Sar walked towards the landing point of Yi Yu Xingchen. Fang Ma! Zhou Yichen yelled, and Xiao Guzi Rua took action, since the focus of Blue Rain was on Yi Yu Xingchen. Xiao Guzi Rua was not disturbed at all. Xie Zirua chanted on the spot. After the chanting was finished, white light flashed on Yi Yu Xingchen body again, the highest recovery skill of the priest at level 45. Holy Word Recovery. Xie Zirua once again pulled Yi Yu Xingchen back from the brink of death. Yi Yu Xingchen successfully received the body before landing. Swoksar chanted and used the binding technique to imprison Yi Yu Xingchen. However, Yi Yu Xingchen, who was blessed by the fighter will, moved too fast. While avoiding the black light, Tianji successfully floated Swoksar. Not good. Yu Wenzhou noticed something was wrong. 108. 109. 110. Yi Xiao counted louder and louder. What are you counting? Everyone in Xingxin looked at Yi Xiao. Fighter will. What? Wei Chen was shocked. Isn't the fighter will broken? It's not broken. It just stopped. 115. Zhou Yichen is going to open the 7th level. Yi Xiao calm heart was stirred up. He knew the 7th level fighter will too well. Zhou Yichen didn't slow down. His APM average was stable at 600. This is fighter will. Chu Yunxiu covered her face with both hands. Her heart was pounding, and she even prayed for Zhou Yichen in her heart, hoping that Blue Rain would not break. Just a little bit short. 116. Not only Yi Xiao and Chu Yunxiu, but also Zhou Yichen on the field was counting. He controlled Yi Yu Xingchen to continuously combo the floating Soxer. He is stacking the 7th level of fighter will. Stop him! Yu Wenzhou rarely yelled. He knew that once Zhou Yichen opened the 7th level of fighter will, Blue Rain would be GG. What? The other members of Blue Rain were stunned. Wasn't the fighter will broken? No. He just stopped the combo. The fighter will not disappear just because the combo is stopped. Yu Wenzhou explained quickly. Then Blue Rain started the 100-meter long-distance race. The first to start was Yi Yu Shengfan. He used the 3-stage slash to move and quickly rushed to the finish line. Then came the rain of bullets from the smoke. 117. 118. Seeing that the holy light had emerged from Yi Yu Xingchen, All the members of Samsara rushed towards Yu Xingchen. Xiao Guziru even stopped Yu Shengfan with his body. Although Xiao Guziru was very attractive, Huang Xiaoyan only had Zhou Yichen in his eyes. 119. No! Yu Shengfan stabbed Yu Xingchen with a long sword strike. 120. With the last combo, Yu Xingchen completed the 120 combo, completed the enhancement, and gained 6% attack speed, 24% movement speed, and 260 points of strength. The high movement speed helped Yu Xingchen avoid Yu Shengfan long sword attack. 7th level fighter will. It is the 7th level fighter will. The cup shouted without caring about his image. After the God of Glory Yi Qiu played the 7th level fighter will in the first season finals. Now Zhou Yichen also played the 7th level fighter will in the 8th season finals. Li Ju felt that he was panting a little when he spoke at this moment. My God. This is a dream. The audience stared at Yu Xingchen, who activated the 7th level fighter will with wide eyes. What year is it now? Blue Rain was one step late after all. Yu Xingchen Tyrant Smash swept towards Yu Shengfan. Yu Shengfan retreated to avoid Tyrant Smash, but was hit by Shiga Zero Hypnosis and fell into a sleeping state. Yu Xingchen made up for the damage, and successfully took away Yu Shengfan with a wrathful dragon piercing the heart. The power blessing brought by the will of the 7th level fighter is too great. 260 points. You should know that the power blessing brought by the full level fire attribute dazzling pattern is only 125 points. It's scary to think about it. Feng Rui shrank his neck and said, Zhou Yichen is indeed a very scary opponent. Tang Hao said. As a player who debuted in the same season, Tang Hao was very convinced of Zhou Yichen. After all, he ended up losing miserably in several head-on confrontations. Even if he faced Samsara this season, he would choose to avoid its edge. Yu Shengfan. Out. Looking at the gray interface, Huang Xiaoyan closed his eyes in pain. He knew that Blue Rain was over. As expected, the person who followed Yu Shengfan was another Soxer from Sword and Curse. 4 kills. Shiga Zero is still helping Yu Xingchen. He won't want 6 kills. After saying this, Cup opened his mouth wide. 6 kills in the finals. This is going to break the record. As expected, the next person to suffer was Tao Luoximing, who was pressed to the ground by Yunshan. Yu Xingchen stepped forward and slapped him into the air with a falling flower palm, and then took him away with a sharp hand. 5 kills. Now all the members of Samsara are helping Zhou Yichen. One shot pierces the clouds and even retracts both guns. They catch the gun and bullet rain at close range to prevent him from retreating. Wulong blocks the way back and successfully paralyzes the gun and bullet rain with a quick lightweight sword. Yu Xingchen arrives. Bailong Liuxing follows up with Phantom Dragon Fang, and directly takes away the gun and bullet rain. Glory. 6 kills. Zhou Yichen has completed a record that has never been achieved before, and will never be achieved again. Cup danced with joy. The fans of Samsara, who were watching the game live, and the fans who were watching the broadcast at the Samsara home court were also excited. As for the Blue Rain fans, they were feeling sad. Even some fragile girls started sobbing. It was obvious that they were beaten to tears by Zhou Yichen. As for Chunilao, he fainted after seeing Yu Xingchen activate the fighter will, and the people of Blue Brook Pavilion hurriedly carried him out. Huang Xiaoyan stared at the computer screen in a daze. Seeing his good friend break the record in the finals, Huang Xiaoyan felt mixed emotions. The feeling of meeting at the top didn't seem to be pleasant. Captain. Su Jingqi's eyes were red. They became the stepping stone for Zhou Yichen to reach the top. It's okay. We haven't lost yet, Yu Wenzhou said with a deep sigh of relief. As soon as the game was over, the MVP of this game was directly announced on the big screen. It was undoubtedly Chapter 268. I report that someone is playing a single in the finals. The MVP of the game was also awarded to Zhou Yichen, the key man of the Samsara team. This is also undisputed. Zhou Yichen's performance today is impeccable. No one will refute this MVP, because if Zhou Yichen fails to withstand the pressure and dies first, then Blue Rain will be able to withstand Samsara frontal attack, and Huang Xiaoyan on the side will have too much room to play. Then the next second, the director also released Zhou Yichen data. Hiss. Looking at Zhou Yichen exaggerated data, the audience took a breath. Number 1 in the output list. Number 1 in the injury list. Number 1 in the score. Number 1 in the key kill. Zhou Yichen broke a lot of records in this game. The first one is to become the first player to get 6 kills in the finals. This is an unprecedented achievement. and it may be an unparalleled achievement. The second one is to break the highest output in the finals. The previous highest output was in the first season finals, which was achieved by Yichio One Leaf Autumn. The third is to break the highest injury in the finals. The previous highest injury was taken by Wei Chao Duhua in the fifth season finals. But now Zhou Yichen broke all of them. Duhua's high injury was because he stood at the front of the team to resist damage. And Zhou Yichen's high injury was because the opponent directly surrounded him with 5 people. Aiken, you are my god today. Lu Buiyuan bowed to Zhou Yichen exaggeratedly. Well, Lu Aiching stand up. Zhou Yichen narrowed his eyes and spread his hands as if he had turned into an emperor. Get out of here. You really think you are an emperor? Lu Buiyuan stood up and hammered Zhou Yichen. Why don't you call me godfather? I'm not afraid of you stabbing me. Zhou Yichen smiled. It's intolerable. No need to endure it anymore. The other 4 people watched LV Buiyuan and Zhou Yichen fighting and laughing. It seems that Zhou Yichen FMVP is beyond doubt, Wang Jieshi said after the game. Unless Zhou Zikai comes again in the second round. But this is impossible, Zhang Xinjia said. Zhou Yichen's performance today is enough to go down in history. Comparable to Yichio in the first season finals. More ruthless than Yichio. Yichio had teammates to help him open the 7th level at that time. Zhou Yichen was a real 1v5. Li Xian said. The actual situation is different. Jiashi was not a wealthy family at that time. And Yichio did not have as good equipment as Zhou Yichen. Although they were entangled opponents. Han Wenqing still wanted to clear Yichio's name here. Do you think Zhou Yichen is playing a single in the finals? Wu Yu suddenly said humorously. And this sentence silenced the professional players. There are many cases of playing single among glory netizens. It is common to play in the arena for others. Many retired professional players will also choose to join the studio to play single. After all, it is easy to make money. However, the league is now cracking down on this situation. But the effect is minimal. Zhou Yichen successfully turned the Blue Rain home court into the largest library in G City. Huang Xiaoyan couldn't calm down for a long time. Okay. Everyone adjust your emotions. Let Xiaoyan and I go to the press conference. The game is not over yet. We haven't lost yet. Yu Wenzhou clapped his hands. And then walked out of the war room first. And the cycle of victory is waiting for them on the stage. Congratulations. Yu Wenzhou still maintained an elegant and graceful posture and congratulated Zhou Zikai. Thank you. Zhou Zikai replied lightly. You played very well today. Yu Wenzhou praised that Zhou Yichen had beaten them without any temper today. It was just good luck. And Captain Yu deployment today was not bad. Zhou Yichen said modestly. I found that you are really different on and off the court. Are all Zhous like this? Yu Wenzhou said in surprise. You still need to be passionate in the game. And it's better to be easygoing in private. Not bad. It's a pity that you don't come to Blue Rain with your personality. Why don't you come to Blue Rain next season? Yu Wenzhou smiled. Ah? Jiang Buitao was originally watching the 2 people talking with a smile on his face. But his face changed instantly when he heard Yu Wenzhou's words. Damn. Poaching in front of me. Captain Yu. There's no need for this. Jiang Buitao interrupted. Hey. Why is my Huang Xiao silent today? Zhou Yichen looked at Huang Xiaoyan coming over and hugged him directly. Go. 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 Huang Xiaoyan said this. But his body was honest. And he did not push Zhou Yichen embrace away. I will get back at you in the second round. Just wait for me. Huang Xiaoyan said fiercely. Okay. Our Samsara team welcomes Huang Xiao. After the 2 teams shook hands, they left the stage. And then, they were going to hold a press conference. First, the defeated Blue Rain. I want to ask Captain Yu. Will today's home defeat affect Blue Rain's road to the championship? You know, when they play away against Samsara in the next round. Blue Rain is likely to be in trouble. Today's defeat will indeed have an impact. But I believe in my players. And I also ask the fans in front of the camera to believe in us. We will adjust our state as quickly as possible, and then give Samsara its first home defeat. What does Huang Xiaoyan think about today's defeat? You should know that you have always been away from the team in the Blue Rain formation. Is this defeat caused by a strategic error? Is there a problem with Team Yu's strategy? Huang Xiaoyan was directly amused by the reporter's question. Reporter Yun? Right. Then I won't indulge you. Have you watched the game? Huang Xiaoyan said bluntly. I think anyone who has watched this game will not think that it was caused by a strategic error. The reporter was choked by Huang Xiaoyan's words. Don't be so mean. If you have watched the game, you should know who the most critical person in this game is. Instead of sitting here and talking nonsense. Huang Xiaotian was already very upset because he lost the game. And then reporter Yin jumped out and yelled, "Xiaotian." Seeing Yu Wenzhou's serious eyes, Huang Xiaotian closed his mouth. To answer your question, I don't think this defeat was caused by strategy. At the beginning, we also correctly predicted the specific location of Samsara, Yu Wenzhou said, and with the help of the observation tower, we completely captured the direction of Samsara. So the decision to encircle Yu Xingchen was completely correct. It was just that Zhou Yichen was in great shape and withstood the pressure of the 5 of us, which led to the final defeat in the team competition. Afterwards, several reporters asked questions, and Yu Wenzhou answered them one by one. Fortunately, no reporter questioned Blue Rain's 5v5 arena. Otherwise Huang Xiaotian would really be famous. Okay, everyone, pack up, and we will start to review today's game after dinner. Yu Wenzhou came to the lounge and said that time was very tight, and they only had 1 day to adjust their condition. Okay, Captain. After the Blue Rain press conference ended, the next one was Samsara press conference. Jiang Buitao and Zhou Yichen attended the press conference this time. Seeing that Zhou Zikai did not attend the press conference, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Interviewing Zhou Zikai was too torturous. Every time Samsara held a press conference, they were most afraid of interviewing Zhou Zikai. Without Jiang Buitao to translate, they could only write the copy by themselves. If they did not write well, they would be scolded by Zhou Zikai fans. First of all, congratulations to Samsara for winning the first game of the finals. And it was an away game. Does Captain Jiang have anything to say about this? Well, it's a surprise. Right? Achin played so well today. We will get him chicken legs when we go back. Jiang Buitao smiled and said, this game is very crucial. If we win, our confidence in winning the championship will be doubled. Thank you, Captain Jiang, for your answer. The reporter nodded. The next question is about today's MVP Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen's performance today was too perfect. I want to ask what Zhou Yichen was thinking when he was in such a critical situation of 1v5. I actually thought that they might surround me when I left the residential area. Zhou Yichen took the microphone and said, but I really didn't expect so many people. I was more excited at the time. Zhou Yichen smiled. Ah? The reporter's CPU was burned. Excited? Could it be that Zhou Yichen is an M? What are you thinking about? I mean, this is a very big stage. And there are a lot of opportunities for me to show myself. So I am very happy. Zhou Yichen said with dead fish eyes, looking at the reporter's wandering look. He knew what was going on in his heart. Oh! It seems that Zhou Yichen is a natural big scene man. The last question. Zhou Yichen is likely to win the FMVP of the finals. What do you think about this? Zhou Yichen frowned. This question is not easy to answer. After all, Samsara only won the first round. And he dared not open champagne at halftime. Let's discuss this when we actually win the championship. I think honor is not a one-person game. Everyone is an indispensable part. FMVP can be any of us. Zhou Yichen's words directly won the applause of everyone present. Honor is not a one-person game. And it was also reported as a headline by major media. Fans' comments below, genius Jia, wow. Love it. What kind of sack does Xiao Zhouzhou like? I go buy it now. Lu Shui Xiao Zhouzhou, upstairs. He likes pink sacks. Let me know when he takes action. CD Jiegu, oh my god. This statement made me hard. Reincarnation Zhou Yichen, Yu Xingchen at CD Jiegu. Are you a human? CD Jiegu at Reincarnation Zhou Yichen, Yu Xingchen. Damn. Chengdu replied to me. I can't stand it. Oh my god. So many comments. You are popular again. Du Ming kept flipping through the comments under Zhou Yichen account and said enviously. The number of comments and likes under Zhou Yichen latest updates is almost higher than that of the official website of Reincarnation. Many of them are just idiots. Zhou Yichen rolled his eyes and said, when you are good, they will flatter you. When you are not good, they will be the first to step on you. Insightful. Jiang Buitao gave a big thumbs up. Don't think that my first game received a very enthusiastic response. If I don't play well in the second game, there will be a lot of insults on the internet. Zhou Yichen shook his chair and said, they say that if you win the championship, you don't need to be criticized. This is all bullshit. They just like the championship. Chapter 269, I want the championship. In the afternoon, the atmosphere in the Blue Rain meeting room was extremely solemn. Everyone was reviewing the 5v5 ring match and team match that they had played last night. In the ring match, Yu Wonjo also evaluated the players one by one and let each of them speak freely. Yu Wonjo glanced at his 1-on-2, originally wanting to catch Samsara off guard. Then, when reviewing the team match, everyone who had just spoken freely became silent. It's not that they don't dare to face failure, but the way they failed is hard for them to accept. High EQ, Shoichi Operation resolved Blue Rain's offensive. Low EQ, 5 against 1 and being killed. How can you play? There was actually no problem with our initial strategy. And Samsara formation and actions proved that they had not run through this map. Yu Wonjo marked it with a highlighter. Yeah. Everyone in Blue Rain nodded. The captain was right. Seeing that no one was talking, Yu Wonjo continued to review the game, and then came to the most critical point. That is, Blue Rain chose to encircle Shoichi and Yu Xingchen. At the beginning, Huang Xiaotian Night Rain, Yu Feng Sharp Sword and Su Jingqi's Soul Speaker held Yu Xingchen back. Then Soxer and Gunlin Danyu, 2 long-range professions, restricted the other 4 members of Samsara who were hiding in the residential area. Then Yu Wonjo switched his vision to the front, and Yu Xingchen appeared in front of Samsara 1 against 3. Damn! Yesterday's Shoichi was really abnormal. Huang Xiaotian couldn't help but say. Indeed. Yu Feng affirmed Huang Xiaotian's opinion, and the advantage of 1 against 3 was on him. There was a problem with your cooperation here, and Shoichi caught it. Yu Wonjo pressed pause. It's really detailed. Zheng Xian shook his head and said, Yi Qiulai may not be able to do better than him. Song Xiao said, Yi Qiu will maintain his health very well. And so will you. Shoichi is obviously going crazy. There is even a blood-for-blood strategy here. Jingxi is scared here. Yu Wonjo pressed pause again and clicked out. Yes, Captain. I saw him like that at the time and was scared. Su Jingxi admitted it openly. The truth must be told in the review. Besides, who wouldn't be scared when Shoichi was in a rampage state? Then Yu Wonjo accelerated past Soxer and used the 6-star light prison to trap the Samsara people, and then moved the progress to Yu Xingchen fighting 5. My decision was wrong here, Yu Wonjo said. We shouldn't save skills. Here, the 5 members of Blue Rain have been using low and medium level skills, and they were reluctant to use any ultimate skills. They thought they could kill Yu Xingchen directly, but they didn't expect Shoichi operation to be perfect. What skills should be avoided, and what skills cannot be avoided? Shoichi is very clear. Shoichi is indeed a big game player. If it were someone else, they might have panicked. But Shoichi didn't. On the contrary, he was very excited. Yu Wonjo slowed down and interpreted Shoichi operation frame by frame. Abnormal. Lin Feng only said 2 words after reading it, although he saw it clearly from below last night. He didn't slow down. Now he can find the key points by slowing down and reviewing it now. Huh. The review ends here. Do you have anything else to add? Yu Wonjo finished speaking, and picked up the mineral water and drank it. Captain, what map do you think Samsara will choose? Huang Xiaotian looked at Yu Wonjo. You know, their captain is an analysis emperor. Team competition is hard to guess. The ring competition is probably the ring field. They are trying to kill us while we are sick. Yu Wonjo laughed. It could also be the 5-sided trench. This map is also very suitable for Samsara, Yu Wonjo said immediately. In a word, we have already lost a game. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of wearing shoes. Just fight them, and it's over. Yes. After a day of rest, Blue Rain rushed to Samsara home court, S City. This game was their life and death battle. If they won, they could still turn the tables. If they lost, the championship trophy would be handed over to others. At this time, many Honor fans had gathered outside the Mercedes-Benz Cultural Center, the home court of Samsara, especially Samsara fans, some of whom even came here from afar. This grand occasion also boosted consumption in S City. After all, if you come here, you will be sorry for your ticket if you don't take a look around. Last year, we won the first championship in team history here, and this year will be the 2nd consecutive championship. Before the game, many fans engraved the Samsara team logo on their faces. Samsara team logo, brothers. The 2nd consecutive championship is here, Shoichi said loudly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Should I not have come? If you lose, will you blame me? A seemingly strange, yet very familiar figure appeared in the Samsara lounge. What are you talking about? Senior Zhang? You are the oldest among us. How dare we say that? Jiang Guotao said with a smile. Yes. The stranger who appeared here was Zhang Jiala, who disappeared not long ago. In fact, some people in the online game have guessed that Shallow Flower Charming is Zhang Jiala. But no one expected Zhang Jiala to appear in the Samsara Lounge. In fact, at the beginning of the season, Samsara seemed to be full of confidence in winning the championship. But in fact, it was not confident at all. The opening of the team language undoubtedly strengthened the old teams such as Blue Rain and Tyranny. Especially Blue Rain. Huang Xiaoyan can communicate with his mouth, and then use his hands to brush the text bubble. But for Samsara, it basically made no difference. Because even if the team language was opened, Zhou Zikai didn't talk much. Jiang Guotao and Zhou Yichen talked the most in the team. Although Samsara ranked first in the regular season, the problem was still quite obvious. Whether it was losing to Blue Rain or Tyranny in the regular season, it proved that once Zhou Yichen was out and restricted Zhou Zikai, the other people in Samsara were silent. Blue Rain relied on Soxer's 6-star light prison, and Tyranny relied on Ji Lung life-threatening attack. Therefore, they approached Zhang Jiala, who was preparing to return for the championship. Zhang Jiala finally chose the younger Samsara between Samsara and Tyranny. Therefore, Samsara's initial goal was just to enter the finals. But before the playoffs, God sent them a cheat. Skill book strategy. Although it cost 30 million, it was not worth mentioning in front of the championship. 5,000 skill points made Zhou Yichen play like a fish in water. And after Zhang Jiala saw Samsara's skill points, he became more determined to join Samsara. You know, after Zhang Jiala joined, Samsara will form the league's first 5-star lineup. Damn. If this 9th season can't win the championship, Zhang Jiala will really hit the wall. You could indie it from the side. Zhou Yichen looked at Zhang Jiala and laughed. Little brat. Zhou Yichen words made Zhang Jiala laugh. Zhang Jiala smiled and left the Samsara lounge. Do you know how much impact your choice will have? Han Wenqing looked at Zhang Jiala from outside. And Zhang Jiala smiled. He certainly knew how explosive the outside world would be once the news of his joining Samsara was released. Even more exaggerated than when Durant joined the Warriors. After all, the Warriors lost in the finals. But Samsara would not necessarily lose. I want the championship. Zhang Jiala looked at Han Wenqing with a firm look. I'm not young anymore. I don't want my career to end in failure, leaving behind only 2 runner-up titles. I'm tired of being the runner-up. I understand. Han Wenqing put his hands in his pockets and left the passage, but stopped again and asked Zhang Jiala with his back to him. Will you return to Baiwa? Zhang Jiala was silent for a long time. I'm a thing of the past. Baiwa doesn't need or should have me at the helm. Baiwa will have a new leader. Who? The transfer period will be announced. At 8 p.m. The Mercedes-Benz Arena was already full. The theme song of this year's finals was being played, along with some wonderful shots from the first round of the game. Of course, most of them were about Zhou Yichen. Afterwards, many online anchors and second-channel commentators gave their own views on the current situation. Most of them believed that Samsara would take Blue Rain 2-0 to win the 8th season championship, becoming the second team to win 2 consecutive championships after Excellent Era. Of course, some people also believe that Blue Rain will reverse the decline and win the second championship in team history by defeating Samsara 2-1. Of course, this is very difficult. After all, the next game will be Samsara home court, and they have the right to choose the map. At present, many media have been promoting Samsara 2 consecutive championships to help them create a dynasty. The happiest person at this moment should be the Samsara boss. However, judging from the number of broadcasts, the league's playoff rule reform is quite perfect. Whether it is every game in the playoffs or the first round of the finals, the popularity is higher than in previous years. The official is happy, the broadcaster is happy, and the honor fans are happy. Now there is only one group that is unhappy. Who will they be? Amidst all the noise, the second round of the finals is getting closer and closer, and the broadcast screen has been cut from the audience to the stage. As the music stopped and the lights dimmed, the second round of the 8th season of the Honor Professional League officially began. Welcome to the 2023 Glory Professional League Season 8 Finals. This is Mercedes-Benz Arena. All the Glory fans. How are you? Hello. The audience responded enthusiastically to the host on the stage. First of all, let us welcome the away team. The Glory Professional League Season 6 champion Blue Rain team. Blue Rain. Blue Rain. Blue Rain. The Blue Rain fans in the away area shouted with all their might. Although the road ahead is bumpy, they will always accompany their players. Seeing the Blue Rain players come out, the Samsara fans also gave warm applause to welcome their arrival. They did not boo the other side. Welcoming with applause is their way of hospitality. Yu Wonjo led the team to wave to the audience off the court, and then came to the stage. Next, let's welcome the home team. The 7th season champion of the Glory Professional League. The Samsara team. Samsara. 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 The shouts seemed to overturn the entire venue. I hope to present a wonderful game. Jiang Buitao and Yu Wonjo shook hands before the game. I hope so. Come on. Yu Wonjo responded. Humph. Don't run away this time. Huang Xiaotian said to Zhou Yichen fiercely. What kind of expression do you have? Maybe people will think I've abused you. Zhou Yichen said speechlessly. Don't worry. I won't run away. What kind of agreement did the two make before the game? Wow. Both sides are ready. Let's hand over the screen to the commentary seat. Welcome back. Hello everyone. I'm today's commentary Cup. Hello everyone. I'm today's commentator Li Ju. This is the commentary seat for the second round of the 2023 Glory Professional League Season 8 Finals. Today, we will bring you wonderful commentary. We also hope that friends who like us will go to the official website and cast a precious vote for us under the most popular commentary. Your support is our greatest motivation. Okay, without further ado, both sides are ready at this time. Let's enter today's 5v5 ring match. Chapter 270 Ace vs Ace. Who is on the stage? It turned out that after the two teams finished their pre-match interaction, they all returned to the player seats. But two people stayed on the stage. Why are these two people staying there? Are you cross-eyed? Stupid. This is the starting lineup. You brainless idiot. Sure enough, the big screen flashed, and finally the other players went out. Only the avatars of the two players were still lit. This is the starting lineup of today's 5v5 arena. Reincarnation, Zhou Yichen. ID, Yu Xingchen. Profession, Battle Mage. Blue Rain, Huang Xiaotian. ID, Night Rain. Profession, Swordsman. Map, Arena. Why is Huang Xiaotian the starting player for Blue Rain? Many professional players asked. Because they think Zhou Yichen threat is now greater than Zhou Zikai. Wang Jieshi said lightly. Zhou Yichen is too hot. He must fight on. Zhang Xinjie nodded and said. If it were me, I would be the first to go up. Han Wenqing said. King meets king. Fight. Xiao Tian. Don't cry if you lose. Zhou Yichen laughed. Humph. Who is going to cry? Xiao Zhouzhou doesn't fight for 3 days. You're going to tear down the roof. Huang Xiaotian responded. Yo. You didn't beat me last time. Someone was hit by a tree, and it was so miserable. Zhou Yichen mocked. You? Just wait. Both sides entered the war room at both ends at the same time. I didn't expect the first game today to be so explosive. The first round MVP versus Sword Saint Huang Xiaotian. The focus battle. Beige was surprised. Yeah. I didn't expect Blue Rain to be so bold. It seems that they are risking it. Li Ju nodded and said. 99%, 100% Yu Xingchen. Loading completed. Ye Yu Shenfan. Loading completed. Ring field. Loading completed. Let me break your 100%. Huang Xiaotian moved his fingers, ready to start his text performance at any time. 3, 2, 1. Fight. As the loading was completed and the countdown ended, both sides rushed towards the arena in the center of the map at the same time. Yi Yu Shengfen used the 3-stage slash to move forward at the beginning. Let me, the senior, teach you how to fight. Sure enough, Huang Xiaotian was still able to type and attack Zhou Yichen while on the road. Senior who was hit by a tree and lost half of his health. Puff. Zhou Yichen words made the Samsara fans burst into laughter. Even the Blue Rain fans in the away area couldn't control themselves. They kept thinking about the tragic things in their lives and couldn't help laughing. Comrade Huang Xiaotian is really never tired of playing this joke. The boomerang is a yes. Damn. Huang Xiaotian blushed again. I found that Huang Xiaotian seemed to be easily blushed when facing Zhou Yichen. Xiao Shiqing pointed out. Because Zhou Yichen words are critical hits. Lies don't hurt people. The truth is the sharpest knife. Zhang Xinjie adjusted his glasses and said. Yi Yu Shangfan stepped onto the stage before Yi Yu Xingchen, and then rushed to the entrance of that side, trying to intercept him there. But the stage was still quite large, and when Yi Yu Shangfan arrived at the middle of the stage, Yi Yu Xingchen had already rushed over. Watch this. Yi Yu Shangfan took the lead and launched a straight stab attack towards Yi Yu Xingchen. For sword strikes in a row. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Yu Xingchen used his gun to block Yi Yu Shangfan's stab while retreating, and then seized the gap between his attacks, holding the gun in his right hand, and charging forward with his left hand, and slapped Yi Yu Shangfan with a falling flower palm. Oh my! How despicable! Wang Xiaotian reacted very quickly, and subconsciously wanted to hold the sword to block and dissolve Yi Yu Xingchen attack. But the swordsman block can only dissolve physical damage, and the magic damage block is invalid. Yi Yu Shangfan was slapped away by Yi Yu Xingchen falling flower palm. The beautiful falling flower palm not only neutralized Wang Xiaotian attack, but also took the initiative of the situation. Yishio praised. This kid is getting smarter and smarter. Brat. Come on. Wei Chen stared at Wang Xiaotian. Now he was like an old father, watching his child's performance in the audience. Anxious. Yi Yu Shangfan adjusted his body shape in the air and succeeded in getting back before Yi Yu Xingchen came to kill him. Yi Yu Xingchen started with Dragon Fang, holding the war spear to strengthen the stab at Yi Yu Shangfan. Yi Yu Shangfan blocked Yi Yu Xingchen attack again. Although he was not stabbed, he was still repelled for a distance. Oh my god! What kind of power is this? And it's full level again. Damn it! Wang Xiaotian said angrily. High skill points are amazing. Wang Xiaotian angrily typed in the public channel. Hey! High skill points are amazing. Zhou Yichen responded. I feel like Wang Xiaotian blood pressure is about to rise because of Zhou Yichen anger. Li Xian laughed. I feel like Wang Xiaotian mouth has no advantage over Zhou Yichen. Fang Rui said. You have an advantage when you fight? Others looked at Fang Rui. Me? I usually don't talk. I just focus on the operation. Now they felt that Fang Rui's words were full of vulgarity, and his fighting style was really ingrained in his bones. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Yi Yu Shangfan kept stabbing Yi Yu Xingchen with his sword, and Yi Yu Xingchen kept twisting his body to avoid Yi Yu Shangfan's stabs, preparing for a sneak attack again. Wang Xiaotian looked at the dragon gall in Yi Yu Xingchen's hand, and the magic fighting spirit on the tip of the spear fluctuated wildly. Strong dragon pressure? Or how long but June? Wang Xiaotian thought to himself. At this time Yi Yu Xingchen stopped, after accumulating strength, swung out the dragon-shaped magic fighting spirit to hit Yi Yu Shangfan. Strong dragon pressure. Humph. I expected it. Yi Yu Shangfan shook his body to avoid the strong dragon pressure, and drew his sword out of the sheath. And the sword was very fast and directly cut Yi Yu Xingchen, and then blew him away. Draw the sword and slash. What a fast sword. Lu Xiubia's eyes widened as he looked at Yi Yu Shangfan on the field. Not only is it fast, but also he has a good grasp of timing. Wang Xiaotian is a first-class expert in this aspect, Wang Jieshi said, watching Yi Yu Xingchen flying backwards. Yi Yu Shangfan shook his body, and 7 sword shadow steps appeared on the ring. Then he shook his sword and quickly surrounded Yi Yu Xingchen. Yi Yu Xingchen successfully received his body before landing, looking at Yi Yu Shangfan coming to kill him. Yi Yu Xingchen did not retreat. He held the spear in one hand. When the 7 Yi Yu Shangfan stabbed at him at the same time, Yi Yu Xingchen waved his right hand, and swung the spear in a circle to hit the Yi Yu Shangfan who was stabbing in front of him. Battle. The Yi Yu Shangfan in front of him disappeared, and all was a residual image. The real Yi Yu Shangfan was behind Yi Yu Xingchen. Ha! You got hit. Look at my sword falling into the sky. Wang Xiaotian was overjoyed. He finally tricked this kid. However, Zhou Yichen smiled slightly, and with the momentum of tyrant, he raised his spear, turned around and struck at Yi Yu Shangfan with a sky strike. What? The smile on Wang Xiaotian's face froze. Your little tricks are too obvious. I just hooked my hand and you took the bait. Zhou Yichen typed and mocked. Fuck. Yi Yu Xingchen's sky strike successfully sent Yi Yu Shangfan flying. Afterwards, Yi Yu Xingchen started the shadow step, and madly struck Yi Yu Shangfan, who was floating in the air. Xiaotian is uncomfortable. If this goes on, Yi Yu Xingchen will kill him, Yu Wenzhou said with his hands on his chest. Oh my god. Fake Lian. You shameless thing. You treat me as a bot. Huang Xiaotian was furious. Continuous thrust. The next move is 100 Dragon Meteor. Huang Xiaotian calmed down. And after Yuxingchen used continuous thrust, he held the spear in his right hand and put it at his waist, which was obviously the starting move of 100 Dragon Meteor. Yi Yuxianfan seized the opportunity to swing forward, and after landing, he jumped up again, dodging Yi Yuxingchen continuous thrusts, and slashed Yi Yuxingchen with a silver blade. In order to avoid being hit by the silver blade, Yi Yuxingchen had to put away his spear and roll to avoid the shock wave caused by the silver blade. Sword to rule the world. Yi Yuxianfan activated Sword to rule the world, and the sword energy surged and swept towards Yi Yuxingchen. Yi Yuxingchen trembled in a Z shape to avoid the flying sword energy, but was still affected by the 360-degree attack circle formed by Sword to rule the world. Fortunately, the damage was not particularly high. Yi Yuxianfan followed up, deflected Yi Yuxingchen weapon with a sword, and then used the falling phoenix slash, unexpectedly slashing downwards, directly knocking Yi Yuxingchen down. Wow! Reversal. Reversal and reversal. This is really good. Li Xian has already started to applaud, looking at the two people fighting fiercely on the field. His eyes are full of envy. If the two can get one of them, there is no need to worry about the void not being able to revive. Chapter 271 MVP also has gaps. Yi Yuxingchen was knocked to the ground by Yi Yuxianfan unexpected falling phoenix slash. Now the initiative is in Huang Xiaotian hands. Can he grasp it? The cup explained loudly. Go to hell! Huang Xiaotian roared, and controlled Yi Yuxianfan to use the swordsman level 65 high damage ultimate move Blade Storm on the fallen Yi Yuxingchen. Yi Yuxingchen kept rolling to avoid Yi Yuxianfan multiple blade thrusts. Seeing that his body was getting more and more wounded, Yi Yuxingchen didn't want to sit and wait for death. When Yi Yuxianfan finished his move, Yi Yuxingchen backflipped and stood up, rotating his spear with both hands, and then rushed forward with the spear to stab Yi Yuxianfan, who was finishing his move. Yi Yuxianfan held the sword and wanted to block Yi Yuxingchen attack again. But this time Yi Yuxingchen counterattack was too fast, and the round dance stick successfully pierced Yi Yuxianfan heart, and then threw him to the ground. There's a reversal. They all thought that Yi Yuxianfan was going to secure the advantage. But Yi Yuxingchen used a round dance stick, and the situation became confusing again. Hee. It's my turn. Yi Yuxingchen Phantom Dragon Fawn attacked, and 5 afterimages pierced the fallen Yi Yuxianfan. Then, when he was about to get up, Yi Yuxingchen launched a strengthened straight stab at him, accompanied by a dragon-like fighting spirit attacking Yi Yuxianfan's chest. This attack directly knocked Yi Yuxianfan out, and his health also dropped a lot. Battle Mage's level 60 high damage ultimate move Angry Dragon Piercing Heartbreak. This attack pierced through the stars. A beautiful counterattack. A high-quality duel. Wang Jieshi said to everyone in Weichao. Take a good look. It will be of great help to you in the future. Whether it is the stalemate between the two, the grasp of opportunities, or the reaction, it is worth learning from. Wang Jieshi added. Yes, Captain. Watching Yi Yuxianfan flying backwards, Yi Yuxingchen followed, swinging his spear with both hands, and Long Ye attacked again, this time without missing. Long Ye successfully stabbed Yi Yuxianfan's shoulder, causing magic damage while causing Yi Yuxianfan to fall into a short-term stiffness effect. Yi Yuxingchen's body shook, and a red wave appeared on his back, and even the tip of Long Dan's spear was attached with red magic fighting spirit. Fire attribute dazzling pattern. Yi Yuxingchen stretched out his hands and launched 2 straight piercing attacks on Yi Yuxianfan, and then directly launched the fire attribute dazzling pattern. Yi Yuxianfan got out of the stiff state, rolled backwards to avoid the shock wave generated by the explosion of the dazzling pattern, turned around and slashed at Yi Yuxingchen with a sword in the wind. The speed of this sword was very fast, but Yi Yuxingchen had already caught Yi Yuxianfan's start in advance, so he blocked this sword in the wind with his spear. Seeing that his slash was blocked by the horizontal spear, Yi Yuxianfan changed his slash to a chop, trying to knock off Yi Yuxingchen's weapon by chopping his hand. Yi Yuxingchen turned his hands and changed the horizontal spear to a vertical spear, blocking Yi Yuxianfan's attack again. Yi Yuxianfan used a 3-stage slash, a horizontal chop, a vertical chop, and an upward thrust. The first 2 stages were for cover, and the 3rd stage was the killing move. Yi Yuxianfan wanted to use the 3rd stage of the upward thrust to float Yi Yuxingchen, but Yi Yuxingchen had dodged it 1 step ahead. Yi Yuxianfan saw that the upward thrust missed and wanted to attack, But Yu Xingchen changed his left hand to hold the spear, and charged a strike with his right hand. And a falling flower palm slapped Yu Shengfan away again. Zhou Yichen wants to end the game. Zhang Xingji's eyes lit up. This time, Yu Xingchen did not choose to follow up, but stood still, with the tip of the spear facing the ground, and began to charge. As the magic fighting spirit and the wave merged into one, the fighting spirit at the spear emerged, and then a blue dragon appeared on the holographic projection. Yu Xingchen waved his hands, and the dragon rushed directly towards Yu Shengfan. Fu Long Xiang Tian. Will this Fu Long Xiang Tian hit? Li Ju couldn't help but get nervous. Not only him, but also the audience in the audience. The fans of Samsara hoped that this Fu Long Xiang Tian would hit, while the fans of Blue Rain hoped that this Fu Long Xiang Tian would miss. Wang Xiaotian looked at the dragon rushing in front of him, and calmly used the Rising Dragon Slash to avoid the first part of Fu Long Xiang Tian grab, and then prepared to move against the wind to get close to Yu Xingchen. Taking advantage of Fu Long Xiang Tian's stiffness, he found an opportunity to kill Yu Xingchen. However, what he didn't expect was that Yu Xingchen directly controlled Fu Long Xiang Tian to crash into the wall behind Yu Shengfan. Although Fu Long Xiang Tian failed to hit Yu Shengfan in the first part, however, the second stage of the magic wave explosion directly blew Yu Shengfan to the ground, and he also suffered magic damage caused by the magic wave explosion. Smart. Yishio smiled. Zhou Yichen used this Fu Long Xiang Tian very smartly. His purpose was obviously the second stage of the explosion. After all, in that position, in addition to biting Yu Shengfan head-on, the dragon head raising technique could not be used, because the dragon head raising technique bites from the back to the front. The direction in which Yu Shengfan will be knocked away will be the stiffen self, which is equivalent to adding a displacement to the opponent. That would be a loss. Zhou Yichen is still very smart. Unlike some fools who only know how to show off their skills with the dragon head raising technique and don't focus on the game at all. Damn! Huang Xiaotian angrily hammered the table. This was an opportunity, and it slipped away from his hands. When Yu Shengfan stood up, Yu Xingchen had already escaped from the stiff state of Fu Long Xiang Tian, and took the initiative to kill Yu Shengfan. Yu Shengfan waved his hand, and a sword energy swept out beside him. The sword light was revealed. The swordsman level 55 high damage skill. The wind is gone, and the grass is gone. Yu Xingchen rushed directly into the sword circle swept out by Yu Shengfan, and stabbed Yu Shengfan in the chest with a gun. And the angry dragon pierced his heart. It was the same position again, and Yu Shengfan was stabbed in the same part, triggering the bleeding effect, accompanied by a shot of dragon-shaped fighting spirit. Yu Shengfan was directly knocked out. Yu Shengfan's blood was red. Yu Shengfan has already lost all his health, but Yu Xingchen still has 38% of his health. This advantage is very big for Zhou Yichen. Beige explained. Yes. Huang Xiaotian must fight back. His health is not much anymore. Li Ju nodded and said. Huang Xiaotian certainly knew that he had to fight back, but he had to have a chance to fight back. It's not like he could just fight back. No way. Yu Shengfan succeeded in taking the body, and then stabbed against the wind, stabbing Yu Xingchen. However, what Huang Xiaotian didn't expect was that Yu Xingchen retreated directly. Damn. You are also a coward. Huang Xiaotian was surprised. Zhou Yichen was surprisingly stable. Not to mention Huang Xiaotian. The professional players watching off the court didn't expect it either. You know, Zhou Yichen made his name by playing recklessly. My Zhou is stable, but Huang Xiaotian is going to die. Xu Yunxiu smiled. Huang Xiaotian saw that his attack against the wind had missed, so he chose not to leave any regrets and attacked Yu Xingchen with a phantom invisible sword. I told you to retreat. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Yu Shengfan swung his sword blade and slashed at Yu Xingchen continuously. The accompanying light and shadow effects, plus Huang Xiaotian text bubble, seriously affected Zhou Yichen's vision. Boil. This sand sculpture skill is too bright. Which genius designed it? Zhou Yichen blinked his eyes. Not only did he have to control Yu Xingchen to retreat, but he also had to slide the mouse to move Huang Xiaotian text bubble away. Yu Xingchen did not dodge the swords in the middle. For him, it was harmless. The most critical blow was the sword with a blow-away effect when he finished the move. The sword with a sword energy effect was slashed out, and Yu Xingchen jumped up decisively to dodge it. Sure enough, after this sword, Yi Yuxianfan attack ended, and he stopped in place. It's over, Zhang Xinjie said. After seeing Yi Yuxingshan dodge the most crucial sword, there was no suspense in this match. Sure enough, when Yi Yuxianfan fell into a small stiffness for 1 second, Yi Yuxingshan jumped behind Yi Yuxianfan and decisively shot, ready to stab Yi Yuxianfan with a shot. Wang Xiaotian also knew that he was going to lose, so he frantically sent text bubbles to cover Zhou Yichen's vision and make him miss. Although it was a bit despicable, it was all for survival. However, Wang Xiaotian's dying struggle was useless, and the shot did not miss. Glory! No! Wang Xiaotian held his head and shouted. Losing. Nice. Zhou Yichen clenched his fist after the fight, and he was very excited. It felt so good to kill Wang Xiaotian. This time, Wang Xiaotian would not be able to raise his head in front of him in the future. Wang Xiao will be stepped on the head and ridiculed by his good friend in the future. It's very exciting to think about it. Li Xian looked at Wang Xiaotian's unbelievable look and burst into laughter. He deserves it, Chu Yunqiu said. Let's congratulate Zhou Yichen for defeating Wang Xiaotian, the titled Sword Saint, and winning the first victory in the 5v5 arena. MVP. 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 The whole audience rang out MVP voices. Actually, I am also MVP. Wang Xiaotian was still comforting himself like this when he stepped off the stage. Chapter 272 I'm Zhua. There's a cheat. How to play. Let's congratulate Zhou Yichen again for winning the first 5v5 arena match and getting the first point for Samsara. Currently 1-0. Samsara is temporarily in the lead, although it's only 1 point. Zhou Yichen beat Wang Xiaotian, the titled Sword Saint, so the gold content is still very high. The cup explained. That's right. When Wang Xiaotian stepped down, he was still thinking about the game just now. What the hell did I play? Wang Xiaotian said angrily. Damn! Can we do it again? Go back in time to save me. Where do you want to go back to? Wang Xiaotian unknowingly returned to the Blue Rain player seat. And Yu Wanzhou, who came forward to hand over a towel and a water cup, happened to hear Wang Xiaotian whispers. Of course, it's back to the beginning. I was too careless at the time, Wang Xiaotian said seriously. If Wang Xiaotian loses, then Blue Rain's arena tournament is doomed, Yang Song said. After all, Wang Xiaotian is the only player in Blue Rain who can compete with Zhou Yichen and Zhou Zikai. It's okay. Blue Rain doesn't have an advantage against Samsara in the 5v5 arena tournament, Zhang Xinjie said. The reason why Wang Xiaotian started is very simple. He just wanted to find a chance to beat Zhou Yichen's state. But it seems that Zhou Yichen's state seems to be even hotter. Wang Jieshi continued. It depends on how Blue Rain responds in the team competition. Xiao Shiqin also said that in their hearts, they basically assumed that Blue Rain lost the arena tournament in the first round. Relying on the map advantage, Yu Wanzhou was able to achieve a thrilling 1-on-2 victory through his familiarity with the map. Today, the map is the arena, and Yu Wanzhou will not choose to play. So who will Blue Rain send to play the second place? Yu Feng? Li Xian asked. It can't be Yu Feng, Han Wenqing said affirmatively. Anyone is possible, but it can't be Yu Feng. Yu Feng should be in the position of defending the ring. Zhang Xinjie nodded and said, it should be Song Xiao or Lin Feng. Wang Jieshi guessed. At this time, the big screen also gave the list of players. Blue Rain, Lin Feng. ID, movie fan. Occupation, thief. Lin Feng? Yishio said thoughtfully. What's wrong? Wei Chen looked at Yishio in deep thought and expressed confusion. Blue Rain's arrangement is not very good, Yishio said. Why? Xingua cast a questioning look. It stands to reason that the thief is suitable to fight the low health. But Lin Feng is a combat thief. He doesn't rely on traps like Fang Rui, Yishio said slowly. And the opponent happens to be Zhou Yichen, who likes to fight head-on. Don't look at his only 18% health. But if he is caught by the opportunity to attack, the mana is just enough, Yishio said very professionally. Battle Mage. He is the ancestor. This is an opportunity. Although Zhou Yichen is at low health, if I defeat him, I might be able to gain a lot of fans. Lin Feng was still fantasizing before he went on stage. TSK. TSK. Blue Rain is in trouble. Fang Rui smacked his lips when he saw Lin Feng go on stage. What's wrong? Tang Hao looked at Fang Rui beside him in confusion. If it was Song Xiao or Zheng Xian, I think Blue Rain would be able to win this time. After all, these two can drag. But Lin Feng is not necessarily. Fang Rui said. Why? Someone asked on the side. Because of the style. Yang Tsong, the captain of 301, pointed it out. That's right. Lin Feng is a combat thief. His skill points are all in physical skills. The effect of the trap is very small, which also leads to a head-on confrontation with Zhou Yichen. Do you think he has a chance of winning in a head-on fight? Fang Rui looked at Tang Hao. No, Tang Hao said without hesitation. He couldn't even beat him head-on, let alone Lin Feng. But Zhou Yichen is already at low health, Xiao Yujie retorted. Do you think he's so easy to kill just because he's low on health? Fang Rui said speechlessly. Let him find a chance. And he can kill you in one wave. Xiao Yujie was speechless after being rebuked by Fang Rui. He only has 18% of his health left. Be steady. Be steady. Take him down steadily. Don't rush. Mamma mia! As soon as Lin Feng sat on the gaming chair, he started to chant Cyber Sutras. Seeing him praying with his hands, the staff behind him were shocked. My chow. There are still people chanting sutras before playing games these days. Is it so metaphysical? Come on! Lin Feng took a deep breath and then inserted the character card into the groove. Lin Feng, the second player to play in Blue Rain, is ready. Facing Yu Xingchen with only 18% of his health. Can he take him down? Let's wait and see. 99%, 100% fans. Loading completed. Map, arena. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1. Fight. As the progress bar finished loading and the countdown ended, both sides rushed towards the ring in the center of the map at the same time. In terms of speed, the fans were faster. After the fan stepped onto the stage, he did not choose to half crouch down to set a trap, but chose to rush directly towards Yu Xingchen, wanting to attack him as soon as possible. After Yu Xingchen stepped onto the stage, the fan took decisive action. The fan seems to want to seize the initiative of the attack. The cup knew Lin Feng's intention when the fan rushed to the stage as soon as possible and did not choose to set a trap. The fan rushed towards Yu Xingchen quickly, and the arc flashed and slashed him. Yu Xingchen dodged the knife sideways and slapped it away with a backhanded falling flower palm. Arc flash. Didn't learn the trap? Is this a combat thief? Zhou Yichen thought. He likes this style. Unlike Fang Rui's wretched style, which is disgusting, because it was an instantaneous falling flower palm. The fan was not knocked away, but only slightly repelled. But the initiative of the attack was easily taken away. Yu Xingchen stepped forward and used a dragon tooth to strengthen the thrust and stabbed the fan. The fan was ready to turn around to avoid it. But unexpectedly, Yu Xingchen changed from stabbing to picking. Sky Strike. The fan didn't react, and was picked up by the dragon gull and floated into the air. TSK TSK TSK. Even the Sky Strike is full level. I'm so jealous. Fang Rui was too jealous. 5,000 skill points. No matter how he spent it, he didn't feel bad. Seeing the fan was floating in the air, Zhou Yichen was a little surprised, and then continued to operate Yu Xingchen to open the shadow step. And even the thrusts continued to attack the fan in the air. Zhou Yichen's hand speed has soared. Zhang Xinjie noticed this. Why is he speeding up like playing? Yuan Baiqing didn't understand. Shibya, do you feel anything special when you soar? Yuan Baiqing looked at Lu Shibya on the side. Ah? No feeling. Lu Shibya was stunned for a moment. What feeling is there? Isn't it as simple as drinking water? You can shut up now. Yuan Baiqing said that he was maliciously attacked. No. It's air jump. Fang Rui was a little confused at this time. Why doesn't Lin Feng use air jump? Thieves can learn air jump. And air jump has a counter effect on floating state. Which is why Zhou Yichen was a little surprised when he saw the fan did not move after hitting the sky attack. Didn't learn? I'm afraid. He is playing a few games. Fang Rui said bluntly. Pay attention to the impact. Tang Hao said with a dark face. So many people are watching. If Lin Feng heard Fang Rui's words at this time, he would not say the classic saying, if you can do it, you can do it. Because Fang Rui is going to do it. He is really good. Yu Xingchen on the field was still hitting the fan. And seeing that the floating effect was about to end, Yu Xingchen stabbed the fan with a round dance stick. The fanboy chose to start the escape, which directly invalidated the damage of a Yu Xingchen round dance stick. Full level escape. Zhou Yichen was a little surprised. He really couldn't understand the skills of the combat thief. After dodging a Yushingshin attack, the fanboy directly started the ninjutsu, shrinking the earth, sneaking into the ground, and then moved behind Yushingshin, drilled out from the ground, and hit Yushingshin head with the stick, trying to knock him out on the spot. Thief level 55 skill stun. However, Joichin reacted to this stick. After all, Lin Feng was too obvious. He operated the fanboy to sneak into the ground in front of Joichin. This sneak attack was no different from an open card. Yushingshin turned and half-crouched to avoid the fanboy's stun stick, and the tyrant swept the fanboy's ankle. The fan was knocked to the ground, just as Yushingshin was stabbing at the fan on the ground. The fan turned on stealth and disappeared on the spot. However, before the fan could breathe a sigh of relief, Yushingshin suddenly stabbed forward, and the dragon broke the army. This attack just stabbed the fan, who was half-crouching in front of Yushingshin to set up a sandstorm trap. Lin Feng believed that the most dangerous place is the safest place. Huh? Blood is gushing out. Joichin calculated the time for the fan to get up, chose to take a gamble, and stabbed in front of him. There's cheating. Referee. I want to report him for cheating. Huang Xiaotian was watching this scene from the audience and yelled, "What the hell is this? How can someone play with a clear opening?" This. Wang Jieshi was also surprised by this shot. It must be a lucky shot. Well, the time was just right, and the position was just luck. Zhang Xinjie nodded and said, "The time to get up was just a few seconds, but the position was purely luck. After all, no one could be 100% sure of which position to get up from. What if the fan ran away after getting up? No one could say for sure. After all, it wasn't really cheating. I'm so lucky." Feng Rui shouted. "Hey, dog Feng, watch your words." Chu Yunxiu glanced at Feng Rui. The voice was so loud, she thought she couldn't hear it. "Right? Oh, sorry. My question. I forgot there is a family member here." Hee. Feng Rui touched his head awkwardly. I shut up. Feng Rui saw Chu Yunxiu still staring at him, so he had to make a gesture to seal his mouth, and then watched the game obediently. Fortunately, the thief's stealth would not be exposed by the opponent's attack, which allowed him to escape. Who has more blood in this fight between these two? Well, Joichin attack rhythm is getting smoother and smoother. It seems that after the first round, the whole person has sublimated. Yishio kept nodding. He was very satisfied with Joichin's performance. The movie fan ended his stealth, and then rushed forward with a dagger to attack Yushingshin. Yushingshin parried it, and then charged a strong dragon pressure to hit the movie fan. The movie fan deliberately exposed a flaw and was knocked to the ground by Yushingshin's strong dragon pressure. Yushingshin chased and stabbed the fallen movie fan with a gun. At this time, the trap set by the fan in advance was triggered. It did not cause any damage, but it restricted Yushingshin to the spot and interrupted his attack. The fan stood up and threw out the ninja tool, the smoke jade. After the ninja tool touched the ground, it exploded and emitted a cloud of purple smoke. The fan hid in it and looked carefully on the ground in front of Yushingshin. It was the thief's level 70 ultimate move, the sandstorm trap, which the fan set when he was sneaking. Yushingshin was surrounded by purple smoke in front of him. Will he step on it? Chapter 273 Dragon Gallbladder. A must-have weapon for stabbing the kidney. Yushingshin retreated. How could he retreat? Lin Feng had already planned in his mind that once Yushingshin stepped on the sandstorm trap in front, he would immediately launch a sneak attack and put him in a dilemma. However, Lin Feng calculated everything, but he did not expect Joichin to retreat. How can you retreat? Lin Feng stupidly typed directly in the public channel. Joichin replied with a question mark. Why can't I retreat? My S key is not broken. The always professional Cup was speechless at this time. He didn't know whether Joichin was smart or Lin Feng was stupid. Joichin was not a simple reckless man. He had a brain. The purple smoke in front of him must have a trap. Although Lin Feng was a combat thief, it did not mean that he would not choose the trap skill. If he didn't choose it, he would play a chicken feather thief and switch to a ninja or assassin. Damn it! Lin Feng can't even take down 15% of his health. Right? Huang Xiaotian was a little speechless. After such a long time, Lin Feng only took down 3% of Joichin health. And Joichin combo directly took down more than 70% of Lin Feng health. The fan was originally quite healthy, just taking a whole set of floating combos from Yushingshin. As a result, Zhou Yichen penetrating Halong Piju and directly dealt a big blow to Lin Feng Fan. Lin Feng's plan was seen through by Zhou Yichen. The professional players off the court began to discuss again. It's too obvious. Anyone can see through it. Feng Rui rolled his eyes and said, if it was him, he would definitely not throw this Xinyu, but would attack head-on and create the illusion of defeat. When escaping, you must also use language and spirit to attack the opponent. When escaping, you can't run in the direction of the trap, because the opponent will notice it. So at this time you have to run to both sides of the trap, so that the opponent will choose to intercept you from the middle. Then, of course, this is Feng Rui's way of playing, not suitable for all rogue players. And this set is only useful for experts, not for reckless people, and novices don't need to use it. Seeing Yu Xingchen exit the smoke area, and the purple smoke was about to dissipate, the anxious fans chose to rush in with a dagger to attack Yu Xingchen. Road level 60 high damage ultimate move sneak attack. Once the sneak attack hits, it will produce twice the assassination damage. It is one of the few burst skills of the thief. And the sneak attack will also produce a 3-second stiffness effect when hitting the enemy. Idiot. Sneak attack at this time. Isn't it looking for death? Huang Xiaoyan said, as if he was disappointed. This sneak attack has not hit Yu Xingchen yet. And he was slapped away by Yu Xingchen charged falling flower palm. At this time, a strong music sounded. Are you going to take Fu Long Xiang Tian? Xiao Shiqin said as he looked at the scene. But he always felt something was wrong. What the hell? His Fu Long Xiang Tian is still on CD. Li Xian laughed. But it won't affect Zhou Yi output. Lin Feng is likely to be unable to bear it. Wang Jieshi continued. Yu Xingchen followed up. And the full-level dragon fangs were used, directly stabbing the movie fan waist. Then he continued with continuous thrusts, launching 2 consecutive straight stab attacks, also stabbing the movie fan waist. Fuck. Too brutal. Why does this guy use a gun to poke people's weak parts of the body? I suspect he is an S. Can I test him? If there is one thing that Zhou Yichen has not changed since his debut, it is that he likes to poke people's kidneys and hearts with Dragon Gull. And sometimes he will poke people's heads on a whim. That's why they think Zhou Yichen is a psychopath. But the fact is that attacking these places will cause bleeding effects much better than other places. After bleeding in some places, it can't be stopped without a healer. Hiss. Seeing Yu Xingchen do this twice, the audience covered their waists with both hands, feeling the same way. Are you sick? Lin Feng couldn't stand it anymore. And after falling into a stiff state, the movie fan was stabbed by Yu Xingchen to trigger the bleeding effect. As a result, Zhou Yichen continued to stab the waist, and the movie fan blood dropped faster. Lin Feng cursed directly, and the result was that he was given a yellow card warning by the referee behind. However, Zhou Yichen did not hear Lin Feng roar, and Tianji made the movie fan float again. Now Lin Feng wanted to use air jump to counter the float, because he didn't learn it. No more. Yu Wanzhou sighed. Lin Feng was hesitant in this fight. He attacked strongly at the beginning, found that he couldn't beat the opponent head-on, and then thought of a way to deal with the opponent. As a result, his pants were seen through by the opponent. Lin Feng won't be killed like this, Lu Shibia asked. This amount of health is really possible. But after defeating Yu Xingchen, the mana will be empty, Wang Jieshi said. It's enough. Zhang Xinjie continued. Yu Xingchen only needed to step forward and shoot to kill the fan. But the fan landed and used the ninjutsu, shrinking the earth, and disappeared from Yu Xingchen's perspective. Yu Xingchen walked forward and stepped on the shadow trap that Lin Feng had set up at some point. While suffering from dark magic damage, the fan immediately appeared in front of Yu Xingchen and then slashed him. Fuck. This hack was not made by Zhou Yichen, but by Lin Feng. Lin Feng had sneaked underground to attack from behind, but Yu Xingchen stepped on the shadow trap, causing the fan to drill out of the ground in front of Yu Xingchen and then automatically attack Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen blocked the fan slash with a gun, then held the spear with both hands and stabbed the fan again with a round dance stick. And the part stabbed was the kidney. Fuck. The fan fell down in the roar of his master Lin Feng. Glory. Let's thank Zhou Yichen for defeating Lin Feng, who was at full health, with only 18% of his health left, and winning the game, said the cup. Lin Feng. I feel like he was playing timidly in this game. His frontal attack was fragmented, and his back attack was disorganized. Li Ju criticized directly, and he was obviously very dissatisfied with Lin Feng's performance. Although Lin Feng is a rotation player in Blue Rain's position, he has many opportunities to play, and his problem is that his performance is very unstable. In simple terms, he is a god and a ghost. He is also a player with his own style. But today, he didn't seem to play his unique style. He didn't look like a combat thief. And he didn't look like a dirty flow. Huang Xiaoyan sighed like Yuanzhou. And he didn't expect that the ghost Lin Feng would be drawn today. Zhou Yichen still has 8% of his health left. You won't let him defeat 3. Song Xiao. Yuanzhou stared at Song Xiao. Calm down. Calm down. Song Xiao pressed his hands down. If you can't take him down, I come to you with my head. Song Xiao made a pledge. Blue Rain's third player is Song Xiao, the key player in the playoffs, facing Zhou Yichen, who has only 8% of his health and no mana. He should be able to take him down easily. The cup said. Blue Rain, Song Xiao. ID, Tao Luo Xiaoming. Occupation, Qigong Master. 99%, 100% Tao Luo Xiaoming. Loading completed. Map, Arena. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The countdown ended, and both sides rushed out of the refresh point at the same time. Senior. Let me go! Zhou Yichen started chatting in the public channel at the beginning. How do you want me to let you go? Song Xiao responded. Let me shoot him twice. And then I click GG. Zhou Yichen typed. You might as well just click GG. Song Xiao suggested. That won't do. I'm the MVP of the regular season of the 8th season of the Glory Professional League. I have to save face. Zhou Yichen said, as he controlled Yu Xingchen to go up to the ring. Why don't you die? Song Xiao couldn't help it. It was too shameless. Tao Luo Xiaoming also went up to the ring at this time, looking at Yu Xingchen who was rushing towards him. Tao Luo Xiaoming immediately rubbed a ball of air wave with his hands, and shot an air wave bullet at the opponent. After condensing the breath to make it material, a mind air wave was shot at Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen chose to take the mind air bullet, and dodged the extremely high damage mind air wave sideways. Then a strong dragon pressure was launched, stabbing Tao Luo Xiaoming. Tao Luo Xiaoming waved his palm into the ground to transmit the breath. After reaching a certain point, the breath directly lifted all corners within the skill range. Landmine shock. Yu Xingchen was successfully knocked away by the landmine shock. Damn. My blood volume is almost at the bottom. Is it necessary to be so cruel? Zhou Yichen didn't expect Song Xiao to directly use the 55th level intermediate skill of the Qigong Master. No way. We can only rest assured if you die. Song Xiao did not forget to operate Tao Luo Xiaoming hands to rub the qi while typing. Yu Xingchen, who was knocked away, did not operate at all. In order to ensure that he was completely killed, Tao Luo Xiaoming directly rubbed the qi blade to hit Yu Xingchen. This qi blade was very concealed, and Zhou Yichen had no way to dodge it by his own reaction. The qi blade successfully hit Yu Xingchen. Glory. Let us thank Song Xiao for successfully winning a game. The current score is 2-1, and Samsara is temporarily leading. This game was played very quickly. The cup laughed. No way. Zhou Yichen could not support him to continue fighting in terms of health or mana, and he was facing a mid-range Qigong Master. Li Ju spread his hands and said, but Zhou Yichen has played very perfectly. Not only did he defeat Blue Rain's ace player Huang Xiaoyan in the first game, but he also defeated Lin Feng with full health, with a residual blood body. The cup said, you really didn't give me any chance at all. Zhou Yichen shook his head after the game. He wanted to give Song Xiao a shot, but the other party didn't give him any chance at all. MVP. MVP. MVP when Zhou Yichen stepped down. The whole audience was still shouting MVP, which showed their recognition of Zhou Yichen's performance. Moreover, Zhou Yichen's performance in the playoffs also fully proved that his MVP title was without any water. Well played. Ah Chun. When Zhou Yichen returned to the Samsara player seat, everyone surrounded him. Zhou Zikai handed him a towel, and Jiang Buotao handed him a water cup. It's okay, Zhou Yichen said modestly. Next. I leave it to you. Zhou Yichen sat in his seat and wiped the sweat off his hands. Well, it's my turn to play. I haven't played in the ring for a long time. I'm still a little uncomfortable. Chapter 274. Everything is under control. We can see that the second player to appear is Jiang Buotao, the vice-captain of Samsara. It's been a long time since we last met. Samsara, Jiang Buotao. ID, Wulong. Occupation, Magic Swordsman. I didn't see Jiang Buitao in the first round of the ring match, but I didn't expect him to appear so early today. Li Ju nodded and said, although Jiang Buitao's current positioning is getting closer to a team-oriented role in people's minds, no one will deny his personal strength. After all, the title of the Alliance's chief magic swordsman is real. This game depends on whether Song Xiao can win. If he wins, Blue Rain can get more points. If he doesn't, the ring match will be far away, Zhang Xinjie said, adjusting his glasses. Difficult. Han Wenqing only said one word. Whether it is the magic swordsman or the Qigong master, both are medium and long-range professions. Although the Qigong master's luck is shorter than the magic swordsman chanting time, the magic swordsman will only chant when releasing the wave array. So the magic swordsman is very good at interrupting the Qigong master's luck. Samsara will definitely win. Jiang Buitao clenched his fists. Went on the field. Enter the competition seat. Swipe the card. And enter the game. 99%, 100% Wulong. Loading completed. Map, arena. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The game started, and both sides rushed out of the refresh area at the same time as always. There was only one road on the map, and there was no detour. The most direct and effective way to play the arena is to arrive at the arena one step ahead of the opponent, and then seize the first time to attack, so that the initiative can be in your own hands. This time, Jiang Buitao Wulong was the first to arrive on the arena, but he did not choose to go to Katao Luoshaming position at the first time. Instead, he came directly to the center of the ring, holding the sword in front of his chest, which was the starting action of chanting the wave array. As expected, the moment Tao Luoshaming appeared, Wu Lang chanted and made a move. The Demon Swordsman level 25 wave array. The lightning wave array. A spherical space with the electric ball, as the center was formed under Tao Luoshaming feet. Tao Luoshaming in the space would definitely be attacked by the electric light, and suffer light attribute magic damage. Wu Lang used this wave array for this purpose. Tao Luoshaming could not use any action to avoid the electric light attack, so he could only choose to rush out of the wave array or choose to exit the ring. This is the damage that only the full-level lightning wave array can cause. Li Xian took a look at Tao Luoshaming health bar, and found the problem. Well, Jiang Buitao wave array is forcing Song Xiao to make a choice. Wang Jieshi nodded and said, damn! Why is it so painful? Song Xiao looked at the electric ball that kept attacking him, so he had to control Tao Luoshaming to rush forward. It is impossible to retreat. Once you step down from the ring, the initiative will be completely in the hands of the opponent. Therefore, Song Xiao manipulated Tao Luoshaming's luck to condense his breath around him, thus forming a small magic shield to cover himself. The defense provided by the Mind Wave shield is still very strong. Tao Luoshaming rushed out of Wulong electric light wave array, then condensed his breath with his right hand, and then swung a palm strike at Wulong not far away. Qigong Master level 30 grabbing skill Cloud Catch Hand. The speed was not particularly fast. Wulong dodged Tao Luoshaming Cloud Catch Hand with a roll. Song Xiao was not annoyed when he saw that Cloud Catch Hand did not hit. He continued to rub the air mass with both hands, and then rub out the air wave entangled together, and instantly attacked Wulong. Spiral Air Rush. Wulong jumped up to avoid Tao Luoshaming's Spiral Air Rush attack, and a silver light falling blade slashed at Tao Luoshaming. Then, while Tao Luoshaming dodged the sword energy of the silver light falling blade, Wulong chanted again, and a wave array formed under Tao Luoshaming's feet again. Magic Swordsman level 40 wave array Frost wave array. Several small icicles emerged from under Tao Luoshaming's feet, causing ice magic damage to Tao Luoshaming and freezing him with a certain chance. In order to avoid this situation, Tao Luoshaming chose to use steel bones to offset the possible freezing effect through the domineering effect. However, since steel bones enhances physical defense, facing the magic damage from Wulong, Tao Luoshaming pushed with both hands, and the mind shield directly covered himself. During this period, most of the skill damage and effects caused by the frost wave array were absorbed by the shield. Tao Luoshaming rushed out, gathered his luck and wanted to grab Wulong and play Flash 100 Fission. But Wulong seemed to have anticipated it, and had already pulled a very far distance from Tao Luoshaming. It is obvious that the purpose of Wulong Frost Wave Array is to force out Tao Luoshaming's steel bones, but he didn't expect that a mind shield would be attached. Zhang Xinjie analyzed. From the moment Wu Lang finished chanting the wave array and directly retreated, it can be seen that Jiang Buitao's intention was to call on the skill and use the Frost Wave Array to exchange for Song Shao Iron Bones. Both sides can accept this exchange, Yu Wenzhou thought. Although the effect of the Frost Wave Array is very good, Steel Bones is not bad either. But Tao Luoshaming still has the calmness to release the control, so the problem is not particularly big. However, adding the Mind Chi Shield is a bit of a disadvantage. After all, the Mind Chi Shield's damage absorption effect is still very good, seeing that Wulong has already opened up the distance. Tao Luoshaming can also rub the Mind Chi with confidence. But he didn't expect that Jiang Buitao control of the distance is very subtle. This distance. Wang Jieshi fell into deep thought. He felt that Wulong Wave's sword should be able to hit the opponent. But after all, he hadn't tried it himself, so he didn't know the specific situation. This distance can be hit. It happened that someone in Blue Rain was also asking this question, and Yu Wenzhou gave an answer. Although he didn't play the Magic Swordsman, he still knew something about it. After all, Yu Wenzhou is a detail maniac. Sure enough, when Tao Luoshaming was rubbing his chi with confidence, gathering chi in his palms, and preparing to use the Qigong Master's level 60 skill Qi Wave at Wulong in the distance, Wulong Wave's sword directly interrupted Tao Luoshaming power accumulation. The speed was so fast that Song Shao had no time to react. Just as he was about to push the Qi, the Wave sword had already hit him. The fastest skill of the Magic Swordsman at level 30. The Swift Light Wave Sword. This sword hit Tao Luoshaming, not only causing light attribute magic damage, but also paralyzing him. Full-level Swift Light Wave Sword. It's too exaggerated. Facing the increased skill points of all members of the Samsara, there are still many professional players who can't accept it. After all, this is equivalent to opening an external plugin. Whether the skill is full level or not, the effect is completely different. Looking at Tao Luoshaming, who was in a paralyzed state, Wulong slashed at Tao Luoshaming with a ground-breaking wave sword. Although the damage value of this attack was not high, the skill was launched quickly. Moreover, the skill judgment is strong, and the enemy will be knocked back to the ground by the strong magic fluctuation. Tao Luoshaming will naturally not sit and wait for death. He activates the calmness to remove his negative state, and then sideways to avoid Wulong close-range knife. Pushing the cloud palm, he hit Wulong and knocked him out. Then he swung his body sideways, and at this time, his hands used their luck to drive the breath to run through his body. As Tao Luoshaming's body shook, the breath surged and hit Wulong. Qigong Master level 50 awakening skill Qi Guan Chan Hong. However, Wulong activated the killing intention fluctuation, and then jumped up to avoid the Qi Guan Chan Hong, and hit Tao Luoshaming with a collapsed mountain. Oh my god! Collapsed mountain. Is Jiang Buitao a magic swordsman or a crazy swordsman? Wang Xiaotian's eyes were as big as copper bells. This collapsed mountain attack, combined with the killing intention fluctuation of the magic swordsman, directly chopped Tao Luoshaming to the ground. Ah? Isn't he a magic swordsman? Song Shao was also confused. He had never expected this mountain collapse in his plan. This mountain collapse is quite something, Li Xian exclaimed. Not to mention Song Shao. No one present could have expected Jiang Buitao to use the mountain collapse. The mountain collapse combined with the killing wave seems to have achieved the effect of blood rage combined with the mountain collapse. Zhang Xinjie was thinking about this aspect. And the damage is higher. After all, the killing wave will increase the physical and magic critical hit percentages of the magic swordsman. But it can only be used as a surprise move. Normally, the wave slash is better, Wang Jieshi said. Oh! Mountain collapse. Jiang Buitao is really a guy who hides his strength. The old Jianghu Wei Chen was also amazed by this attack. Jiang Buitao is not bad. He just shows his strength without showing his water, Yishio said, watching the opponent being knocked to the ground. Wulong shot out a wave of ice creation sword and directly hit Tao Luoshaming, who was lying on the ground. Another full-level skill. The full-level ice wave sword directly froze Tao Luoshaming. Beige explained. Jiang Buitao's skill point allocation is very perfect. Li Ju praised that every full-level skill was used just right. Calm down. Calm down. Song Shao muttered in his mouth. Although he said calm down, his left hand kept pressing the direction key. And it can be seen that he was not so calm in his heart. Now his Iron Bone CD is only a few seconds away. Needless to say, he is not even halfway through. After Wu Lang froze him, he began to chant on the spot, and a red magic circle appeared under Tao Luoshaming's feet. Magic Swordsman level 45 Wave Array Flame Wave Array. Several small fire pillars were directly ejected, not only helping Tao Luoshaming to thaw, but also attaching a burning effect to him. But before Tao Luoshaming could stand up, Wu Lang knocked him out with a wave sword. The strongest single-target damage skill of the magic swordsman at level 50, Flame Wave Sword. Song Xiao was completely manipulated by Jiang Buotao. Yang Tsung pointed it out. To fight against a player like Jiang Buotao, you have to do it like you did against Yuan Zhou. Don't give him time to think. Keep the rhythm of the attack firmly in your own hands. Otherwise, you will be dragged to death like now. Xiao Shiqin analyzed. Jiang Buotao hand speed is much faster than Yuan Zhou, Han Wenqing said. After speaking, Tao Luoshaming was already in red blood. Ah! The rhythm is completely in the hands of the opponent. Jiang Buotao played too rationally, Yuan Zhou commented. Yes. One ring after another. Song Xiao had no chance to fight back. Wang Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. Song Xiao may not be inferior to Jiang Buotao in terms of operation, but the gap is too big in terms of brain. In the end, Song Xiao could only be eliminated in regret by Jiang Buotao Wulong Broken Wind Wave Sword. Glory! Let us thank Jiang Buotao for winning this game. The current score is 3-1, and Samsara is temporarily leading. Strange. From the perspective of blood volume, Jiang Buotao is not much ahead. Many professional players questioned that although Jiang Buotao won, he only had 36% of his blood volume left, which was not a complete victory. But after they finished watching, the overall feeling was that Jiang Buotao was crushing Song Xiao throughout the game. This is Jiang Buotao's strength. He has always kept the rhythm of the whole game firmly in his hands. Song Xiao is also good. Several waves of counterattacks have achieved good results. Wang Jieshi explained. This game is very worth learning how to grasp the rhythm. You should watch more when you go back. Huh? Everything is under control. Although Jiang Buotao said so, the cold sweat on his forehead said otherwise. This was the first time that Jiang Buotao used the Collapsed Mountain Strike. He was also looking for the way forward for the Magic Swordsman to see if the Collapsed Mountain Strike combined with the Killing Intention Wave could produce the same effect as the Berserker. In fact, the Collapsed Mountain Strike was used by Jia Shi Lu Hao in the regular season between Jia Shi and Blue Rain. But the effect was very poor at that time, because Lu Hao played like a Berserker at that time, and did not use the Magic Swordsman moves. But that game still gave Jiang Buotao a lot of inspiration. He believes that the Magic Swordsman and the Berserker still have similarities. Judging from the results, the effect was average. The reason why it was successful was that Song Xiao didn't react in time. After all, who could have expected a Magic Swordsman to suddenly use the move of a Mad Swordsman? It's not as good as the wave-breaking slash. This was Jiang Buotao evaluation after the game. As expected, only what you have is the best. Taking unconventional methods is destined to not be able to perform on the big stage. Chapter 275 The boss appears early. Let us congratulate Jiang Buotao again for winning this game. At the same time, the score is 3-1, and Samsara is temporarily in the lead. The situation is not good for Blue Rain. Although the professional players off the field unanimously believe that Blue Rain will lose the 5v5 arena, it is likely to lose by a large score if it continues like this, which will make it very passive in the team competition. After all, the current competition system is based on head count. If the score difference in the arena is too large, it will drag down the team competition, and the situation will appear as before. Although the team competition is won, the game is lost. This time, Blue Rain has no room for error. If it loses, it will watch the opponent win the trophy at the opponent's home court. It depends on you. Zheng Xian. Yuan Zhou looked at Zheng Xian with hopeful eyes. The pressure is huge. Zheng Xian just felt a headache. Blue Rain, Zheng Xian. ID, Guns and Bullets. Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Blue Rain's fourth player is Zheng Xian, who debuted in the 4th season. He is very strong. I heard that after Zhang Jiala retired, Baiwa had approached Zheng Xian, hoping that he would become the successor of Baiwa Liaowan. But Zheng Xian refused because of too much pressure. Bei introduced the players who were about to play. It's not difficult for Zheng Xian to win this game. It depends on whether he can deal with the next player from Samsara. As Blue Rain's old enemy, Wang Jieshi naturally knew Zheng Xian level very well. After Jiang Buotao, it should be Lu Buoyuan, and the fourth player will be Du Ming and Wu Qi. Li Xian guessed. Zheng Xian fight against Lu Buoyuan is still a bit suspenseful. Yang Tsong said. Zheng Xian should be able to win this game. It depends on how he plays against Lu Buiyuan, a judoka, in the next game. Happy also determined that the next player from Samsara is Lu Buiyuan. How can you be so sure that the next player in the Samsara team is Lu Buiyuan? Yishio said with a smile. The game hadn't started yet, but they had already started discussing the next round. Who else could it be? Lu Buiyuan has always been the third player in the Samsara team. Wei Chen said. Maybe it's Jozakai. Yishio said. No way. How could he be the third player in the Ace team? Wei Chen questioned. Then Huang Xiaoyan is still the first player. Yishio words choked Wei Chen. 99%, 100% guns and bullets. Loading completed. Map, arena. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The countdown ended, and the two rushed to the arena in the center of the map at the same time. Guns and bullets climbed onto the arena faster than Wu Lang. Replace the ice bullets in advance, and aim the muzzle at the entrance of the arena. The moment Wu Lang climbed onto the arena, guns and bullets started. A volley of ice bullets shot towards Wu Lang. Jiang Buitao saw the blue flames coming out of the muzzle of gun Lin Danyu. And then he manipulated Wu Lang to swing left and right frantically to avoid the bullets. However, Wu Lang, who had no cover to protect him, was still hit by gun Lin Danyu ice bullets. While suffering from ice magic damage, he was also slowed down by the freezing effect. Sure enough, after the first shot hit, Wu Lang could not dodge the subsequent bullets at all due to the deceleration. However, the good news for Jiang Buitao was that the freezing effect was not triggered. Once frozen, with more than 30% of his health, he might not even be touched by the corner of gun Lin Danyu coat, and he would be taken away by the opponent in one wave. Wu Lang jumped up and slashed at gun Lin Danyu with a silver blade. After gun Lin Danyu rolled to avoid the sword energy of the silver blade, a burning bullet was shot at Wu Lang, and the bullets fell to the ground and produced flames, hindering Wu Lang further attack. Then gun Lin Danyu loaded the bullets, and a flaming bullet was shot at Wu Lang, who was accumulating power to chant the wave array. Seeing the flaming bullets coming, Wu Lang had to stop chanting and dodge the explosive bombs fired by gun Lin Danyu. Then Wu Lang hit gun Lin Danyu with a quick lightweight sword. But gun Lin Danyu did not choose to dodge, but instead hit Wu Lang with a flash bomb. Gun Lin Danyu was hit by the quick lightweight sword and fell into a paralyzed state. But Wu Lang was not feeling well either, and the white light shone in Jiang Buitao perspective. Those who didn't know would think Jiang Buitao was welding. The first to get out of the negative state was gun Lin Danyu. There was no way. Although the flash bomb of the ammunition expert blinded the enemies within the range for 4 seconds. It was actually more than 4 seconds. Because after 4 seconds, although the character's perspective returned to normal, the player was still blinking. For example, Jiang Buitao was blinking now. At that moment, Jiang Buitao thought he had ascended to heaven. Gun Lin Danyu threw a shrinking grenade, and the powerful impact directly knocked Wu Lang to the ground. Then he activated the ammunition expert's level 70 high damage ultimate skill, Random Thunder. A wave of grenade bombing directly took Wu Lang away. Would it be a bit of a loss to use a high damage ultimate skill against an opponent with low health? Zhou Yuan, who is also an ammunition expert, said, a little bit. But if the next player faces LV Buiyuan, as long as he is not caught by the opponent, there is still a chance to pull. Zhang Wei, who was sitting next to him, said, You think so highly of me. Jiang Buitao laughed at himself after the game. Zheng Xian is too willing to do that. Huang Xiaoyan said that he thought it was unnecessary to use the random thunder. After all, Jiang Buitao's health and mana were suppressed. Don't want to lose more blood, Yu Wanzhou explained. The next player to play in the reincarnation should be LV Buiyuan. All of them thought so. Since the playoffs, no matter how the position of the reincarnation changed, LV Buiyuan seemed to be in the 3rd or 4th place. Zheng Xian decisively solved Jiang Buitao. The current score is 3-2. Let's see who will be the 3rd in the reincarnation. It is likely to be LV Buiyuan, Li Ju said. However, when Jiang Buitao returned to the Samsara player seat, someone stood at the front of the team, and the director also gave the camera to the Samsara player seat. What does Jozakai mean by standing there? Waiting? What is he waiting for when defending the ring? The audience was talking about it. And when the big screen officially announced the list of players, everyone was shocked. Samsara, Jozakai. ID, 1 shot through the clouds. Occupation, sharpshooter. Ah! Everyone's expression was surprisingly consistent at this time. I didn't see it wrong. Li Xian kept rubbing his eyes. Was he dazzled? How did he see Josukai? Why did Josukai go up? Zhang Xinjia lowered his head and began to think. I'm afraid no one would have thought of this move. Han Wenqing said. Just look at the expression of Blue Rain. Wang Jieshi said. At this time, the expressions of Blue Rain players were all confused. Why did the defending ring come out early? Samsara actually set Josukai in the third place. It's really unexpected. Beige kept scratching his head and said. You know, he and Li Ju have been talking about LD Buyuan. But Samsara didn't let him go. And gave him a boss instead. Oh my god. Why did the captain go on stage? The Samsara fans in the audience didn't expect the captain, who was defending the ring, to come on stage early. But they quickly reacted and shouted for Josukai. Gun King! Gun King! Gun King! No! Zhang Xian laughed on the stage. I'm playing Josukai? Watching Josukai step by step onto the stage. Zhang Xian fell into deep thought. I should have let you Feng be in the front at the beginning. Zhang Xian muttered. But Zhang Xian may not have thought clearly about one thing. That is, no matter whether Yu Feng is in the front or the back, he seems to have to face Josukai. It's stressful. What a joke. Chapter 276 Samsara, with one hand touching the championship trophy. 99%, 100% one shot through the clouds. Loading completed. Map, arena. Loading completed. Both sides have loaded. Let's enter the sixth game of the day. The two sides are Samsara Josukai and Blue Rain's Zhang Xian. One shot through the clouds versus Gunlin Bullet Rain. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The countdown ended, and the two rushed out of the refresh area at the same time. One shot through the clouds came up and turned back to use furious shooting. With a strong recoil, one shot through the clouds flew forward. Flying gun. Josukai showed us a flying gun right at the beginning. It seems that he wants to seize the initiative of the attack. The cup explained. Yes. Both sides are long-range professions. In the absence of cover, the first point to attack has a natural advantage. Li Ju nodded and said. Qian Chuanyan climbed onto the stage before Qianlin Danyu, and then put away his gun and ran towards the entrance of Qianlin Danyu's side. Josukai wants to intercept Zhang Xian in advance. Yi Xiao saw Josukai purpose at a glance, then form a high-level attack on low-level situation. Unfortunately, Zhang Xian also knew that Josukai would reach the stage before him. So when he climbed the steps, he took the lead and threw a grenade towards the entrance. This grenade successfully blocked Qian Chuanyan way forward, but it also exposed Qianlin Danyu's actual position. So Qian Chuanyan also threw a grenade towards the steps. Because it was a low-altitude grenade, Zhang Xian was unable to react, and the bomb exploded directly in front of him. Fortunately, it was just an ordinary grenade, and the damage was not high. Qianlin Danyu climbed onto the stage and faced Qian Chuanyan, who had already set up a Gatling machine gun. Damn it! Bullets were pouring down on Gunlin Danyu like crazy, and Gunlin Danyu chose to leave the ring immediately. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. Josukai firepower is too much. Many of the friends watching were stunned. Gunlin Danyu, who was forced to leave the ring, felt uncomfortable, as the initiative was completely in the hands of the opponent. So Zhang Xian thought about it, and threw a smoke bomb at the entrance. And then the smoke spread. Huh? Qian Chuanyan threw away the Gatling machine gun, pulled out his double guns, pointed the muzzle into the smoke, and set up the smoke. At this time, Gunlin Danyu was mixed in the smoke, and quietly came to the edge of the smoke, as if waiting for an opportunity. 3, 2, 1. Up. Zhang Xian counted silently in his mind. And then at the moment when the smoke was about to dissipate, a hail of bullets rushed out from the edge, and a flash bomb hit Qian Chuanyan. Josukai reacted very quickly, dragged the mouse with his right hand to rotate the view, turned his head back, and directly backed the flash bomb of the hail of bullets. At the same time, Josukai also turned his head to the side. Glory has become a somatosensory game. Fuck. Is this the reaction of young people? Wei Chen looked at the hail of bullets and shot flash bombs, and subconsciously closed his eyes. Why are you closing your eyes? Yi Xiao looked at Wei Chen in confusion. Backwards. Wei Chen said. Backwards with closed eyes. Yi Xiao patted Lao Wei's shoulder, and then gave him a thumbs up, indicating that he was convinced. The first person in Glory to backwards with closed eyes. Wei Chen. TSK. Just say whether you backwards or not. Lao Wei rolled his eyes at Yi Xiao. After Gunlin Danyu fired a flash bomb, he threw a flaming grenade at Yichang Chuanyun. Yichang Chuanyun dodged and turned around, slid to dodge the flaming grenade, and kicked at Gunlin Danyu. Gunlin Danyu retreated to avoid Yichang Chuanyun's sliding shovel, and launched a floating bullet in an attempt to float close to Yichang Chuanyun. But Yichang Chuanyun kneed, and the domineering effect during the casting offset the floating bullet, and this knee strike directly forced Gunlin Danyu into the corner of the ring. Gunlin Danyu had no place to dodge, and the only explosive grenade that could be cracked was still on cooldown. And after the sliding shovel, Yichang Chuanyun put his two guns back into the holsters, and the attack speed was very fast. Yichang Chuanyun knee strike successfully hit Gunlin Danyu, causing physical damage and forcing it to float in the air. Looking at Gunlin Danyu floating in the air, Yichang Chuanyun started double shooting, and the two bullets attacked at the same time, and the firing rate of the bullets could be increased during the period. Then he fired left and right, and before the bullet rain fell to the ground, he kicked it away with a roundhouse kick. Just as Yichang Chuanyun was about to turn around and chase, there was a beep 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 sound under his feet. Bang! Ammunition expert level 55 grenade time grenade. Oh! Zhou Zikai's eyes moved. Obviously this time grenade was beyond his expectation. When did Zheng Xian set it up? Not to mention Zhou Zikai on the field. Lu Xiubia and others off the field didn't notice it. When Yichang Chuanyun need, Wang Jieshi said that this time grenade was very hidden, tightly attached to the corner of the wall, and lasted for a very long time. This grenade successfully interrupted Yichang Chuanyun's pursuit. Qianlin Danyu stood up and then threw an electric grenade at Yichang Chuanyun. However, before it landed, it was blown up by a bullet from Yichang Chuanyun. Qianlin Danyu took advantage of the opportunity when Yichang Chuanyun blew up the electric grenade to replace the ice bullet. Then Qianlin Danyu and Yichang Chuanyun started to shoot passionately. The two dodged and shot at each other, but from the blood loss, it was obvious that Zhou Zikai had a higher hit rate. After all, he had two guns, and the distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Qianlin Danyu changed the magazine, Yichang Chuanyun approached the opponent directly. Then he put the two guns back into the holsters and punched Qianlin Danyu with his left hand. Qianlin Danyu retreated to avoid the punch, but was immediately grabbed by the collar by Yichang Chuanyun's right hand, and then raised his knee to hit him hard. After repelling him, Yichang Chuanyun fired two guns and shot at Qianlin Danyu in front of him. Sharpshooter's unique attack skilled guns and cannons martial arts. TSK. The captain's guns and cannons martial arts are an art no matter when you watch them. Zhou Yichen flattered him. Yours are not bad either, Jiang Botao said. He had personally verified Zhou Yichen's sharpshooter. It's just SOSO. To be honest, Zhou Yichen really wanted to use the sharpshooter once in the game. After all, Gun Yin Xingchen was his first love. But there were two sharpshooters in the team game. Damn. Double snipers? We can directly move to the next event. On the field, Gunlin Danyu was already at low health. But Yichang Chuanyun's attack was not over yet. He fired at full level. Yichang Chuanyun instantly pulled out his revolver and shot at Gunlin Danyu in front of him. Gunlin Danyu threw tracking grenades and poison gas grenades to intercept Yichang Chuanyun. But Zhou Zikai's gun control skills were too perfect. He moved freely during the random shooting, not only knocking down the tracking grenade, but also the bullets directly passed through the highly toxic gas formed by the poisonous gas grenade. It hit the body of Gunlin Danyu. Of course, Yichang Chuanyun also inhaled the gas, suffered magic damage and fell into a poisoned state. At this time, the CD of Gunlin Danyu explosive grenade had been turned on. Looking at the poisoned Yichang Chuanyun, Zheng Xian did not hesitate at all and operated Gunlin Danyu to throw the explosive grenade at Yichang Chuanyun. However, despite being deeply poisoned, Zhou Zikai's reaction did not slow down at all. He shot the explosive grenade in the air again. After the grenade exploded, it generated a strong impact force that directly knocked the two out. Yichang Chuanyun stepped back a few steps to stabilize his body, and then set up the Barrett sniper on the spot. Zheng Xian's body shook, feeling that he was shrouded by a bad luck. Sure enough, when he turned around, he saw that the Barrett sniper was aimed at him. No! Zheng Xian yelled and turned Gunlin Danyu to the side, trying to avoid the sniper. However, when he finished rolling, Yichang Chuanyun did not attack, but just watched him perform silently. When Gunlin Danyu stood up, Zheng Xian looked back and found that he looked like a clown. It seemed that there was nothing worth staying in this world for him. Chuanyun decisively shot. Bang! Glory! Let us congratulate Zhou Zikai for winning this game. The current score is 4-2. And Samsara is temporarily leading. Real-time scores were reported after the cup game. This score is a bit high. And Yufeng, the last player to play in Blue Rain, may not be able to defeat Zhou Zikai. Li Ju thought for a while and said, this means that the score between the two teams may remain at 5-2. Which is... Li Ju felt exaggerated after saying it. Leading by 3 kills. The advantage is too big. Blue Rain 5v5 arena is far away. Wang Jieshi shook his head and said, Zhou Zikai's third appearance basically nailed Blue Rain to the cross. Neither Zheng Xian nor Yufeng could break through Zhou Zikai. Ah! Yuan Zhou sighed. He really didn't expect Zhou Zikai to be the third appearance. After all, once Zhou Yichen, the starter, lost to Wang Xiaotian, Zhou Zikai pressure would increase dramatically. Yu, it's up to you. Yuan Zhou looked at Yufeng. I do my best. Yufeng wiped his hands and said, it's not easy for a mad swordsman to perform against a sharpshooter. And the opponent is the top sharpshooter, Zhou Zikai, who is titled King of Guns. This game is destined to fight for his life. 99%, 100% sharp sword. Loaded. Map, arena. Loaded. After entering the game, Zhou Zikai changed his playing style and stepped onto the stage, keeping a safe distance from Yufeng's sharp sword. Bang. 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 Ding. 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 It's so uncomfortable. Lu Guaning, who was watching the game in the VIP room, said that Yufeng was his idol. But now, he could only watch his idol being pulled and numb on the stage of the finals. After being dodged by a sliding tackle during the sprint collision, the sharp sword could no longer get close enough to shoot through the clouds. During the game, Fengmang Huijian even activated Blood Rage to force his way in. But the reduced defense caused the bullets of Ichiang Chuanyun to hurt more, especially after the critical hit. Although the lower the health of the berserker, the higher the damage. But he still had to hit the opponent. Fans who supported Blue Rain felt very depressed watching this game. And the feeling of being visible, but intangible was stirring in their hearts. And the fans of Samsara shouted the name of Gun King loudly. In the end, even if Fengmang Huijian decided to all in, it was too late. When he approached Ichiang Chuanyun, it happened to be the time when Ichiang Chuanyun ended the game. In the end, Yufeng could only helplessly watch Fengmang Huijian in his hand fall at the feet of Ichiang Chuanyun. Glory! Wawa! Let us congratulate Zhou Zikai for winning the 5v5 arena. 5-2. Samsara will enter the team match with a big advantage of 3 kills. Blue Rain is at the critical moment of life and death. The next team match will be the most difficult one for Blue Rain. If they win, they still have a chance. But if they lose, they can only watch the opponent hold the trophy silently. Li Ju said. And Samsara? They have already touched the championship trophy with one hand. They are only one team match away from winning the second consecutive championship. At this time, the light from the ceiling also shone on the Glory Championship trophy in the center of the stage. Chapter 277. I always believe that Samsara can win, no matter who the opponent is. Welcome back to the second round of the 2023 Glory Professional League Season 8 Finals. Samsara is currently leading by 1-0 and 5-2, with Samsara leading by 3 kills. If Blue Rain wants to turn defeat into victory in this team match, they must not only win, but also win beautifully. The cup explained? Yes, their current highest score is 8 points, which means that they must not only win, but also cannot lose more than 3 people. Li Ju explained. I think this is a very big challenge for Blue Rain. If they can make it, both morale and player mentality will change significantly. If they can't make it, they can only watch Samsara win the trophy. Li Ju said. Esports is so cruel. Everyone in the Blue Rain player seat was silent. Obviously, this score was something they had not expected before the game. 5-2 seemed to be only 3 kills away, but it was very scary when it came to team matches. Come on, everyone. We haven't lost yet. Right? Life is an endless challenge. Since everyone thinks we can't do it, let's show them. Yuan Zhou gathered his teammates together. He knew that the players' psychological fluctuations were very large. But the game was not over yet, and he needed to raise the low morale. That's right. Just because they can't do it doesn't mean that we can't do it. Huang Xiaoyan echoed. What Huang Xiao said is right. We may not be unable to do it. Yu Feng clenched his fist and said, "Come on." Yu Wenzhou stretched out his hand. And then Huang Xiaotian put his hand on top. 3, 2, 1. Blue Rain. We must win. Compared to the tense nerves of all the Blue Rain members, Samsara was much more relaxed. I won't say much before the game. Enjoy the game first. Jiang Buitao smiled. Enjoy it. Zhou Yichen closed his eyes. And he seemed to see the champion waving at him. Okay. Stop thinking about it. Get ready to play. Fang Minghua patted Zhou Yichen. Our strategy this time is to attack with a mechanism. So any of you two can play. I haven't reported the list yet. What do you two think? Jiang Buitao looked at Wu Qi and Du Ming. So casual? Lu Buiyuan said. Because I always believe that Samsara can win. No matter who the opponent is. Jiang Buitao said domineeringly. The two looked at each other, and finally decided to rely on rock paper scissors. This is where Samsara confidence lies. In attacking, they are second. Who dares to claim first? Damn! Wu Qi shouted. Obviously he lost. Woohoo! That's good. Du Ming just didn't play in the change of formation against Tiny Herb last year. This time he got what he wanted. Fang Minghua smiled. After the halftime performance, the team competition list of the two teams was also announced on the big screen. Samsara, Zhouzikai. ID, 1 shot through the clouds. Occupation, sharpshooter. Jiang Buitao. ID, no waves. Occupation, magic swordsman. Zhou Yichen. ID, Yu Xingchen. Occupation, battle mage. Fang Minghua. ID, Xiaoge Ziru. Occupation, priest. LV Buiyuan. ID, Yun Shanluan. Occupation, judo. The sixth player. Wu Qi. ID, cruel silence. Occupation, assassin. Blue Rain, Yu Wenzhou. ID, Soxer. Occupational warlock. Huang Xiaotian. ID, Ye Yushengfan. Occupational swordsman. Yu Feng. ID, Fengmang Huijian. Occupational mad swordsman. Zheng Xian. ID, Gun Lintanyu. Occupational ammunition expert. Su Jingxi. ID, Soul Whisperer. Occupational guardian angel. The sixth player. Song Xiao. ID, Taluo Shaming. Occupational Qigong master. Map, Strong Grass in the Wind. The map that Samsara finally chose was Strong Grass in the Wind. A grass map with a field scenery as the main feature. The last time Microherb played against Samsara, Microherb chose it. The cup said. Yes. Samsara played very beautifully at that time. And it was obvious that they had studied it before the game. Li Ju nodded and said, Did you still choose this map? Yu Wenzhou was relieved when he saw Samsara choose this map. They had run this map before the game. In fact, Yu Wenzhou noticed it when Tiny Herb played against Samsara. Sure enough, this ultimate move was reserved for them. It's just that Tiny Herb stepped on the landmine in advance. Captain Yu doesn't seem surprised. Jiang Buitao laughed. Did you study it before the game? I'm still a little surprised. Yu Wenzhou said. Senior Yu was surprised that our map was exposed. But it was still chosen in the finals. Right? Zhou Yichen said meaningfully. You kid. Yu Wenzhou smiled and shook his head. He didn't expect that he would be guessed one day. Humph. We expected it. I kill you without leaving a single piece of armor. Huang Xiaotian showed his cute little tiger teeth again. Then come on. Zhou Yichen rarely made any sarcastic remarks, which made Huang Xiaotian a little uncomfortable. Why don't you scold me? Are you a masochist? Go to hell. The atmosphere between the two teams didn't look like they were two teams playing in the finals. We take the championship first. Be careful not to bite your tongue when you brag. 99%, 100% Yu Xingchen. Loading completed. Yiqiang piercing the clouds. Loading completed. Xiaoge Ziru. Loading completed. Soxer. Loading completed. Ye Yushengfan. Loading completed. Fengmang Huijian. Loading completed. Map, Strong Grass in the Wind. Loading completed. What do you mean? Just attack directly? Zhou Yichen had already started communicating in the team channel. Attack! Jiang Buitao only said one word. 3, 2, 1. Fight! As the countdown ended, the 10 starters on the field rushed out of the refresh point directly. Okay. The game begins. Let's take a look at the positions of both sides. Blue Rain still has Yi Yushengfan on the side. Feng Mang Huijian and Soul Speaker walking in the front. And Samsara is lined up? Beige rubbed his eyes. Damn. Samsara is going to attack right from the start. Professional players know what this position means too well. Samsara attack depends on how Blue Rain defends. Zhang Xinjie is looking forward to how Yu Wenzhou will deal with Samsara attack. They have all experienced Samsara attack. For words can describe it, overwhelming. Yu Xingchen took the lead and came to the center of the map first. Blue Rain's Feng Meng Huijian followed closely. However, after careful observation, it was found that the ace core of the Blue Rain team, Huang Xiaotian Yu Shengfan, had disappeared in the wind. This time, Blue Rain will not fight Samsara head-on. The disastrous defeat in the first round proved that they could not win head-on. Therefore, they returned to their origins and let Huang Xiaotian Night Rain Sound's frustration hide in the side to find an opportunity to break the situation. This is the way to play that suits Blue Rain. I didn't see Huang Xiaotian, the old man, in the front. Be careful of the side. Zhou Yichen spoke first. Okay. Hearing Zhou Yichen words, Xiaoga Ziruo and Wulong hugged each other tightly, while Yiqiang Chuanyan came behind a bunker. As long as Yu Xingchen launched an attack, he could provide fire support for him. Old Lu, let's go! Zhou Yichen gave an order, and then controlled Yu Xingchen to rush towards Blue Rain. Followed by Yuan Shanluan. Captain, shoot him. Hearing Zhou Yichen words, Zhou Zikai controlled Yiqiang Chuanyun to come out from behind the bunker, set up a Gatling machine gun, and provide fire cover for the two. Yu Xingchen used the regular move Dragon Fang to attack the sharp wisdom sword. The Soul Speaker stepped forward and activated the Holy Shield to resist most of the machine gun fire from Yiqian Chuanyun. Sharp wisdom sword dodged Yu Xingchen Dragon Fang stabbed sideways, and then slashed at Yu Xingchen with a reverse slash. Soxer added a soul strike from behind, trying to cooperate with the reverse slash of the sharp wisdom sword to float him in the air. But unfortunately Zhou Yichen's reaction speed was too fast. He slid the mouse with his right hand and quickly pressed the direction key with his left hand. The Z-shaped shake not only avoided the black light shot by the soul strike, but also avoided the reverse slash of the sharp wisdom sword. Wow! A very beautiful Z-shaped shake. This move is enough for players who play the battle method in Glory to learn for a year. The cup said without exaggeration. Just as Yu Xingchen was about to raise his gun and hit the sharp wisdom sword with a sky strike, Samsara found the trace of Night Rain. There is an old 6 with me. Chapter 278 Top Tactics. Top Match. I saw Yu Shengfan. The speaker was Jiang Guotao. He clearly saw Yu Shengfan moving around outside, and his target seemed to be himself and Xiao Guzi Ruo. But he did not choose to attack, nor did he stop to observe, but kept moving. The director also directed Yu Shengfan first-person perspective at this time. It would have been fine if they didn't see it, but the audience felt dizzy after seeing it. Yu Shengfan was moving quickly, and even during the movement, they found that Huang Xiaotian had time to type and chat in the public channel. Huang Xiaotian is really awesome. Many viewers were impressed. Huang Xiaotian running position. Is his target Zhou Zikai? Yishio guessed that although Huang Xiaotian Yu Shengfan had been running towards Wu Lang and Xiao Guzi Ruo, he bypassed several bunkers at this time. It seemed that his target was the two of Samsara. But in fact, he was getting closer and closer to Yiqian Chuanyun. As early as Yiqian Chuanyun took action, Blue Rain reported his specific position. Oh! Zhou Zikai also realized it. After all, he had already spotted Yu Shengfan when he turned his view. Was he going to attack him? Zhou Zikai did not hesitate. He fired both guns at Yu Shengfan, pouring out the bullets in his magazine at the constantly moving Yu Shengfan. Shout Yan. Hold Zhou Zikai back and attack head-on, Yu Wenzhou commanded. This was Blue Rain's goal. Since Samsara formation had now changed to 212, Yu Xingchen and Yuan Shanluan rushed to the front. Yiqian Chuanyan supported in the middle. Wu Lang and Xiao Guzi Ruo were in the back. Due to Yu Shengfan harassment, Zhou Zikai needed to be distracted to deal with Yu Shengfan. Bo Tao, come forward. Zhou Zikai spoke. Jiang Bo Tao looked at Yu Shengfan not far away, and immediately understood what Zhou Zikai meant. So he controlled Wu Lang and Xiao Guzi Ruo to cross Yu Shengfan and support the front battlefield. This way, Samsara 212 formation would change to 41, and they could also turn around and surround Yu Shengfan. The two behind the captain are rushing towards you. Yu Shengfan dodged behind the cover to avoid a bullet that pierced the clouds. Understood. Yu Wenzhou received the key information from Reincarnation 41. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Meng Huijian had already attacked again. And this time, he even turned on the rage in advance. With a shake of his arms, blood filled the air around him. During the rage, the strength, attack speed, movement speed and resistance to abnormal states of the berserker are improved. But the intelligence and double defense will drop significantly. However, after using the rage, the berserker's own skills can be strengthened. For example, during the release of the collapsed mountain, the berserker will be in a dominant state. The range of the reverse/sword energy is farther, and the speed of the ground-splitting slash is faster. After seeing Fengmang Huijian turn on the rage, the Soul Speaker raised his battle axe and shouted, "I will definitely defend the morality of the world." A white light hit Fengmang Huijian, and its defense was strengthened. Guard Virtue. After being strengthened, the sharp sword hit Yu Xingchen with a mountain collapse. But Yu Xingchen had anticipated it, and rotated the spear with both hands. At the moment when the sharp sword jumped and slashed, he turned around and stabbed it. Round dance stick. This stab directly stopped the sharp sword, and then grabbed it and forced it to fall to the ground. And the domineering effect of the mountain collapse was broken by the round dance stick. After the sharp sword fell to the ground, Yu Xingchen did not pursue the victory, but exchanged positions with Yun Shanwan. After all, as a judoka, Yun Shanwan was full of skills to break the domineering body. Yu Xingchen held the spear in his left hand and accumulated power in his right hand. With a falling flower palm, he directly slapped the Soul Speaker, who wanted to hit him fatally. Yu Xingchen successfully broke through the front of Blue Rain and stabbed Soxer behind him. Yu Wanzhou looked at Yu Xingchen, who was coming to kill him, and calmly operated Soxer to hit the opponent with a binding spell on the spot. Seeing the black light coming, Yu Xingchen cancelled his thrust, stopped suddenly, and rolled sideways to avoid the black light, avoiding being hit by the black light and being imprisoned. Before Yu Xingchen could get up, Gun Lin Danju standing next to Swopsar also took action, throwing a percussion grenade at Yu Xingchen. Then he loaded the incendiary bomb and shot it in front of Yu Xingchen. After the bullet hit the ground, it produced flames and burned towards Yu Xingchen along the wind. Seeing that there was no chance, Yu Xingchen had to flee to the back. Now Yun Shanwan and Fengmang Huijian were entangled together, waiting for Wulong and Xia to arrive. Samsara could attack Fengmang Huijian with 4 people. However, what he didn't expect was that Fengmang Huijian repelled Yun Shanwan with a cross slash, and then ran towards him. And Swoksar behind him had already begun to accumulate power to chant the curse arrow. Is this another attempt to encircle me? Zhou Yichen thought to himself. Blue Rain's target is Zhou Yichen again. Is this a fight? Li Xian asked. No. Yu Wanzhou is not an irrational person. The reason for attacking Zhou Yichen is that he split Blue Rain's formation. Zhang Xinjie explained. Yes. Zhou Yichen and Yu Xingchen was stuck in the middle of Blue Rain, completely separating Yu Shangfan and Fengmang Huijian. Wang Jieshi continued. If Yu Xingchen is not dealt with, Blue Rain will be defeated one by Samsara. Xiao Shiqin added. The battle was divided by Yu Xingchen again without anyone noticing. Wulong and Xia did not choose to cooperate with Yiqiang Chuanyun to restrict Yu Shangfan. After all, it would be difficult for them to stop the opponent from running away with the help of cover. It is better to support the front. After the first round, they knew that Blue Rain's front could not stop Yu Xingchen at all. So Samsara overall focus was placed on Zhou Yichen. Shozakai played the role of a free man, king against king, while restricting Yu Shangfan. Even if the opponent ran away, he could provide firepower support to his teammates remotely. For Blue Rain, Shozakai pressure in the dark is much greater than in the front. After all, not being able to see him is an invisible pressure. There is no need to elaborate on Shozakai's strength. Blue Rain is more afraid of Shozakai Barrett's sniper. Fengmang Huijian jumped up and slashed at Yu Xingchen with a groundbreaking slash. Soxer in the back finished chanting, and more than 10 arrows shot out from the purple-black chaotic light ball that appeared above the character. Yu Xingchen jumped up to avoid Fengmang Huijian groundbreaking slash, stepped on his shoulder, and swung his weapon to knock down the flying arrows after landing. Then he charged a strong dragon pressure to stab Fengmang Huijian. Fengmang Huijian blocked it with a horizontal spear, but was still repelled. Yu Xingchen wanted to go further, but the gun rain and bullet rain explosion grenade was launched. However, before the grenade landed, Wulong, who came, blew it up in the air with a wave sword. Xia activated the angel wings to stay in the air, and then threw a sacred fire at Soxer and Gun Lintanyu. His purpose was to restrict the back row of Blue Rain. Samsara wanted to deal with Fengmeng Huijian, the only remaining front row, as soon as possible. Blue Rain naturally saw Samsara's purpose. So Zhengxi and Gun Lantanyu walked to the side of Fengmeng Huijian to help him share the pressure. Captain, I can pinch. Huang Xiaotian repelled Iqianchuanian with a sword. And then his figure flashed quickly and disappeared in front of Iqianchuanian. Gone? Zhou Zikai frowned slightly. Yiyu Shengfan may be rushing here, Jian Wutao said. After hearing Huang Xiaotian's words, Yu Wenzhou said to wait a little longer because someone had not arrived yet. No! Zhou Yichen immediately discovered something wrong. The soul speaker is gone, Zhou Yichen said. It had been a while since the falling flower palm slapped the soul speaker away. But he still hadn't seen the soul speaker for so long. That can only mean that the soul speaker went to the replacement area. At this moment, Soxer chanted on the spot. And the silver weapon god-destroying curse in his hand had already been filled with black air. And a black revolving door filled with evil appeared behind him. Warlock's level 70 high damage ultimate move. Death's Gate. The tentacle-like lines condensed by the black air in the door will automatically chase the target within 18 body positions. Blue Rain's offensive is not over yet. The sharp sword in the front directly activates the Berserker's level 70 ultimate move. Blood Rage. Although the attack speed is very slow and easy to be interrupted, the most urgent thing for Samsara at the moment is to get out of the tracking range of the Death's Gate. There are currently 4 characters within the attack range of the Death's Gate. No. The escape speed cannot be faster than the black line. Lao Lu will leave it to you. Zhou Yichen turned his head and shouted to Lu Buiyuan. Leave it to me. Lu Buiyuan used Yun Shanluan to open the steel bones, and then grabbed the Fengmeng Huijian that was accumulating power with one hand. Wulong also began to chant the charging wave array. But at this time, a person suddenly rushed out from the bushes. This person's hands were still rubbing the air mass. After condensing the breath, he pushed with both hands, and a strong air force suddenly fell from the sky. Qigong Master level 65 range skills bomb cannon. This cannon not only interrupted Wulong chanting, but also blasted Xiaodezirua, who was suspended in the air down. When Xiaodezirua fell to the ground, it was Yiyu Shengfan who had just arrived that appeared in front of him. Song Xiao Taluo shaming. Blue Rain's 6th man appeared on the field at this time. Xiaodezirua is in danger. The situation changed rapidly. Samsara, who originally had the initiative, now fell into a passive position. This substitution is brilliant, Yishio praised. Soul Speaker can't provide much help on the offensive end. It's better to let Song Xiao Tao Luo Xiaoming appear in advance. Top substitution. Many professional players applauded directly. This substitution was brilliant. It was very smooth to switch directly from the defensive end to the offensive end. Yun Shanluan grabbed the sharp sword that was accumulating power with one hand, interrupted it, and rushed towards the Gate of Death. He wants to hit the Gate of Death. Yu Wenzhou saw Lu Buiyuan intention. As early as the first round, Zhou Zikai shot through the cloud stopped the Gate of Death in advance. And he noticed this problem. Stop him! Guns and bullets blocked Yun Shanluan's eyes. And then through the ammunition expert 70th level move. Chaotic Thunder. The gorgeous special effects caused by the grenade affected Yun Shanluan's vision and hindered his progress. Soxer also chanted the 6-star light prison on the spot, trying to imprison Yun Shanluan. However, before the chanting was finished, someone had already attacked him. Captain, you valued me so much just now. Why do you forget me now? It turned out that after Yu Xingchen escaped the pursuit of the Black Line, he did not choose to go back to save Xiaodezirua, who was approached by Yiyu Shengfan, but very boldly went around to Swoksar from the side. Tianji made a move and successfully floated Swoksar, who was still chanting. Captain! Song Xiao saw that the captain was attacked, so he gave up attacking Wulong and turned to Swoksar. Yiyu Shengfan and Yiyu Xingchen became the focus of the field. Will Yiyu Shengfan get rid of Xiaodezirua before the support of Lunhui? Or will Yiyu Xingchen get rid of Swoksar before the support of Lanyu? At this time, the whole audience held their breath, fearing that it would affect the operation of the 10 players on the field. What kind of decision is this? Chapter 279 Fu Long Xiang Tian hidden in the smoke. What is Samsara doing? Want to exchange Xiao Guzi Rule for Swoksar as a pledged child. It turned out that after Yiyu Shengfan approached Xiao Guzi Rule, Xiao Guzi Rule ignored Yiyu Shengfan, but chose to use the light of Holy Commandment to hit Swoksar, who was suspended in the air by Yiyu Xingchen Tianji. Samsara did not choose to support Xiao Guzi rule. Wu Lang and Yiqian Chuanyun both approached Swoksar. Samsara purpose is very clear. That is, mutual explosion. The situation of Xiao Guzi rule and Swoksar being exchanged for one seems to be the only healer of Samsara. But this exchange must be the one that Blue Rain loses more. Because they lost their only brain. Xiao Tian killed the priest. Even though Yu Wenzhou was suspended in the air, his mouth was still moving. Yi Yusheng Fan upward attack had hit Xiao Guzi Rua, which might be the only chance to kill the priest in this game. So Blue Rain would naturally not give up. What the others need to do is to do their best to save Yu Wenzhou. But Samsara will not give the others in Blue Rain this opportunity. Wu Lang stepped forward and chanted a frost wave array to hit the front of Fengmang Huijian, trying to freeze it. However, Fengmang Huijian directly activated the bloodthirsty battle to gain the dominance effect, and forcibly passed through Wu Lang frost wave array, in order to avoid being stopped by Yun Shan. Gunlin bullet rain even threw a smoke bomb, and the smoke spread directly with the wind, and several people on the field were all shrouded in it. I can't see anything. At this time, a figure suddenly emerged from the smoke and appeared in people's vision. Swoksar. Huh? Did Swoksar get rid of a Yuxingchen entanglement? Wang Jieshi asked. Swoksar should not be so easy to escape. I don't know the situation in this smoke. Zhang Xijie shook his head and said, there are flashes of fire in the smoke now. It should be a gun through the clouds and guns and bullets. The smoke had not yet dissipated. But Tao Luoshiming and Fengmang Huijian also rushed out, followed by Yiqian Chuanyun and Yun Shanlun. Xiao Yan. How are you doing? Yu Wenzhou asked. He now urgently hoped that Huang Xiaoyan could come to support the front. Because just now in the smoke, Wu Lang ripping wave slash almost caught him. If it weren't for the guns and bullets beside him to help him block it, he might have been eliminated now. And the guns and bullets were imprisoned by Wu Lang ripping wave slash. Captain Ma. He is dying. I'm going to eat the computer screen on the spot if you can run faster than me. There was a message from Huang Xiaotian. Soxer chanted the corrosion spell on the spot to support Fengmang Huijian, who was being pulled by Yiqian Chuanyun. However, when he raised the staff, Yu Wenzhou suddenly thought of something. At this time, the smoke was getting lighter and lighter, and people seemed to see a blue light emanating from the gray smoke. As the blue light became bigger and bigger, people even faintly heard the sound of dragon roaring. This is Fulong Xiangtian. 56,121. Jozakai said in the team voice. And the location reported was exactly the coordinates of Swoksar. At this time, he was Longyan. Not good. Yu Wenzhou heart tightened. And the blue Halong rushed out of the smoke and ran towards Swoksar, staring at Swoksar with his eyes. Then he opened his bloody mouth and bit Swoksar, who was still holding the staff and chanting, and knocked him into the air. Then, before he landed, magic fighting spirit surged from the dragon. Bang! Soxer was directly blown away by the second explosion damage of Fulong Xiangtian. Captain! The other members of Blue Rain felt bad, and stopped their attacks and rushed to Swoksar's landing place. However, Samsara would not let them leave so easily. Each young piercing the clouds moved to a safe position and activated the sharpshooter's level 70 ultimate move Barrett Sniper. The wind is going to stop, Jozakai said to himself, his eyes fixed on the scope. The cloud-piercing sniper scope was now aimed at Swoksar in the air, shaking constantly, and Jozakai was waiting. Wait for the wind to stop. The sharp sword was blocked by Yu Xingchen, and Halong Pajuan shot it in the opposite direction. Taluo Shaming was not feeling well either, and was blocked by Yun Shanluan. After the gun and bullet rain escaped from the confinement, a shrinking grenade successfully forced Wulong back, and then rushed towards Swoksar's landing. Seeing the gun and bullet rain rushing over, Yu Feng and Song Xiao both breathed a sigh of relief. Taluo Shaming opened the mind shield to cover himself and the sharp sword, ready to resist the attacks from Yu Xingchen and Yun Shanluan. But the shield was pierced by Yu Xingchen as soon as it was formed. What is this? Song Xiao was numb. Most of the enemy's skill damage and effects were absorbed by the shield during the opening of the mind shield. But if the enemy's output became strong, the shield might break in advance. It broke too fast. The professional players off the field did not expect it. After all, the air shield had just been formed, and the skill effect lasted for 30 seconds. It was broken by Yu Xingchen in less than 3 seconds. How Long Pajun followed by Nu Long Chuan Xian. Xiao Shiqin said lightly. They are both high level. Zhang Xinjie added. Can you do whatever you want with more skill points? Song Xiao typed in the public channel. Sorry. You can really do whatever you want with more skill points. Zhou Yichen typed in response. Captain, I have solved Xiao Guzi Rua. At this time, Huang Xiaotian suddenly said in the team language. Hearing Huang Xiaotian news, Yu Wenzhou unconsciously clenched the mouse with his right hand, which meant that they still had a chance to turn defeat into victory. People then noticed the message bar in the upper right corner. Yiyu Shengfan killed Xiao Guzi Ruo. Xiao Guzi Ruo. Out. Yiyu Shengfan killed Xiao Guzi Ruo in advance. Is Blue Rain's counterattack coming? Because of the passionate commentary. This finals is really exciting. Well done. Xiao Tian. Next. Yu Wenzhou hadn't finished speaking when he found that the computer screen was black. Ah? Even Yu Wenzhou was confused at this time. Fuck. How come Yu Wenzhou is gone? At this time, people just noticed that Yiyu Shengfan killed Xiao Guzi Rua. And before they reacted, the next message popped up again. Yi Chong Chuanyan killed Suokusar. The gun went off. It was Yi Chong Chuanyan Barrett who took Suokusar away. Li Ju explained. This shot was not affected by the adverse wind. Yi Xiu pinched his chin and thought. As early as Yi Chong Chuanyan sniper, he knew Zhou purpose. This shot was very difficult, because in the map of strong grass in the wind, although the wind was not strong, it still had a certain impact on the sharpshooter's Barrett, especially for long-range sniping. The bullet was easily affected by the wind and caused the trajectory to deviate. But the shot of one shot through the clouds did not seem to be affected by the headwind. Isn't this a tailwind? Qingguo said innocently. Tailwind? Yi Xiu looked at the weeds on the map. So the key point is here. It turned out that strong grass in the wind was not a fixed wind, but a transition between the north and south winds. And Zhou found the time when the north wind turned to the south wind. This shot was not only not affected by the headwind, but even faster than usual, causing Yu Wenzhou to not react at all. Blue Rain's counterattack has not started yet, but it was suppressed by Samsara, Li Xian said regretfully. As a spectator, he certainly hopes that the finals will be as exciting as possible. It would be too boring to end with 2 games. It should be more profitable for Blue Rain to exchange priests for warlocks. Zheng Chengfeng said. No. Blue Rain has suffered a great loss. Han Wenqing said. Captain Han is right. Yu Wenzhou is irreplaceable in Blue Rain. No one can replace him. Xiao Shiqing nodded and said. Sure enough. After Yu Wenzhou was eliminated, Blue Rain was a little confused. Captain? Where's the captain? Huang Xiaotian shouted a few times, but no one responded. He didn't notice the information bar in the upper right corner. Huang Xiao. The captain is gone! Zheng Xian shouted. He saw with his own eyes that Soxer was shot in the head before he landed. He left quietly without taking a cloud with him. Hey! Zheng Xian. Stop sighing. Come to support us. We can't hold on. Song Xiao shouted loudly. Don't worry. I'm here. As soon as Zheng Xian finished speaking, Wulong attacked with a flaming wave sword. After seeing Shiga Zero being eliminated, Yun Chanluan chose to go to the back to intercept Yiyu Shengfan's support, while Wulong went forward to block the rain of bullets. In the front, Yiyu Xingchen fought against Fengmang Huijian and Taoluo Shaming alone. There was also Yiqiang Chuanyan assisting on the side. This best combination that has dominated the rankings for 2 consecutive seasons was about to make the 2 of them feel lost. Not only did they have to resist Yiyu Xingchen attack, but they also had to guard against Yiqiang Chuanyan bullets. Yiyu Xingchen used a falling flower palm to directly slap the 2 of them away, and Yiqiang Chuanyan started to shoot randomly, with bullets constantly hitting Fengmang Huijian and Taoluo Shaming. Mr. Huang, where are you? I'm in Yunshan arms, Huang Xiaotian said angrily. Hearing the language of Blue Rain, the audience burst into laughter. It turned out that when Yiyu Shengfan was on his way, he was caught by Lao Lu Yunshan Luan, who had been hiding behind the grass. He held him in his arms with one hand and was about to press him to the ground. Fortunately, Yiyu Shengfan had hidden a trick, and Bing Yu attacked with a sword and stabbed Yunshan Luan in the waist. Damn, they are really good friends. They even attacked the enemy in the same position. Huang Xiaotian has already taken the shape of Zhou Yichen. Chapter 280 only 1 point away. The countdown to the championship. The field has been divided into multiple battles. Yu Shanluan vs Yiyu Shengfan. Yiyu Xingchen plus a gun to Chuanyan vs Fengmang Huijian plus Taoluo Shaming. Wulong vs Gun Linten. There are also Cruel Silence and Soul Speaker, who are rushing to the front battlefield. Judging from the speed, Cruel Silence, who has started the rapid movement, is obviously one step faster. Ye Yusheng repelled Yunshan Wan in front of him with his sword. Turned the perspective, and suddenly found a black shadow rushing past him. Damn! What flashed by? Huang Xiaoyan blinked quickly. And Mouse? What a fast speed! Even the director was almost caught up with Cruel Silence. This time the director did not choose to switch to Wu Qi first-person perspective. The afterimage is so fast. And the first-person perspective is needless to say. Players who have not personally experienced the high-speed movement of assassins will definitely not be able to bear it. Captain, I'm here. Wu Qi communicated in the team language. Get rid of Fengmeng Huijian first. Zhou Yichen said at this time. Once the sole speaker arrived and formed a double front row with Fengmeng Huijian, it would be very disadvantageous for Samsara to harvest the remaining game. Therefore, Samsara's primary goal now is to get rid of the remaining blood Fengmeng Huijian, and then deal with Taoluo Shaming, who is half of the front row. If the two are killed, Samsara will reach 8 points, and the minimum overtime will be guaranteed. As long as one more head is cut off, Samsara will win directly. Taoluo Shaming condensed his palm and waved his breath towards Yu Xingchen. At the same time, Song Xiao quickly slid the mouse to change the direction of the breath and hit the Fengmeng Huijian. Mind wave. Yu Xingchen dodged this mind wave, and before he could make a move, the breath hit the Fengmeng Huijian, increasing his attack power and attack speed. Fengmeng Huijian grabbed Yu Xingchen and Yiqiang Chuanyun in the air with his right hand. Soul-devouring blood hand. Yiqiang Chuanyun slid to avoid the grab of soul-devouring blood hand, and Yu Xingchen could not escape. He was hurt by the blood-sucking of Fengmeng Huijian. Although soul-devouring blood hand can control movement, it cannot control the enemy's movements. Therefore, Yu Xingchen stabbed Fengmeng Huijian with a dragon tooth. Yu Feng's reaction was not slow. After letting go of Yu Xingchen, he blocked Yu Xingchen enhanced stab with a horizontal sword. Then Fengmeng Huijian waved the sword energy at Yu Xingchen, and the sword energy special effect was like a whirlwind, causing a blow-away effect. Crazy Swordsman level 65 skill whirlwind slash. This knife directly blew Yu Xingchen away. But before Fengmeng Huijian could make a move, a silver-white light appeared in Yu Feng's perspective. Arc Light Flash. Cruel Silence arrived. Arc Light Flash successfully hit the Sharp Wisdom Sword after releasing the whirlwind slash, and the strong light directly blinded the Sharp Wisdom Sword. Yiqiang Chuanyun saw the opportunity and threw a grenade, then opened the double shot, and fired 2 bullets at the blinded Sharp Wisdom Sword. Seeing that the Sharp Wisdom Sword was about to be taken away, Taoluo Shaming on the side used Qi to rotate the airflow, and then fired Qi towards Cruel Silence, who was close to the Sharp Wisdom Sword. Qigong Master level 65 big move Spiral Mind Kill. Taoluo Shaming used Qi clockwise to directly knock Cruel Silence away, and then Qi condensed Qi around him, opened the Mind Wave Shield to block the Sharp Wisdom Sword in front of him, and helped him avoid the bullets from Yiqiang Chuanyun. Song Xiao. Still trying your best. Blue Rain has not given up. Many Blue Rain fans were moved to tears. However, the Qi Wave Shield was soon completely shattered by a bullet from a gun that pierced through the clouds. As soon as Fengmeng Huijian came to his senses, he was frozen in place by Wulong Frost Wave Array. It turned out that Wulong rushed over here after repelling the rain of bullets with a knife. Jiang Buitao knew very well that if he continued to stay and fight the rain of bullets 1v1, when the Soul Speaker arrived, he would be in danger. This is not called cowardice. This is called effective evacuation. I would rather do nothing than make mistakes. Damn! Where did the time go? Yu Feng watched himself being frozen, and the CD of the skill that could release the control had not yet been turned on. At this moment, Yu Feng wanted to die. Some people are alive, but he is already dead. Some people are dead, but he is still alive. Obviously Yu Feng belongs to the former. Sure enough, before Taoluo Shaming could react, Yu Xingchen, who came, pierced Yu Feng's heart with a wrathful dragon piercing the heart. Yu Xingchen killed Fengmeng Huijian. Sharp sword. Out. It's over. The professional players off the field were silent, feeling sad, because they were about to witness the second consecutive championship team on the spot. But unfortunately the protagonist was not any of them. With Sharp Sword eliminated, Samsara points reach 7 points. As long as they get 2 more kill points, they will definitely win the championship of the 8th season of the 2023 Glory Professional League. The cup reported the points in real time. There is not much time left for Blue Rain, Li Ju reminded. Just as Cruel Silence stabbed Tao Luoshaming with a piercing stab, a sword light suddenly pierced out from the bushes and blew Cruel Silence away. Sorry I'm late. What? Yu Shengfan has arrived. But where is Yun Shan Wan? The commentator was shocked, and then looked at the message bar in the upper right corner. But the message on it was Yu Xingchen killing Feng Mang Huijian. This means that Yun Shan Wan was not eliminated by Yu Shengfan. Bo Yuan? Jiang Bo Tao shouted. I'm lying on the ground. LV Bo Yuan responded. It turned out that Yu Shengfan's sword Ding Tian Xia's stiffness combined with the phantom invisible sword directly blew Yun Shan Wan away. Yun Shan Wan's health was red. But Huang Xiaotian was too late to make up the kill, because it would take too much time to chase and kill Yun Shan Wan and then return. By the time he supports the front, the daylily might be cold. Now Huang Xiaotian is racing against time. Blue Rain's front is too weak. If he does not pose a threat from the side, Samsara only needs to devote all his strength and pour the damage on one person. Samsara pressure is too small. They are only one head away from the championship. However, Samsara wanted more than just the championship. They also wanted to win this team competition. They wanted to prove that Samsara's second consecutive championship had no blind spots. Yu Shengfan Immortal Guide blew away Cruel Silence, and then slashed at Yu Xingchen with a knife in the wind. Yu Xingchen parried with his gun and stepped back a few steps. Yi Chong Chuanyan shot at Yu Shengfan continuously, and Yu Shengfan quickly danced with his sword to knock down the flying bullets. Xian! Huang Xiaotian shouted, and Zheng Xian operated the gun rain bullets and flash bombs. Yu Shengfan and Tao Luoshaming were carrying guns and rain bullets, so they were not blinded by the flash bombs. Wu Lang in front was miserable. He was closest to the gun rain bullets. When the flash bomb was launched, Jiang Bo Tao didn't react at all, and a strong white light shone on Jiang Bo Tao's computer screen. Jiang Bo Tao subconsciously closed his eyes, but he didn't stop operating, and kept waving the weapon in his hand to avoid being close to the opponent. Yu Xingchen and Yiqiang Chuanyun were both far away from Gun Lindanyu. When they saw Gun Lindanyu movements, they quickly turned their backs to avoid being blinded by the flash bomb. Now Jiang Botao was the only one who was sad. Seeing Wulong being blinded, Soul Speaker immediately activated Guardian Angel's level 70 ultimate move Angel's Power. The halo fell and directly knocked Wulong to the ground. Gun Lindanyu made up for the damage and threw 3 grenades with different effects, namely explosive grenades, electric shock grenades, and tracking grenades. The 3 grenades exploded directly beside Wulong, causing explosive damage. Wulong's health bar dropped sharply, and he was also paralyzed by the electric shock grenade. Kill Wulong. Yu Wenzhou was eliminated, so Huang Xiaotian had to take over the command. In the previous Blue Rain game, if Yu Wenzhou was eliminated early, the command work would actually fall on Yu Feng. After all, Huang Xiaotian was not in the front most of the time. But now, Yu Feng is gone, and the command work can only be done by Huang Xiaotian. Yu Shengfan turned around and stabbed Wu Lang, who was in a paralyzed state, with a sword storm. Swish! Yu Shengfan multiple thrusts directly took Wu Lang away, and Yu Shengfan killed Wu Lang. Wu Lang! Out! Blue Rain killed Wu Lang. Could it be? Bei Bei was excited. Could there be a turnaround? Be steady, brothers. Now the fans of the Samsara Club were begging for mercy, hoping that the uncles on the field could be more steady. The championship was within reach. Don't waste time. Jiang Buotao's last words were to kill Tao Luoshaming. Yu Xingchen took the lead, stabbed Tao Luoshaming with a continuous thrust, shot out with a gun, stepped on Tao Luoshaming's shoulder, retracted his double guns after landing, and successfully floated Tao Luoshaming with a knee strike. Yu Xingchen followed up, continuously hitting Tao Luoshaming in the air, and Tao Luoshaming's health bar kept decreasing. Help! Huang Xiaotian issued an order. Now Tao Luoshaming's lifeline is Blue Rain's timeline. When Tao Luoshaming's life is 0, that is when Blue Rain loses. Now everyone's eyes are on Tao Luoshaming. Chapter 281. The second consecutive championship team in the history of glory has appeared. Can Tao Luoshaming hold on? Yu Xingchen by Long Luxing attacked, stabbing Tao Luoshaming in front of him quickly. And Yi Chong Chuanyan also drew out 2 guns and kept shooting at him. Yu Shengfan and Luo Chong Kong attacked Yu Xingchen, trying to help Tao Luo Xiaoming to put out the fire. But Bing Yi was stopped by a pair of hands before he stabbed Yu Xingchen, empty-handed into the white blade. It's Yun Shanwan. Yun Shanwan rushed to the front battlefield. Hua hua hua! The Samsara fans in the audience could no longer contain their excitement, and some even took out the banners hidden in their bags, waiting for two-week combination to get rid of Tao Luo Xiaoming. On the contrary, the Blue Rain fans were already crying anxiously, and now they could only put their hands together and pray for a miracle. But it was clear that the goddess of miracles did not visit Blue Rain. Yu Wanzhou, who had taken off his headphones, had closed his eyes and was lying on the gaming chair, waiting for the result of the game. Yu Feng, who was standing by, was thinking about something. On the field, Yi Yushengfan was stopped by the bloody Yun Shanwan. The blade of Cruel Silence's dagger shone with the light of burning life. The assassin's level 70 high damage ultimate move. Sacrifice. Cruel Silence is about to attack. Who is his target? Basie explained loudly, his heart thumping, even though he was not a fan of the two teams, but just a spectator. But at this time, he felt that the hormones on the line were soaring, all because of the atmosphere. Samsara won. Yi Xiu made a conclusion in advance. Do you think this sacrifice will hit? Wei Chen asked. Song Xiao can't dodge it. Who said that the target of the sacrifice must be Song Xiao Tao Luo Xiaoming? Yi Xiu suddenly said. What do you mean? Hearing Yi Xiu words, everyone in Happy frowned. They didn't quite understand what Yi Xiu meant. Yi Xiu did not reply, but quietly lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. The target of Cruel Silence, Yi Xiu said calmly. It's guns and bullets. What? Wei Chen and his group were shocked by Yi Xiu's words. How could it be guns and bullets? Yi Xiu also thought that Cruel Silence's target was Tao Luo Xiaoming at first, but Wuqi's movements were too slow, even a little deliberate. And then he noticed guns and bullets not far from Cruel Silence. Tao Luo Xiaoming was at low health. But don't forget that guns and bullets were also at low health, because time was too tight. Soul Speaker had no time to heal guns and bullets. After all, guns and bullets were not likely to be broken through as a back row. So Soul Speaker used recovery to heal himself and Night Rain. That's right. Everyone thought that Cruel Silence's target was Tao Luo Xiaoming, including Blue Rain on the field. But only Samsara knew that Cruel Silence's target was guns and bullets. Yes, Tao Luo Xiaoming was just a cover. Cruel Silence attacked Tao Luo Xiaoming. Gunlin Danyu and Soul Speaker came over decisively, wanting to help Tao Luo Xiaoming to clear the fire. At this time, Cruel Silence suddenly changed his fire. Yu Xingchen and Yi Chong Chuanyan also changed their fire. Wu Qi, Zhou Yichen shouted. Here they come. Cruel Silence used his ice-like steps to stop moving immediately. And after a sudden stop, he turned around and killed Gunlin Danyu. Zheng Xian had never expected that he would become the main target of Samsara in an instant. Zheng Xian looked at the life-threatening attack and reacted quickly. He shot a stiffening bullet at Cruel Silence. But the speed of the stiffening bullet was too slow. Cruel Silence dodged the stiffening bullet with a leap in the air. Amid the screams of Blue Rain fans, Cruel Silence's dagger stabbed Gunlin Danyu. Gunlin Danyu health dropped sharply, and the already low health was now even worse. What made Blue Rain desperate was that Gunlin Danyu health was still burning. Seeing this, Soul Speaker quickly used Guardian Angel's level 60 skill life activation on Gunlin Danyu. Blue Rain fans breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Gunlin Danyu health surge up. Before they could collectively take a quick-acting heart-saving pill, Yu Xingchen unexpectedly stabbed Gunlin Danyu with Phantom Dragon Fang. And the recovery of life activation could not catch up with the health loss of Phantom Dragon Fang. Yu Xingchen killed Gunlin Danyu. Gunlin Danyu. Out. Nice. Seeing Gunlin Danyu being eliminated by Yu Xingchen, all the Samsara fans stood up excitedly. They only needed one more kill point to end the game early. After killing the gunman, Samsara switched fire again and locked the target on Tao Luo Xiaoming again. The reason was simple. Tao Luo Xiaoming had the lowest HP among the three, and the Soul Speaker used life activation, which could not directly restore Tao Luo Xiaoming HP to a healthy state. Jingxi, protect virtue. Huang Xiaotian shouted. Yes. Su Jingxi naturally knew that the target of protecting virtue was not Huang Xiaotian Yu Shengfan, but Song Xiao Tao Luo Xiaoming. As the holy light descended, Tao Luo Xiaoming defense increased. Is the CD of the recovery spell ready? Song Xiao asked anxiously. 5 seconds left. Su Jingqi responded. What the three Blue Rain players had to do next was to survive these 5 seconds. But Samsara would not give them a chance to breathe. Yushan Luan turned around and broke his legs to knock Yu Shanfan to the ground. Although Yushan Luan's health was almost at the bottom, Lu Buiyuan was not afraid at all. At most, he would die. As long as he could hold Yu Shanfan back, he would succeed. Ah! Huang Xiaotian was a little annoyed by Lu Buiyuan. After killing Shigeziru alone, Lu Buiyuan and Yushan Luan kept following Yu Shanfan, as if he was a sticky candy. Go to hell. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Huang Xiaotian controlled Yu Shanfan to stand up, waved his sword to release the sword energy, and hit Yushan Luan with a long sword. Brothers, I'm going to send it. LV Buiyuan communicated in the team language. It's okay. Go ahead. Song Xiao will be buried with you. Zhou Yichen Yu Xingchen and Zhou Zikai Qiang Chuanyuan have already killed Tao Luoshaming in front of him. And cruel silence is going to limit the support of the soul speaker. Okay. I'm going too. LV Buiyuan shouted. And then, he was killed by Huang Xiaotian Yu Shanfan with a sword. Yu Shanfan killed Yushan Luan. Yushan Luan. Out. Is there a chance? The field directly became 3v3. But from the perspective of blood volume, Samsara was still a little ahead. And Tao Luoshaming on the Blue Rain side was even red blood. Is there a chance? Blue Rain fans put their hands together, hoping for a miracle. Champion. We accept it. Zhou Yichen stabbed Tao Luoshaming with a gun. And before Tao Luoshaming could use his luck to push the Cloud Pawn to slap Yu Xingchen away, he was shot in the head by Yiqiang Chuanyan. Yiqian Chuanyan killed Tao Luoshaming. Tao Luoshaming. Out. Nice. Seeing Tao Luoshaming being eliminated by Yiqian Chuanyan, all the Samsara fans turned around and took out the small banner on their seats. This was issued by the Samsara official before the game. And it clearly read, "We are the champions. We are the champions." All the Samsara fans shouted loudly. With Tao Luoshaming being eliminated, Samsara total score has reached 9 points, exceeding Blue Rain's maximum score of 8 points. Let us congratulate Samsara for winning the 2023 Glory Professional League Season 8 Championship in advance. The commentator said in unison. Second consecutive championship. The manager of Samsara, who was sitting in the player seat below, stood up and gestured to the camera. 2. And other substitute players did the same. Damn! Song Xiao slammed the table heavily, then covered his face with his hands and cried. The shouts of all the Samsara fans off the court seemed to turn into a sharp sword, piercing the hearts of the Blue Rain players who had been eliminated on the stage. Jingqi. Go! We have nothing to lose. Huang Xiaotian was still fighting at this time, and he knew in his heart that the game was over. But as long as he was still on the court, he would not stop. Yu Shanfan stabbed Cruel Silence with his sword, and then blocked Yu Xingchen thrust with his sword. Seeing Yu Shanfan still fighting, Yu Wanzhou's eyes were moist. He left too early. The audience looked at Yu Shanfan's heroic figure and Huang Xiaotian's concentration in the camera, and they all stopped cheering silently. Blue Rain was a qualified opponent, and they had to give their opponents a high tribute. Not long after, Soul Speaker was eliminated. The court became 1v3. But Huang Xiaotian did not give up. He typed GG in the public channel, but tried his best to resist the siege of 3 people. At this moment, Blue Rain fans could no longer hold back their tears. Huang Xiaotian tried his best. I'm going to the bathroom. Wei Chen couldn't stand it anymore. Turned around and ran towards the bathroom of the internet cafe. No one saw the tears dripping from Wei Chen's eyes. The child has grown up. Ah! Looking at Huang Xiaotian's appearance, Yishio couldn't help but sigh. Esports is so cruel. Yu Shanfan. Out. Glory. The professional players watching off the court stood up and applauded, not only congratulating Samsara for winning the championship, but also praising Huang Xiaotian's spirit. Knowing that the game has ended early, they still fought hard to the last moment. If it were them, they might have typed GG in advance. Congratulations to Samsara for winning this team game. At the same time, they defeated Blue Rain with a small score of 11-5 and a large score of 2-0, and won the 2023 Glory Professional League Season 8 Championship. The cup roared. The wind and thunder are shaking at my fingertips, and I am on a journey of thousands of miles. I am a proud young man, and I never ask east or west. Sheen belongs to Chu after breaking the cauldrons and sinking the boats. And you swallows Wu after sleeping on firewood and tasting gall. The young man is brave and prepared for battle. And he kills the generals and holds the flag at 13 passes. There is a general with a spirit that is hard to find in the world. The 3-foot-long sword shakes the world. And the 5 states are shocked when he steps on the stage to worship the general. Li Ju cheered loudly. The name of this year's champion is Samsara. 2nd consecutive championship. We have witnessed it with our own eyes. Xiao Shiqin smiled. When will he be able to stand on this stage? We are the champions. Zhou Yichen excitedly took off his headphones and turned to hug his teammates. It's still 2 consecutive championships. Jiang Buotao smiled. At this time, Du Ming and Samsara manager and staff also rushed to the stage to celebrate together. On the other side, Blue Rain was silently packing up the peripherals. After everyone from Samsara came to shake hands, they were about to leave the stage. Huang Xiaotian looked at the championship trophy placed in the center of the stage reluctantly. We come back next year. Yu Wenzhou hugged Huang Xiaotian tightly, and the other members of Blue Rain also gathered around him. Yes, we come back next year, Huang Xiaotian said with a sob. Chapter 282 The Undoubted FMVP. The Blue Rain team was the first to return to the stage, waiting to shake hands with the Samsara team. Looking at the golden fireworks flying all over the sky, Huang Xiaotian stretched out his hand to touch them. But he couldn't touch them. The Blue Rain team looked up. Although they had experienced the golden rain once, who would complain about it too much, compared with the players who have not yet entered the finals, or those who have entered the finals but missed the championship. They are already lucky. Congratulations. Yu Wenzhou looked at the Samsara team coming towards him, controlled his facial expression, and said with a smile, Thank you. Zhou Zikai nodded and said, Great. Yu Wenzhou praised Zhou Yichen from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for Zhou Yichen's amazing performance in the first round, they would not have lost at home. Thank you. It's just good luck. Zhou Yichen said modestly. This is not luck. Excessive modesty is pride. Yu Wenzhou shook hands and said, Well done. Huang Xiaotian said with red eyes. Thank you. Your swordsman is undoubtedly the best. Zhou Yichen hugged Huang Xiaotian and patted him on the back. You are also the best fighter. Huang Xiaotian responded. And the two did not forget to brag to each other. After the handshake session, Blue Rain quietly left the stage, and Samsara began to celebrate. The 7 people ran towards the championship trophy in the center of the stage. After all the members were ready, they held the trophy together. Then the venue began to rain gold again. And the big screen also showed Samsara championship poster. Let us congratulate Samsara again for winning the 2023 Glory Professional League Season 8 championship. The host also walked onto the stage at this time. Wow! I want to ask our captain, Zhou Zikai. Have you ever thought about leading Samsara to win 2 consecutive championships? The host handed the microphone to Zhou Zikai. Zhou Zikai was silent for a moment, then said 2 words. I've thought about it. Well, it seems that our Samsara team is very confident about this championship. And now it has come true. Zhou Zikai thought about it, confused the host, who was still thinking that Zhou Zikai would say no. And then he would continue with the next sentence. What about Captain Jiang? Compared to Zhou Zikai, the host still prefers to interview the humble and communicative Jiang Buotao. In fact, we didn't have much confidence before the start of the 8th season. After all, after winning the championship, we were also studied by other teams. So although we were winning in the early stage of the season, it was not particularly easy to win, Jiang Buotao said. So what helped you later? Of course, it was the improvement of skill points. Jiang Buotao smiled. Can Captain Jiang reveal this? The host asked curiously. It's not convenient to disclose. Just kidding. That's a 30 million buyout. How can I disclose it casually? Okay. The host laughed awkwardly. The next question is for Zhou Yichen. Yichen's performance in this finals can be described as exaggerated, especially in the first round. Some people compared it with Yi Qiu in the first season finals, and even felt that he surpassed him. What do you think? I think it's just good luck, and the opponent also took it into consideration. Otherwise, I would have been killed by the high damage big move. As for Yi Qiu, everyone knows that he is my idol. As a fan, I am very happy to be compared with my idol, Zhou Yichen said skillfully. As for surpassing, I don't think it's there yet. After all, he has 3 championships, and I only have 2. The road is still long. But I am confident that I can surpass my idol, Zhou Yichen said confidently. Okay. The Samsara fans in the audience applauded when they heard Zhou Yichen words. Oh! I declared war on you. Wei Chen stood beside Yi Xiu without knowing when. Heh. It was Yi Xiu who declared war. Not me. Yi Xiu laughed. My name is Yi Xiu. I'm just a newcomer to Glory who is preparing to participate in the challenge match. Awesome. You are the one who has no bottom line. Wei Chen clapped his hands when he heard Yi Xiu words. You are the one who has no bottom line. Get lost. At this time, Feng Xianjun, chairman of the professional league, walked up to the stage with a brisk pace, took over the microphone of the host, and officially announced the Samsara team as the champion of the 8th season of Glory professional competition in front of all the audience and the broadcast camera. Afterwards, every player of the Samsara team received the championship medal with esports characteristics, the champion mouse, and the champion keyboard. Specially customized keyboard and mouse with the logo of the 8th season champion. In addition, all players who played in the finals will receive a championship ring, which is also engraved with the words of the 8th season champion and the team logo. Yes, this is a gift from the management of Samsara, not issued by the official. Of course, Blue Rain also prepared one, but it is not needed now. Other players, who have not yet appeared, will naturally have gifts. Every Samsara player, whether starting or substitute, as long as they are on the big list, will receive a gift from the official in the Mailbox of Honor online game, the champion headdress. Last year, Samsara received one when it won the championship. At that time, it was a ring worn on the character's hand. It did not have any effect and was just a decoration. Compared with the ring, this year's headdress is much clearer. You should know that it is marked with the 8th season champion, which can be displayed both in the online game and in the game. After getting the mouse and keyboard and putting on the championship ring distributed by the general manager of Samsara, all the members of Samsara were very excited. The feeling of winning the championship is still so wonderful. Then, the championship trophy that was actually awarded to the Samsara team was handed over to the captain of the Samsara team, Zhou Zikai, by Feng Xianjun himself. In fact, Feng Xianjun watched this final. Zhou Yichen was the key man, so he wanted to give the game trophy to him. But Zhou Yichen stretched out his hand, signaling the chairman of the professional league, Feng Xianjun, to hand the trophy to the captain Zhou Zikai. Feng Xianjun smiled. What a high-spirited, polite and well-mannered young man. Then, Feng Xianjun will announce the biggest award of the night. Finals FMEP, also known as the most valuable player in the finals. I announce that the FMVP of the 2023 Glory Professional League Season 8 Finals is... Feng Xianjun kept it a secret, and all the Samsara fans in the audience were shouting the name of Zhou Yichen. After all, Zhou Yichen's performance in the first round was too explosive, and he would be ranked in the top 3 in the history of Glory. Zhou Yichen, Feng Xianjun said loudly. Wow! The audience was boiling again. Before Zhou Yichen could react, Lu Boyuan and Du Ming took the lead and grabbed Zhou Yichen. And then with the joint efforts of the Samsara people, Zhou Yichen was thrown into the air. Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. Be careful. Fang Minghua smiled at the side. Be careful. Chu Yunxiu, who was sitting in the professional player seat, shouted. And everyone slowly put Zhou Yichen down. Oh my god. My legs are going to be weak. Zhou Yichen wiped the sweat off his head. Zhou Zikai and Jiang Buotao were on the side to sort out the golden debris on his body. This is the atmosphere of reincarnation. Then the chairman of the professional league, Feng Xianjun, handed the FMVP trophy to Zhou Yichen. At this moment, does Yichen have anything to say? Feng Xianjun asked with a smile. You are very excited to get this FMVP. I would like to thank the club that cultivated me. Thank them for their trust. And thank my teammates. They have always taken care of me and accompanied me to go crazy. I would also like to thank my parents and someone who silently supports me behind the scenes. Zhou Yichen was very excited. His whole face was red, just like Guan Gong. Finally, I have to thank my fans. You are the cutest people. Zhou Yichen then made a big heart to the fans holding his pink cheering signs. Ah! Seeing Zhou Yichen making a heart, the fans shouted happily. Xiao Zhou Zhou. We will always support you. A tough guy roared. I'm so angry. The professional players standing on the field were shocked. Whose general is this? Why haven't they left yet? Because they are waiting for dinner. It turned out that after Samsara won, Joe Sakai announced in the group that Samsara would treat the professional players present to a meal. In addition to the professional players, there will be a lottery after the game, and the lucky fans who won the prize can participate in the celebration banquet of Samsara for free. The official website also sent out a message at this time. Samsara Club. The 3-foot green sword shocked the world, and the 5 states were shocked when he went on stage to worship the generals. Thanks to the players for their efforts and the fans for their support. The second consecutive championship is the result of everyone's joint efforts. We will draw lucky fans in the comment area, and they will receive a group photo signed by Samsara and small peripherals. Blue Rain Club. Congratulations to Samsara for winning the championship. See you in Season 9. Samsara Club at Blue Rain Club. See you at the top of Season 9. Bata Club. Congratulations to Samsara for winning the second championship in team history. See you in Season 9. Yinyu Club. Congratulations to Samsara for winning the 2023 Glory Professional League Season 8 championship. See you next season. Weichao Club. Congratulations to Samsara for becoming the second consecutive championship team. See you next season. Almost all clubs sent congratulations. There was nothing to talk about at the press conference after the game. Samsara praised Blue Rain's performance, whether it was the lineup in the first round or the substitutions in the second round. Jiang Buitao said that he could learn a lot from playing against Yuanzhou. As the losing side of the Blue Rain team, Captain Yuanzhou took all the responsibilities. He believed that the 2 rounds of defeat had a lot to do with himself. He saved skills in the first round and was the first to be eliminated in the second round. A student Huang Xiaotian did not speak, obviously still immersed in the mood of loss. Huang Xiaotian's performance in the team competition was perfect. Xiaoda was calm, and Yun Chanluan was killed by him alone. Wulong elimination was also caused by him. In this game, Huang Xiaotian did not let anyone down. On the second day after the game, all members of Samsara attended various activities, and Samsara made a lot of money. As for the online game circle, which is most closely related to the professional circle, there was a heated discussion about a topic. Joe Sakai and Zhou Yichen. Who is the first in Samsara, and who is the first in Glory? Both of them have 2 championships and 1 FMVP. Zhou Yichen has 1 more regular season MVP, and Joe Sakai has 1 more season's most valuable player. Once this topic was brought up, it immediately detonated the entire circle of netizens, and players were actively discussing it. There were also many people who were leading the rhythm, which was obviously intentional. Samsara touched the cake of some people. Public opinion became more and more intense, and even affected everyone in Samsara. That night, Zhou Yichen posted a message with a photo of all the members of Samsara. In the photo, Joe Sakai was holding Zhou Yichen FMVP trophy, and Zhou Yichen was holding Joe Sakai FMVP trophy. The others were holding the 2 championship trophies of Samsara. There was a note below: "We will win more championships together." Chapter 283 titled God of War. Zhou Yichen Grand Slam of Honor. Zhou Yichen words did not shut up the onlookers. Some idiots even thought that Zhou Yichen was forced to speak under pressure, and that Zhou Yichen was just a thug in Samsara. They even said that the Brotherhood Alliance would be retaliated and Zhou Yichen would become a victim. These people are idiots. I'm beeping. Zhou Yichen was sitting in the Samsara meeting room. When he saw the message below, he cursed directly. Okay. It's obvious that someone is leading the rhythm. Jiang Buitao touched Zhou Yichen's belly to let him relax. We just need to do our own thing. Fang Minghua also said. That's right. Our atmosphere. What they are beeping about. It has nothing to do with them. Du Ming said. Yeah. Zhou Sakai replied lightly. Although these people are idiots, they have increased our popularity. The manager of Samsara was also in the meeting room. We are the most popular now. Lu Buiyuan took out his phone and said, well, we can increase the popularity by doing this. The manager said with a smile. Don't worry, manager. We don't mind. But for the seniors, the pressure will be very great. Zhou Yichen retorted. I didn't think this through. The manager thought about it, and it was true. If this rhythm is exposed, it will be very popular. And it may even exceed the popularity of the finals. Then let's see which one will make the first move. And we will follow the bet. The manager spread his hands and said, Are there any news from other clubs? Manager? Jiang Buitao asked. There are rumors. Originally, the meeting of Samsara was to deal with public opinion. The manager was afraid that there would be problems within the players. But the conversation just now made the manager understand that the internal affairs of the team are inseparable, and outsiders should not think of destroying them from the inside. Manager. Tell me. Zhou Yichen immediately sat next to the manager. I know which club the tactical master Xiao Shiqin will join. The manager said slowly. Excellent era. Zhou Yichen said. How did you know? The manager was a little surprised. He had just received the news. How did Zhou Yichen know it? I heard it from Yishan. Zhou Yichen said calmly. How did Senior Yi know it? Jiang Guotao asked. Excellent era told him. After all, they are going to participate in this challenge. The biggest opponent should be Excellent era. Zhou Yichen said. This is to make Yishan give up. Du Ming said. Don't tell me. Xiao Shiqin going to Excellent era is really a bit of a story. The main reason why they were so bad in the 8th season was that they played against each other in the team competition without any rules. Jiang Guotao analyzed. I don't think Excellent era can beat them. Zhou Yichen snorted. He still believed in Yishio very much. By the way, are we going to have a training match with your idol in a few days? Jiang Guotao suddenly remembered. Yes. The manager nodded and said that this was his decision. Yishio wanted to test the strength of the team. And he also wanted to see if Yishio team was a threat to Samsara. Doesn't that mean I can see Sanren? Du Ming said excitedly. He had heard Zhou Yichen mention Jun Moshio more than once. And he also looked for channels on the internet to watch Jun Moshio arena game recordings. After watching it, Du Ming had only one feeling. It was too cool. Even cooler than Zhang Jiao 100 Flowers dazzling. With continuous small skills. Yeah. But they are still in the process of running in. So wait for Yishan to notify you. And you can take advantage of this time to relax. The next day, after all the games were over, Glory once again counted all the awards of the 8th season. Regular season MVP. Samsara Team Zhou Yichen. Character Battle Mage Yu Xingchen. King of Singles. Tiny Herb Team Lu Shubia. Character Swordsman Fei Dao Jian. One Hit Kill. Team Blue Rains Huang Xiaotian. Character Swordsman Night Rain. Defending Star. Team Samsara Zhou Yichen. Character Battle Mage Yu Xingchen. Best 6-man. Team Misty Rains Lu Yining. Character Sharpshooter Yu Gai Ni Zhang. Best combination. Team Samsara. Double weekly combination. Zhou Zakai. Zhou Yichen. Character Sharpshooter Yi Qian Chuan Yun and Battle Mage Yu Xingchen. Best Improvement Award. Team Howling's Tang Hao. Character Road Tang Sanda. Best Newcomer Award. Team Howling's Xiao Yujie. Character Elemental Mage Xiao Guang Huan. Finals FMEP. Team Samsara's Zhou Yichen. Character Battle Mage Yu Xingchen. 2 teams eliminated in Season 8, Excellent Era. Xuanqi. Although people knew about this after the regular season ended, the league still made a unified inventory after the season ended. Before people could react, the league released another message. Glory Professional League, based on Zhou Yichen's outstanding performance in the 8th season. After professional evaluation, Zhou Yichen was announced as the most valuable player of the 8th season of the Glory Professional League. At the same time, due to Yu Xingchen's godlike performance in the first round of the finals, he is officially crowned here and given the title of God of War. Reincarnation Glory Club. Congratulations to Yu Xingchen for the title. And congratulations to my Aunt Chen for completing the Personal Honor Grand Slam within a year. He is the best child in our reincarnation. Zhou Yichen, ID, Yu Xingchen, thank you. This honor is both a reward and a responsibility. I will keep working hard. Comment area, Genius Jia, character title. I thought it was a personal title like Magician. Take the snakeskin bag and take Xiao Zhou Zhou home, indeed. After all, the 1v5 in the first round of the finals is really like the birth of a God of War. And no one else can do it. In fact, Zhou Yichen's title was decided by the official and the Reincarnation Club. It is normal to give the title to the character. After all, players will retire one day, but character cards will not. With these, there is no need to worry about the shortage of talents in the future, although the title will bring great honor to the player. For the club, once the player retires, the title will be useless for the future development of the club. And although the title is given to the character, people still call the player during the summoning process. For example, Sword Saint, Huang Xiaotian, Gun King, Zhou Zakai, Fighting King, Han Wenqing, and the current God of War, Zhou Yichen, and Sun Xiang, who took over Fighting God, Yi Yiqiqiu, has never been called Fighting God by anyone. because the title is useless by inheritance. It must be earned by strength. Of course, there are voices of approval and opposition. Fighting God World Number 1. Why is he called God of War? Battle Mage. Fighting in front and fighting in the back. Why does he use Xingqian suppress Yi Jiqiu? God of War World Number 1. My kid can kill one in the finals 1v5. Can Ichio do it? Oh. Sorry. Ichio is gone. Now it's Sun Xiang. I'm dying of laughter. Sun Xiang? Bah! Ichio World Number 1. Don't be so mean. Sun Xiang is not God of War. He hasn't been recognized by us yet. Chow. Sun Xiang quickly flipped through the comments below, all of which were lashing out at him. I will definitely make the name of God of War resound throughout glory again. You haters. Watch me. In order to attract attention, Tao Xian, the boss of the Excellent Era team, personally accepted an interview and said in the interview that although Excellent Era was out, it was far from over. Tao Xian said that a press conference would be held tomorrow. An Excellent Era would usher in new vitality. Excellent Era will enter the dual-core era just like Samsara, Tao Xian said confidently. Samsara 2 championships have proven the importance of dual cores. Therefore, he knows that if Excellent Era wants to rise, it must create an ace combination, like Samsara double week of title banning and Blue Rain sword and curse. Tao Xian's speech immediately rushed to the top of the hot search within less than an hour. This is the foundation of the Dynasty team. Dual core? You should be talking about Sun Xiang. Right? Who is the other one? Su Macheng? The reporter asked curiously, but regretted it after saying it. Sun Xiang and Su Macheng had already been verified in the 8th season, and there was no chemistry at all. Everything will be announced tomorrow. The next day, under the expectation of everyone, Excellent Era held a press conference. Excellent Era ambition is to focus on the future. The past glory is outdated, and the team needs to open a new page, Tao Xian said domineeringly. Then a person appeared at the press conference, and the appearance of this person also shocked the reporters present. Captain of the Thunder team, all-star player, tactical master Xiao Shiqin will transfer to the Excellent Era team next season. After hearing Tao Xian's precise explanation, the reporters still didn't react. They knew that Xiao Shiqin went out to make a living. And among the many speculations, Excellent Era was also a name that was often mentioned. And they said it in an orderly manner. But this is just a guess. An Excellent Era has been eliminated. If Xiao Shiqin goes to Excellent Era, it means that he will need to waste a year to accompany Excellent Era to play the challenge match of the 9th season. But now, this possibility has been personally acknowledged by Excellent Era. This is definitely a bombshell. I believe that Xiao Shiqin's arrival will give Excellent Era new vitality. With Xiao Shiqin joining Excellent Era, other teams have also made changes. All teams will actively operate, whether it is player transfer or character transfer. This summer, the major teams have another important task, which is to improve the skill points of the ace characters in the team. The success of Samsara is inseparable from the improvement of skill points. With Xiao Shiqin joining Excellent Era, other teams also participated in the summer transfer. Excellent Era officially fired the first shot of the summer transfer. Chapter 284. Wherever there is a bustle, there is Zhou-Chen. As Excellent Era fired the first shot of the summer transfer, other teams also reported the news. At the main entrance of the Excellent Era Club in H City, countless fans gathered at this time, and it was extremely lively. Many people held up banners in their hands to welcome Xiao Shiqin's arrival. At the same time, Lu Hao was in the conference room, watching Xiao Shiqin chatting happily with Tao Xian, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. When Xiao Shiqin arrived, Lu Hao was both entangled and looking forward to it. Originally, after Excellent Era was eliminated, Lu Hao wanted to leave this mess of Excellent Era, but now Sun Xiang stayed behind. And Xiao Shiqin's arrival made him realize that Excellent Era seemed to have the strength to fight. Although the 3 All-Stars had to play in the challenge tournament for a year. After a year, the king would return and aim directly at the championship. It sounded like a cool article. However, with Xiao Shiqin joining, he would definitely have to give up his position as the vice-captain. Maybe Sun Xiang would not be able to keep his position as the captain. After all, Xiao Shiqin's status was there. For this reason, he went to Cui Li, the manager. To his surprise, Cui Li just smiled, as if he had thought of something happy. Then he told him to wait for the notification quietly, and he would be satisfied. Hearing Cui Li's words, Lu Hao felt relieved. As a result, after the transaction between the two parties was completed, Lu Hao found that Xiao Shiqin not only came, but also brought the account card of Xingling Mi. And he Ming received a big surprise. The two of them were exchanged to the Thunder team as bargaining chips for the transaction of Xiao Shiqin. After 3 days of packing up, you can leave the gate of Jiashi smoothly. You can get out after you pack up, Cui Li said mercilessly. Yu Lu Hao looked at Cui Li angrily. Is this the result that satisfied him? Humph! Rat shit. Cui Li cursed and left. At this moment, Lu Hao realized that he was abandoned by Jiashi, and Tao Xian was unkind and unjust. However, he couldn't tell anyone. After all, he was the #1 helper in driving Ichio away. If it was exposed, he would be drowned in people's spit. After all, Ichio was not only his captain, but also his master in a sense. He was taught to be a magic swordsman by Ichio. If the club criticized him again and said he was unaware, he would be ruined and would never be able to stay in the professional circle. After leaving the club, the fans who were still calling Xiao Shiqin noticed Lu Hao coming out. Who is this person? A fan asked. I don't remember. But he's a loser anyway. Lu Hao was immediately angry when he heard this, and looked at the fans who called him loser fiercely. I remember. He is Lu Hao. Why is he going with his luggage? Going home to visit relatives? What relatives are you visiting? It's obvious that he was expelled. Brother Hao. Let's go! He Ming on the side, and then left the scene first. The next day, there was no big transfer. But the Blue Rain team announced a teenager who was promoted from the training camp and will be registered as a regular player of the Blue Rain team next season, Lu Hanwen. The Blue Rain team even held a press conference for this, and was shocked by the media's inquiries. Lu Hanwen, the young player, is only 14 years old. If he registers as a regular player, he will break the record of the youngest player in the professional league. The most important thing is his profession. Swordsman. If it was a swordsman from other teams, people might not be shocked. But Blue Rain is different. You know, their ace character is Sword Saint, Yi Yusheng Fan. So, this young player is Yi Yusheng Fan's successor? Zhou Yichen asked in the training room. Well, it's almost the same. Jiang Butao nodded and said, Sanjia Ludao told me that in order to grab the boss, Zhang Xinjia and Lin Jingyan were both eliminated from tyranny, and Gu Yin was almost beaten silly. Jiang Butao continued, it's Lu Shubia over at Zongkeatang. He should be practicing hand speed control. Your idol is also on stage. In the past few days, all the major teams have sent professional players to participate in the battle to grab the boss. The Howling team is led by Tang Hao, and the Blue Rain team let this newcomer go for training. However, their Samsara did not make any statement. Zhou Zikai was doing business, and Du Ming, Wu Qi and Lu Buiyuan went on a trip. Fang Minghua went to accompany his wife. Jiang Butao had some things to go back to solve at home, and Zhou Yichen was always with Chu Yunxiu. As for someone, he is still atonement. He is afraid that once the news is released, they will not be able to accept it. How about I go down and play with them? Zhou Yichen said. That's what Sanjia Ludao means. Jiang Butao smiled. All right. Zhou Yichen spread his hands and said, I don't need Yu Xingchen anymore. You want to throw a smoke bomb again? Jiang Butao said helplessly. Ever since it was revealed that Gan Yin Xingchen was Zhou Yichen, all the teams have been on guard, fearing that Samsara would play new tricks. But in fact, it was just a smoke screen. That's right, Zhou Yichen said sinisterly. He. They will definitely think this is my ultimate move again this time. Just be happy. Jiang Butao packed up his things and prepared to leave. Don't worry. Zhou Yichen smiled and inserted the character card of Gan Yin Xingchen. Gan Yin Xingchen at Guyin. I'm here. I heard that you were bullied badly. Guyin, great God. You are finally here. Woo. We were bullied so badly by them. The elites of the Samsara Guild also played. Guyin, the king must make the decision for me. Gan Yin Xingchen at Guyin. That's enough. If you keep talking, I'm going to vomit. After Gan Yin Xingchen and the Samsara Guild joined together, they all rushed to the place where the boss refreshed. When they arrived, the people of Zongkeatang and Lanchi Pavilion were already waiting there. Why are the people from Samsara here? We just kept silent before. The person from Blue Brook asked in a text message. Maybe there are some top-tier professional players here, but I don't know who is leading the team. The person next to him typed. At this time, Yishio and others also quickly rushed to the boss refresh area. The people from Tyranny also arrived. But they were just watching from the side, and didn't rush forward. Over on the boss side, Zongkeatang and Blue Brook were fighting each other. Worthy of being old enemies. We fight as soon as we meet. Hey. Why are the people from Samsara here? Yishio's sharp eyes spotted a group of people watching the show on the side. And when he clicked on them, he found that they were the people from Samsara. Join in the fun. By Zajinglia sent a message. No. There should be some professional players coming down the field. Yishio shook his head and typed. Who? I didn't see him from the front. By Zajinglia looked in the direction of Samsara, but didn't see any familiar figures. It should be Zhou-Chen. Only this guy would hide in the middle and shoot from behind. Yishio typed. What? The god of war has come out in person. Bai Shi Jinglu was shocked. Zhou-Chen is no longer a newcomer. He has to call him the great god when he meets him now. Great god. What should we do? Guin typed. Stand and watch the show. When the boss's health is almost gone, we will enter the field directly. I will take care of those people. Zhou-Chen said domineeringly. Just when Zongkeatang and Lanchi Pavilion were fighting fiercely, Yishio suddenly stood up and shouted, Where is Zhang Xinjie? Call him out. Not long after, Zhang Xinjie vs Wan Shan Yunwu walked out of the crowd. Where is Lao Lin? Yishio asked. Yes. Why don't you do it? Yishio asked bluntly. Let's take a look first. There's another Lao Lu over there, Zhang Xinjie said. He had been paying attention to the reincarnation for a long time. But there was no movement. The other party seemed to want them to fight. Who do you think is hiding in there? Yishio asked. Who else could it be? Zhou-Chen. Zhang Xinjie snorted and said. What kind of idol you have? What kind of fans you have? What do you mean by that? Yishio didn't like what he said. Zhou-Chen is my idol. Zhang Xinjie was silenced by Yishio. At this time, Lanchi Pavilion and Zongkeatang had entered a white-hot stage. Two of the swordsmen were fighting fiercely, with cold light flashing and sword energy running wild. This newcomer is not bad. Yishio sighed. I'm afraid Lu Xiubia will lose. Zhang Xinjie analyzed. Really? At this time, Lin Jingyan changed his vest and rushed over. However, before Lu Hanwen could kill Lu Xiubia with a sword, a gunshot interrupted the fight between the two. Wait for me. I go play with him. Zhou-Chen sent a message to Guin, then rushed out. Wow. What a wonderful duel. I join in too. A sharpshooter rushed out from the Samsara group, firing both guns at Lu Hanwen. Here comes the troublemaker, Zhang Xinjie said. Then I won't wait any longer. Yishio said. God said there must be light, and his spear decisively stabbed at Lin Jingyan, who was standing aside. Who is this? Lu Hanwen frowned. And suddenly someone rushed out to disrupt the fight. Get rid of him first, Lu Xiubia suddenly said. Lu Hanwen didn't know who this person was, but he knew. Get rid of him. And we continue. Okay. Lu Hanwen and Lu Xiubia temporarily formed an alliance, and the two of them rushed towards the direction of Gun Yin Xingchen at the same time. Come on! Gun Yin Xingchen scattered his hands, and arc-shaped bullets shot towards Lu Hanwen and Lu Xiubia swordsmen. The two of them swung their swords to chop off the flying bullets at the same time. Gun Yin Xingchen took a step back, set up the Gatling machine gun, and kept shooting at the two. Then threw it away. Stepped on the shoulder of Lu Hanwen's swordsman, turned on the Barrett sniper, and shot Lu Xiubia's swordsman with a shot. Oh my god! No way. He can do this trick. Lin Jingyan repelled Yishio. God says there must be light with one claw, and happened to see the scene. Geniuses are naturally good at everything. Just like me. Yishio smiled. Is this another smoke bomb? Or do they really want to use two sharpshooters in the competition? Zhang Xinjie was thinking about this question at this time. As long as Zhou-Chen Gun Yin Xingchen doesn't appear on the stage, they will not stop researching the two sharpshooters. This boss is given to you, old Lin. Lin Jingyan naturally understood what Zhang Xinjie meant. Turned around and ran towards Gun Yin Xingchen. Hey! Another one? Senior Lin? Gun Yin Xingchen skillfully dodged the flying bricks. If the target is all me, then we will take the boss in Samsara, Zhou-Chen said. And then they realized that the Samsara group had unknowingly taken away the hatred of the boss. The boss is gone. This kid is getting smarter and smarter. Yishio shook his head and said, ever since Samsara snatched a boss from the hands of the major guilds, The other guilds have been on guard against Samsara, like they were guarding against wolves. Joey-chan didn't pay too much attention to this matter. A week later, the private training match between Samsara and Happy was about to begin. After seeing the people in the audience, Yishio smiled. Is this the rhythm of playing Happy to death? I say, everyone, is it necessary? An all-star lineup. Is this an honor for us, Happy? Yishio thought that the training match that Samsara agreed to might be participated by the second team, and Joey-chan would be the backup at best. But now it seems that Samsara is playing with an all-star lineup, which is going to beat Happy to death. Why are you here too? You're kidding. How could I miss the opportunity to kill you? Chapter 285, Training Match with Excessive Intensity. Oh my god. There are so many great players. The little transparent Xiao Yifan had never seen such a scene. This was his first time entering the training room of professional players. The league gave each team a special training room, where various maps could be changed, and the character account card could enter the room through special channels. It would not be broadcast in glory, which is why it is difficult for the outside world to detect the situation of each team's training match. Looking at the gun piercing the clouds, and the words of the stars in front of him, and when he shook subconsciously, and even Wei-chan opened his mouth at this time. Am I seeing it wrong? Wei-chan rubbed his eyes. 100 flowers are dazzling? I thought you were just a person who went there. But I didn't expect that even the account card went there. Yishio smiled. Well, I talked about it for a long time, but I didn't expect them to let it go. I was ready to use the light flower charm. Jean Giala said. Hey, you said. What if the reincarnation team won the runner-up because of your joining? Yishio said. Your mouth is still as foul as ever. Jean Giala ruthlessly counterattacked. How to play today is up to Yishin, and we are just the foil. Jian Buitao laughed. Then let's go straight to the team competition. The previous single-player competition is not very useful. It's better to compete on your own after the team competition, Yishio said. Okay. Jian Buitao nodded and said, You haven't announced the news yet? Yishio was referring to Zhang Jia. Of course. No hurry. Let the bullets fly for a while. Jian Buitao laughed. After Yishio selected the map and led Jozakai, who had the permission to change the map. Switch. The training match between Samsara and Xingxin officially began. Samsara, Jozakai. ID, Yiqiang Chuanyan. Occupation, Sharpshooter. Jian Buitao. ID, Wulong. Occupation, Magic Swordsman. Joey Chen. ID, Yu Xingchen. Occupation, Battle Mage. Zhang Jiala. ID, Bai Hua Liuwan. Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Du Ming. ID, Wu Shuango Yue. Occupation, Swordsman. The sixth person. LV Buyuan. ID, Yu Shanwan. Occupation, Judo. Someone will ask here. Where is Fang Minghua? Fang Minghua is still with his wife. Xingxin, Yishio. ID, Jun Mashu. Occupation, Sanren. Wei Chen. ID, Yingfeng Buzhen. Occupation, Warlock. Qiao Yifan. ID, Yakunhui. Occupation, Go Swordsman. Tang Rou. ID, Han Yinro. Occupation, Battle Mage. Unwenny. ID, Zaya Shuinglian. Occupation, Priest. The sixth person. Bao Ronqing. ID, Baozian Beijing. Occupation, Rogue. Ha ha ha. I don't want to play anymore, Wei Chen said self-deprecatingly, looking at the team competition list. He even wanted to die. I'm here to play a training match, not to be beaten. Let's fight. Qin Guo was watching the list behind Yishio, and she could already imagine how tragic it would be. We haven't played yet. We may not lose. Tang Rou was very ambitious. That's right. Boss Wei. Believe it, Bozi said loudly. Yes. Old Wei. How can you not be confident? Yishio teased. Hee hee. Old Wei rolled his eyes at Yishio. Damn. Just do it. Yeah. Fight. It's cool. For the team competition, Yishio chose the War Grassland, because there is no home team or guest team in the challenge competition. The maps used in the competition are all designated by the Alliance, and the honor game is specially made for the competition. No team has practiced beforehand. Then each round and each game will use a map. This has been determined and announced on the first day of the competition, and the map is also available for download. From then on, each team can practice the map they will use. Therefore, Yi Xiao could only guess that war grassland, as a classic map of the Alliance, would definitely appear in the Challenge Tournament. And the final of the 7th Season Challenge Tournament used this map. The 8th Season Challenge Tournament used the Sea of Kuan-Yin flags. Entering the map, Yi Xiao immediately began to command 212 formation to move downwards. We will attack. Got it. Jun Ma Xiao and Han Yinro were at the front. Xiao Yifan 1-inch gray was in the middle. Yingfeng Bushan and Xia Shubingliang were at the back. Going down to the second floor, the two teams looked at each other in the air. Yiqiang Chuanyan took the lead and shot at Xingxin. And Jun Ma Xiao unfolded the 1000 Chance umbrella to block Yiqiang Chuanyan bullet. Fuck. What the hell? Du Ming stared at the unfolded 1000 Chance umbrella with wide eyes. So cool. This weapon will make people's eyes light up no matter when you look at it, Zhang Jiala said. Indeed. The person who can make the 1000 Chance umbrella is really an amazing person, Zhou Yichen exclaimed. What do you mean? This is your first match in Samsara. Even though it's a training match, you should perform well, Jiang Guotao said with a smile. Of course. The opponent is still Yi Xiao. I will kill him. After Zhang Jiala finished speaking, he controlled Baiwa Liaowan and rushed towards the people of Happy. Okay. We come to support you, Jiang Guotao said. And then the Samsara team changed into a 14 formation, with Baiwa Liaowan in the front and the other 4 people covering beside them. The two sides met at the grassland at the bottom. Baiwa Liaowan took the lead and threw a shrinking grenade at Xingxin. Jun Mashi reacted the fastest and shot out a shot to blow up the shrinking grenade from Baiwa Liaowan. Then he turned on the Gatling machine gun and kept shooting at Samsara. The Samsara team dispersed, and Yi Gun Chuanyun and Du Gun shot at Jun Mashu. Han Yenro stepped forward and stabbed Baiwa Liaowan in the front. Yu Xingchen shot from the side and repelled Han Yenro with a tyrant crushing, and then stepped forward to charge the falling flower palm to slap her away. Yu Xingchen swung the dragon gallbladder and rushed towards Han Yenro. Yingfeng formation saw Yu Xingchen coming, raised his staff, and chanted a binding spell to hit him. Yu Xingchen looked at the flying black light, without slowing down, and slid past an AZ shape to easily avoid the attack of Yingfeng Buzhen. What? Wei Chen felt something was wrong. Yu Xingchen pretended to attack Han Yenro, but his real target was actually Wei Chen Yingfeng Buzhen. Tianji succeeded in floating her in the air. Focus fire, Zhou Yichen said loudly. Baiwa Liaowan started directly with Wanlei, and various grenades bombarded Yingfeng Buzhen. Yukunhui chanted the dark array to save Yingfeng Buzhen, but was interrupted by Wulong Lightning Wave's sword. Help! Yi Xiao gave the order, and then rushed towards Yingfeng Buzhen, but was stopped by Du Ming Wushuang Goyue on the way. Wushuang Goyue drew his sword and slashed at Jun Mashu. And Jun Mashu drew out the long sword hidden at the end of the handle of Qianji umbrella to block Wushuang Goyue attack. Damn! He can even use a sword! Du Ming had never seen this before. There are things you can't imagine. Yi Xiao laughed, then drew his sword and slashed, knocking the stunned Wushuang Goyue away. Yichang Chuanyan attacked, and continued to shoot Jun Mo Xiao with his 2 guns. However, when Jun Mo Xiao opened the 1000 machine umbrella to block Yichang Chuanyan bullet, his vision was also blocked by the umbrella. Then Jun Mo Xiao swung the 1000 machine umbrella upwards, and Yichang Chuanyan was stunned on the spot. Shield attack? Zhou Zikai was a little surprised. This is also considered a shield. The umbrella can really be used as a shield when it is opened. Jiang Guotao was also very surprised. Only by experiencing it personally can you know the horror of Sanren. It's okay that the people are perverted, and the weapons are perverted, Zhang Jiala complained. Ha! Your lineup is even more perverted. Yi Xiao laughed. With this lineup of Samsara, he didn't know how those teams in the Alliance won. The addition of Zhang Jiala not only strengthened the endgame of the reincarnation, but also after LV Buiyuan was transferred to the 6th man. This is the ultimate offensive lineup. You must know that Zhang Jiala completed the transformation after Sun Zhiping retired, and his ammunition expert had 2 strong frontal suppression, with the strongest offensive ability. Double weak combination. The front of these 3 people may become the strongest trident in the history of glory. Yi Xiao can already imagine that some teams in the new season will be blown up by these 3 people before they even see Jiang Guotao and Fang Minghua. At this time, Xingxin is the best example. You must know that although they have not gathered offline for a long time, they have been running it online for a while. But now Yi Xiao looked at it. Yu Xingchen was swimming in it. Baiwa Liaowan was supporting on the side, and Yiqiang Chuanyan was not even there. But it was still like this. Not long after, the first to be eliminated was naturally Yingfeng Buzhen, who took full damage. Damn! These young people have no martial ethics and bully me. An old man, Wei Chen said angrily. Shout Tang. Chen Guo looked at Tang Rou worriedly from behind. Tang Rou was sweating. Her Han Yinrou had no power to fight back against Yu Xingchen. This guy is getting stronger and stronger. Wei Chen took off his headphones and said, I guess the 9th season will become a performance show of reincarnation. Wow. It's too uncomfortable. And when he took off his headphones and drank water in big gulps. Are you okay? Shaolin? Chen Guo went over and stroked him Winnie's shoulders. Sister Chen. He is a monster. The pressure is too strong. And when he pointed at Yu Xingchen on the screen and said, with Xiao Shibing Liang's elimination, the remaining few people in Xingxing couldn't hold on. They fell one after another, leaving only Yi Xiu. At this time, Yi Xiu Jun Mashi was fighting Wu Shuanggoyue. Wu Shuanggoyue was already dead. But Du Ming was not annoyed at all. On the contrary, he was very excited. Oh my god! Too strong. I'm so excited! Du Ming shouted excitedly, and then was killed by Jun Mashi with a continuous attack. You guys don't want to fight in a round-robin battle, do you? Yi Xiu said, looking at the few people who didn't make a move. Hey! Seeing that his intention was discovered, Zhou Chen laughed. No. We just want to see the style of our seniors. Jiang Butao said. That's it. I'm GG. Yi Xiu said GG and quit the game. This training match ended here. Jun Mashi, thank you. We found a lot of problems. Wu Lang, Senior. You are joking. We can't win the championship without your help. It's my duty. Jun Mashi, don't make me sound so great. I was paid. Wu Lang, good luck in the challenge. Jun Mashi, thank you. How do you feel? Yi Xiu took off his headphones and looked at everyone. Very impressive. Tang Rou wiped her sweat and said, it's more impressive than the All-Stars. The finals really made him sublime. Yi Xiu nodded and said, there's more. Yi Xiu looked at the others. Zhang Jiala joined Samsara. And there was no sense of disobedience. Wei Chen thought for a while and said, and his cooperation with Zhou Chen is too good. This seemed to be a training match between the two sides. But in fact, Yiqian Chuanyun and Wu Lang on the Samsara side didn't do much. Except for Jun Maxiao. The other 5 were completely defeated by Zhou Chen and Zhang Jiala. Zhou Chen playstyle means he doesn't need much cooperation. He can be matched with anything. Yi Xiu explained. You can think of them as alternative versions of Prosperous Blood Scene. Prosperous Blood Scene is an exaggeration, Wei Chen said. To be honest, if Zhou Chen played Berserker, they might have copied Prosperous Blood Scene. Yi Xiu thought about it and said, unfortunately, there is no if. I'm just waiting for Samsara to announce the news. Wei Chen said. I can already imagine by Huafan's painful expression. Samsara is going to be the big villain. Chapter 286 Reincarnation. The biggest villain in the history of glory. Another week of the summer transfer period has passed in a blink of an eye. Although there are still many players transferring, none of them are all-stars, which is naturally not within the attention of reporters. Just when people thought that this summer transfer period would pass smoothly, Tyranny opened fire. Tyranny, Lin Hai team captain Zhao Yang and all-star character Hai Wuliang will transfer to Tyranny for 10 million. This once again set off an uproar. What is Lin Hai going to do? The next day, Tyranny also held a press conference. Facing the questions of many reporters, Zhao Yang simply said, I am unwilling to be a grass on the roadside in the history of glory. I want to fight for myself one last time. Everyone was touched by this sentence. Zhao Yang debuted in the 3rd season. Although he was selected as 24 All-Stars for 7 consecutive seasons, and was hailed as the first Qigong Master of Glory, he never led the team into the playoffs. In terms of honor, there is only one All-Star, and Zhao Yang is unwilling in his heart, especially after seeing Samsara win the trophy in the finals. A heart that longed for the championship was completely ignited. Lin Hai felt guilty about Zhao Yang. They also knew that Zhao Yang didn't have much time left, so they encouraged him to go out and make a living. Zhao, go ahead and fight for yourself. Lin Hai will always support you. The boss of Lin Hai patted Zhao Yang on the shoulder and said, and then personally sent him to the Tyranny Club. Captain, we support you. When Zhao Yang left, Lin Hai's fans shouted at the entrance of the club. Sorry. Seeing the support of the fans, Zhao Yang, who was sitting in the car, burst into tears. Oh! Zhao Yang went to Tyranny. Now Tyranny has something to say. Yi Xiu said as he looked at the news. The main problem of Tyranny is that Han Wenkingmang is in the front. And the others have to follow. And the task of protecting Zhang Xinjie is given to Bai Yanfei Rhoda. But this also limits Bai Yanfei output. You should know that Bai Yanfei was once dubbed the turret for his violent output style. In order to protect Zhang Xinjie in the past 2 seasons, Bai Yanfei played more cautiously, and Zhao Yang joining will replace Bai Yanfei work. Bai Yanfei does not have to be distracted to protect Zhang Xinjie. And Tyranny output will also be supplemented. Oh! It seems that Tyranny also has 4 all-stars. Yi Xiu laughed. It's not over yet. Tyranny immediately announced at the press conference that the newcomer Qin Miyun officially debuted and will take over the sharpshooter role of 09 Degrees. At this time, Tyranny fans began to clamor online, as if the 9th season championship had been taken into their pockets. And even the reincarnation of the 2nd championship was not taken seriously by them at this moment. However, just 1 day later, a piece of news completely shocked the entire Glory Circle. Oh my god! The Happy Internet Cafe was also in an uproar. Yi Xiu and others were eating when they heard the guests on the first floor screaming. What happened? Chen Guo looked downstairs. Why bother? Samsara has officially announced it. Yi Xiu took a bite of his rice and said, Samsara, we announced that the ace character of the Baiwa team, the ammunition expert Baiwa Liuan, will be acquired by our Samsara team for 18 million. All the people who saw it almost didn't know what expression to use to face this transfer. Samsara is rich and powerful. 18 million was spent just like that. What's the big deal? They won 2 consecutive championships, and made a lot of money from endorsement bonuses. But I want to know why Samsara acquired Baiwa Liuan. I remember that Samsara doesn't have an ammunition expert. This is what people are confused about. Could it be? They suddenly thought of something and were stunned. No way. There is a person who is very familiar with Baiwa Liuan. Zhang Jiala. What are you guys doing? The captain is gone. The ace character has been sold. Are you going to sell the team next? Baiwa fans ran to the official website and cursed angrily. Samsara will win 3 consecutive championships, Wei Chen said sourly. With the original championship lineup of Samsara plus Zhang Jiala, he really couldn't think of how to lose. No wonder the manager of Samsara booked the championship of the 9th season before the 8th season ended. Chen Guo suddenly understood. So you are waiting here? Before people calmed down, Samsara announced another important news. Like a bomb, it exploded in the Glory Circle. Samsara, all-star player, 2-time Glory Professional League runner-up, Baiwa legend captain Zhang Jiala, will join Samsara as a free agent, taking over his most familiar partner Baiwa Liuan. We are determined to win the 3 consecutive championships. Samsara finally showed its fangs. They want to establish a dynasty more terrifying than Excellent Era. The Samsara dynasty. What is Samsara doing? Is it going to monopolize the championship? There are already fans of other teams spraying below. And Samsara fans are of course defending their own team. What are you doing? If you are bad, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. Then he added a classic emoticon. Your lineup? The championship is yours. Then why don't you have this lineup? Is it because you don't like it? Seeing the righteous reply from the fans of Samsara, the fans of other teams were furious. They couldn't beat them. And they couldn't talk them out. So they could only be furious in silence. The moment Zhang Jiala officially announced that he joined Samsara, the official website of the Baiwa team exploded directly. Countless Baiwa fans excitedly denounced the Baiwa club, believing that they could not only not keep the ace character, but also the first person in the team's history. Zhang Jiala joined Samsara, which blocked them from the finals in the 7th season. Of course, there are still many fans who support Zhang Jiala. After all, Zhang Jiala has devoted himself to Baiwa and brought Baiwa to the finals twice. At this time, some people began to be sarcastic. It seems that Samsara doesn't want to win 3 consecutive championships. Zhang Jiala is destined to be the runner-up. Damn! These people are too venomous. Du Ming loves to read the comments section. But this time, the netizens' words shocked him. It's okay. I'm used to it. Zhang Jiala shrugged and said that he knew the result the moment he made up his mind to join Samsara. At 7:30 in the evening, Samsara broke the news again, and Baiwa Liuan's skill points were increased to 4920. Damn it! Samsara is really cheating. The other teams couldn't sit still any longer. The players were good, The account cards were good, and they were ahead of them by so many skill points. What the hell? At this time, major newspapers also reported Samsara transfer one after another, with the headline, Samsara may become the biggest villain in the history of Glory. Villain? That feels good, Joey-chan said as he looked at the online reports. You know, I've been reading villain stories recently. You're just that capable. Zhang Jiala mocked. Since Zhang Jiala came, Du Ming gave up his little bed and joined the Captain Zhou Zakai cozy little house. There was no way Joey-chan would call Chu Yunxiu at night. Sometimes on video calls. When he saw Chu Yunxiu, Joey-chan would act coquettishly, which made Du Ming feel sick. This is the difference between having a girlfriend and being single. On the contrary, Du Ming was so happy in the captain's cozy little house after just one day. So Zhang Jiala and Joey-chan formed the dormitory with the biggest generation gap. One debuted in the 2nd season, and the other debuted in the 7th season. I have FMEP. Do you? Joey-chan said proudly. Chow. Zhang Jiala defense was broken, and one sentence included both team honor and personal honor. Okay, Mr. Zhang. You will have it soon. Joey-chan grabbed Zhang Jiala's hand and said, Can you change your name? I think it's good. What if I want to strangle you to death? You can't beat me. I practice with Fong mother. Wait for me. I go to old Fong to deal with you now. TSK. Disrespect for the elderly. The next day, Baiwa also announced the signing of a heavyweight transfer. Yu Feng, an all-star player of the Blue Rain team, announced that he would join the Baiwa team, and the transfer price was 6 million. When this news broke out, many people's dusty memories were completely opened. The core of Baiwa was not an ammunition expert before, but a mad swordsman. The honorary first mad swordsman character has never been the sharp sword of the Blue Rain team, but the fallen flowers of the Baiwa team. Baiwa is directly at the center of the topic. The intention of Yu Feng transfer is very obvious. That is, to take over the fallen flowers of Baiwa. Yu Feng departure is active. In fact, Blue Rain is not willing to let Yu Feng leave. After all, in the Blue Rain lineup, Yu Feng is needed to support the front. After Yu Feng leaves, they can only change the lineup, and even have the idea of letting Lu Hanwen play with the heavy sword. Although the reason for Yu Feng departure is very implicit, the meaning is still conveyed clearly. That is status. Yu Feng is an ambitious player. A soldier who does not want to be a general is not a good soldier. The treatment of going to Baiwa will not be bad, although the results are not as good as Blue Rain. Baiwa gave Yu Feng an irresistible status. Captain, Baiwa promised that as long as Yu Feng comes, he will not only take over the legendary Mad Swordsman character card Fallen Flowers, but also become the 4th generation captain of Baiwa. You should know that these are not available in Blue Rain. Even though he is an all-star player, even though he is already the most famous berserker in the league, he is still only the 3rd person in the Blue Rain team. And Blue Rain will never give him as much as Yu Wenzhou and Huang Xiaotian. After all, Sword and Curse is the core of Blue Rain. It just so happens that Baiwa has decided to tear down and rebuild at this time. Yu Feng transfer is undoubtedly their establishment of a new core, with their original number 1 berserker Luohua Longjia as the core. Baiwa future will revolve around the new combination of Yu Feng and Zhou Yuan. Yu Feng choice is controversial and understandable. Blue Rain fans are not too upset about Yu Feng departure, because in their hearts, Sword and Curse is the core of Blue Rain. As long as these two do not change, Blue Rain will always remain competitive. At present, Excellent Era, Tyranny, Blue Rain and Samsara have all broken the news, and only Tiny Herb is left among the giants without any movement. So on the 2nd day, Vichy Gaming officially announced that its vice-captain Deng Fuxing had retired. He gave up the opportunity to renew his contract with Vichy Gaming for 1 year, and also rejected invitations from all other teams. He was tired, and glory was no longer his stage. Vichy Gaming summarized Deng Fuxing's life, and thanked him for his contribution to the team in Vichy Gaming. Deng Fuxing's retirement was not sudden. After all, the news came out at the beginning of the playoffs. People were more concerned about who would take over the honor of the first night duo left by Deng Fuxing. Many people thought it was Su Bin of 301 degrees. And of course some people thought it was a new player. Sure enough, Vichy Gaming reached an agreement with 301 degrees this summer. Chapter 287 update in advance. Level upgraded to level 75. Soon after, both Tiny Herb and 301st released news at the same time. The Paladin player Su Bin of 301st announced that he would join Tiny Herb, while the All-Star player Li Hui of Tiny Herb would join 301st. Blue Rain and Tiny Herb, the old rivals, both let go of their All-Star players this summer, while Samsara and Tyranny became the two teams with 4 All-Star players. Just when people thought that Tiny Herb and 301st would put an end to the transfer period this summer, Samsara jumped out again. Samsara set its sights on the Tiny Herb team's John E. Luan Fei. Samsara chose to bid $5 million to acquire the All-Star Judo character John E. Luan Fei. Of course, Samsara would not use John E. Luan Fei in the future. After all, their own Yun Shan Luan was not bad. So Samsara would choose to dismantle the equipment on John E. Luan Fei and install it on Yun Shan Luan. So in the end, Wei Chao and Samsara reached an agreement. And John E. Luan Fei was also successfully acquired by Samsara at a price of $5 million. Although Wei Chao was always pulling back during the conversation between the two parties, Samsara had obviously already figured out that Wei Chao would trade Li Hui. So no matter how Wei Chao changed the price, Samsara insisted on $5 million. The most popular team before the end of the entire transfer period was Samsara, which had just won the championship, while maintaining the original lineup. It also strengthened an all-star player and 2 all-star characters. Samsara has become the biggest villain at present. Before the 9th season began, Samsara's support rate for winning the championship had reached an astonishing 75%. Samsara has achieved an unprecedented 5 all-stars: Zhou Zikai, Zhou Yichen, Jiang Guotao, Zhang Jiala, Fang Minghua, and Lu Boyuan. This lineup is very strong in the history of Honor. After the Alliance integrated the transfer information, it announced that this summer, with the arrival of the holiday, the Honor level will be open to level 75. And then the 24 professions will have a brand new level 75 ultimate move. This news ignited the whole summer. On the second day after the news was announced, the number of online users of Honor reached a new high. This means that after 8 years, after the establishment of the 10th district, Honor has not gone downhill, but is still on the rise. This is related to the change in the playoff rules. The 8th season playoff sponsors are obviously much more than the 7th season. This also proves that the change in the competition system of the Honor Professional League is a very correct choice. Therefore, after the 9th season of the Honor Professional League Challenge enters the offline, the playoff rules will also be used. The most critical information, of course, is that the league decided to open the team voice mode in the regular season to facilitate communication within the team and reduce the pressure of the commander. Once this news was announced, it was recognized by all teams. After all, they have been talking about this for more than 1 or 2 years. At this time, the Samsara Club was carrying out an exciting solo match, which was initiated by Zhou Yichen and Zhang Jiala. At this time, Zhang Jiala by Waliuan was already at low health, and Zhou Yichen Yu Xingchen was chasing behind him. Grandpa Zhang, where are you running? Even if you strip off your equipment and run, I will catch up with you. Zhou Yichen laughed hee. You know, the loser of the solo has to treat the winner to a week of midnight snacks. Ciao. Zhang Jiala was very depressed now. He wanted to throw away his headphones, because Zhou Yichen was too annoying. Let me think about what to eat in the evening. Zhou Yichen still had the leisure to think about what to eat in the evening. Is it crayfish, hairy crabs, or oysters? Oysters? Are you weak? Fang Minghua said with concern. You know, after the training match with Xingxin, Zhou Yichen went to H City to find Chu Yunxiu. It was not until yesterday that he returned to the club with Fang Minghua. As for why he met Fang Minghua, it was because he was also traveling with his family in H City. Seeing Zhou Yichen's pale face at that time, Fang Minghua specially bought him a large bag of wolfberries. Aiken, you have to remember that there are only bad cows, not bad fields. As a person who has experienced it, Fang Minghua said to Zhou Yichen. Oh! Others looked at Zhou Yichen with strange eyes, which made Zhou Yichen's scalp numb. I'm not gay. Zhou Yichen looked at everyone's eyes and said lightly, Don't worry. We are not as perverted as your fans. Du Ming said. My fans are very cute. Okay. Don't black my fans. Zhou Yichen defended. While talking and laughing, Yu Xingchen had already caught up with Bai Waliuan. Facing Zhang Jiala plea for mercy, Zhou Yichen did not show mercy. He hit him with a dragon tooth and stiffened him. And then he killed Bai Waliuan with a tyrant move. Damn! Zhang Jiala covered his face with his hands, not daring to face it. What should I eat today? Joichin took off his headphones. No. Another one. Zhang Jiala said unconvinced. He couldn't swallow this breath. I refuse to play again. I'm hungry. Joichin was not happy. The two of them didn't use much strength in this round. Now, they made Mr. Zhang angry. Forget it. Mr. Zhang. Let the kid go. Jiang Guotao laughed on the side. Yes. Everyone else in the Samsara team called Zhang Jiala Mr. Zhang. First, Zhang Jiala was the oldest. Second, Joichin read too many novels. He thought that powerful and experienced people were all old. Therefore, he gave Zhang Jiala Mr. Zhang. He also expanded it to Mr. Zhang. At first, Zhang Jiala was a little uncomfortable. But after being called more, Zhang Jiala got used to it. Habit is really a terrible thing. Zhang Jiala thought he couldn't fit in. After all, the Samsara team was too young. Before him, the oldest was Fang Minghua, and the youngest Joichin was 5 years younger than him. Although he was very eager for the championship, teammates were also an indispensable part of the road to winning. Before coming to Samsara, Zhang Jiala was afraid and uneasy. Afraid that there would be a generation gap between him and other people in Samsara. But after coming to Samsara, Zhang Jiala found that the atmosphere in Samsara was really very relaxed. And the most obvious thing was the brotherhood. Everyone got along very happily. And there was no depression at all. This is why so many people like to play brother games. You know, after the end of the 8th season, many teams targeted Du Ming and Wu Qi. After all, the positions of the two in Samsara were very awkward. That is, the 6th man had to choose one of the two. And there was no stable starting position. Other teams saw this point and extended an olive branch to the two. But without exception, they were rejected by the two. The reason for the two was also very simple. They were very happy in Samsara. Although no professional player would like to watch from the audience, the two of them were very satisfied with the status quo. They did not have grand ideals and ambitions like Yufeng. They just wanted to play well for themselves. If the team needed them, they would go. This point was also compared with Yufeng. Of course, this comparison is meaningless. After all, everyone's pursuit is different. Different people have different opinions. A week later, Honor of Kings was updated, and the upper limit of all character levels was raised to level 75. At this moment, Honor of Kings fans witnessed a historic moment. That is, all professional players went online together to upgrade their characters and fight bosses. Of course, there are many people who are power levelers, but the first-line professional players still play by themselves. After all, they also need to be familiar with new skills and see how to match them. Wow! The level 75 skill of the Battle Mage is so cool. Joichin clicked on the new skill of the Battle Mage, his eyes flashing with golden light. It sounds very powerful just by the name. The dragon goes out to sea, and the wind rolls the clouds. Chapter 288. The new season begins. The time of being shocked. The whole summer has passed in the blink of an eye. The summer transfer period is officially closed, and the new season will begin in a few days. Looking back at the entire summer transfer, the most eye-catching is undoubtedly the Samsara team that won 2 consecutive championships. It is well known that the Samsara team wants to win 3 consecutive championships to create a dynasty. For this reason, they have spent a lot of money to introduce Zhang Jiala and Bai Hua Liuan, and also acquired Zhang Yi Luanfei to strengthen Yunshan Luan. The Samsara team has undoubtedly become the team with the highest voice for winning the championship in the new season. The 5 all-star lineup is the first time in history. Therefore, Samsara is far ahead in the official website's new season championship prediction voting list. The second team with the highest voice for winning the championship is the Tyranny team, which also made some moves in this transfer period. The addition of Zhao Yang, the first Qigong Master of Glory, will make Tyranny back row very comfortable. And the pre-match running it also proved that there is no problem with Zhao Yang joining. The third and fourth teams were subsequently predicted to be Wei Chao and Blue Rain respectively. Although all the all-star players left, the addition of Su Bin to Tiny Herb has made Tiny Herb's lineup more solid. Gaoingjie growth is also obvious to all. Fans are still looking forward to Tiny Herb's performance in the 9th season. Although Blue Rain has lost Yufeng, its ace core sword and curse is still there. And the newly debuted young player Lu Hanwen has also performed very well in online games. Therefore, netizens are also looking forward to Blue Rain, the runner-up of the 8th season. Following closely are the Misty Rain and Howling teams. Misty Rain has retained its lineup from last season. The most surprising thing for Misty Rain is naturally Chiu-Fei growth. Since Tang Hao passed the winter transfer period, the running in time for Howling was very short. But they were able to defeat 301 degrees in the end and enter the playoffs, which was beyond many people's expectations. Therefore, they are very optimistic about Howling's performance this season. But there is still the same problem. The conflicting styles within the team may become the last straw that breaks the camel's back this season. The registration channel for the 9th season challenge has also been opened, and countless teams have flocked in. The registration for the challenge has ended. According to statistics, there are 14,218 teams participating in this season's challenge, which is more than 1,000 more than last year. The biggest trump card is naturally the Jiashi team. Jiashi, which has 3 all-stars, will play in the challenge, and the traffic is full. The second is the Happy team, which has been very popular recently. The former captain of Jiashi sniped his old club in the challenge, which is a very funny title. Time came to September, and the 9th season of the Glory Professional League was held together with the challenge, and all team members were finally determined. On September 1st, the team list was also officially determined on this day. One of the 2 new teams joining this season is Ijan, which entered the league through the application channel. They hyped up various topics in the last season and gained a lot of traffic. In the prediction list of this season, Ijan ranked 14th. It seems that the media is still optimistic about Ijan's success in relegation. Another team to join the league is the Time team. The Time team is not a new face. After all, they were eliminated in the 7th season, but they participated in the challenge of the 8th season and finally defeated the Wuji team, which was eliminated with them in the same year, and successfully returned to the league. However, on the prediction list of the league this season, they ranked 19th. Many media believe that they would be the experienced babies of the new season. And another experienced baby was the Wind Sweep team. The players of the Wind Sweep team left and went their separate ways. Now they are supported by their own youth training. So they were mercilessly ranked 20th. The last place. At 12 noon on the first day of the game, the official Glory Professional League also released the promotional video of this season. As usual, the core players of each team appeared one by one, and the last one was still the finale of the Samsara. As a 2-time champion team, it was natural to pull out all the cards and show each in words. Welcome all the big teams to stop us. Samsara 3 consecutive championships have no dead ends. Completely detonated this professional circle. Oh my god. Too arrogant, Huang Xiaoyan said after watching. Just look at their lineup and you know why they're so arrogant. Yu Wenzhou said helplessly. And all the members of the last round of the promotional video also showed up. Yu Wenzhou felt overwhelmed when he thought about facing such a strong lineup. Although there are tactics to suppress, the winner still depends on the player's own performance. In the first round of the finals, Blue Rain's tactics were executed beautifully, using vision suppression to completely disconnect Zhou Yichen from his teammates. What was the result? Zhou Yichen burst out and persisted until his teammates arrived. And he also killed Blue Rain's healer. Who can he complain to? They want to be evil dragons. So let's be warriors for once. Han Wenqing shouted loudly in the Tyranny meeting room. And Tyranny was mobilizing before the game. Tyranny lineup this season is also very strong. And it is not without the strength to fight. Well, I'm also looking forward to playing against Samsara. Zhao Yang clenched his fists and said. Before, when he was in Linhai, he could only go to the singles match to secure 1 point against Samsara. But now it's different. After coming to Tyranny, Zhao Yang's self-confidence has obviously increased a lot. Thinking of his old club Linhai, Zhao Yang sighed. In the prediction list this season, Linhai ranked 18th, which is a very dangerous position. But Zhao Yang had already made a plan for them before leaving, and relegation should not be a problem. This season is not as stressful as last season. Feng Lu is almost stable out of the game. It is said that the boss is ready to withdraw investment. As for the other quota, the Tyranny team believes that the possibility of Shiguang is still relatively high. The person who led them to defeat Wuji has defected to other teams. Now Shiguang can be described in 4 words. A mess. At 8 o'clock in the evening on September 3rd, the 9th season of the Glory Professional League officially kicked off. The first round is naturally a show of strength for the champion and runner-up to the newly joined team. Samsara vs Shiguang. Blue Rain vs Ijan. The match between Samsara and Time was broadcast on TV. And people couldn't wait to see the all-star lineup of Samsara. The home stadium of Samsara Mercedes-Benz Cultural Center was lit up, and the game officially began. Welcome to the home stadium of Samsara in the 9th season of the Glory Professional League. It's been a long time since we last met. Do you miss this stage? The host said passionately. Yes. All the Samsara fans said in unison. What is our goal? 3 consecutive championships. We want to create the second dynasty. Obviously, this was rehearsed before the game. Everyone in the Time team was shocked to see the scene. This shocking scene was something they had never seen before. First of all, let us welcome the champion of the 8th season challenge, the Time team, who joined the big family of the Alliance. Ha ha ha. The faces of the people in the Time team suddenly darkened, and they stepped onto the stage from the entrance after being reminded by the staff. Looking at the quiet venue, the host clapped his hands to welcome the arrival of the Time team, and the fans in the audience also echoed and applauded. They were not quiet on purpose, because there were people in the away zone. So they thought that Guang had fans who came to support him. But what they didn't expect was that the people sitting there were their own fans who bought tickets for the away zone. After introducing the players of Guang, the host took a deep breath and looked at the list of Samsara players written on the small card. He was very excited. Let's welcome the champions of the 7th and 8th seasons of the Glory Professional League, the only 2-time champion of the league. Samsara, the host screamed with all his might. Samsara, invincible. Samsara, invincible. Samsara, invincible. The cheers were earth-shaking, and the people standing on the field were naturally the most touched. Some of those who were not mentally strong had their legs a little weak. First, let us welcome the best newcomer of the 5th season, the FMVP of the 7th season finals, the most valuable player of the season, the user of Gun King E Gun Chuan Yun, Captain Zhou Zikai. Gun King. Zhou Zikai. Gun King. Zhou Zikai. Gun King. Zhou Zikai. Zhou Zikai waved his hand. Let us welcome the first magic swordsman of glory, the tactical commander, and the deputy captain Jiang Buotao. Jiang Buotao. Jiang Buotao. Jiang Buotao. Let us welcome the best newcomer of the 7th season, the regular season MVP of the 8th season, the FMVP of the finals, the most valuable player of the season, the user of God of War Yi Xingchen. Zhou Yichen. God of War. Zhou Yichen. God of War. Zhou Yichen. God of War. Zhou Yichen. As usual, Zhou Yichen made a big heart in the direction of his cheering card, which has become his signature move. Next, let's welcome Zhang Jiala, the regular season MVP of the 5th season and the chief ammunition expert of honor. Zhang Jiala. Zhang Jiala. Zhang Dada. Stand up. Zhang Jiala still had many fans who came to the scene. They supported the choice of their idol. After all, he was in great need of a championship. After the introduction, the captains of both sides fist-bumped and then led their teams to the player seats below the stage. I say, are we that scary? Zhou Yichen took a sip of water and said, I see some of their legs are shaking. Maybe they are excited. Jiang Buotao laughed. Will your legs shake when you are excited? Du Ming's focus was very strange. I won't. Wu Qi shook his head and said, Okay, don't dwell on this issue. It's too strange. Zhou Yichen ended the topic. Well, in the opening game of the 9th season, our captain will start, followed by Aiken. Who else will play? Jiang Buotao asked. They didn't care too much about today's game. After all, the gap in strength was there. I do it, Zhang Jiala said. Okay. Fang Minghua nodded and said, just like that. The single-player competition of Samsara was reported. Samsara, Zhou Zikai, Zhou Yichen, Zhang Jiala. The 3 games were over in less than 3 minutes. Damn. This is too fast. Guang was obviously scared, and his operation was deformed. There is no way. You know, they are facing Samsara, which has won 2 consecutive championships and is in high spirits. Oh my god. Why does Guang feel worse than Feng Lu last year? Zhou Yichen said bluntly. It's the same. Zhang Jiala took out a water cup. I won't play in the team competition, Zhang Jiala said after taking a sip of water. There's no need to expose. Yeah. Everyone in Samsara nodded in agreement. And Zhang Lao should be left to their old friend. In the end, the Samsara team competition said Zhou Zikai, Zhou Yichen, Du Ming, Wu Qi and Lu Buoyuan, and Fang Minghua was the 6th. Jiang Buotao did not choose to play. and the command work was handed over to Zhou Yichen. Facing the charge of Yiqian Chuanyun and Yu Xingchen, Shi Guang was unable to cope with it, and because of his own confusion, Samsara took Shi Guang away with a very fast wave. Glory! Let us congratulate Samsara for winning the opening match. 10-0. Without a single drop of blood. The commentator commented. Samsara is already heading towards a three-peat. Chapter 289 scoring 30 points. The showdown between the former and the current. After the match between Samsara and Time ended, the results of the matches of other teams were also released one after another. Blue Rain defeated Yijian 10-0. Although they lost the all-star Yufeng, the newly joined young player Lu Hanwen performed very well in the first match and successfully defeated Wenkebei's Guichu Lai Shi in the singles match. In the ring match, they saw the pressure of Sword Saint, Yi Yusheng Fan, not to mention the team match, who started with bold words and remained silent in the middle. Yu Wenzhou tactical arrangement made Yijian lose his temper. God, this intensity is too high. Lu Guaning complained to Yixiu. He originally thought that the Yijian he formed should be stable, not to mention the playoffs, but relegation. Yijian is not without the ability to fight against the giants. But after experiencing a match with his own hands, Lu Guaning regretted it. He once again faced Huang Xiaotian as the defending player in the ring match. Compared with the last time, Huang Xiaotian finished the two-player match faster this time. Last time, Lu Guaning couldn't stand Huang Xiaotian nagging. But this time, Lu Guaning saw Huang Xiaotian text bubbles, which were output from the beginning to the end of the game. And Lu Guaning wanted to die. Take your time. There are more powerful ones later. Yixiu typed a reply, and Xingxing passed the first round of the challenge very easily. Lu Guaning naturally knew that Yixiu was talking about Samsara. So he asked carefully, is Samsara really strong? Facing Lu Guaning's question, Yixiu sent 6 ellipsis marks. You will know when the time comes. Then Yixiu encouraged a few words, saying that with the configuration of Yijian, it is still relatively stable to stay in the league, and there is no need to worry about being eliminated in 1 year. Although Chen Guo is very supportive of Yijian and others, she still very consciously broadcasts the opening match of Samsara versus Shi Guang. After watching it, everyone took a deep breath for Shi Guang. Too miserable. I feel like time will break after the game, Wei Chen said. This gap is too big. Tang Rou was surprised. The average single-player game was less than a minute, and the team game was also very fast. Overall, the two teams were like heaven and earth. This is the current Samsara, Yixiu said after a silence. Too strong. Stronger than excellent era when I was there. Yixiu added a sentence in case everyone still didn't understand. Huh? And when he was shocked. Stronger than excellent era, which won 3 consecutive championships. How terrifying. We will have a battle with Samsara, Yixiu suddenly said. In addition to Samsara, several other giants also won the opening game. Tyranny defeated Hewu 10-0 at home. Zhao Yang is very suitable for Tyranny system. Of course, the most important thing is that Tyranny core has been transferred from Han Wenqing to Zhang Xinjie. In the past, Han Wenqing would have his own ideas and would rush forward regardless of everything. But now Zhang Xinjie obviously has more say in the team competition, which also means that Tyranny is undergoing a transformation. After all, Han Wenqing will not be able to play for much longer. Wei Chao defeated Qinkai 10-0 at home. Baiwa also won the opening game. Yufeng joining has helped Baiwa, which had been sinking for a whole season, to improve. Yufeng and Zhou Yuan have a good chemistry. They defeated Linhai without Zhao Yang 8-2 at home, which gave an explanation to the Baiwa fans, who were furious during the transfer period. Of course, there are victories and losses. The first to bear the brunt is the Thunder without Xiao Shiqin, who was beaten 8-2 by Royal Wind in the opening game. 301 degrees, which lost Su Bin, was also defeated by Howling 9-1. And the only point was taken by Yang Tsung in the singles game. Time flies. In the third round, Samsara faced Hewu who came from afar at home. They showed no mercy, and gave them a big surprise with a score of 10-0. In the third round, they faced Mingqing and also won with a score of 10-0, while Samsara led the league with 30 points. Other teams were lost in thought. That is, after 3 rounds, Zhang Jiala still did not appear in the team competition. In all 3 games, he appeared in the singles competition. Is he not going to play? Or is he keeping it as a secret weapon? Zhang Jiala did not really integrate into Samsara. When will Zhang Jiala start in the team competition? These questions have become a hot topic recently. Samsara rarely said nothing. In the 4th round, Samsara welcomed Zhang Jiala old team. Baiwa team. Like Samsara, Baiwa also won 3 consecutive games. Under the leadership of Yufeng, Baiwa played well. But many people think they are a pseudo-strong team. So Yufeng wants to use this game with Samsara to prove to the world that the new Baiwa is no worse than before. At 8 p.m. on Saturday, the competition between the two sides officially kicked off. The first singles match ignited the atmosphere of the whole venue. Samsara, Zhang Jiala. ID, Baiwa Liuan. Occupation, ammunition expert. Baiwa, Zhou Yuan. ID, Huafansijan. Occupation, ammunition expert. Wow. The first game between the two teams is a focused battle. The commentators of this game today are Beibei and Li Ju. Yes, a battle between two users of Baiwa Liuan. Beibei said excitedly. After 3 rounds, Zhou Yuan's performance is remarkable. His condition is much better than when he was the captain last season. It seems that the burden has been lifted. Li Ju analyzed. Yes, Zhou Yuan took over Baiwa Liuan under pressure last season. And the pressure was too great. Beibei nodded. On the stage, Captain Zhang. Long time no see. Zhou Yuan looked at the familiar and unfamiliar person in front of him. Took a deep breath and said, Xiao Zhou. Long time no see. You have grown up. Zhang Jiala said with relief. Why did you leave Baiwa? Zhou Yuan still expressed the question hidden in his heart. For the championship, Zhang Jiala said firmly. See you on the field. After that, Zhang Jiala walked towards the competition stage at one end. Champion? Zhou Yuan laughed at himself, and then stepped onto the competition stage at the other end. 99%, 100% a riot of flowers. Loading completed. Flowers are lush and colorful. Loading completed. Map, personal arena. Loading completed. Zhang Jiala map selection is very plain and unpretentious. And it is also suitable for the ammunition expert to play. After all, there are no large shelters in the arena. And the ammunition expert's grenades are still difficult to avoid. What do you think of this game? Jiang Buotao looked at Zhou Yichen. Of course. I support Mr. Zhang without hesitation. Zhou Yichen said without any hesitation. But Zhou Yuan is not bad either. He played much better in the first few games than last season. The pressure has been reduced and his performance has improved. Zhou Yichen added. Entering the game, both sides rushed towards the center from both ends of the arena. The moment Baiwa Liuan saw Huafansijan, he directly threw a tracking grenade. The grenade with its own spiral wings automatically locked onto the target that appeared in the field of vision and then flew towards it. Before Huafansijan could make a move, Baiwa Liuan fired a flash bomb at Huafansijan. Huafansijan chose to stop and turn around to avoid the blinding of Baiwa Liuan flash bomb. Then he turned around and tried to shoot down the flying tracking grenade. But Baiwa Liuan took advantage of the opportunity when Huafansijan turned around, loaded the bullet, and shot a pyrotechnic bomb at Huafansijan. Helpless, Huafansijan could only dodge the pyrotechnic bomb sideways. At this time, the tracking grenade had already arrived in front of Huafansijan. Bang! The grenade exploded in front of Huafansijan. Seeing that Huafansijan was affected by the grenade, Baiwa Liuan chose to directly use the ammunition expert's 70-level high-damage skill. Random thunder. All kinds of grenades exploded directly in the audience's field of vision. And the holographic projection was full of the special effects of the ammunition expert's grenades. This is Zhang Jiala's self-created Baiwa style of play, which is both gorgeous and romantic. The cup introduced. The Baiwa fans sitting in the away area were collectively silent. Seeing Zhang Jiala use the Baiwa style of play, they should be happy. Which means that his original intention has not changed and his strength is still there. But now Zhang Jiala uses his most skilled play and the most tacit partner to beat his juniors and old club. Zhou Yuan has no power to resist it all. Is the gap so big? Mo Chuchen said in surprise. Since he is still at the peak of his strength, why doesn't he return to Baiwa? You should know that everything he has is given by Baiwa. Zhu Xiaoping asked. Entering the semifinals in the 7th season made him full of infinite expectations for the future. However, Zhang Jiala's sudden retirement and Tang Hao departure during the winter transfer period left Zhou Yuan helpless, resulting in Baiwa not even making the playoffs in the 8th season. It's not easy for him either. Zhang Wei, a veteran of Baihua who debuted in the 3rd season, said, "It's not easy for everyone." Yu Feng continued. While everyone was talking, the game had already been decided. Glory. Sure enough, Baihua Liuan can only exert its true power in your hands. Zhou Yuan silently pulled out the character card and walked off the stage. Are you okay? Yu Feng looked at Zhou Yuan's lost look and comforted him. It's okay. This battle also ended some of my thoughts. When Zhou Yuan looked up, Yu Feng found the tears in his eyes. Let's cheer together. Yu Feng gently patted Zhou Yuan on the shoulder. Let us congratulate Yu Feng for winning this match. The score of the singles match is 2-1. And Samsara is temporarily in the lead. Huh? Not bad. At least we saved 1 point. Yu Feng said with a sense of relief. This was the first season he had taken office. He had never thought that he could defeat Samsara, which was in its heyday. He had not done it in Blue Rain. And it was impossible for him to do it in Baihua. So when facing Samsara, they put all their strength in the singles match. It's not that they don't want to win. Who doesn't want to win in professional games? It's just that when the gap in strength is too great, saving points is the only option. After the singles match, the ring match was almost a foregone conclusion. Samsara had 3 all-stars, 2 of whom were sealed. And Baihua had Zhang Wei. And Zhou Guangyi brought a first-line substitute. Yes, a strange face appeared on Baihua's side. That is Zhou Guangyi. With the addition of Zhao Yang, tyranny transformation no longer required Ji Ling assassination. Zhou Guangyi also caught this point. So on the last day of the transfer period, he brought Ji Ling to Baihua. They are totally different levels. Zhou Yuan shook his head while watching from below. He could understand why Zhang Jiala went to the reincarnation. Our goal this season is the playoffs. We have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Yu Feng said on the side. Glory. Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for completing the 1-on-3 match in the ring again. I can't remember how many times he has done it. Beige said with emotion. Yes. What is as difficult as ascending to heaven for others is as easy as eating in his hands. Li Ju shook his head and said. This is the undefeated god of war. Chapter 290 in the Mist. The great inventor Zhou Yichen. Welcome back. This is the game site of the 4th week of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League. Today's broadcast is the home team of Samsara versus the away team of Baihua. And Zhang Jiala battle against his old club. The current score is 4-1. And Samsara is temporarily in the lead. The next thing to do is the team competition. After the halftime break, the rosters of the 2 teams in the team competition also appeared on the big screen. Yo! Someone finally played. Xingxin is resting today and is watching this game together. You know, they are very unlucky to meet the Wuji team, which often mixes between the league and the challenge. In the second round of the challenge, the opponent has serious professional players. However, under the command of Ishio, all the members performed well and defeated the Wuji team with a big score of 8.5-1. This also made esports home, the largest and most authoritative esports print media, specially sent reporters to interview Xingxin. After all, before the game, most people were optimistic that Wuji would carry Xingxin away, since the challenge match and the league match were held together. The challenge match was held on Friday, and the league match was held on Saturday. So Xingxin just finished the 4th round of the challenge match yesterday. A team called Genius Jia, whose core player was also a battle mage, was unfortunately ruthlessly crushed by Xingxin. Samsara, Zhouzakai. ID, Yiqiang Chuanyan. Occupation, Sharpshooter. Jiang Buotao. ID, Wulong. Occupation, Magic Swordsman. Zhou Yichen. ID, Yuxingqinchin. Occupation, Battle Mage. Zhang Jiala. ID, Baihua Liuan. Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Fang Minghua. ID, Xioga Ziru. Occupation, Priest. The 6th person. LV Buyuan. ID, Yun Shanluan. Occupation, Judo. Baihua, Yu Feng. ID, Luo Walangs. Occupation, Mad Swordsman. Zhou Yuan. ID, Huafansijan. Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Zhou Guangyi. ID, Ji Lung. Occupation, Assassin. Mo Chuchen. ID, Alphan Canhua. Occupation, Priest. Zhu Xiaoping. ID, Finka. Occupation, Summoner. The 6th player. Zhang Wei. ID, Sun Luo. Occupation, Mage. Map, Ruins of the Ancient Roman Colosseum. Isn't this lineup a copy of the one that played against us? Wei Chen shouted. Yes. Fang Minghua didn't play at that time. And it is very likely that he was not in the club. Yishio nodded and said, Does Baiwa have a chance with this lineup? Xiao Yifan asked. Opportunity? You can take out your phone and start counting now. Wei Chen smiled. What? Xiao Yifan touched the back of his head and asked. See how long Baiwa can last. Wei Chen said. On the stage. Long time no see. Zhang Jiala greeted Zhang Wei. The two of them are old friends. Come on. I wish you success. Thank you. Zhu Xiaoping simply shook hands with Zhang Jiala and soon separated. Zhang Jiala smiled and ignored him. You haven't let down Baiwa. You've taken them to 2 runner-ups. Others haven't even made it to the finals. Zhou Yichen put his hand on Zhang Jiala's shoulder. Are you here to comfort me or to attack me? Zhang Jiala said unhappily. Let's go. Shozakai gave an order. And everyone walked towards the war room at one end. Is the scenery here nice? Jiang Buitao plugged in the peripherals and said. It's really nice. Well, I like this chair. Zhang Jiala lay on the gaming chair and swayed. Let's go! 99%, 100% Yu Xingchen. Loaded. A shot through the clouds. Loaded. 100 flowers in disarray. Loaded. A mess of fallen flowers. Loaded. Flowers profusely. Loaded. Map, ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum. Loaded. Today. The Samsara team chose a very conventional map. This map is the most used map in the regular season. And it is also the king map of Samsara. Bebe introduced that the data of Samsara on this map can only be described as exaggerated. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown ended, and the 5 starting players of the 2 teams rushed to the center of the arena at the same time. What do you mean? Play fast. Zhou Yichen was the first to speak in the team voice. How can there be a regular season? The author is confused. Quick attack. Jiang Buitao commanded. Mr. Zhang. Let's go. And the captain will cover us. Zhou Yichen said excitedly. Yeah. Shozakai responded. Then left the team and came to the side to put pressure on the opponent. Just do it. Zhang Jiala emotions were also aroused. Don't be out of touch. Fang Minghua reminded from behind. Don't worry. It won't happen. Zhou Yichen assured. The moment he saw the people of Baiwa Liaowan took the lead in attacking. Was he feeling guilty towards his old boss? Soft-hearted? Or letting him win? That was not happening. Not beating him to death was already a sign of gratitude to him. Baiwa Liaowan threw a shrinking grenade at the Baiwa people. And the grenade exploded directly at the center point, with a strong impact directly affecting all the Baiwa members. Fong stopped moving, and huddled together with Alf and Kanhua, and then summoned Ice Wolf and Little Flying Dragon to rush towards Samsara. Yu Xingchen had already rushed into the Baiwa formation at this time. After repelling Ji Lung of Zhou Guangyi with a shot, Boss Wei swept his hand towards the fallen flowers in front of him, and the fallen flowers were smashed by the collapse of the mountain. Yu Xingchen stepped back to avoid it, and Hua Fancijin wanted to imitate Baiwa Liaowan, so he also threw a shrinking grenade, but was instantly blown up by a shot through the clouds. Yu Xingchen's strong dragon pressure successfully knocked away the fallen flowers that were slowed down by Baiwa Liaowan Ice Bomb. Seeing that the former prosperous blood scene has now become an opponent, people feel a sigh. After Yu Xingchen activated the fire attribute dazzling pattern, he fired it out, killing the small flying dragon that was spewing fire in the air, and then shivered in a Z shape to avoid the floating bomb of Hua Fancijin. Old Zhang, cover me, Zhou Yichen shouted. No problem, Zhang Jiala responded, and then threw the 70-level ultimate skill of the ammunition expert, Chaos Thunder, directly at the Baiwa people. The skill special effects once again covered the entire screen, and the vision of the Baiwa people was also affected by the grenade special effects. Yu Xingchen rotated the war spear and danced the magic fighting spirit. And then the fighting spirit and the air flow were mixed together. And then the dragon gall was inserted into the ground to chant the magic fighting spirit. At this time, a special environmental effect, the cloud effect, was produced on the holographic projection. And Yu Xingchen was surrounded by misty water mist and floating clouds. Yu Xingchen just disappeared from the sight of the people in Baiwa. The battle mage's level 75 ultimate skill. Wind and cloud. Fighting mountains and rivers. Oh my god. What is this? You know, although there were battle mages who used the level 75 skill before, and Zhou Yichen himself used it. They were all used separately. So handsome. Many female fans' eyes were already red. This skill is beautifully connected. I didn't expect Zhou Yichen to figure out the new skills of the battle mage so quickly. The cup was surprised. Great inventor. Oh my god. What is this? Zhu Xiaoping and Mo Chuchen vision was shrouded in a cloud. Then Doqi suddenly appeared on the ground and attacked the two. It's fighting mountains and rivers. Yu Feng reminded. Be careful of Yu Xingchen getting close. Yu Feng seemed to have thought of something. Just as he reminded him, he heard the sound of falling into the water. Be the captain of my team. Mo Chuchen screamed. Yu Xingchen successfully approached Feng Ke and Ao Feng Kenhua with the help of the fog effect he created. He waved his spear and shook off the magic fighting spirit like water splashes. Then the fighting spirit in the shape of a dragon hit Ao Feng Kenhua directly, causing high physical damage to it and knocking it out. Battle Mage level 75 big move, Dragon out to sea. Feng Ke was also knocked out. The moment Feng Ke saw Yu Xingchen approaching, he wanted to use the position swap to escape from danger. But the ice wolf in front had been killed by Wu Lang. The death of the summoned beast made the position swap unusable. So Feng Ke was also knocked out by Yu Xingchen accumulated power of the falling flower palm. Seeing the two being knocked out, the Baiwa people quickly returned to defend. But Yiqian Chuanyun directly set up a Gatling machine gun on the side, and madly shot at falling flowers and flowers. Wu Lang chanted a frost wave array on the spot, and directly stopped Luohua Lang Zai. Yu Feng had no choice but to operate Luohua Lang Zai to start bloodthirsty fighting. Enter the dominant state, and then directly pass through the frost wave array. Bai Hua Liaowan arrived at the landing point of Ao Feng Kenhua before Bai Hua, and launched a floating bullet. Hit! Ao Feng Kenhua stopped in the air. And then Yu Xingchen arrived to cooperate with Bai Hua Liaowan to attack the floating Bai Hua priest from a distance. Help! Yu Feng shouted. But now the Bai Hua people have completely separated. Zhou Guangyi Jilung assassinated Xiao Guzirua to no avail. And now he wanted to go back to help but was stopped by Wu Lang. Xiao Guzirua opened the angel wings and released a holy commandment light to Jilung, marking him out, and then threw a holy fire to Hua Fan Si Jin, who came to support. The cooperation of Samsara is too good, Yishio said. It's not at the same level at all, Tang Rou said out loud. Indeed. Others agreed. In the end, Bai Hua still failed to save Alphancan Hua. Yiqiang Chuanyun not only stopped Luohua Longzui, but also Ni Finka, who wanted to cooperate with Luohua Longzui. After the battle line was deployed, the difference in strength was fully demonstrated. Bai Hua Liaowan killed Alphancan Hua. Alphancan Hua. Out! With the elimination of the priest, the situation showed a one-sided trend. Yu Xingchen accumulated power on the spot and hit Finka, who was suspended in the air, with a Fulong Xiangtian. Yu Xingchen killed Finka. Finka. Out! Soon, the two people behind Bai Hua were all eliminated. Saluo, the six-person Jiang Wei, also rushed to the battlefield. At this time, Luohua Longzui was besieged by the three people of Luanhui, with Yu Xingchen in front and Yiqiang Chuanyun and Bai Hua Liaowan assisting on the side. Captain, hold on. Sun Luo Feitian rushed towards Luohua Longzui. However, before Sun Luo arrived, the news that someone was eliminated had already been revealed. Chapter 291 Rookie Wall? Sorry, I haven't seen it. Now everyone's eyes are focused on Luohua Lang's. Sun Luo is rushing over here. And Hua Fansijin was knocked away by Yu Xingchen Haolong Pujuan. He added an electric shock grenade for his captain. But unfortunately, the three members of Samsara did not fall into paralysis. At this time, the other side decided the winner. Wulong killed Jilung. Jilung. Out. Huh? Why is Jilung gone? Baisi wondered. Why did someone leave quietly? From the magic wave sword energy surrounding Wu Lang, we can draw a conclusion that Xiaga Zirua hypnotized Jilung into a sleeping state. Looking at Jilung who was sleeping, Wu Lang used the magic swordsman level 75 ultimate move, Nebula Wave Sword. Wu Lang drew out the wave power, and then 5 magic wave sword energy surged out from Wu Lang's sky chain. The magic wave will be displayed in an irregular way, and the direction can be controlled by the player at will. Hitting the enemy will cause non-attribute magic damage. The most important thing is that the Nebula Wave Sword has a knockback effect, which caused Jilung to fail to attack and retreat. With Jilung elimination, Wu Lang was worried about the rear of the reincarnation, so Wu Lang went to the front alone. while Xiaogazirua rushed to the substitution area above the audience. How can I face the siege of Jozakai? Zhou Yichen and Zhang Jiala. Yufeng thought. Zhang Wei. Have you arrived? Yufeng asked. I'm rushing. I'm leaning. Zhang Wei responded. Seeing that his health bar was about to be cleared, Yufeng decided to make a last-ditch effort and turned on the rage. However, what he didn't expect was that Samsara was waiting for this moment. During the activation period, the blood and chi surged, and the attack power and attack speed would be greatly increased. But the dual resistance would also be reduced. At this time, the defense of the Berserker was the lowest. A shot of Chuanyan one-shot at Luo Longzhe, and Yu Xingchen finally added a wrathful dragon piercing the heart, successfully piercing Luo Longzhe's heart. Yu Xingchen killed Luo Longzhe. Luo Longzhe. Out! Saluo, who arrived, was also stopped by Baiwa Liuan. Alas, facing Samsara, there is no hope of victory. Yufeng took off his headphones and shook his head and said, with Luo Longzhe out, the remaining few people could not withstand the offensive of Samsara at all. And Yushanwan jumped down from the second-floor audience seats. So there was no suspense in this game. In the end, Samsara took away Baiwa without losing a single person. Glory! Let's congratulate the Samsara team for their 9-1 home win over Baiwa. The team competition was still overwhelming and didn't give the other team any chance. Beige praised. Now let's see if there is a team that can stop Samsara. Li Ju smiled. I looked at the schedule, and the team that can pose a threat to Samsara should be the 7th week's Wei Chao. Thank you for your advice. Jiang Buitao said modestly to Yufeng. We are taught. Yufeng stepped forward and shook hands. Samsara finished the game first again, and the speed made netizens think that Samsara was trying to get off work as soon as possible. And the director had to extend the advertising sponsorship time to meet the KPI. Sponsors were overjoyed. Samsara is now the darling of the league. Zhou Zakai and Zhou Yichen are overwhelmed with business. And Jiang Buitao and Du Ming also have a lot. No. Why should I endorse this thing? Du Ming looked at the 4-piece betting sent to him and was completely confused. I'm rooting for you. Zhou Yichen couldn't help laughing. Others were also infected and laughed. Damn it! Don't laugh. It was the 5th week of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League. Facing the visitors, Samsara defeated them ruthlessly with a score of 10-0. After 5 rounds, Samsara scored 49 points, 4 shutouts, and won 9-1. Samsara already had the momentum to win the championship. However, the most eye-catching team this week was not Samsara. After all, when small and medium-sized teams face Samsara, the TV station will not broadcast it immediately. What's so good about bullying? The most eye-catching player this week was Lu Hanwen, a teenager from the Blue Rain team who broke the age record of professional players. In the 5th round, which ended this Saturday, the Blue Rain home game against the Royal Wind team, Lu Hanwen's skills were amazing. In the first round of the team competition, he defeated 2 players from the Royal Wind team in a row, and lost to the Royal Wind's ace player Tian Sen in the 3rd game. In addition to Lu Hanwen's wonderful performance, the most surprising thing was the Blue Rain lineup. Double swordsman. Following the double mage scholars of Tiny Herb, Blue Rain has another double swordsman. Will this cause a new wave of enthusiasm in the league? Previously, Lu Hanwen was in the 6th position, but in the Royal Wind team competition, Lu Hanwen was promoted to the starting lineup. Wang Xiaotian Yi Yusheng Fan and Lu Hanwen Luyut appeared on the field at the same time, and they played the important position of Yufeng attacker. The last person who trusted the front to a newcomer was Samsara, and that newcomer is currently the undisputed strongest newcomer in history, Zhou Yichen. And the most important thing is that Lu Hanwen Liyun is not a lightsaber, but a heavy sword. Although there are many players who use swordsmen in the Honor Online game, most of them use lightsabers. After all, lightsabers have a fast attack speed. Continuous high-speed strikes and flexible body movements are very popular. On the contrary, although the heavy sword is very powerful, it is very heavy, which also makes the swordsman who uses the heavy sword look a bit stupid. When Lu Hanwen appeared on the stage, many people were observing his performance. After all, he was at the peak of his career, the operator of the Sword Saint Night Rain, Wang Xiaotian. So some people are optimistic about him, and naturally some people are pessimistic about him. It is believed that his current performance is due to the lack of research on him by other teams. As more and more things are exposed, and each team has thoroughly studied him and his role. It is not surprising that Lu Hanwen will be good. This problem is also very common in the league, and is called the rookie wall. This refers to some rookies with excellent operation, who stand out and grab the attention when they first enter the league. However, after being studied, they gradually become like Fang Zhongyong and are forgotten by the crowd. There have been 3 rookies who have broken through the rookie wall in the history of the league. One is the best rookie in the 3rd season of the Glory Professional League, Wang Jieshi of the Weichao team. He was the captain when he debuted, killed the gods in his first game, and entered the finals 3 times, winning 1 championship and 2 runner-ups. Title: Magician. One is Sun Xiang, who is currently leading Excellent Era to struggle in the Challenge Tournament. Although he did not win the best rookie, Sun Xiang, who debuted in the 7th season, was obvious to all and led Yueyuan to the edge of the playoffs. After Excellent Era was eliminated, most people thought that Sun Xiang should not transform. If he did not go to Excellent Era, but chose to go to Baiwa to take over Luohua Longzui, the result might be different. The last one is Zhou Yichen, the strongest rookie in history. Unlike the previous 2, he seems to be born for the stage. In the first season of his debut, he created history, completing an unprecedented 33-game winning streak for a single player in a season, which has not been broken yet. Last year, he was even more honored, winning the regular season MVP, the finals FMVP, and the most valuable player of the season. He currently maintains a record of 100% advancement to the finals and a 100% winning rate in the finals. Title: God of War. Compared with the 2, Sun Xiang looks much dimmer, and the God of War in his hand is not earned by himself. Major media also compared Lu Hanwen with the 3 who broke through the rookie wall. Wang Jieshi, whose playing style is unpredictable to the extreme, debuted in the 3rd season, and beat other teams with a magician's hand. The major team studied it for a whole season, and finally came up with a solution to target Wang Jieshi teammates because they could not keep up with Wang Jieshi. Sun Xiang, a great player from a small team, has limited research on him by major teams. Only when Sun Xiang led Yueyuan into everyone's vision with his own strength, people noticed the strength of this newcomer. Zhou Yichen, who emerged in the 7th season, formed an invincible twin stars with the team's ace player Zhou Zikai. Major teams in the 7th season have been studying Zhou Yichen since the beginning of the season. In the end, no suitable solution was found. In the 7th season, Zhou Yichen had only one shortcoming. That is, pure recklessness. He did not retreat. And this was the case in the 2 games he lost to Tiny Herb. In the 8th season, Zhou Yichen was obviously in a transformation stage, constantly improving himself in all aspects, and finally succeeded in the transformation and had a big explosion in the finals. In the 9th season, he officially entered the complete form. The media in City G praised Lu Hanwen and believed that he was the next Zhou Yichen. For this reason, they even went to interview Zhou Yichen about his views on Lu Hanwen. As a result, Zhou Yichen's first sentence made them speechless. Rookie wall? What is that? I didn't encounter it when I debuted, Zhou Yichen said innocently and kindly. I won the championship when I debuted, so I didn't feel that kind of loss. Seeing Zhou Yichen Versailles, the reporters wanted to die. What do you think of Lu Hanwen's performance? Lu Hanwen. I have played against him. He is quite good. Zhou Yichen laughed. Ah? When? The reporters couldn't sit still. Samsara and Blue Rain haven't played against each other this season. How could Zhou Yichen and Lu Hanwen have played against each other? In the online game, Zhou Yichen said indifferently. Do you think he can break through the rookie wall this season? The reporter asked expectantly. What exactly is the rookie wall? Can you tell me about it? Zhou Yichen suddenly interrupted the reporter's question. Since he didn't know whether Zhou Yichen was pretending or really didn't understand. The reporter who asked the question actually explained to Zhou Yichen what the rookie wall was. Oh, then why did I break it? Zhou Yichen then asked. Because you are the best rookie of the 7th season. You have never lost a season. And you are the champion as soon as you debut. What about him? The reporter from City G was choked. So, let's wait until he wins the championship. Zhou Yichen was about to end the interview. But Sun Xiang, who broke the rookie wall, didn't win the championship either. A reporter asked. Sun Xiang? Is the goal content of breaking the rookie wall so low? HU. Sun Xiang, who is practicing well in the Jiashi training match, suddenly sneezed. Who is scolding me? It must be Lu Hao. The idiot. Chapter 292. Do you really think you are Wang Jieshi? God. You don't know how badly we were beaten. Lu Guaning was complaining to Yi Xiao on QQ at this time. In the opening match against Blue Rain, they were beaten 10-0. After that, they kept performing poorly until the 5th round against the Wind Sweep team, which made Yi Zhan vent his anger and beat Feng Sweep 9-1, making Lu Guaning and his team happy for a long time. After the celebration banquet, he turned on his phone to check the schedule and found that the opponent in the 6th round was King Samsara, the only team with 2 titles who won the Glory Professional League Championship for 2 consecutive times. Lu Guaning felt like the sky was falling. The result was not unexpected. Samsara won 10-0 at home and gave Yi Zhan another 0 egg without hesitation. Don't talk about you. Other teams are no different against Samsara. Yi Xiao comforted him by typing. Samsara is too exaggerated. Wei Chun was numb when he saw Samsara points. After 6 rounds, Samsara got 59 points, which means they won 5 games without shutting out. You should know that the second-place Tyranny also won 6 games in a row, but they only had 42 points, and only 1 game was a shutout. The third-placed Vici Gaming also won 6 games in a row, and they were only 1 point behind Tyranny. Of course, some people think that Samsara's score is so high because they played against weaker teams. It happened that they played against Vici Gaming in the 7th round, and Vici Gaming had an abnormally good chemistry after Subin joined. Subin's style of play is very suitable for Vici Gaming, especially in the team competition. Subin put enough pressure on the front. The time came to October 8th, Saturday. Samsara will face Vici Gaming at 8 p.m. This game will also be broadcast on TV. After all, they don't believe that Samsara can leave work early against Vici Gaming. Before 8 o'clock, everyone in Happy gathered in front of the 2nd floor, ready to watch the game. Xingxin had a bumpy road in the challenge, but they still made it through. Not only did they defeat the Wuji team, but Wuji captain Wu Chen also joined them to fight in the challenge. Tang Rou was already sitting in the front row at this time. She wanted to observe Zhou Yichen game carefully. As a combat method, Tang Rou could learn a lot from Zhou Yichen game. For example, Tang Rou learned the combo of Zhou Yichen Feng Wan Lian followed by Dou Pashan he last time. The moderator of the online Battle Mage forum even changed his avatar from Yi Zhiqiu to Yu Xingchen. This is enough to show that Zhou Yichen's position in the hearts of combat method players has gradually replaced the previous Yiqiu. After all, as new players enter the pit, they see Zhou Yichen peak. Yiqiu is the strongest combat method they have heard of, but Zhou Yichen is the strongest combat method they have seen with their own eyes. Welcome to the 7th week of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League. The 2 teams are Samsara, which has won 6 games in a row, and Tiny Herb, which has won 6 games in a row. Today, one team is destined to end its winning streak. The away area was also full of Tiny Herb spectators. Although they lost 2 All-Stars this season, one retired and the other transferred. The arrival of Su Bin and the growth of Gao Yingjie gave them hope. After both teams appeared on the stage, the 2 captains fist bumped to signal that the game officially began. Hello everyone. I am today's commentator Pan Lin, and the one sitting next to me is Coach Li. Hello everyone. I am today's guest and commentator, Li Ba. What does Coach Li think of this game? Both teams are currently in a very strong momentum, especially Samsara, which has scored 59 points in 6 rounds, which has never happened before. Li Ba said. It seems that they want to break the record again. Yes, Tiny Herb is not bad either. Su Bin joining has stabilized Tiny Herb's defense. Pan Lin continued. Without further ado, both sides are ready. Let's enter today's first singles match. At this time, the starting list of both sides' singles matches was also announced on the big screen. Reincarnation, Zhou Yichen. ID, Yu Xingchen. Occupation, Battle Mage. Micrograss, Gao Yingjie. ID, Muin. Occupation, Mage Scholar. Map, Individual Arena. I didn't expect Zhou Yichen to return to his most familiar position. Pan Lin smiled. Zhou Yichen has been in this position since his debut in the 7th season and scored the first point for Reincarnation. In the 8th season, Zhou Yichen changed from the starting lineup of the singles match to the starting lineup of the ring match, forming a 3-star team ring match lineup. Come on, Yingjie. Don't feel pressured. Just play your own style. Wang Jieshi smiled and looked at Gao Yingjie. This was Gao Yingjie's own request. He specially found Zhou Yichen before the game. and Zhou Yichen also gladly accepted it. The starting position of the team ring match was naturally given to Zhang Jiala. There is no way. The lineup of reincarnation this season is too luxurious. If it was last season, Zhou Yichen might have refused. After all, Vici Gaming winning rate in team competitions has been very high since Wang Jieshi debuted. And their only loss last year was at the hands of Vici Gaming. But now it is different. With the addition of Zhang Jiala, the lineup of Samsara has become very flexible. Not as rigid as before. Others can guess the next player of Samsara as long as they see the starting lineup. Come on. Junior, who is 1 year younger than me. Zhou Yichen smiled and stretched out his hand to Gao Yingjie. Senior, please give me more advice. Gao Yingjie stretched out his hand, then bowed and buried his head very low. Damn it! It's not necessary. It's not necessary. Seeing Gao Yingjie bowing to him, Zhou Yichen was startled and quickly bowed to Gao Yingjie. What are these two doing? Some viewers asked in confusion. Gao Yingjie is a junior. Out of respect for the senior. Why is Zhou Yichen doing this? I'm afraid of being exposed online. Saying that he is a big shot. The person next to him explained. Huh? I'm scared to death. Zhou Yichen wiped the cold sweat from his head. People are afraid of being famous. Pigs are afraid of being fat. And dead pigs are not afraid of boiling water. After this guy became famous, any random action of his would be interpreted by someone with ulterior motives. Zhou Yichen was really scared. You know, last time, just because he secretly watched the game of other teams from the audience. He was criticized for not respecting his teammates and opponents on the stage. It was out of line. Please give me more advice. Zhou Yichen nodded and said. Then the two of them went up to the competition platform at both ends. After the staff checked the peripherals, they inserted the card to enter the game. The game officially began. 99%, 100% Yu Xingchen. Loaded. Mu In. Loaded. Map, personal arena. Loaded. Remember, keep your hands steady. Don't panic. Look clearly. And then make a move. Gao Yingjie silently recited the 12-word formula on the loading interface. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The countdown ended, and the two rushed from the refresh point to the center of the map at the same time. Mu In cast a spell, took a run up, and flew up with his weapon across his body. The moment he saw Yu Xingchen, Mu In launched an attack, throwing the lava flask at Yu Xingchen, and then shooting the star line at the lava flask, breaking it. The lava blocks ejected from the lava flask fell from Yu Xingchen's head, and Yu Xingchen turned forward to avoid the lava blocks that fell to the ground. Since the flask failed to hit, no lava zone would be generated on the ground, but it would only burn after touching the ground. Seeing that the lava flask followed by the star line did not hit, Mu In strengthened his normal attack and hit it, and then added a magic bullet. But it was all twisted away by Yu Xingchen. Seeing that the attack did not hit, Gao Yingjie was a little anxious. After turning a circle in the air, Mu In flew towards Yu Xingchen with the strengthened broom, and used magic to increase gravity and speed to hit it. Yingjie gave up the air advantage? A question mark appeared above Lu Shibya's head, and Wang Jieshi, who was watching intently, frowned. Are you so anxious? Yi Xiu saw that Wang Jieshi had not yet solved Gao Yingjie's problem. That is, when he cannot establish an advantage, he will be anxious. Gao Yingjie's self-confidence is increasing layer by layer. When facing an opponent with average personal strength, when his attack hits, he will be more confident when he sees the opponent's health bar go down. But if he faces a top-notch player, just like on the field, when the attack is all turned away, Gao Yingjie will be a little panicked and eager to establish an advantage. Fight in close combat? Zhou Yichen also had a question mark in his mind. I am a battle mage. The magic scholar and the battle mage fight in close combat. Gao Yingjie really thinks he is Wang Jieshi. Yu Xingchen dodged Mu In's sweep sideways. This blow is very powerful and cannot be taken head-on. Mu In landed and attached ice powder to his weapon, and then hit Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen waved the dragon gall to block Mu In attack. A magic scholar fights a battle mage. And you play close combat? Thank you. Zhou Yichen suddenly typed in the public channel. What? Gao Yingjie was stunned, and his mind did not understand what Zhou Yichen meant for a while. Zhou Yichen Dragon Fangs attacked, and the attack speed was very fast. When Gao Yingjie reacted, the war spear had already stabbed Mu In. Damn it! Zhou Yichen is playing tricks. The fans of Wei Chao said angrily. It's unfair. Rematch. Zhou Yichen certainly had psychological reasons for this sentence. But the main reason was that he really didn't expect Gao Yingjie, a magic scholar, to choose to fight a close combat with a battle mage like himself. You must know that magic scholars are long-range characters, and the air is their stage. But since Wang Jieshi debuted, his magic scholars, in addition to attacking in the air, will choose to land in close combat when the skills are on CD. Wang Jieshi close combat is second to none among magic scholars. But it was obvious that Gao Yingjie was deeply influenced by Wang Jieshi playing style. Gao Yingjie had completely forgotten the 12-word formula before the game. I neglected it. Wang Jieshi admitted that it was his own problem. He did not consider this point. After all, the high altitude is the comfort zone of the magic scholar. Except for Wang Jieshi. Which magic scholar would stop to fight with the opponent in close combat? The magic scholar's close combat strength is a large part of the illusion given by Wang Jieshi. Yi Xiu told the truth. After all, except for the broom whirlwind, the other skills of the magic scholar are long-range output, and close combat can only rely on personal performance. Just like the close combat gunman's gunmanship. Wei Chen said. Almost. Yi Xiu thought about it. But the gunman's gunmanship is much more difficult than the close combat of the magic scholar. Just like now, Gao Yingjie couldn't bear the pressure of Yu Xingchen at all, and kept retreating. With an upward strike, Yu Xingchen's sky strike successfully floated him into the air. Yingjie, you still need more experience, Wang Jieshi said calmly. Yu Xingchen started the shadow step, and continued to attack Mu An above. Then when Mu An was about to land, Yu Xingchen waved his spear to charge, and then condensed his fighting spirit and released it in reverse. Battle Mage level 75 big move, Flying Dragon in the sky. The dragon-shaped fighting spirit directly knocked Mu An away. And then Yu Xingchen began to charge. And the magic fighting spirit surged out from the tip of the spear. Goodbye, Gao Yingjie. Chapter 293 The Aesthetics of Violence Zhang. As the magic fighting spirit rushed out from the tip of the spear, a blue dragon appeared in the audience's field of vision. Zhou Yichen used Fu Long Xiang Tian. Gao Yingjie's position was somewhat unavoidable. Gao Yingjie. All hits. Glory. Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for winning the first singles match. Samsara is temporarily leading 1-0. What does Coach Li think of this match? Pan Lin looked at Li Ba beside him. I think Gao Yingjie has a problem with his thinking, Li Ba said bluntly. It's absurd to think that a long-range attacking mage chooses to fight a close combat with a battle mage. Li Ba then said. And the opponent is the top combat method in the league. Pan Lin added. Yes. That's why Li Ba didn't understand that Gao Yingjie really thought of himself as Wang Jieshi. Senior. I'm learning. Gao Yingjie walked out of the competition stage and bowed his head to Zhou Yichen. Be more confident. Don't be affected by your opponent's words on the field, Zhou Yichen said. If Gao Yingjie debuted in the 6th season and faced Wang Xiaotian would make Gao Yingjie autistic. You called me a senior, so I remind you, Zhou Yichen then said. Don't think about fighting in close combat anymore. The air is your stage. Kid. Zhou Yichen patted Gao Yingjie on the shoulder and then walked off the stage. Gao Yingjie returned to the Weichao player seat. I'm sorry, Captain. I played too badly. Gao Yingjie lowered his head and prepared to listen to the captain's teachings. Although we lost this game, the problem was exposed. Which means that this loss was worthwhile, Wang Jieshi said. The air is the stage for the magic scholar. But doesn't the captain often choose to land in close combat? Gao Yingjie asked Wang Jieshi with his innocent eyes. That's because of my unique playing style. The magic scholar is more threatening in the air. Wang Jieshi then explained. Yes, I understand. Wang Jieshi sighed secretly. It's good that he understands. He was afraid that Gao Yingjie didn't understand and would follow his old path. At this time, the second singles match had already started. Du Ming Wu Xuango Yu faced Xiao Yunda Ji. In the end, Du Ming won easily. Du Ming was abused by Zhou Yichen almost every day, which also led to Zhou Yichen beating Du Ming violently except for eating, sleeping and training. This also helped Du Ming improve his strength a lot. Du Ming said. Pain and happiness. Facing Xiaoyun battle mage. Du Ming didn't feel anything after the fight because the opponent was too weak and he didn't have time to feel it at all. Fortunately, Lu Shibia got back the field in the third game. Lu Shibia's hard work during the summer off-season was effective. Now he can control his hand speed and control the short-range burst. After the singles match, the list of the two teams in the ring match was also announced. Even if Zhou Yichen was not there, The lineup of Samsara was still luxurious. Samsara, Zhang Jiala, Lu Boyuan, Zhou Zikai, Wei Chao, Su Bin, Lu Fei, Wang Jieshi, Map, Arena. When the list was announced, Zhang Jiala saw that his opponent was Su Bin, and subconsciously rolled his eyes, saying he was speechless. He retired in the 7th season and naturally played against Su Bin, who was in 301 degrees before. Su Bin debuted in 301 degrees in the 6th season and formed a dual core of the team with the captain, the assassin player Yang Song. But because his passive and ugly playing style is not popular with fans, he is quite optimistic among professional players. After all, Su Bin playing style is very difficult. When mentioning Su Bin, it is natural to mention the title of Grinding King. Su Bin Knight will not actively attack, but will only passively defend. Only when the opponent's mana is almost consumed will he slowly attack and then eat away the opponent. The most important thing is to wear down the opponent's will. Therefore, players with weak will feel extremely tortured when facing Su Bin. For players with a bad temper, Su Bin playing style is very easy to attract hatred. When playing against excellent era Sun Xiang, Su Bin used the characteristics of his playing style to raise Sun Xiang fighting spirit and make him lose touch in the team game. Grandpa Zhang, can you bear it? Zhou Yichen said to Zhang Jiala. The purpose of the team competition of Tiny Herb has been made clear. After Zhou Yichen accepted the challenge, the starting lineup of the Samsara team competition must be Zhang Jiala, who was replaced. Tiny Herb is very good at wearing down the old man. Last year, Tyranny was worn down by them. Today, it's Zhang Jiala's turn. Huh. Calm down. Zhang Jiala began to hint to himself before the game. Long time no see. Captain Zhang. Su Bin stretched out his hand to Zhang Jiala. Captain Zhang has retired, and now I am just a newcomer to glory. Zhang Jiala shook hands with him and said, please give me more advice. Just don't wear me down. Look at what the senior said. Su Bin smiled and said, if I don't grind you to death, can I still be called the Grinding King? 99%. 100% by Waliel 1. Loading completed. Dua. Loading completed. Map, Arena. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The game started, and both sides ran from the refresh point to the arena in the middle. Bai Waliao in the north, Dua in the south. The lightly equipped Bai Waliao was much faster than the heavy Dua, and stepped onto the arena first. Then when Bai Waliao walked to the center of the arena, Dua appeared in his field of vision. Zhang Jiala opened fire without hesitation, and threw an impact grenade at Dua. Dua set up a shield and opened a shield wall to resist enemy attacks, which could offset physical skill damage and effects. Su Bin is going to start grinding, Zhou Yichen said. If I had known, I would not have agreed to Gaoing Jia. It would be so cool to fight Su Bin. Others are annoyed with Su Bin, but it does not mean Zhou Yichen is annoyed. You should know that Su Bin's style of play is most suitable for Zhou Yichen stacking a fighter will. By then, as long as Su Bin can withstand it, let alone the 7th level fighter will, the 8th level may be stacked. Then the last two in the team arena will suffer. This is why Wei Chao did not let Su Bin and Zhou Yichen fight. Zhou Yichen is not like Sun Xiang. The longer the time, the more impatient he will be. At this time, Zhang Jiala on the field has begun to get annoyed. After Bai Waliao replaced the ice bomb, he kept shooting at Dua, while Dua raised his shield to activate spell reflection, which can offset most of the damage and effects of magic skills during the period, and counterattack all these attacks. Seeing the damage rebounding to himself, Zhang Jiala got angry. I must smash your turtle shell. The explosive grenade was thrown out, and Dua waved his shield to knock it away. But Bai Waliao bullet directly exploded the grenade. The strong impact of the grenade explosion directly knocked Dua back. Only the knight could resist the impact of the explosive grenade. If it were other professions, they would have been affected and fell to the ground. But Dua's retreat caused his body to be unstable, giving Bai Waliao the opportunity to fight back. Facing Su Bin, fighting back was the best. If he dragged it down, he would only torture himself. Seeing Dua staggering back, Bai Waliao took decisive action and threw all the grenades on his body. All 8 grenades with different damage effects exploded in front of Dua at the same time. Random thunder. The skill special effects not only blocked the audience's vision, but also blocked Dua's vision. From Su Bin perspective, the screen was full of special effects produced by grenade explosions. The impact of the explosion knocked him to the ground. Bai Liao looked at the fallen Duhua and fired a floating bullet. Due to the obstruction of vision, Duhua had no time to react to the bullet fired from Bai Liao gun barrel. The floating bullet successfully hit Duhua and forced him to float in the air. Then the explosive bomb was loaded, and the bullet was fired and hit Duhua, causing fire magic damage and causing Duhua to fall into a burning effect. Duhua's health dropped rapidly, while Bai Liao health was still very healthy at this time. Su Bin also knew that the hope of victory was slim, so he could only knock down Bai Liao health to relieve the pressure on his teammates. Duhua successfully received the body before landing, and then activated the Knight's level 50 awakening skill Night Spirit. The overall skills of the Knight with the blessing of Night Spirit will be strengthened. The skill damage and effect will be improved, and the burst ability will be stronger. Yo, no more grinding? Zhang Jiala asked in the public channel. Isn't this what the senior expected? Su Bin responded in type. Then he charged towards Bai Liao with a heroic charge. Is it too late to counterattack now? Lu Shibya asked. Yeah, it's a bit late. Wang Jieshi nodded and said. Zhang Jiala rhythm is so good that Su Bin didn't react at all in an instant. Li Ba explained. Will Su Bin counterattack be effective? Pan Lin asked. Difficult. Li Ba shook his head and said. Su Bin will never be able to reach Zhang Jiala until he dies. As a result, just after Li Ba finished speaking, Su Bin fair heroic jump successfully affected by Liao, and then activated the Knight's ultimate move Crusader Judgment, and the first 3 attacks directly chopped by Liao. Damn! This commentator's mouth is really stinky. Li Ba also felt a little embarrassed. Su Bin played really well. Li Ba laughed awkwardly. Pan Lin looked at Li Ba meaningfully. Isn't it because you nursed well? The final result did not change. After Zhang Jiala finished the whole set, the health gap between the two sides was too big. Su Bin counterattack was indeed a little late. After the CD of the skill of Bai Liao was ready, Duhua had no chance at all. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhang Jiala for winning the first match of the ring match. Chapter 294, Champion's Strength. But no champion's fate. Let's congratulate Zhou Zikai for defeating Wang Jieshi and winning the last match of the team competition. The current score is 4-1, and Samsara is temporarily in the lead. After Zhang Jiala defeated Su Bin, he defeated Lu Fei, the second player to appear. In succession, Samsara fans at the scene even shouted 1-3. But unfortunately Wang Jieshi did not give Zhang Jiala a chance. On the contrary, after taking away Zhang Jiala, who was at low health, Wang Jieshi took away LV Buyuan, the second player to appear in Samsara, and pointed his sword at Zhou Zikai, who was defending the Samsara competition. Samsara was shouting 1-3 just now, and now it's the turn of Wei Chao to shout. In the end, Zhou Zikai defeated Wang Jieshi with a slight advantage and kept the victory of the team competition, and did not let Wang Jieshi counterattack 1-3. Oh my god! Wang Jieshi is still so strong. Zhang Jiala was watching thrillingly off the court. The team competition of Tiny Herb is all supported by Senior Wang. Zhou Chen laughed. Indeed. Once Senior Wang retires, Tiny Herb's team competition will be vulnerable. Jiang Buotao said ruthlessly. Tiny Herb is now even more like a one-man team than the 6th season of Samsara. In the 6 games of Tiny Herb, Wang Jieshi won all the MVPs. Just like Samsara in the 6th season, the MVP of the games won at that time was all Zhou Zikai. The captain is still reliable, Du Ming said confidently. Xiao Zhou is indeed reliable. Damn. If one of you had been in the 3rd season, I would have crushed Yi Qiu long ago. Zhang Jiala sighed. The 3rd season finals. I know. That was my enlightenment video. Zhou Chen laughed. Get lost. Speaking of the senior who is so upset about the 3rd season, why didn't you mention the 5th season? Jiang Buotao asked. The 3rd season is youth, Zhang Jiala said without hesitation. Season 5. It's painful, Zhang Jiala said after a moment of silence. Zhang Jiala recalled the past. In the 3rd season, he was in his prime. He and Sun Jiping formed a double flower. The prosperous blood scene swept the entire league. In the regular season, even Wang Jieshi, who suddenly appeared, and the undefeated legend Yi Qiu were destroyed by the Baiwa led by them, entering the playoffs with the first record in the regular season, destroying all opponents on the road. They stood on the stage of the finals, face to face the King's team, Jia Shi. In the finals, the prosperous blood scene they were proud of was broken by Yi Qiu alone. They fell on the stage of the finals after winning all the way. In the 5th season, they could have returned to the peak. But Sun Jiping was injured and retired midway. Zhang Jiala took up the banner of Baihua alone and forced the remaining Baihua into the finals. Facing the powerful Wei Chao, Baihua could have won the first game at home. But Wang Jieshi of Wei Chao stood up, defeated 3 in the finals, and broke the point alone in the team competition. Wang Jieshi's strong attack not only destroyed Baihua's dream of winning the championship, but also Zhang Jiala's season MVP. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit depressing, Fang Minghua said, "It's okay. It's all over. This season we will help you get what you want. Haha. Don't blame me for my physical problems when I lose the finals." Zhang Jiala said self-deprecatingly. He has the strength of a champion, but not the fate of a champion. This is a fair evaluation of Zhang Jiala. Today, you can avenge the 5th season finals, Jiang Buotao said with a smile. If the regular season is considered revenge, I took revenge in the 6th season. Zhang Jiala rolled his eyes and said, "Don't tell me. I think we will face Wei Chao again in the playoffs." Zhou Yichen thought for a while and said, as the halftime break ended, the next step was the team competition between the two teams. The current score is 4-1, which is not good news for Tiny Herb. They are currently ranked 3rd in the regular season, and the 4th place Blue Rain and the 5th place Misty Rain are chasing them closely. Pan Lin said after looking at the points. Yes, if Tiny Herb loses this game by a large margin, it will drop to 5th place. Li Ba continued. In this game, we mainly focus on running in. Our opponent is the very strong Samsara. After the game, we can find many problems that we have ignored before. Wang Jieshi started the pre-match speech as usual. This is just a regular season. I hope everyone will not take the victory or defeat too seriously. Our stage is in the playoffs. Of course, reducing mistakes is also a problem we need to pay attention to. Yes, Captain. Zhou Yichen jumped up and looked towards Tiny Herb, and found that Wang Jieshi was giving a speech. It's a pity that Wang Jieshi is not a speaker, Zhang Jiala said. Are we going to this session? Fang Minghua asked. I do it, Zhou Yichen said excitedly. You do it. Jiang Buotao stretched out his hand to signal Zhou Yichen to start his performance. Well, cough cough cough. Zhou Yichen cleared his throat and prepared to start. But, okay. Du Ming and Wu Qi had already started to applaud. That was great. Lu Buiyuan clapped his hands. Damn! I haven't said anything yet. Zhou Yichen was speechless. Go ahead. I'm listening. I'm not in the mood to talk. Okay. Get ready to go on stage. Everyone, enjoy the stage. Fang Minghua smiled. Reincarnation, Zhou Zikai. ID, one shot through the clouds. Occupation, sharpshooter. Jiang Buotao. ID, no waves. Occupation, magic swordsman. Zhou Yichen. ID, Yu Xingchen. Occupation, battle mage. Zhang Jiala. ID, 100 flowers dazzling. Occupation, ammunition expert. Fang Minghua. ID, smile and sing. Occupation, priest. The 6th person. Lu Buiyuan. ID, Yu Shanwan. Occupation, judo. Wei Chao, Wang Jieshi. ID, Wang Buliuxing. Occupation, magic scholar. Su Bin. ID, Duwa. Occupation, knight. Yuan Baiqing. ID, cordyceps. Occupation, priest. Lu Shibia. ID, flying sword. Occupation, swordsman. Gaoingjie. ID, Muan. Occupation, magic scholar. The 6th person. Liang Fang. ID, Julie. Occupation, mad swordsman. Map, the market in Perry Town. His. Every time I see the lineup of Samsara, how can I not be surprised? Wei Chen said, as he looked at the team competition list of Samsara. 5 all-stars. Wow. So rich. Yishio shook his head and said, Samsara current lineup is too luxurious. And it has everything. If there is a data chart, Samsara must be a perfect hexagram. The market in Perry Town? If I remember correctly, this is the first time Samsara has chosen this map. Li Bo asked. Yes. Last season, Samsara played it twice. Once in the regular season, Misty Rain, and once in the playoffs, Thunder. Panlin nodded and said, I haven't played it this season. This map is quite restrictive to the 2 magic scholars of Tiny Herb. Li Ba said. The market in Perry Town is a town map. The center of the map is composed of the market square, which also has crisscrossing streets and buildings of different heights. Therefore, this map is very challenging for the flying skills of the magic scholars. If you are not careful, you may hit the building. Although this map is mainly square, there are still indoor areas, and the height is very low, so it is very difficult for the magic scholars to maneuver in it. This is also the reason why Samsara chose this map. 99%, 100% Yushingshan. Loading completed. Ichiang piercing the clouds. Loading completed. Wang Buliuxing. Loading completed. Bai Hua Liuan. Loading completed. Dongkong Xiakeo. Loading completed. Map, the market in Perry Town. Loaded. As the characters of the two teams were loaded, they were refreshed at opposite corners of the map. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The countdown ended, and the 10 people on the field rushed out of the refresh point and headed for the central market. Senior, proceed as planned. Jiang Buitao communicated within the team. Okay. Leave it to me. Zhang Jiala responded. And then Bai Hua Liuan left the main force and slipped into one of the alleys sideways. Wang Buliuxing and Mu In on the side of Tiny Herb had already flown into the air and rushed towards the market, with Wang Buliuxing in front and Mu In behind. This was also Tiny Herb's most conventional way of playing, with the rest of the people huddled together, and the two in the air surveyed the opponent's information. Just as Wang Buliuxing was wondering why the speed of reincarnation was so slow, Yushingshan and Ichiang Chuanyun appeared in Wang Buliuxing field of vision, followed by Shida Ziruo and Wulong, who were huddled together. Where's Bai Hua Liuan? Before Wang Jieshi could think about Bai Hua Liuan position, Ichiang Chuanyun took the lead in launching an attack, firing both guns at the same time, and the bullets swept towards Wang Buliuxing and Mu In the air. Retreat! Wang Jieshi gave an order, and then controlled Wang Buliuxing and Mu In to retreat. At this time, Bai Hua Liuan, who was interspersed in the alley, also saw the two people in the air, and then shrank and hid in an angle. Wang Buliuxing's perspective just happened to look in this direction. Damn! I was almost discovered, Zhang Jiala said in the team voice channel. Bai Hua Liuan stretched out his head and saw the two people flying away, and then continued to rush in one direction. Wang Jieshi's sixth sense is so strong, Jiang Buitao said in surprise. You won't send it before the plan starts, Zhou Yichen said. Don't be a pessimist. It doesn't matter if it's okay to send it. Watch me break the point alone, Zhou Yichen said confidently. So you're very brave. Just kidding. I'm super brave. Okay. Yushingshan led the way to the center of the market, while Wang Buliuxing led the charge on the Weichao's side, firing a magic bullet at Yushingshan. Yushingshan rolled to avoid the magic bullet fired by Wang Buliuxing, then picked up the goods on the market with the tip of his spear and threw it at Wang Buliuxing. Wang Buliuxing's normal attack directly penetrated the flying goods, then threw out the lava flask. But before he could activate the magma block in the flask, it was directly exploded by a gun through the clouds, and the magma block fell to the ground. At this time, the Weichao army also rushed to the market, and Duwa started charging towards the Yushingshan, stepped on the stall with his flying knife sword, and then jumped up to catch the silver light falling blade and slashed at Yushingshan. Yushingshan rolled to avoid Duwa's charge, then jumped behind the stall and lay on the ground to avoid being affected by the sword energy of the silver light falling blade. Duwa split the tables and chairs of the stall with a sword, and made a provocative move. Duwa made a contemptuous gesture towards Yushingshan, successfully drawing the hatred of Yushingshan. During this period, the provoked Yushingshan lost the right to attack. In the next 3 seconds, he could only attack Duwa and could not attack others. Seeing Yushingshan being ridiculed, Mu In the air threw a lava flask and tried to attack again with a gun through the clouds, but was forced back by Wang Buliuxing's star ray. Just when the lava flask was about to hit Yushingshan, a bullet blew it up again. Bai Qing, be careful behind you. Chapter 295. Bai Hua Liuan goes around the back. Com 1v2. Time goes back to a few minutes ago. Bai Hua Liuan skillfully weaving in and out of the alley, and at a corner, Bai Hua Liuan went directly around to the back of Tiny Herb. Seeing Bai Hua Liuan going around the back, Li Ba had a question in his mind. If he chose to go around the back, why didn't Samsara let Wuchi Cruel Silence appear on the field? There are 2 reasons. The first is that Cruel Silence mostly appears in the 6th position. The last time he started in the finals against Tiny Herb, Samsara change of formation caught Tiny Herb off guard. Therefore, if Wu Qi was suddenly mentioned in the starting lineup, the intention would be too obvious. The second is that assassins are single-player professions. Samsara does not want to sneak attack, but to outflank. Zhang Jiala by Hua Liaowan can do this, locking Tiny Herb's large forces in the market through high-intensity firepower output. Bai Qing, be careful behind you. Wang Jieshi was the first to react. When he saw the sight of Samsara, he was wondering where Bai Hua Liaowan went. In Wang Jieshi's opinion, the possibility of Bai Hua Liaowan going behind was obviously much smaller than the possibility of substitution. After all, the benefit of the ammunition expert going behind was not high, and the possibility of replacing the ammunition expert with Yunshan Luan to support the front was greater. And Samsara was very good at substitution tactics. But obviously, Wang Jieshi guessed wrong. The timing of Bai Hua Liaowan attack was very good. Wei Chao was focusing on Yu Xingchen, and Yuan Baiqing's cordyceps even placed the cross on his chest, ready to chant and release the sacred fire. After hearing the captain's reminder, Yuan Baiqing was stunned. What's behind me? Don't look back. He is your teammate. When Zhou Yichen was besieged by Su Bin and Lu Xubia, he still had the leisure to type in the public channel. Bai Hua Liaowan fired a floating bullet and successfully hit cordyceps. Not only did it force it to float in the air, but it also interrupted its chanting of the sacred fire. Ingjia, go support Bai Qing. Got it. Muin turned around and threw an acid rain flask at Bai Hua Liaowan, then summoned lightning in the air, and the light chain fell and struck Bai Hua Liaowan, who was comboing with cordyceps sinensis. Lightning chain. Bai Hua Liaowan had to give up the output to cordyceps sinensis and took a step back to avoid the lightning. Mu In threw the dispelling powder at Bai Hua Liaowan, and then the magic attached to the broom, after drawing a circle in the air, rushed towards Bai Hua Liaowan on the ground. Bai Hua Liaowan looked at Mu In rushing towards him, and chose to throw a smoke bomb on the ground. The smoke dispersed, covering Bai Hua Liaowan and the cordyceps sinensis that fell to the ground. Seeing the other party disappear from his sight, Mu In chose to stop in the air. Then he began to chant acid rain dry ice, trying to force Bai Hua Liaowan out of the smoke. But before he finished chanting, a strong light suddenly appeared in the smoke, directly blinding Gao Yingjia's eyes. Flash bomb. Mu In was successfully blinded, and Bai Hua Liaowan fired a stiff bullet. Although the stiff bullet was ejected with a large movement, Mu In was now hit by a full-level flash bomb. The full-level flash bomb of the ammunition expert was like electric welding. Gao Yingjia kept blinking his eyes. It's cool to have high skill points. Zhang Jiala laughed. You know, when Bai Hua said Bai Hua Liaowan's skill points were greatly improved in less than half a day. Zhang Jiala was dumbfounded at the time. Is this still the account he used to open up the wasteland and play professionally? Looking at the skills that were not fully selected before, they can now be reasonably allocated. Zhang Jiala couldn't help but sigh that it's good to have money. Bai Hua Liaowan did not choose to attack Mu In, who was in a stiff state, but continued to aim the gun at the cordyceps sinensis that fell to the ground. Captain, I can't hold on any longer. This damage is too exaggerated, Yuan Baiqing complained. Wang Jieshi had no choice but to turn around and save Yuan Baiqing's cordyceps sinensis, which resulted in only Fideogen and Duhua being left in front. Retreat, Wang Jieshi ordered, and he retreated, and Duhua and Fideogen naturally had to leave with him. However, Samsara deliberately let Wang Jieshi go, but did not want to let Duhua and Fideogen go. Damn! So they were waiting for us here, Lu Xubia said secretly. The offensive and defensive situation is different. Xubia, Zhou Yichen typed. Yu Xingchen picked up the goods with his gun and threw them at Fideogen. When Fideogen chopped at the goods, Yu Xingchen Longya took action, took advantage of the vision of the goods, pierced the goods with a gun, and then stabbed Fideogen on the shoulder. Flying knife sword fell into a stiff state, and when Duhua wanted to help to dispel the fire, it was too late. Wulong Thrust Wave Array was launched and hit Fideogen feet. Su Bin was in a dilemma, whether he should stay to help Fei Dao Jian or leave to rescue Dongkong Xiekeo. Go help Xubia. Wang Jieshi saw Su Bin hesitation, so he gave the order. Okay, Captain. Duhua immediately raised his shield and rushed towards Yu Xingchen. But Yiqiang Chuan Yun stepped forward and kneed Duhua directly into the air. Then he drew out his two guns, turned on the burst shot to increase the bullet critical hit, and kept shooting at the floating Duhua. Duhua and Fei Dao Jian are in a desperate situation, but their teammates can't help them. Wang Bulixing has gone back to support them. Bebe explained. Bai Hua Liaowan in the back is not at all inferior to Mu In and Dong Kong Xiekeo alone. A master is a master. Wei Chao is now completely split into two parts. And more importantly, neither side can help him. Mr. Zhang. We can retreat. Jiang Guotao said to Zhang Jiala in the team voice. Got it. Zhang Jiala also saw Wang Jieshi flying over. So he threw a gas grenade to the ground. After the grenade hits the ground, it will release highly toxic green gas. Dong Kong Xiekeo and Mu En inhaled the gas and fell into a poisoned state while receiving magic damage. Bai Hua Liaowan took the opportunity to slip into the alleyway. But Zhang Jiala was not so lucky this time. Wang Bulixing, who came over, just saw Bai Hua Liaowan. So it came from here. Wang Jieshi turned around and flew towards Bai Hua Liaowan. Rat! Where are you going? Wang Bulixing threw a dispelling powder at the running Bai Hua Liaowan. And hit it! Bai Hua Liaowan own attack power, skill release speed, and movement speed were all reduced. I've been discovered, Zhang Jiala said. Wang Bulixing saw that Bai Hua Liaowan was slowed down, and he lifted his cloak to cover her, causing dark magic damage and a 4-second blinding effect. Shadow Cloak. After grabbing Bai Hua Liaowan, Wang Bulixing flew into the air and threw her to the ground fiercely. The star ray was launched, and a bright star directly pierced Bai Hua Liaowan's shoulder. Just as Wang Bulixing was about to catch the acid rain dry ice, a gunshot interrupted his chanting. Support came so quickly? Wang Jieshi frowned. The camera turned. Yu Xingchen used a tyrant crushing to repel Duhua, and the flying knife sword stood up and attacked Yu Xingchen with a reverse wind stab. Yu Xingchen took a step back and did not take the center damage of the reverse wind stab. Then Qianlong pressed his hand and attacked from top to bottom. The flying knife sword blocked it with a horizontal spear. But the power was so great that the flying knife sword was still pressed to the ground. I help you, Su Bin shouted, and operated Duhua to activate the chivalry. And a fair and heroic jump hit Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen jumped onto the shelf to avoid Duhua's jump slash. And the round dance stick attacked, directly grabbing Duhua and forcing him to fall to the ground. Yu Xingchen is not at a disadvantage in 1v2, Pan Lin explained. Not only is he not at a disadvantage, he is acting so relaxed. Li Bo was surprised. You should know that 1-on-2 is a very common star tactic in team competitions. But this too. One is Su Bin, who took over the first Night of Glory, and the other is the flying knife sword of Lu Shibia, a master of hand speed. Although these two are not all-star players, their strength is not worse than that of all-stars. It is very difficult for ordinary people to fight one-on-one. But now Zhou Yichen can easily deal with the siege of two people. Since you have fallen to the ground, don't get up, Zhou Yichen typed in the public channel. Yu Xingchen once again used Falwan Liyun to cooperate with Dupo Shanha, and the cloud effect appeared again on the holographic projection. The audience did not find it novel. The operation is not difficult. After Zhou Yichen developed it, players who are more proficient in tactics can do it. Xiao Fei of the Yenyu team also played it in the team competition last week, which affected the vision of the Void and finally defeated the Void team. The mist and floating clouds obstructed the vision of Duhua and Fideogen. The Duki emerging from the ground was highly concealed under the cover of the mist. Yu Xingchen waved his spear, and the magical Duki appeared on the spear like a splash of water. Then Yu Xingchen stabbed forward, and the Duki in the shape of a dragon hit Duhua's chest directly. The dragon went out to sea. Su Bin didn't react to the sudden stab in the mist. Duhua was knocked out. Yu Xingchen action was not over yet. He waved his spear to accumulate power. After the Duki condensed, it was released in reverse, and then hit the Fideogen, who stood up. Flying dragon in the sky. Zhou Yichen showed the audience the 4 level 75 ultimate skills of the battle mage in a short time. Huh? Why does it feel that Yu Xingchen damage is higher than before? An audience member asked. Stupid. At level 75, Yu Xingchen already had 5,000 skill points, which was already outrageous. Who knows how much more he has now? Right. I won't play with you anymore. Yu Xingchen swung his spear towards the flying knife sword. Before it landed, How Long Pijun attacked. Then, before the flying knife sword was knocked away, Yu Xingchen collected his spear and took Nulong Chuanqi away directly. Yu Xingchen killed the flying knife sword, and the flying knife sword was out. What a fast combo! Chapter 296, Who Can Stop Samsara? When the information about Fei Daojian being killed popped up, Wang Jieshi knew that the situation was over. There were too many people that Samsara had to restrict. Yu Xingchen, Yi Qian Chuan Yun, and Bai Hua Liaowan. All three of them would consume energy and manpower. Originally, Wang Jieshi thought that Du Hua and Fei Daojian could effectively restrict Yu Xingchen. But now it seems that this is a joke. Kill Bai Hua Liaowan. Wang Jieshi gave the order decisively. Now it can't be delayed. Once Yu Xingchen gets rid of Du Hua and arrives, then Wei Chao will be eaten away step by Samsara. Received. Dongkong Xiakeo opened the angel wings to stay in the air, and then hypnotized Bai Hua Liaowan on the ground, in order to avoid the star rays shot by Muin. Bai Hua Liaowan was successfully hypnotized by Dongkong Xiakeo. However, before Wei Chao launched a general attack, Bai Hua Liaowan woke up. Focus. Xiao Gu acted calmly and successfully lifted Bai Hua Liaowan negative state, in order to ensure that Wang Biliuxing chanted acid rain and dry ice. Muin rode a broom straight down in the air, rotating the broom to create a whirlwind, covering all the reincarnations on the ground. Mage Scholars Level 70 Ultimate Skill Broom Whirlwind. Muin used the broom whirlwind again, the most uncontrollable ultimate skill of the Mage Scholar. This time Muin Broom Whirlwind was obviously much better than last season. After falling into a state of chaos last season, Muin floated around like a deflated balloon. But now Gao Yingjie can effectively control his own displacement by constantly pressing the direction keys to adjust the direction. As Wang Biliuxing's acid rain and dry ice fell, the acid rain damage attribute would become ice damage, and the dark clouds would cast lightning to attack the enemy, causing light magic damage. The cooperation of Micro Herb is good, Yi Shou exclaimed. Lao Wang is still good. Does Micro Herb still have a chance? Xiao Yifan asked. Although he had left Micro Herb, he was still very concerned about his close friend Gao Yingjie. No, Yi Shou answered affirmatively, because the battle is about to end. As soon as Yi Shou finished speaking, new news popped up in the upper right corner. Yu Xingchen killed Du Hua. Du Hua? Out. Du Hua still couldn't resist Yu Xingchen attack, but Su Bin has delayed Zhou Yichen for long enough, Li Ba said after checking the time. After all, he is the king of grinding, and he can also grind in team competitions. Pan Lin continued. We have to make a quick decision, Wang Jieshi said. And at this time, Zhu Li, the sixth player of Tiny Herb, Liang Fang, also arrived at the scene. At this time, Bai Hua Liaowan was already seriously injured, and Tiny Herb needed to get rid of Bai Hua Liaowan before Yu Xingchen arrived. For this reason, Zhu Li rushed into the crowd of Samsara and forced himself to get close to Bai Hua Liaowan. Even if the bullet hit him, he didn't care. In Liang Fang's view, the captain's order is heaven. Zhu Li started a bloodthirsty fight, blood boiling, and slashed at Bai Hua Liaowan with a sword. Damn it! I have a grudge against you, Zhang Jiala yelled, and controlled Bai Hua Liaowan to dodge Zhu Li's knife. But Wang Biliuxing lightning chain was not so easy to dodge. The light chain slashed down and hit Bai Hua Liaowan, and Bai Hua Liaowan fell into a state of paralysis and dizziness. Zhu Li followed and activated the 75 level status skill of the Berserker Swordsman, Bloodthirst. Zhu Li directly absorbed a certain percentage of life value and converted it into power. Then the soul-eating blood hand grabbed the dizzy Bai Hua Liaowan. Zhu Li's target was not only Bai Hua Liaowan, but also Yiqiang Chuanyun not far away. Seeing the blood hand grabbing, Yiqiang Chuanyun slid to avoid Zhu Li's grab. Then he shot at Zhu Li with two guns. Zhu Li ignored Yiqiang Chuanyun shooting and caught Bai Hua Liaowan. He fired a whirlwind slash, and with the high attack power provided by Bloodthirst, he took Bai Hua Liaowan away directly. Zhu Li kills Bai Hua Liaowan. Bai Hua Liaowan. Out. Damn. Is it necessary? Zhang Jiala took off his headphones and felt numb. It seems that he has no grudges with Tiny Herb, and Tiny Herb's only champion defeated the 100 Flowers led by him. This Liang Fang was determined to kill him. Tiny Herb paid a painful price for 100 Flowers Liaowan. Liang Fang went in with full health and came out with low health, and Tiny Herb used all his ultimates. Retreat. Seeing that the goal was achieved, Wang Jieshi wanted Liang Fang to retreat. Got it. After killing Bai Hua Liaowan, Liang Fang immediately controlled Zhu Li to retreat from the Samsara formation. But Samsara would naturally not let him do so. Want to run after killing people? A gun shot through the clouds to block Zhu Li's retreat, and Wulong hit Zhu Li with a flaming wave sword. The wave sword directly destroyed all the goods on the road, and then hit Zhu Li. A shot piercing through the clouds was fired randomly, and the bullet was accurately shot at Julie through free movement, because of the forced killing of Baiwa Liuan before. Julie's health was very poor. Now Wulong fiery wave sword plus a shot piercing through the clouds. Julie's health has reached the bottom. Dongkong Xiakeo used a great healing spell on Julie. But before Julie's health rose, he was taken away. The murderer was Yuk Xingqingshan. Yuk Xingqingshan arrived and took Julie away with a continuous attack from behind. My. So okay. Many viewers screamed, and they had to look at Zhou Yichen to steal the head. Yuk Xingqingshan killed Julie. Julie. Out. Julie still didn't make it, and was killed by Yuk Xingqingshan who arrived. Zhou Yichen has already killed 3 people. Pan Lin explained. Bai Qing. Get ready to heal me. Wang Jieshi said. Wang Bulixing landed and attached ice powder to the broom, and then hit Yuk Xingqingshan with a broom. Yuk Xingqingshan took a step back to avoid Wang Bulixing's sweep, and Muin supported Wang Bulixing remotely in the air. But with the arrival of Yan Shanluan, the 6th person of the Samsara, the Samsara with 2 high-powered frontal forces was much more powerful than the residual Wei Chao. 2 magic scholars and 1 priest can't do enough damage. In the end, the 3 players of Tiny Herb were slowly eaten away by Samsara. Glory! Let us congratulate Samsara for winning this team match, beating Tiny Herb 9-1 at home. Pan Lin announced the result of the match. Exaggerated, although he had thought about it before the game. Wei Chen still found it hard to believe when he saw the score. The last time Tiny Herb was beaten 9-1 was probably before Wang Jieshi debuted. The current Samsara is completely different from other teams. Yishio said slowly. They can only come up with surprises. Do other teams have no chance at all? Qiao Yifan asked. Baita still has a chance. Yishio thought for a while and said. You really let other teams have no experience this season. Wang Jieshi said to Jiang Buotao after the game. Only by playing can you experience the horror of Samsara in person. Yuri Yuxingchen. I'm afraid the skill points are about 5,300. Wang Jieshi looked at Zhou Yichen. It's not convenient to disclose this, Zhou Yichen said with a smile. After Samsara defeated Tiny Herb, the results of other matches were also released one after another. As of now, there are only 2 teams with 7 wins, Samsara and Tyranny. The 2 teams will not play against each other until the 10th week. However, after watching the match between Samsara and Tiny Herb, people think that no one can stop Samsara from winning 3 consecutive championships. It seems that no one is optimistic about our victory over Samsara. Zhang Xinjia flipped through the new issue of Glory Weekly. Humph! Tyranny will make them shut up when the time comes. Han Wenqing snorted coldly. At the beginning of the season, the All-Star channel was also opened. After 7 rounds, Zhou Yichen of the Samsara team is currently ranked 1st. This time Samsara has done a lot of publicity for Zhou Yichen. Now, most of the new players who enter the league are battle mages, and even some old players have switched to battle mages. This is the trend brought about by Zhou Yichen. Most of them use war spears, and fewer players play sticks, leaving only the unique skills brother. The 2nd place is still from Samsara, and it is none other than the captain Zhou Zakai. Zhou Zakai is worthy of being the most handsome guy in the league, and has attracted countless fans. He has the most female fans in the league. As for why Zhou Zakai is not the 1st, it is because of a statement Zhou Zakai made on Weibo. My child wants to be the 1st place once. Thank you for your support. Then at Zhou Yichen. And then put the All-Star voting channel below. Zhou Yichen left a message below saying that Zhou Zakai is the best captain in the world. In fact, Zhou Zakai doesn't care much about whether he is the 1st place. He doesn't even want to participate in the All-Star. Isn't it better to use this time to rest? After all, the All-Star is an entertainment game, and it is all about human relationships. The 3rd place is the captain of the Tiny Herb team, Wang Jieshi. You should know that the organizer of this All-Star is the Tiny Herb team. So Tiny Herb fans want to put Wang Jieshi on the top of the list. The 4th place is the vice-captain of the Blue Rain team, Huang Xiaoyan. Although he has been robbed of a lot of limelight by the young player Lu Hanwen in the team this season, Huang Xiaoyan is still the sky of Blue Rain. The 5th place is Han Wenqing, the captain of Team Tyranny. This season, Team Tyranny has changed from the past and performed very strongly at the beginning of the season. Following closely is Tang Hao, the core ace player of Team Howling. The start of this season is still very good, and it is currently ranked 6th in the regular season. The rest of the top 10 are Chu Yunxiu of Team Misty Rain, Yu Wenzhou of Team Blue Rain, Zhang Xinjia of Team Tyranny, and Jiang Buito of Team Samsara. Samsara has 3 seats in the top 10, which shows how terrifying the number of fans of Samsara is. And Zhang Jiala, who has returned, was also selected, and is currently ranked 15th, while LV Buyuan is still 23rd, and may fall out of the All-Star at any time. What's so good about the All-Star? LV Buyuan doesn't understand. He was selected for the All-Star last season, but he just showed up, and then played a game and went down. Don't give it to me. You are taking advantage of me, Du Ming said angrily on the side. Du Ming and Wu Qi, 2 brothers in distress, ranked 28th and 29th. They seemed very close to 24th place, but the difference in votes was very large. There was no way. The votes of Samsara were concentrated on the first 5 starters, leaving too little for them. Even Fong Minghua ranked 25th. But he was praying that he would not enter the All-Stars, because the All-Stars is a good time to spend time with his wife and children. If he was selected for the All-Stars, he would have to play in the team competition, and he would be exhausted. Yo, isn't this the top of the list? Du Ming looked at Zhou Yichen's sunny smile and said with gritted teeth, Yo, isn't this my former roommate? Zhou Yichen said while hugging Du Ming. Go away. Du Ming pushed Zhou Yichen away. This guy is getting more and more sinister. I don't know who he learned this from. Okay. I see your performance in the next game, Zhou Yichen said easily. Are you really not going to play in the next game? Du Ming asked. What's so good about it? Zhou Yichen said indifferently. Will you go online and get scolded by idiots for cheating? Now Zhou Yichen no longer uses a small account to fight with haters. And no one would think that the one who fought with Zhou Yichen haters online was Zhou Yichen himself. Chapter 297 The Fallen Thunder. On the eve of the battle against tyranny, the next opponent of Samsara is the Wind Sweep team, which is on clearance sale and currently ranks last in the entire league. Zhou Yichen is now disdainful of playing for this team that has no desire to win and is sure to be eliminated. Now Samsara has started to rest in advance. After all, they will fly to Tyranny for an away game in the 10th week. After that, before the All-Stars, there will be a series of away games, and they need to fly everywhere. So Samsara chose to rest the main players. In the 8th round against Wind Sweep, Zhou Yichen did not even play in the team arena match. The team match between the 2 teams is currently underway. The score is 5-0, and Samsara is leading. Phone sweep is done, Zhou Yichen commented while watching the game on the field. The core players left. The sponsors withdrew their investment, and the boss shifted his focus to other games. For example, the FPS game that has emerged next door is currently very valuable for investment. Feng Lu should be eliminated this season, Jiang Buitao said on the side. Yes, Jiang Buitao did not play. The lineup of the team match of Samsara today is Zhou Zikai, Lu Boyuan, Du Ming, Fong Minghua and Wu Qi, and the 6th person is Zhang Jiala. Zhang Jiala probably just changed his position and lay down. After all, he thought that Feng Lu would not have any resistance against Samsara, and it would be very difficult to kill one person of Samsara. This team match went very fast, and Feng Lu still did not let Zhang Jiala play. Let us congratulate Samsara for defeating Feng Lu 10-0 at home. It is another big win. After 8 rounds, Samsara has 6-0 blocking games. I could only use exaggeration to describe it, Xiaowei said. Today's commentators are Jianbin and Xiaowei. This game did not get the TV broadcast rights. After all, the first place in the league is against the last place in the league. It is pure bullying. Today's TV broadcast is the focus of the game between Howling and Tyranny. The current score is 3-2, and Tyranny is temporarily leading. The 2 sides have already entered the team competition, and Luanhui, who ended the game early, also watched the game. Baitu's team competition formation is too solid, Zhou Yichen said. Practice defensive counterattacks to the end. The addition of senior Zhao Yang has raised Baitu's defense to a higher level, Jiang Buitao said. Zhao Yang Hai Wilyang protected Zhang Xinjie Shibujuan too well. Fang Regue Mishani once wanted to get close to Shibujuan, but failed. Damn! I don't believe that this turtle shell can't be broken. Tang Hao got angry and attacked Leng Anlei in front of him. Tang Hao took the bait, Lin Jingyan said calmly. Then start closing the net. Zhang Xinjie gave an order, and Baitu directly surrounded him. Oh! The encirclement. Howling is going to be sent, Zhang Jiala said. Where is the priest of Howling? Du Ming looked for a long time, but couldn't find where the priest of Howling was. And the director didn't give him the camera. Hiding behind? Fang Minghua said. Why are you lying there? There's a bomb. Du Ming could only see a small dot. This is the ultimate wretchedness, Zhou Yichen said with his hands spread out. It seems that the problem of Howling has not been solved yet. Jiang Guotao laughed. Since Tang Hao transferred to Howling, the problem of incompatible styles has always existed. Fang Rui has been restraining himself. It can be seen from the fact that the stone did not turn when approaching several times. But it is not so easy for a mediocre priest to change his style. Now Howling urgently needs to solve this problem. Now he can still solve most of the teams through personal strength. But after entering the playoffs, each team is a hard bone. And it is not so easy to bite it off by relying on personal strength. Howling is going to die, Zhou Yichen said gloatingly. As Tyranny opened the net, Howling was tightly caught by Tyranny like a fish in the net, without a trace of movement. In the end, Howling failed to withstand Tyranny counterattack. Let's congratulate Tyranny for winning the team competition, defeating the powerful Howling 8-2 at home, Li Ba said happily. It seems that Tyranny will be our strong opponent this season, Zhang Jiala said after watching it. Well, Tyranny is coming with great momentum. But we are not afraid at all, Zhou Yichen said confidently. I hope they can bring us a little fun. Hee hee. Don't be crazy, the other members of Samsara said in unison. Time came to the 9th round of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League. This week, Samsara opponent was the Thunder team, which they defeated twice in the first round of the playoffs. However, they will not meet in the first round of the playoffs this season. Xiao Shiqin departure is a fatal blow to Thunder. The addition of Lu Hao and He Ming cannot make up for Xiao Shiqin help to the team. Thunder is currently ranked 15th, and it is relatively easy to stay in the league. As for entering the playoffs, it is still very difficult. The captain who took over as the Thunder's captain this season is Lu Hao, who was traded to the Thunder. After all, Dai Yanqi has just debuted and does not have enough experience. And Fang Xuecai's personality is not suitable for being the captain. Lu Hao, who got his wish and became the captain, was not too happy, because the current strength of Thunder was too mediocre. But Lu Hao was determined to lead Thunder to achieve good results, so that he could meet a good next team during the transfer period. Lu Hao had already used Thunder as a springboard, but leading Thunder might be another wrong choice for Lu Hao. Of course, this is all later. Samsara faced Thunder at home, and Samsara led 2-1 in 3 singles matches. The point lost was which he lost to Lu Hao. Lu Hao is still a good player. However, Lu Hao point was the only point Thunder got. Zhou Yichen started in the team competition and once again completed a 1-on-3 match, leaving no chance for Lu Boyuan and Zhou Zikai to play. Zhou Zikai simply did not play in the team competition. The starting lineup was Zhou Yichen, Jiang Guotao, Du Ming, Fang Minghua and Wu Qi, and the 6th person was Lu Boyuan. Facing Yu Xingchen charge, the Thunderbolts were powerless, and Lu Hao didn't know how to deal with the Yu Xingchen charge. Once the situation exceeded Lu Hao cognition, he would be overloaded. In short, CPU burned. In the end, the Samsara team easily crushed the Thunderbolt and won. Samsara won 9-1 at home against the Thunderbolt. How can we lose with this deck of cards? Zhang Jiala said proudly in the audience. I have never fought such a rich battle. Oh, isn't this Lu Hao? Why is his face so dark? I didn't recognize him at first. Zhou Yichen shook hands with the Thunderbolts after the game. You? Lu Hao looked at Zhou Yichen in front of him angrily. I'm Shua Guan Gong. Okay. Don't provoke Captain Lu, Jiang Guotao interrupted. Sorry, Captain Lu. My child likes to tell the truth. I won't bother with him. Lu Hao was so angry that he laughed. Well, I won't bother with him. Zhou Yichen imitated Lu Hao and said, the smell of gunpowder is so strong. Fang Xuecai was stunned. According to gossip, Senior Yi Qiu was taken away by Lu Hao. Dai Yanqi whispered in Fang Xuecai's ear, afraid that Lu Hao in front of her would hear it. And Comrade Dai, don't say anything that is not conducive to unity. Fang Xuecai quickly covered Dai Yanqi's mouth. After the handshake between the two sides, the reincarnation returned to the sidelines to pack up and prepare to return to the lounge, and then wait for the next press conference of the winning side. The next battle will be a bit difficult to fight. Jiang Guotao just heard Zhang Jiala cheering when he stepped down. Batu is indeed a strong opponent this season. Zhou Yichen looked at the configuration of Batu. It's just that they are a bit old. It seems so. Senior Han debuted in the first season. Senior Lin debuted in the second season. And Senior Zhao debuted in the third season. Wow. Batu is in the elderly group. Lu Buiyuan suddenly realized. Batu has become a nursing home. Ha ha ha. Zhang Jiala said gloatingly. At this time, Batu was holding a press conference. Today, they won 9-1 against Huiyuan at home, surpassing Samsara to become the fastest team to finish the game today. The age of this Batu team is generally older. Will they be exhausted at the end of the game? No team can push us to that extent at present. Zhang Xinjia said very confidently. What about Samsara in the next game? Samsara is indeed a very strong team. And they are all a group of young people, full of vigor. But the current Batu is not inferior to them. Han Wenqing said. There seems to be an old man in Samsara, too. Zhao Yang pinched his chin and said. What do you mean? Zhang Jiala. This guy debuted earlier than me. Zhao Yang reminder made the reporters on the scene suddenly realize that. Yes. Although Zhang Jiala just returned. He has been fighting in the professional arena for many years. Although Zhang Jiala now calls himself a newcomer to glory. He did debut in the second season. And his immature appearance will also make people imagine that he is a veteran who has been fighting in the professional arena for many years. So that he mixed in with the young people of Samsara. There was no sense of disobedience at all. Unlike Han Wenqing. At first glance, his face is full of stories. If Han Wenqing is put in Samsara, you can immediately see who is the oldest among them. At the press conference of Samsara, the reporter mentioned what Tyranny thought of them just now. Everyone just laughed. Zhou Yichen was the most interesting. He took the microphone and said, respecting the elderly is a traditional virtue of the Chinese nation. What about loving the young? The reporter asked curiously. You have to ask Tyranny about this. Chapter 298 Tyranny Nursing Home vs. Samsara Kindergarten. It was November before we knew it. The air was colder, and the weather was slowly turning from hot to cold. Damn. This Q city is too cold. Our S city is more comfortable. Zhou Yichen hugged his arms as soon as he got off the plane, rubbing them up and down to generate heat. Huh. The air you exhale is cold, Jiang Buotao said. This doesn't mean that we're going to get cold, Du Ming suddenly said. What are you all looking at me for? Du Ming looked confused. If we lose today, you be the first to blame, Zhang Jiala said indifferently. Damn. Why? Du Ming was dissatisfied. He took the blame before the game even started. You think I'm a cook? Who told you to be such a badmouth person? Wu Qi glanced at Du Ming. Maybe I'm a badmouth person. You better be. At 8 p.m., the match between Samsara and Tyranny officially began. After the host's introduction, the two sides went on stage and looked at each other. Hello. Senior Zhang Xinjia, the deputy director of the nursing home. Zhou Yichen joked. Hello. Little Zhou Yichen from the kindergarten. Zhou Yichen's eyes lit up. Obviously, he didn't expect Zhang Xinjia to call him a little friend. Remember to love the young. Zhang Jiala shook hands with Lin Jingyan and said, I love. Lin Jingyan wanted to swear, but he held back. See you on the court, Han Wenqing said to Zhou Yichen. Yeah. Zhou Yichen nodded heavily. Even the smiling Zhou Yichen was very serious when facing Han Wenqing. He always felt that Han Wenqing was very similar to his high school class teacher. In addition, he didn't dare to talk to Han Wenqing about other topics. There must be a generation gap between the two. Hello everyone. I am today's commentator Pan Lin. Hello everyone. I am today's commentator guest Li Ba. As a Tyranny star, Li Ba would naturally not miss any game of the home team. After Pan Lin introduced the data and records of the two teams this season, the game started immediately. Both teams have won 9 consecutive games. And today another team's winning streak is about to be broken. Without further ado, the first game of the day began immediately. The singles match between the two teams. Samsara, Zhou Yichen. ID, Yu Xingchen. Occupation, Battle Mage. Tyranny, Lin Jingyan. ID, Lin Nanlei. Occupation, Rogue. Map, Boxing Ring. This is a match between a kindergarten kid and a nursing home administrator. Zhou Yichen is starting again? Zhang Xinjia was a little surprised. After carefully reviewing the Samsara game, Zhang Xinjia believed that the Samsara team ring match should still be the fixed old Samsara trio of Zhou Yichen, LV Buiyuan and Zhou Zikai. The biggest singles players are Zhang Jiala, Du Ming and Wu Qi, and the latter two may be replaced by Jiang Buotao. But Jiang Buotao appearances this season are obviously much less than last season. It is obvious that he is moving closer to a team player. Moreover, Jiang Buitao's combat quality is not bad. The direction of Samsara for him is to become a new tactical master. But at present, there is still a long way to go. Zhang Jiala should replace Zhou Yichen in the team competition. Zhang Xinjia adjusted his glasses and said, Senior Lin looks very excited. Zhou Yichen smiled. Yes, I want to see the strength of the strongest newcomer in history. Lin Jingyan smiled politely. You will see it, little boy. You should respect the elderly. Lin Jingyan turned around and walked towards the competition stage. Who are you talking about? Little boy. I am obviously quite big, Zhou Yichen said, and straightened his body. 99%, 100% Yu Xingchen. Loading completed. Lung Onlay. Loading completed. Map, boxing ring. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The countdown ended, and both sides rushed straight towards each other from the entrance of the boxing ring. The so-called boxing ring is actually a reduced personal arena, which is surrounded by a net without any shelter. This map is generally used by boxers, gangsters, and judo fighters. Senior, you want to fight me in close combat? Isn't it a bit arrogant? Zhou Yichen typed in the public channel at the beginning. It's not that Zhou Yichen is arrogant, but the person who can defeat Yu Xingchen in his hand head-on may not have been born yet. Then let's try it, Lin Jingyan replied. Lung Onlay attacked with a brick, and a brick hit Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen waved his spear to break the flying brick, and stabbed Lung Onlay's shoulder with a gun. Dragon Fang. Lin Jingyan reacted quickly, grabbed the spear stabbed by Yu Xingchen with both hands, and directly resolved the Dragon Fang that Yu Xingchen started with a barehanded attack. However, he did not expect that Yu Xingchen Dragon Fang was a cover, and the falling flower palm behind it was the killer move. Zhou Yichen was not stupid. He naturally knew that Lung Onlay, as a fighter, had the ability to neutralize his thrusts with his bare hands. Therefore, he took advantage of the situation. Longya was just a cover. Yu Xingchen stepped forward and used the falling flower palm to hit Lung Onlay's shoulder. Lung Onlay was knocked out, leaving only cherry blossom petals scattered all over the ground. Lung Onlay fell heavily on the steel wire net used as a barrier at the edge of the ring. Before he landed, Yu Xingchen followed and charged the strong dragon pressure to hit Lung Onlay. The dragon-shaped magic fighting spirit hit Lung Onlay. Lung Onlay did not hesitate at all. Before the strong dragon pressure hit him, he activated the steel bones and the overlord body effect to offset the blowing effect of the strong dragon pressure. After landing, Lung Onlay slapped Yu Xingchen in the face, trying to absorb hatred, but unfortunately Yu Xingchen retreated to avoid it. Lung Onlay grabbed Yu Xingchen collar with his left hand and tried to hit Yu Xingchen with his knee, but Yu Xingchen responded very beautifully. He held the spear across his chest and then pressed down to block Lung Onlay in the attack. Lung Onlay changed his attack method and quickly grabbed the enemy's throat, causing physical damage to him. Cut the throat. Lung Onlay knocked Yu Xingchen back with an elbow strike. The next move is to throw sand, Zhou Yichen said to himself. Sure enough, Lung Onlay took a step back, put his left hand on his waist, and then threw quicksand at Yu Xingchen. Fortunately, Yu Xingchen had foreseen it in advance and dodged with his back to avoid the quicksand from entering his eyes and blinding himself. Lung Onlay also took advantage of Yu Xingchen back to smear poison on his claws, and then threw a gasoline bottle on Yu Xingchen retreat. The gasoline bottle would explode when it touched the ground, and the ground would produce flames to prevent Yu Xingchen from retreating. However, when Lung Onlay grabbed Yu Xingchen with one claw, Yu Xingchen, who turned his back, rotated his hands to hold the spear and stabbed Lung Onlay in the chest. The power was so great that Lung Onlay was directly knocked back one step, which also caused Lung Onlay to fail to hit Yu Xingchen with his claws. Yu Xingchen Dragon Gall penetrated into his flesh and blood, and then continued to exert force, directly pressing Lung Onlay to the ground. Round Dance Stick. Unfortunately, the swing range of this round dance stick did not exceed 180 degrees, so there was no additional magic damage bonus. However, Zhou Yichen was naturally not pursuing the damage bonus of the round dance stick, but the skill effect that could break the hegemony state. Lung Onlay fell to the ground and threw out poison needles, trying to slow down Yu Xingchen attack. However, Yu Xingchen ignored the flying poison needles. Although the poison needles were named after poison, this skill did not have poison attributes. There is only a certain probability of triggering the bleeding state, and it can break the hegemony state. If it was a team arena match, Zhou Yichen would have to weigh it. But this was a single-player match. Zhou Yichen had nothing to worry about. You have less blood. I have more blood. And exchanging blood is a profit. Yu Xingchen Tianji shot successfully floated Lung Anlei in the air. And Haolong Pejuan followed by Nulong Chuanqin to knock Lung Anlei out. It's over. Seeing Lung Anlei being knocked out, Zhang Xinjie drew a conclusion in advance. Perfect defensive rhythm. Zhao Yang couldn't help but applaud. Exaggerated. Lin Jingyan couldn't resist at all. Is the gap so big? The audience discussed offline. No way. One is at the peak, and the other is already in his twilight years. Not long after, Lung Anlei fell under Yu Xingchen gun. Glory. Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for winning this game. The rhythm of the whole game was in Zhou Yichen's hands. The only thing Lin Jingyan could do was a short counterattack after opening the steel and iron bones. Pan Lin interpreted after the game. But he was soon suppressed by Zhou Yichen. Coach Li thinks who is stronger between Zhou Yichen now and Yichio back then? Pan Lin asked. Li Ba thought for a moment and replied, Zhou Yichen is stronger now. So Zhou Yichen is better than Yichio? You can't compare like that. Yichio is not strong simply because of his operation, but also because of his brain and the tactics he developed. Li Ba talked freely. Although he was born in tyranny and hated Yichio, it is undeniable that Yichio is indeed very strong. Even tyranny fans feel that the league without Yichio seems to be missing something. If Zhou Yichen is strong in operation, then Yichio is strong in all aspects. He is the ancestor of tactics. Awesome. Lin Jingyan lay on his back on the esports chair after the game. The pressure from Zhou Yichen in the single game was much greater than that in the team game. It seems that I am really old, Lin Jingyan said self-deprecatingly. It's really amazing. I've learned a lot. Lin Jingyan returned to the stage and said to Zhou Yichen, who had been waiting for a long time. Thank you for your praise. Zhou Yichen said modestly. Come on. It's just around the corner to surpass Yichio. Lin Jingyan smiled and patted Zhou Yichen on the shoulder. Then walked towards the tyranny player seat. I'm still a long way to go. After the first singles match, Samsara actually suffered 2 consecutive losses. The second player, Du Ming, lost to Qin Muyun, the rookie who debuted and started this season. And Qin Muyun once again showed the audience his talent. Dynamic positioning. As a sharpshooter, Qin Muyun did a great job in facing Du Ming positioning. He always went to a position that Du Ming couldn't think of. And then Du Ming had to pay a very high price to get close. In the end, Qin Muyun narrowly defeated Du Ming with 6% of his health and scored a point for tyranny. What do you think, Captain? Jiang Buitao looked at Zhou Zikai. Not bad, Zhou Zikai said lightly. The skills are average, but the positioning and movement ability is excellent, Zhou Yichen commented. The third game was played by Jiang Buitao against the former Lin Hai captain Zhao Yang. In this match, Zhao Yang also proved to the audience why the Lin Hai team he led never even made the playoffs. But he is the undisputed #1 Qigong master in glory. Whether it is the application of skills or the control of timing, Zhao Yang did a great job. Senior, you are still as good as ever, Jiang Buitao praised after the game. You are also very strong. I have the advantage of choosing the map. Otherwise I would probably lose to you. After the 3 single-player matches, Tyranny led Samsara 2-1. And Tyranny became the first team in the 9th season to get 2 points from Samsara. Is this also an honor? Chapter 299 The Strongest Spear and the Strongest Shield. After the singles match, the 2 teams will compete in the team competition. Samsara, Zhou Zikai, Zhang Jiala, Lu Buiyuan. Tyranny, Zhang Chengfeng, Bai Yanfei, Han Wenqing. Samsara still has 3 all-stars in the team competition. And Zhou Zikai is also a rare starter in the team competition. You know, he has always been in the position of defending the ring to ensure that the team gets 2 points. But after Zhang Jiala joined, Samsara lineup became much more flexible. This time, the position of defending the ring was given to Lu Buiyuan. After seeing Tyranny's singles match list, Samsara was very confident that Zhou Zikai and Zhang Jiala could defeat Tyranny. There was no need for Lu Buiyuan to appear. Samsara lineup. We win by the head. Bata fan shouted. It's not fair. How come he has 5 all-stars, and we only have 4? Damn it! Lu Buiyuan is defending the ring. Samsara looks down on us Bata too much. Lu Buiyuan is also an all-star. Not bad. This team ring match turned the Q City Bata home court into a library at the beginning. Originally, The knights were very passive when facing the sharpshooter, with strong flexibility and long-range output profession. Now Zheng Chunfeng Mountain meets Earth-splitting faced Zhou Zikai one shot through the cloud, showing this natural disadvantage to the fullest. Shafeng Delai didn't even touch the corner of one shot through the cloud's close, and then was carried away by one shot through the cloud. Bata also deliberately chose a map with more cover. But Zhou Zikai figured out the terrain in a short time. In the eyes of the audience, this map was chosen by Zhou Zikai. Of course, Yiqian Chuanyan also lost some blood, which was all the damage caused by the shield rebound of Shafeng Delai. His holy sword was just a decoration. The second person to appear, Bai Yanfei, also fell under Yiqian Chuanyan gun. But he was better than Zheng Chunfeng because Bai Yanfei wrote a hit a lot of Zhou Zikai blood. More importantly, Zhou Zikai mana was almost consumed. Han Wenqing, who was defending the ring, finally stabilized and took Zhou Zikai away with a slight advantage. His own blood was also consumed very much. Now the match between Daimo Gaian and Bai Hua Liaowan is going on in the field. Zhang Jiala manipulated Bai Hua Liaowan to move and shoot at the same time, which required pulling Daimo Gaian, who was short-handed, kick forward. Daimo Gaian could no longer bear it and kicked Bai Hua Liaowan with a flying kick. When Bai Hua Liaowan retreated, Daimo Gaian flying kick in the air turned into a roundhouse kick and swept towards Bai Hua Liaowan with a whip kick. Bai Hua Liaowan blocked with both hands, but was still pushed aside. It's a pity that you don't go to professional boxing. Zhang Jiala still had the energy to type in the public channel at this time. It's a pity that you don't become a trainee. Han Wenqing is just a man of few words. But that doesn't mean he is dumb. Ha ha! Hearing the response of their captain, Tyranny fans laughed. Reincarnation. Trainee team. Don't say it. Don't say it. What did the trainees do to you? Heh. Zhang Jiala replied lightly, and threw out the electric grenade. The moment it touched Damal Gaian, it triggered a burst of lightning. Damal Gaian was hit, and suffered light attribute magic damage and fell into a paralyzed state. Bai Hua Liaowan's stiff bullet was fired, and it was seen that this stiff bullet was about to hit Damal Gaian. Damal Gaian opened the steel bones, ate the stiff bullet, and leaped into the air, stepping on Bai Hua Liaowan. Zhang Jiala was naturally prepared. After all, steel bones are a skill that every fighter needs to pay attention to. Bai Hua Liaowan took a step back and left a grenade on the spot. When Damal Gaian reacted, the grenade had exploded, and the strong impact knocked Damal Gaian to the ground. Explosive grenade? A very perfect explosive grenade, directly breaking Damal Gaian's steel bones. Pan Lin explained excitedly, not realizing that Li Ba's face had turned black. You know, he was still complacent about Han Wenqing's victory over Zhou Zikai just now. Although the victory was not against the complete Yiqian Chuanyan, it also gave Li Ba hope of a 1-on-3 victory. This is Samsara, a team competition guarded by 3 all-stars. 1-on-3 can be talked about for a long time. But now, I'm afraid that 1-on-2 can't be done. The moment Damal Gaian fell to the ground, Bai Hua Liaowan moved his body and threw all the grenades on his body. Art is. Zhou Yiqian had already said it in advance when he saw Bai Hua Liaowan movements. Patrick, Du Ming continued. Various grenades exploded in front of Daimo Gaian's eyes, and the screen full of special effects and light pollution directly affected Han Wenqing's vision. Moreover, the deafening sound produced by the explosion also made Daimo Gaian deaf. But Han Wenqing's eyes were very sharp. When he saw a flash of fire in the explosion, he controlled Daimo Gaian to roll over and avoid the bullet. Explosive bomb. Daimo Gaian stood up and looked around, but saw a dark gun muzzle pointed at him. Bang! The muzzle of the gun spurted out blue flames, and the bullet hit the shoulder of Daimo Gaian. Oh no! It's an ice bullet. Han Wenqing activated his cloud body and wanted to change his position. However, due to the deceleration effect of the ice bullet, Daimo Gaian movements were too obvious. Bai Hua Liaowan shot out the ice bullets in the magazine, and then the explosive grenade and the impact grenade directly blocked Daimo Gaian's retreat. In the end, Daimo Gaian was turned into ashes under the bombardment of the grenade. Honor! Let us congratulate Samsara for winning the team competition. The current score is 3-2, and Samsara is temporarily leading. Pan Lin announced the results of the game after the game. It seems that retirement has not made your level decline. Han Wenqing said to Zhang Jiala. Of course, I have been reborn from the ashes. Zhang Jiala said confidently. It's a pity that Tyranny will snipe you this season. And you will also realize how wrong it is not to join Tyranny. Han Wenqing said with his hands on his chest. Ha ha ha. Let's wait and see. If Zhang Jiala still had a little hesitation before the game, now that he has completely integrated into Samsara, he will not regret his decision to join Samsara. He likes the relaxed environment of Samsara very much. And after seeing the strength of others, Zhang Jiala is confident that he can get what he wants in the 9th season. If I get the runner-up in the 9th season, I might as well jump off the building, Zhang Jiala thought to himself. During the halftime break, the two teams gathered together to discuss some details in the team game. Tyranny was more about some details and rhythm, while Samsara was about the deployment of personnel. Jileng trade made them less worried about the point of sacrificing their lives when facing Tyranny. Last season, Tyranny defeated Samsara in the team game, and Zhou Guangyi Jileng played an indispensable role. After the halftime break, the list of the two teams in the team game was also announced on the big screen. Samsara, Zhouzakai. ID, one shot through the clouds. Occupation, sharpshooter. Jiangguotao. ID, Wulong. Occupation, magic swordsman. Zhou Yichen. ID, Yushinchen. Occupation, battle mage. Zhang Jiala. ID, Baiwa Liuan. Occupation, ammunition expert. Fang Minghua. ID, Xiaogaziru. Occupation, priest. The sixth person. LV Buyuan. ID, Yun Shanluan. Occupation, judoka. Tyranny, Han Wenqing. ID, Demo Guyan. Occupation, boxer. Zhang Xinjie. ID, Shi Buzhuan. Occupation, priest. Zhao Yang. ID, Hai Wuliang. Occupation, Qigong master. Lin Jingyan. ID, Lin Anlei. Occupation, gangster. Bai Yanfei. ID, Luota. Occupation, elemental mage. The sixth person. Qin Muyun. ID, -9 degrees. Occupation, sharpshooter. Map, War Prairie. Tyranny chose the War Grassland, which they are very good at, and did not choose to attack. Zhang Xinjie analyzed that this season, apart from Tyranny, the only team that can snipe Samsara is Blue Rain. Therefore, they are unlikely to be in the same half of the playoffs as Samsara this season. If the two teams want to fight again, they will naturally stay in the finals. The victory or defeat in the regular season is not of much reference significance. In the 7th season, Vici Gaming won 2 regular season games against Samsara. But in the end, they were beaten in the finals, and the second round ended early, which led to the update of the competition system to a certain extent. After all, the early end made everyone unhappy except the winning team and fans. It seems that Tyranny wants to go head-to-head with us, Zhou Yichen said as he looked at Tyranny map selection. It fits Tyranny's style very well. Jiang Buotao nodded and said, then let's fight with bayonets. Go. Warriors. Tyranny is not kind. They don't even serve the new dishes to the guests. Zhou Yichen joked. When you come next time, Tyranny will treat you to a meal. Just don't be moved to tears, Zhang Xinjie said with a smile. Then please look forward to it. We will take it away this time. Jiang Buotao continued. Today's victory cannot be taken away by Samsara, Han Wenqing said confidently. After the handshake before the game, the two sides entered the battle room. Before the game started, the commentator also introduced this map to the audience. Li Ba has become familiar with it. After all, Tyranny has played it many times. This is a contest of styles, Pan Lin said with emotion. This season, what scares other teams the most about Samsara is their offensiveness. Some teams were eliminated without even seeing Yunshan Luan. And Tyranny's best performance this season is defensive counterattack. This is a war between the strongest spear and the strongest shield. Can the sharpest spear pierce the extremely hard shield? As the 12 players on the field inserted their cards into the game between Samsara and Tyranny officially began. Chapter 300 Tyranny Design. 99%, 100%. Yi Xingchen. Loaded. Damo Gu Yen. Loaded. Yi Chang Chuan Yun. Loaded. Bai Hua Liao Luan. Loaded. Xiao Guziru. Loaded. Map, War Grassland. Loaded. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown ended, and both sides rushed out from the refresh area of the 3rd floor at the same time, aiming at the grassland of the 1st floor. Go straight through the 2nd floor. Don't worry about the harassment of the reincarnation. Zhang Xinjie said on the way. The favorite thing about reincarnation in this map is that when the two teams are facing each other in the air on the second floor, they use the sharpshooter to harass the other side to achieve the purpose of limiting the other side's marching speed. Sure enough, when Tyranny came to the second floor area, Yichang Chuanyun took the lead and fired bullets at Tyranny with both guns. Don't worry. Grab the center of the grassland first, and we will attack, Zhang Xinjie commanded. They should want to seize the main attack point of the grassland. Zhou Yichen guessed as he saw Tyranny ignoring Yichang Chuanyun harassment. They are going to attack, Zhang Jiala said affirmatively. Yeah, Zhou Zikai responded, indicating his agreement with Zhang Jiala's words. Do you want to change people? Zhang Jiala asked. After Zhang Jiala joined, the main commander of Samsara was still Jiang Buotao. Zhang Jiala was more in front of Zhou Yichen to charge the formation and asked his teammates' skills to assist in the attack. No need to change. Let's attack, Jiang Buotao said. In attacking, Samsara has never been afraid of anyone. Tyranny came to the grassland before Samsara. Captain Han and Lao Lin pushed forward. Yan Fei provided fire cover on the side, and Lao Zhao and I observed the situation in the back row. Zhang Xinjie commanded everyone in Tyranny, and Han Wenqing silently operated the Desert Guyan to rush towards the other side. 212. Zhou Yichen saw Tyranny formation at a glance. Fight! Zhang Jiala shouted and threw a grenade at Damao Guyan. Unfortunately, before the grenade hit Damao Guyan, Bai Yanfei Rota blew it up in the air with a flat attack. However, the grenade that shot through the clouds was not so easy to dodge. Damao Guyan had to stop, and the grenade exploded in front of him. The damage was not high, but it affected Damao Guyan's offensive rhythm. Yu Xingchen attacked and stabbed Damao Guyan with a dragon tooth. Damao Guyan grabbed Yu Xingchen's dragon gall with his bare hands and knocked it off. Then Damao Guyan rushed close to Yu Xingchen and swung a powerful fist at him. Banquin! After the punch hit Yu Xingchen's chest, he was blown away while receiving physical damage. Han Wenqing's attack is as fierce as ever, Li Ba praised. Bai Liaowan fired a volley of bullets at Damao Guyan, who swayed left and right, then kicked Bai Liaowan with a roundhouse kick. Bai Liaowan backflipped to avoid the roundhouse kick. Bang bang bang. These were bullets from Yichang Chuanyun. Each bullet would cause a slight stiffness in the enemy, which also prevented Damao Guyan from getting close to Bai Liaowan. Yu Xingchen arrived and aimed his gun at Damao Guyan again. Swish, swish, swish. Several poison needles flew out of Lin Lanlei's hand, and Yu Xingchen waved his spear to knock away the flying poison needles. Then he charged a falling flower palm and slapped Damao Guyan. Han Wenqing did not admit defeat, and punched straight down, smashing Yu Xingchen with a pair of iron fists. Boxer's level 50 domineering skill, 1,000-pound pendant. Yu Xingchen had no choice but to cancel the falling flower palm, and then raised his spear above his head to block the 1,000-pound pendant of Damao Guyan. Although he was not knocked away by the derived shock wave, he was still knocked back several meters. Damao Guyan landed and turned his feet to attack Bai Liaowan on the side. The situation is now locked by Damao Guyan, Pan Lin explained. Now Yichang Chuanyun is staring at Luo Ta closely. As long as the opponent shows signs of charging and chanting, he will decisively attack to interrupt him. Hai Wuyong charged air wave bomb was also interrupted by Wulong quick light wave sword. We can't keep on like this, Zhang Xinjie said. Although Han Wenqing is fighting very bravely now, it will not be good for Tyranny to drag it on. Old Lao Tu. The tactic is too useful for Tyranny. Old Zhao. Got it. Hai Wuyong pushed with both hands, and held his hands together, thus summoning a magic shield to cover his team and teammates. Everyone in Tyranny was covered by the magic shield, and most of the enemy's skill damage and effects were absorbed by the gas shield. Break the magic shield in advance, Jiang Buotao said, and quickly operated Wulong to blast the Tyranny people with a flaming wave sword. Although the flaming wave sword is the skill with the highest output of the magic swordsman, one attack is not enough to break the mind gas shield created by Hai Wuyong in advance. Therefore, Bai Liaowan stepped forward and threw a flaming grenade. When the grenade flew over the Tyranny people, he shot it with a shot through the clouds. The high amount of fire magic damage caused by the explosion directly hit the mind gas shield. Wow! This is the combination of Bai Liaowan and Yichang Chuanyun. Air explosion. This air explosion is very powerful, and with Wulong fiery flame wave sword, it directly shattered Hai Wuyong mind shield in advance. This damage is exaggerated. Yishio. who was watching the game in front of the screen, said, "This should be a full-level explosive grenades and fiery flame wave sword. Otherwise the Qigong Master's mind shield would not be so easy to break. Reincarnation is really willing to give up." Wei Chen said. Bata didn't expect that his offensive had not yet begun, and he was easily broken by reincarnation just by making a defense. "What kind of damage is this?" Xiao Yang said in surprise. Although he didn't think his mind shield could last for 30 seconds. It was too fast. "Don't panic. Everything is under control," Zhang Xinjie said calmly. Yu Xingchen stabbed at the desert guy in front of him. But the desert guy didn't pay attention to him. Turned around and leaned back. "Retreat?" Zhou Yichen was confused. Han Wenqing would also retreat? What does this mean? Jiang Buotao was also confused. However, he responded with Rhoda's fiery storm. As Rhoda chanted the magic circle, a sea of fire would be set off around him. And the center of the sea of fire was Wulong and Xiaodeziruo. Before the two of them could withdraw, a bird-shaped flame attacked Wulong. And the speed was so fast that Jiang Buotao didn't have time to react. After Wulong was hit by the firebird, his whole body was burning and smoking. The second explosion of the firebird hit the ground, and the center of the explosion was behind the two. The strong shock wave caused directly blew the two of Luanhui forward. The most powerful skill of the elemental mage at level 75. The firebird. Seeing the two being blown away, Hai William gathered his luck on the spot and hit Xiaodeziruo with a long and powerful force. The penetrating Qiguan Chanhong directly penetrated Xiaodeziruo's body. Sherbujuan placed the cross on his chest and threw the holy fire towards the place where Xiaodeziruo landed. This was to prevent Xiaodeziruo from opening the angel wings to stay in the air after receiving the body before landing. "Save the priest!" Zhou Yichen shouted. However, when he rushed over, he found that this was another encirclement of tyranny. Damo Guyan clenched his fists. His body shook, and the next punch was very fast. Zhou Yichen's body was already tilted to the side, but he still couldn't avoid Damo Guyan's punch. Yu Xingchen was knocked back and disappeared. Boxer's level 75 high-level state skill inch power. Tyranny used 2 level 75 big moves to directly break up the formation of Samsara. These 2 moves of tyranny are well coordinated. Yishio applauded. "Awesome. So awesome." The tyranny fans in the stadium were excited. "Where are my teammates? Help them." The Samsara fans in the away area were already as anxious as ants on a hot pot. "Here they come." Zhang Jiala unexpectedly had a conversation with the Samsara fans off the court. Bai Liaowan passed through the fire wall created by Rhoda, and then used a big move to throw out the random thunder, targeting Hai Wuliang and Sherbujuan, who were hugging each other. The explosion of the hand grenade on the ground was mixed with various special effects. In a corner where no one cared, Zhou Yichen and Yu Xingchen quietly left while taking advantage of the special effects. Under the cover of the special effects, Bai Liaowan fired a fire bomb at Damo Guyan, who let go of Xiaodeziruo and left the spot to avoid Bai Liaowan fire bomb. However, Fang Minghua was knocked to the ground by Damo Guyan's flying kick before he could catch his breath. Leng Anlei was entangled with Wulong. When the fire wall ended, Yiqiang Chuanyan also rushed to the battlefield. In order to limit Yiqiang Chuanyan, Luo Ta chanted concentration and dark night flying shadow again. A black arc-shaped spell ray directly hit Yiqiang Chuanyan, and Yiqiang Chuanyan was forced to turn 180 degrees and fell into a 4-second blind state. "Look! Even Jozakai couldn't dodge the elemental mage's concentration and dark night flying shadow." An audience member stood up and said excitedly, "There are still idiots in the arena who say you can dodge at will. Isn't this cheating?" Luo Ta successfully gained 4 seconds for the front, but his own instant movement was also forced out by Baiwa Liaowan floating bomb. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Baiwa Liaowan turned around and rushed towards Xiaodeziruo. Luo Ta was a little anxious, so he summoned a flame mixed with lightning to attack Yiqiang Chuanyun and Baiwa Liaowan. Elemental Mage's level 70 ultimate skill, Thunder and Fire. Is Bai Yanfei a little anxious here? Thunder and Fire are not very profitable to use like this, Pan Lin explained. By time for Damo Guyan and Leng Anlei. As long as they kill Xiaodeziruo, it will be no loss, Li Ba said. But what if they don't kill them? Pan Lin asked. No. Li Ba was speechless. If they don't kill them, they will lose. Does he have to say it out loud? Rhoda's Thunder and Fire did help Tyranny by time on the front side. Stop it, Han Wenqing said in the team voice chat. Yes, Bai Yanfei responded. raising his staff to summon lightning from the sky to strike Yixiong Chuanyun. Boom, 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 boom. All in the air. Not even close. Han Wenqing said silently in his heart. However, before Damo Guyan punched and killed Shiga Ziruo, tyranny was robbed by Lao Lu. Damn! There's a thief! Chapter 301 Zhou Yichen, who is keen on cutting the back row. Old Zhao is ready to close the net. At this time, Zhang Xinjie was still directing the closing action, and had no idea that Lao Lu had already followed the flames of the explosion. Got it! After Zhao Yang controlled Hai Wuliang to condense the energy in his palm, he set a wave of mind dragon towards the people in the reincarnation. When the mind energy wave was released, Yi Yuxingshan had already arrived beside Hai Wuliang. I'm so angry! Zhao Yang was startled. Their attention was all on the front. Yi Yuxingshan's sudden appearance scared Zhao Yang, and he left the mouse and keyboard directly. Ha ha hey. Zhou Yichen used the strong dragon to press his hand and knocked Hai Wuliang out. Hey. Why didn't he resist? Zhou Yichen would never guess that the operator would leave the mouse and keyboard directly. Not good. Zhang Xinjie secretly said that it was not good. And then, he wanted to control Shi Bujuan to stay in the air. However, Yi Yuxingshan was one step faster and made a move to hit the sky, directly floating Shi Bujuan in the air. Captain Zhang, my combo won't hinder your command. Zhou Yichen was able to spare a hand to type and taunt Zhang Xinjie in the public channel. Damn! There's a thief! Zhou Yichen's hatred for tyranny fans was full. If you like to steal so much, why don't you go to the next door? Yi Yuxingshan continued to combo at the floating Shi Bujuan, while Zhang Xinjie continued to command in the team channel. If it was before, Zhang Xinjie would still be a little annoyed. But now the opening of the team voice makes their command work much easier. What do you mean? Lin Jingyan looked at Han Wenqing. Let's deal with the one in front of us first. Han Wenqing did not hesitate at all, and controlled Damo Guyan to raise his fists, and waved at Xiao Guziruo in front of him. Xiao Guziruo did not dodge the fist from Damo Guyan, and placed the cross in front of him, and hypnotized Damo Guyan successfully. Wulong blew Leng Anlei away with a broken wind wave's sword. We can't let Luanhui have a chance to catch his breath, Li Ba said anxiously. The advantage that was finally established must not be wasted. After Hai Wuliang landed, he condensed his breath to make it materialized, and then shot a thought wave that could cause high light attribute magic damage to Yuxingshan. But it was caught by Yuxingshan, who shook in AZ shape to avoid it. Ah! Why didn't you kill this thief? Yuxingshan quickly stabbed, and then Haolong Pajuan directly knocked Shi Bujuan away. Then he swung his spear to catch up. And Hai Wuliang wanted to stop Yuxingshan, but unfortunately, he missed the cloud-grabbing hand. Yuxingshan stepped on Hai Wuliang's shoulder, and the angry dragon pierced the heart in the air. Shi Bujuan had no time to dodge, and a gun pierced his heart, triggering the bleeding effect. Ba Sui made a move and swept him to the ground. Seeing this, Hai Wuliang used the new 75-level skill of the Qigong Master, cut off the pulse, break the wisdom, break the strength, break the sensitivity, break the body, break the essence. Hai Wuliang gathered the qi with both hands, and then used his fingers to quickly poke Yi Yuxingshan. Yi Yuxingshan kicked the stone away, and then kept swinging to avoid Hai Wuliang poke. 350,380,400. 452. Zhou Yichen hand speed is still soaring. Pan Lin opened his mouth wide, and Zhou Yichen hand speed increased rapidly in an instant. Zhao Yang hand speed was also driven, but Zhao Yang was obviously not as persistent as Zhou Yichen. It's a pity that Hai Wuliang failed to poke Yi Yuxingshan in the end. The 75-level big move was in vain. What's worse is that after Zhou Yichen hand speed increased, Yi Yuxingshan's speed was obviously much faster, but Zhao Yang was getting more and more tired. Hiss. Zhao Yang hand suddenly felt a pain. This also gave Zhou Yichen a chance to fight back, swinging the spear, condensing the fighting spirit, and releasing it in reverse. Yi Yuxingshan used a flying dragon in the sky to knock Hai Wuliang away. And then, the wind rolled the clouds and cooperated with Do Pashanha, and the cloud effect appeared in the audience's field of vision again. And Shi Bujuan was also shrouded in it. Yi Yuxingshan is just swimming with the dragon, Wei Chen said. What a terrifying short-range burst. Tang Rou was surprised by Zhou Yichen's controllable hand speed. Well, he is indeed a hand speed monster. Yishio nodded and said. Zhang Xinjie did not panic in the face of the mist and floating clouds caused by Yi Yuxingshan, but controlled Shi Bujuan to keep turning the view to find Yi Yuxingshan's position. I heard it on the left. Zhang Xinjia's ears moved, and he controlled Sherbujuan to hit him with a hypnotic move. Unfortunately, the prediction was made. But what Zhang Xinjia didn't expect was that Zhou Yichen used a 180-degree round dance stick with his back to Sherbujuan and stabbed him directly on the shoulder. Because he was facing away, the hypnotic move failed to hit. However, the good news for Tyranny is that De Mo Guyan solved Xiao Guzi rule. Now they only need to cooperate with Lung and Lei to solve the low-health Wu Lang. And then, they can re-establish their advantage. Even if Sherbujuan is eliminated, Tyranny can accept a 1-for-2 exchange. But the problem is that Yichang Chuanyan cooperated with Baihua Liaowan to solve Luo Ta. And it is obvious that Samsara is playing a game of exchange. If you want to kill Wu Lang, just kill him. By then, Luo Ta and Sherbujuan will be eliminated. And the sixth person Yun Shanwan will arrive. They will be completely defeated head-on. Samsara fire transfer obviously made Tyranny somewhat at a loss. Of course, there is another potential threat. That is, Samsara's sixth person Yun Shanwan. The resurrection point is in the second level area. Yun Shanwan will arrive soon. Tyranny needs to make a decision as soon as possible. Kill! Han Wenqing made up his mind to get rid of Wu Lang first to create a numerical advantage. Okay. Lin Jingyan agreed. So the two of them worked together to get rid of Wu Lang. And De Mo Guyan killed Wu Lang. Wu Lang. Out! Tyranny got rid of the two people in the back row of Samsara. Can it be said? Li Bo's voice was obviously much louder. And he did not hide his excitement at all. However, his excitement did not last long. And was buried underground by the new news that popped up. Yu Xingchen killed Sherbujuan. Sherbujuan. Out! What? Yu Xingchen killed Sherbujuan alone. And Hai Wuliang health is not much. Wow. He wiped out the back row of Tyranny by himself. Damn. This kid must have taken stimulants. Zhao Yang complained while controlling Hai Wuliang to dodge the attack from Yu Xingchen. Swish. Yu Xingchen waved his spear to disperse all the air around Hai Wuliang. Go save Yanfei. This was Zhang Xinjia's last words before he was eliminated. Facing the joint siege of Yichang Chuanyan and Baihua Liaowan. But Yanfei was already exhausted. If no one came to support him, he would die here. But he held on for a long time. And finally only De Mo Guyan came. Lung Anlei was stopped. Yun Shanwan joined the battlefield and stopped Ling Anlei. Tyranny formation is too scattered. There are now 3 battlefields on the field. And Tyranny is at an absolute disadvantage in all 3 battlefields. Especially Rhoda and Hai Wuliang. Both of whom are already at a red blood level. And will be eliminated if they are not careful. The 6th person on Tyranny's side, Ling Xiaojudu, also rushed to the battlefield. He chose to rescue Hai Wuliang, who was being beaten and was about to be eliminated. Bang bang bang. Ling Xiaojudu fired with 2 guns. Yu Xingchen kicked Hai Wuliang away. And then rotated the spear with both hands to shoot off the flying bullets. Yo. New face. Seeing that it was a newcomer. And he was playing the sharpshooter. Zhou Yichen immediately became interested. Senior. Please eliminate first. Zhou Yichen typed in the public channel. Lian Chu successfully shot and killed Hai Wuliang, who fell to the ground. I'm so angry. Zhao Yang took off his headphones angrily. He had a lot of things to say in his heart. But now he couldn't say them. Because the referee was watching him from behind. His left hand had already reached into his pocket. As long as Zhao Yang cursed, he could immediately take out a yellow card. Yu Xingchen killed Hai Wuliang. Hai Wuliang. Out. When it rains, it pours. This is the current situation of Tyranny team competition. Come on, baby. Yu Xingchen activated the ice attribute dazzling pattern and ran towards 09 degrees. After the opponent fired a gun, Yu Xingchen fired the ice attribute dazzling pattern. And then took the opportunity to approach the opponent. 09 degrees put the 2 guns back into the holsters. And swung his body left and right to avoid Yu Xingchen's stab. Yu Xingchen, still cutting the back row. Pan Lin explained. Taking advantage of the gap between attacks. 09 degrees kneeled forward and hit Yu Xingchen. Clang clang clang. 09 degrees knee strike was blocked by Long Dan. You are good at gun and body techniques. Kid. Zhou Yichen was a little surprised. But you can't become a great god with these. Chapter 302. The Reincarnation of a Single Family. Captain. I'm stopped. Faced with Zhou Yichen entanglement. The usually calm Qin Muyun was unusually anxious. because he found that the guy on the opposite side was like a sticky candy and couldn't be shaken off no matter how hard he tried. It's okay. Just hold him back, Han Wenqing said and fought with Bai Waliuan. However, Rhoda couldn't hold back Yixiang Chuanyan. Bang bang bang. After a burst of bullets, Rhoda was beaten into a hornet's nest. Yixiang Chuanyan killed Rhoda. Rhoda? Out! Who? After Bai Yanfei finished fighting, he took off his headphones and gasped for breath. Zhou Zikai put too much pressure on him. Rhoda's information didn't last long before it was suppressed by new information. Yu Shanluan killed Lun Anlei. Lun Anlei. Out! That's right. Lu Buiyu and Yun Shanluan killed Lin Jingyan Lun Anlei alone. This is normal. Whether in terms of health or mana, Yu Shanluan is far ahead of Lun Anlei. The reason why Tyranny fans sighed is that Lin Jingyan did not delay enough. With Yun Shanluan reunion, the three of them worked together to eliminate Damo Gaian. In the end, only Qin Muyun was left in Tyranny. This newcomer was still being suppressed by Yu Xingchen. After the three arrived, Lingxia Judu was unable to support himself and finally fell under a Yu Xingchen gun. Glory! Let us congratulate Samsara for defeating Tyranny 8:2 away and ending the opponent's 9-game winning streak. Pan Lin announced the result of the game. As for Li Bo on the side, he was numb at this moment. How about this newcomer? Jiang Buotao said to Zhou Yichen, who took off his headphones. Although they won, they did not show very happy smiles on their faces. After all, it was not the first time. They were all people who had seen big scenes. His skills are average, but his dynamic positioning is really good. I didn't catch him a few times, Zhou Yichen said. How does he compare to the captain? Lu Buiyuan put his hand on Zhou Yichen's shoulder. Are the two comparable? Zhou Yichen smiled. When you debuted, didn't the media often compare you to Yichio? Lu Buiyuan said again. There is only one Zhou Yichen in the world. Comrade Lu Buiyuan. Do you know? Zhou Yichen said proudly. The one standing in front of you is the best rookie of the 7th season of the 2022 Honor Professional League, the regular season MVP of the 8th season of the 2023 Honor Professional League, the finals FMEP, and the most valuable player of the season. Okay. I've memorized this. Zhang Jiala interrupted hurriedly. TSK. You're jealous. But it doesn't matter. Xiao. What if I want to kill him? Zhang Jiala was really a little bit depressed. It's okay. I sent a message to Yunqiu, saying that Zhou Yichen is very arrogant now. Let his queen punish him. Fang Minghua said with a smile, holding Zhang Jiala, who was pretending to be impulsive. TSK. I'm not afraid of her at all. Zhou Yichen was so arrogant. In our family, I am the king. You are really arrogant. Hey. Zhou Zikai couldn't listen anymore and walked out of the war room first. Awesome. Zhang Xinjie praised Zhou Yichen's performance. If Tyranny had such a newcomer, there would be no worries about the success of the great cause. After the game between Samsara and Tyranny, the media raised a question. That is, who can get 3 points on Samsara? After 10 rounds in the 9th season, Samsara won 7 games 10-0, 2 games 9-1, and 1 game 8-2. No one said that Samsara played against weak teams now. After all, Tiny Herb ranked 3rd before the game, and Tyranny ranked 2nd. What about now? One got 1 point, and the other got 2 points. 10 weeks later, Samsara had 96 points, far ahead of other teams. Teams outside the playoffs could not even see Samsara tail. This score is too exaggerated. Wang Xiaoyan opened the official website to check the scores of each team and found that Samsara had left them far behind. Zheng Xian only said 2 words. Amazing. They only lost 4 points. Lu Hanwen Little Heart was greatly hit. This is really difficult. Yu Wenzhou rubbed his eyes. They would play against Samsara in the 15th round. But before that, they still had a strong enemy. That is, they would face their old enemy Tiny Herb in the next round. Samsara has become the only one in the 9th season. In the next 2 rounds, Samsara kept shutting out Lin Hai and Xiaohua, showing the king's momentum. After 12 rounds, Samsara topped the list with 116 points. And no team could shake their position. The 2nd place is still Team Tyranny, although they lost to Samsara 8-2 at home in the 10th round and fell to the 3rd place. Blue Rain lost to their old rival Tiny Herb 7-3 in the 11th round. But Team Tyranny did not fall into the trough because of the interruption of the winning streak. Instead, they shut out Yijian 10-0 and returned to the second place in the regular season. Team Tyranny points are only 95 points. In the previous season, Team Tyranny points were enough to compete for the top spot. But now it is not only ranked second, but also 21 points behind the first place Samsara. This is enough to show how exaggerated the cycle of this season is. The third place is naturally Blue Rain, which follows Tyranny closely. In the first few rounds of Blue Rain, the performance of Lu Hanwen, a young player, was extremely exaggerated, and his style surpassed the team's ace player Huang Xiaoyan. However, as more and more exposure was exposed, many teams also studied Lu Hanwen habits. In the 11th round, Blue Rain lost to Tiny Herb. A large part of the reason was that Lu Hanwen was hooked by Lu Shubia in a team game, resulting in Soxer being unprotected. In the end, Wang Bulixing found an opportunity to take him away in one wave. Only Yu Shanfan was left alone and could not save the situation. The fourth place is Tiny Herb, which defeated Blue Rain. Their points are very close to Blue Rain, and Su Bin is very suitable for Tiny Herb's current lineup. But Tiny Herb still has the same problem. Once Wang Jieshi is pinched, others don't know what to do. This problem is very obvious, and all the major teams know it. But how many people can do it to strangle Wang Jieshi? Ranked 5th is the Howling team. The biggest change of Howling this season is that it doesn't care about the priest. Fong Rui also made a compromise. Although it is still a wretched style, it can give the opponent more pressure in the team competition. The front is still supported by Tang Hao and Zhao Yujie. Tang Hao performance this season is more eye-catching than last season. This makes the top management of Baiwa regret letting Tang Hao go. Ranked 6th is the Misty Rain team. Fans of Misty Rain in the regular season are still relatively relieved. What they are most worried about is the state of Misty Rain in the playoffs. Last season, it was not easy to break through the first round curse and enter the semifinals. This season, not to mention entering the finals, being able to stabilize the semifinals is considered an improvement. Ranked 7th is the Void team, and ranked 8th is 301 degrees. But the positions of the two teams are not stable. Ranked 9th is the Royal Wind and ranked 10th is very close to 301 degrees in points, both within 5 points. Baiwa has another advantage. That is, they have already fought against Samsara. Don't underestimate this 1 point. Maybe Royal Wind and 301 degrees can't even get this 1 point. In addition, Thunder ranks 14th and Yijan ranks 15th. Lin Hai, which lost Zhao Yang, ranks 17th, which can be said to be quite dangerous. The teams currently in the relegation zone are Feng Lu and Shiguang. In addition to the team rankings, the most concerned thing for fans is naturally the All-Star rankings. The top 24 were selected for this season's All-Stars. At present, the top 10 list has almost no changes. But there are a few new faces joining in. Su Bin of Tiny Herb, while accepting Deng Fuxing Duhua, also took over Deng Fuxing All-Star seat. Of course, this is related to Su Bin's excellent performance in Tiny Herb. He has been recognized by Tiny Herb fans. In addition to Su Bin, Tiny Herb also has Gao Yingjie, who has entered the top 24, currently ranked 15th. As long as the subsequent games are not dragged down, Gao Yingjie will still enter the All-Stars steadily. Blue Rain's young player Lu Hanwen was also selected for the All-Stars. He is currently ranked 20th. He was ranked higher before, but his poor performance in the 11th round caused him to lose a lot of points. The goalkeeper of the All-Stars is naturally Lao Lu. That is, Lu Boyuan. This position is very delicate. When you think he is going to fall out, he stabilizes. Now the first thing Lu Boyuan does when he gets up is to check his position. Hey, I have improved 1 place. Great. Don't look at Boyuan. Get ready to leave for the airport. Chapter 303, Getting 3 points is success. It is November 26th, the 13th round of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League. Unfortunately, the match between Yenyu and Luanhui at home was not selected for live broadcast, and the online audience can only watch this match on the second line, because there are many interesting matches in this round, such as Wei Chao versus 301, and Su Bin versus his old club. In addition, Yu Feng also played against his old club, and Blue Rain played against Baiwa at home, which was also selected for this week's live broadcast. After all, this match is related to whether Baiwa can move forward from the 10th place. This week, there is also a strong match between Tyranny and Howling. And after this week, the winter transfer period of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League will also be open. However, The winter transfer period cannot be compared with the summer transfer period in terms of time and popularity. And the purpose is also different, because there are generally no long-planned major transfers in the winter transfer window. But there are more hasty transfers to save the situation. For example, if they find that the players newly added in the summer are completely unsuitable for the team, they can trade with other teams and make replacements during the winter transfer period. If a player suddenly gets injured and cannot continue the next game, they may also find someone to help out in the winter. However, last year's winter transfer period was unusually hot. First, Sun Xiang suddenly transferred to Excellent Era, which accelerated the demise of Excellent Era. Then Yichio announced his retirement, which caused an uproar. Then Wind Hao spent 10 million to introduce Tang Hao to the playoffs. And Lin Jingyan also joined Tyranny, but still lost in the first round of the playoffs. Therefore, the media can't wait before this year's winter transfer period begins. There are even rumors on the internet that Joey Chen will choose to leave Samsara and join Misty Rain or Blue Rain. This is fake at first glance. Samsara is currently heading for a three-peat. Only a fool would get off the bus. As for the previously proposed winter transfer period to be changed from December to January, the league has not come forward to explain. We can only wait until the end of November, in the 14th round, to see if the league will open the winter transfer channel. Long time no see. Chu Yunxiu entered the rest room of the Samsara team before the game and hugged Joey Chen. A long separation is better than a newlywed. Zhang Jiala suddenly felt that the fruit in his hand was no longer fragrant. I'm full. Zhou Zikai put down the fruit and said two words very calmly. When will you two announce it? Jiang Guotao asked. It was no longer a secret in the industry that the two were together. Many professional players knew about it. Some media even reported it. But it was suppressed by both sides. Let's end this season, Joey Chen said. When I become a triple champion, I will announce it on the spot. I feel uncomfortable when I think that my dream stage will become your background, Zhang Jiala said, covering his heart. Then you can feel uncomfortable somewhere else. I am your beloved roommate. Oh. Okay. My little boyfriend has finished visiting. And the food in your Samsara team is good? Chu Yunxiu smiled. They are fat and white. Let's make it clear in advance that we won't let you down because of you. Fang Minghua said. Oh. No need. Chu Yunxiu aura was fully open. I will lead Yin to defeat you head-on. Wow. Chu Daxia is quite arrogant. See you at the game? At 8 p.m. The game officially started. The first player on the Samsara side of the singles match was Du Ming, while the one on the Yin side was Chu Yunxiu. Huh? The captain is not defending the ring? Yin fans asked in confusion. Are you stupid? What configuration do we have for Samsara team ring match? Yes. They have 3 all-star team ring matches. And we are a loser. Fuck. Du Ming was stunned. Why did he always win high-level games? Samsara, Du Ming. ID, Wu Xuangoyu. Occupation, Swordsman. Misty Rain, Chu Yunxiu. ID, Fengcheng Misty Rain. Occupation, Elemental Mage. In the first game, Chu Yunxiu chose a map with a very wide field of view. The rhythm of the whole game was very fast. Chu Yunxiu also showed the audience a wave of ice wall and fire wall collision. The X-type successfully forced Du Ming Wu Xuangoyu into an angle, and then poured a whole set of water. Wu Xuangoyu was seriously injured. This is the explosive power of the elemental mage. After that, Du Ming's several counterattacks were also perfectly resolved by Chu Yunxiu. In the end, Chu Yunxiu easily defeated Du Ming and won the first point for Misty Rain. Glory. Let us congratulate Chu Yunxiu for winning the first game. Chu Yunxiu is really worthy of being the first female player of Glory. Whether it is operation or consciousness, Chu Yunxiu is first class. It's not shameful to lose to Chu Yunxiu. Du Ming touched his head and said after the game. The list of the second singles game also appeared on the big screen. Samsara, Wu Qi. ID, Cruel Silence. Occupation, Assassin. Misty Rain, Qiu Fei. ID, Battle Format. Occupation, Battle Mage. Qiu Fei chose the most conventional individual arena map. Will you win? Joey Chen looked at Wu Qi. Guaranteed to win. The value of this sentence is only 3 minutes. Because 3 minutes later, Wu Qi was defeated by Qiu Fei. Damn! Wu Qi didn't know whether to say it or not. That is, Qiu Fei really looks a bit like a little Joey Chen. Especially in terms of playing style. It is completely Joey Chen way. Of course, you can still see a lot of shadows of one autumn leaf. This time, it was Zhou Yichen who defeated Yixiu. Of course, it was Yixiu's opinion to learn Zhou Yichen playing style. Not to mention Qiu Fei. Even Tang Rou, who was teaching by hand, moved closer to Zhou Yichen. One autumn leaf's playing style has been retired. Now it is Zhou Yichen and Yu Xingchen who is on the stage. The third singles match is between LV Buiyuan and Li Hua. In the end, Li Hua chose a forest-based map and played Lu Buiyuan to death. After 3 single-player matches, Yin Yu actually defeated Lensai 3-0. Of course, this was also because Yin Yu put all its main players on the single-player matches and completely gave up the team competition. Yin Yu actually became the first team to get 3 points from Lensai. The commentator also played this joke. That is, before the game, the media asked other teams about their views on Lensai, and they said that getting 3 points would be a success. This sentence has been extended to other fields and even updated. We don't ask for a goal. Getting 3 points is a success. But unfortunately, it was shattered. The shouts of Yin Yu fans did not last long before they were suppressed by Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen started the competition and once again completed a 1-on-3 victory. Fans have become accustomed to it. After all, it is not the first time. It's amazing. Qiu Fei's eyes lit up when he was watching from below. Who do you think is better? Him or Yixiu? Chu Yunxiu asked. Who is Yixiu? I don't know him. Qiu Fei shook his head and said. Hey Chu. Yixiu sneezed suddenly while watching. Do I have a cold? After the team competition, the 2 teams will face off in the team competition. The last time Yin Yu defeated Samsara was in the 5th season. The relationship between the 2 teams is very good, and they often play training games together. Yin Yu was the sparring partner for Samsara on the eve of the finals last season. Without saying much, after the commercials, the team competition rosters of the 2 teams were also announced on the big screen. On Samsara's side are Zhou Zikai, Zhou Yichen, Jiang Guotao, Fang Minghua and Zhang Jiala. And the 6th player is still Lu Buiyuan. On Yin Yu's side are Chu Yunxiu, Li Hua, Qiu Fei, Feng Xiangming and Sun Liang. And the 6th player is Lu Yining. The lineups of both sides have basically not changed. In terms of map selection, Yin Yu chose the Sky Arena, which is a strong attack map they have never chosen before. This season, Yin Yu is also constantly expanding its map pool. 99%, 100% Yu Xingchen. Loading completed. Feng Cheng Yin Yu. Loading completed. Yi Chong piercing the clouds. Loading completed. Bai Hua Liao Luan. Loading completed. Xiao Guzi Ru. Loading completed. Map, Sky Arena. Loading completed. On the loading interface, the commentator also quickly introduced this map to the audience, who had already watched the second channel. It seems that Yin Yu is turning into an offensive team, Yixiu said. But isn't there a famous saying? Qinghua said at this time. Offense wins applause. Defense wins championship. Don't force it if you don't understand it. Hearing Qinghua's words, Wei Chen said lightly, this is esports, not traditional sports. Offense is the trend. And now many small and medium-sized teams are learning the play style of Samsara. But the reason why Samsara's play style is smooth is based on their strong personal strength. If the personal strength is insufficient, and they copy the Samsara, the overall collapse will appear. Both teams' starting lineups have been loaded. Let's move on to the next team match. Chapter 304, Attack. The characters of both teams have been loaded, and the positions of the fighters at both ends of the arena have been refreshed. The refresh points of both sides of the Sky Arena are very close, but they cannot see the opponent on the opposite side due to the obstruction of the high arena in the center. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown ends, and both sides rush out of the refresh area at the same time. Go directly to the arena. Jiang Butao commanded. The Yin Yu with the elemental mage as the core will definitely go to the arena as soon as possible, and fight with the high. The other characters only need to protect Fengcheng Yin Yu output. The same round can also be played in this way. After all, they have 2 long-range characters in the starting lineup, the sharpshooter and the ammunition expert. The damage added together is not less than that of the elemental mage. We go to the arena. Li Hua goes to the steps to find an opportunity to harass. Chu Yunxiu commanded in the team. Got it. Both sides chose to go to the arena, and Samsara was 1 step faster than Yin Yu. When Yin Yu came to the arena, Samsara had already rushed to the center of the arena. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lin Nko Jing is not here. Zhou Yichen reported the news in the team voice. Maybe he is underground. Zhang Jiala guessed. Maybe he is behind us. Zhou Yichen added. Behind us? Fang Minghua subconsciously looked back. He may go around the steps to our back. Jiang Butao nodded and said. Then do we need to change our formation? Zhou Yichen asked. No need. Jiang Butao said affirmatively. Butao and I are enough. Fang Minghua said confidently. Li Hua alone could not deal with Jiang Butao and Fang Minghua. Okay. I go! Zhou Yichen shouted. And controlled Yu Xingchen to rush towards Yin Yu and the others, with Yiqian Chuanyun and Baiwa Liaowan providing fire cover beside him. Xiaoqiu, you and Sun Liang go together, Chu Yunxiu commanded. At the command, Zhang Dogushi and Ling Zhou rushed out of the team and killed Yu Xingchen. Yiqian Chuanyun looked at the two people who were attacking, and directly set up the Gatling machine gun. Swish, swish, swish. Looking at the dense bullets attacking, Zhang Dogushi kept swinging his spear to shoot off the flying bullets, and Ling Zhou could only use movement to avoid the bullets. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal. Fortunately, Fengcheng Yanyu chanting of the fiery storm successfully helped the two to break the fire. Seeing the formation of the magic circle under his feet, Yiqian Chuanyun had no choice but to throw away the Gatling machine gun and slide out of the range of the magic circle. However, Yu Xingchen had already killed in front of Yanyu, and started with the conventional Dragon Fang, targeting Zhang Dogushi. Be careful of the flash, Zhang Jiala said loudly, and he was naturally saying this to his teammates. Yu Xingchen shot back the battle format. Ling Zhou wanted to help, but Baiwa Liaowan flash bomb had already been fired. A strong white light appeared on the arena. Damn it! Electric welding? Some spectators had subconsciously closed their eyes. Yin Yu was blinded by Baiwa Liaowan's sudden flash bomb. Except that Chu Yunxiu turned his back in advance when he saw Baiwa Liaowan. Avoiding blindness. Chu Yunxiu's reaction is very fast. Take advantage of now. Zhou Yichen stabbed the battle format again with a gun. How long, Pajuan? Yu Xingchen quickly retracted his spear and prepared to receive the angry dragon's heart. But unfortunately, he was interrupted by Fengcheng Yanyu flaming impact. But Samsara would naturally not give up the opportunity created by Baiwa Liaowan. Baiwa Liaowan fired a flaming grenade, but was blown up by Fengcheng Yanyu from high altitude. With a stroke of the staff, a wall of fire appeared in front of everyone in Samsara. But since the fire wall is a magic barrier, bullets can pass through it. Therefore, Yiqian Chuanyun and Baiwa Liaowan on the other side of the fire wall kept shooting at one end of Yanyu. We can't be consumed like this. Li Hua, are you there? Chu Yunxiu asked. Captain, I've got around. Li Hua responded. Okay, let's attack from the front and back, Chu Yunxiu commanded. The fire wall will disappear soon. 3, 2, 1. Start a team fight. As the fire wall disappeared, the battle format directly started with Fulong Xiangtian, and the Black Halong rushed towards Baiwa Liaowan. They are going to play a fast attack. Zhou Yichen dodged the flame bomb shot by Fengcheng Yanyu. Baiwa Liaowan rolled to the side to avoid Fulong Xiangtian of the battle format. At this time, Lin and Keijing, who had already circled behind Lin Hui, also took action. Ninja Tool Shuriken. 3 shurikens flew out of Lin and Keijing's hand and hit Xiaoga Ziruo and Wu Long behind. Unfortunately, the two had been warned, and Wu Lang swung his sword to knock away the flying shuriken. Xiaoga Ziruo wanted to add a holy commandment light, but Lin and Keijing reacted very quickly. After forming a seal on the spot, he dived directly into the ground. Ninjutsu, Earth Shrinking Technique. This Earth Shrinking Technique also successfully avoided Xiaoga Ziruo's holy commandment light. In front, Yu Xingchen fought against Gajijia Ling Zhou alone. Xinghan Qinlan opened the angel wings to stay in the air, then bathed in the holy light, and attacked Yu Xingchen with the holy fire. It was obvious that Yu Xingchen was the target of Yin Yu concentrated fire. After the Samsara lineup was changed, Yu Xingchen was the only real front row left, and Baiwa Liaowan could only be regarded as half of the front row. However, facing the siege of the battle format and Ling Zhou, Yu Xingchen handled it very easily. Samsara star tactics are really about to become mainstream. Fengcheng Yanyu, who was supporting the front, was dragged down by a gun through the clouds, which also gave Baiwa Liaowan the opportunity to harass Yin Yu priest Xinghan Qinlan. It's true that those who are close to vermilion will be red, and those who are close to ink will be black. Yisho laughed. What do you mean, boss? Baozi asked with 2 big eyes staring at the side. Senior, You mean that the tactics of these two teams are very similar? Xiao Yifan replied. Yes. Yin Yu is about to become a small samsara, Yishio said. It seems to be true. Wei Chen thought about it, and found that there was no problem. Now the direction of Yin Yu transformation is to lean towards samsara. Then do we have a chance to copy samsara homework? Chen Guo asked on a whim. This question stumped Yishio. Yishio looked at everyone unhappy and said, It's a bit difficult. Our personal strength is not enough. After thinking, Yishio said, So, practice more. Everyone. Maybe when we defeat Jia Shi and enter the league, we will have a chance to learn from Samsara. Samsara and Yin Yu attack on the arena obviously had the advantage, just by the fact that Yu Xingchen did not lose to the battle format in Lingzhou. Samsara was destined to be the one who suppressed it. Li Hua should not have gone around. The game was over at this time. Li Xian, the captain of the Void team, was watching the game after the press conference. Void's opponent today was Feng Lu, who could be bullied by everyone. Under the leadership of Li Xian, Void undoubtedly defeated the opponent 9-1. Why? Li Sun asked on the side. Because Li Hua is behind. No one can fight Zhou Yichen with him in the front. Wu Yuz explained. Yes. If Li Hua is in the front, he will give Zhou Yichen a certain amount of pressure, whether he cooperates with the battle format or Lingzhou. After all, he is in the dark side, Li Xian said afterwards. With Li Hua not here, Zhou Yichen plays too comfortably facing the two somewhat immature people. The configuration of Samsara is really enviable. Li Xian admitted that he was a little envious of Samsara. Zhou Zikai, Zhou Yichen and Zhang Jiala. These three people can win the championship even if my grandmother comes, Wu Yu said. Lin Ankayajing drilled out from the ground and jumped and slashed at Xiaga Zirua. Xiaga Zirua took Lin Ankayajing jump slash and hit Lin Ankayajing with a hypnosis. Although Xiaga Zirua was floating in the air, Lin Ankayajing, who was lost in thought, could not make up the knife. Knock. 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 Li Hua was very anxious now, watching Xiaga floating freely in the air. But he couldn't attack. However, Li Hua's discomfort was still to come. Wulong Liabojian successfully caught the sleeping Lin Ankayajing. He lifted him up and floated him in the air. And then a wave barrier formed on the ground to imprison him. At this time, Lin Ankayajing couldn't use his shadow clone to escape. Lin Ankayajing was in trouble. And Yin Yu in front of him was also in trouble. Bai Hua Liaowan Wanlei attacked and directly blasted Xinghan Qinlan, who fell to the ground. The special effects of the grenade explosion also affected Fengcheng Yin Yu vision. And Yiqiang Chuanyun suddenly retracted his gun and switched fire when attacking Fengcheng Yin Yu. A quick knee strike floated Lingzhou in the air, and then demonstrated what real gun and artillery martial arts is. In an instant, Yin Yu fell into a disadvantage. The rhythm is too fast. Yishio commented that the attack of Samsara is not only strong in fierceness, but also in change. Their perspective will not stay on one person for a long time. They will choose different targets to focus on according to the situation on the field. For example, at this time, Yu Xingchen slapped the battle format with a falling flower palm, and then locked the target on Lingzhou. Lingzhou became the first target of Samsara. Chapter 305. Not attacking is not because of inability, but because of unnecessary. They are going to focus on me, Captain. After discovering that the opponent's target was him, Sun Liang quickly reported the news in the team voice. Hold on. Fengcheng Yin Yu first summoned an ice wall in front of Xinghan Qianlan, which shook away Bai Hua Liaowan, who was close to Xinghan Qianlan, and provided protection for Xinghan Qianlan. Following that, an ice line was drawn, and then magic fluctuations would emerge on the line. And 1 second later, the ice line would form a spell barrier. This ice line directly separated Bai Hua Liaowan from the other two, preventing them from focusing on Lingzhou. Finally, Fengcheng Yin Yu chanted a summoning flame to attack Yu Xingchen and Yiqiang Chuanyun, who were besieging Lingzhou. Elemental Mage's 75 level high damage ultimate move. Firebird. Looking at the incoming Firebird, the two had to give up the attack on Lingzhou and took a step back to avoid the first damage of the Firebird. After all, this is the most powerful skill of the Elemental Mage. If hit, it will cause high fire magic damage, and the character will also have a burning and smoking effect. Then the two retreated again. But the barrier formed by the ice line of Fengcheng Yin Yu happened to be stuck in the position where the two retreated. After the Firebird hit the ground, the shockwave formed blew the two away. As expected of the first female player in the league, She helped her teammates to successfully rescue with her own strength. The commentator exclaimed. It's really amazing. Yishio applauded. The first female player in the league. What about Mu Chung? Chingwa asked. The two have different professions, so it's better not to do it. Yishio lit a cigarette and said, as the only female boss, Chu Yunxiu can lead Yinyu to the semifinals, which is ahead of many others. Seeing Chu Yunxiu's wonderful performance, the Yinyu fans at the scene also gave warm applause. Chu Yunxiu has paid too much to support the sky of Yinyu Tower with her weak shoulders. What a ruthless move. Zhou Yichen muttered quietly. Ichiang Chuanyun did not sit still and wait for death. He set up a Barrett sniper on the spot, and a person appeared in Ichiang Chuanyun's sniper scope. Bang! The gun fired, but the shot did not hit Lingho, who was at low health. Ichiang Chuanyun target was Xinghan Qianlan. Ichiang Chuanyun Barrett sniper and Baiwa Liao stiffening bullet were fired at the same time. At this time, Xinghan Qianlan was still chanting to heal Lingzhou, who was at low health, and had no idea that danger was approaching quietly. Baiwa Liao used a grenade to catch the bullet and successfully broke the ice wall. A blood flower exploded directly on Xinghan Qianlan. Because of panic, Feng Xiaoming wanted to retreat and did not react to the delayed stiffening bullet at all. Hit! Xinghan Qianlan fell into a 3.5-second stiff state. No. It's a full-level stiffening bullet. Chu Yunxiu felt bad. Sure enough, Yu Xingchen had already started to accumulate power on the spot, and the blue magic wave surged out. Fengcheng Yanyu wanted to interrupt, but it was too late. Suddenly, a blue dragon appeared in front of Yanyu, and then opened its mouth to bite Xinghan Qianlan, who was in stiffness. Fulong Xiangtian successfully hit Xinghan Qianlan, and the powerful force brought it into the air. Then the dragon exploded, and Xinghan Qianlan took all the damage from Fulong Xiangtian. My Fulong Xiangtian is delicious. Zhou Yichen still had the leisure to type and interact in the public channel. But then, he was floated up. The power of elements. The unique range floating skill of the elemental mage. Battle format rushed out from the back and stabbed Yu Xingchen, who was floating in the air with a gun. Zhou Yichen was not panicked at all because Baiwa Liao floating bullet shot out and hit battle format. Battle format dodged Baiwa Liao bullet sideways. Before he could make a move, he fired a roundhouse kick at the battle format. Lingzhou opened his steel and iron bones to rush to help his teammates. And Fengcheng Yanyu in the back sang the thunder and fire of heaven and earth. Be careful of Lin Nko Jing. Jiang Buotao suddenly said this in a team voice. It turned out that after Lin Nko Jing was hit by Wulong Wave breaking slash and the flaming wave's sword, he successfully escaped by using the shadow clone and the earth-centered beheading technique. And his direction was not to the stage, but to the front of the stage. Before Yu Xingchen landed, Lin Nko Jing rushed out from under his feet, formed a seal on the spot, and used a knife to cast a stream of water with waves to attack Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen was hit by this stream of water, and the damage was very low. But the flowing water would then split into streams and condense into a water prison, which was a range confinement barrier. Seeing that the water prison was about to take shape and trap Yu Xingchen, Ichian Chuanyan fired a fierce shot to the side, and the powerful recoil made Ichian Chuanyan fly backwards in the direction of Yu Xingchen. Then Ichian Chuanyan kicked Yu Xingchen away during the flight, and then slid away at the last moment when the water prison was formed. Yu Xingchen is about to be trapped by the water prison. Is Yinyu counterattacking? The commentator was surprised by Zhou Yichen's operation. Flying guns can be played like this. I'm shocked. My friend. What kind of performance is this? I've never seen it before. A monster. Wei Chen sighed. Zhou's Zakai operation was too exaggerated. In my impression, there is only one person who can do what Zhou Zakai did. Yishio praised. Can't you do it? Tang Rou looked at Yishio. Okay. 2 people. Yishio was still very confident in himself. Captain, you are my god. Zhou Yichen thought he was going to be framed. Don't talk nonsense. Zhou Zakai replied lightly. It's too exaggerated. Li Huarn was dumbfounded, and everyone in Yinyu was silent, and was overwhelmed by Zhou Zakai operation. The light of Samsara is attracted by Zhou Yichen, which makes people seem to forget why Samsara was called a one-man team before Zhou Yichen. That's because of Zhou Zakai. Because of Zhou Yichen dominance in the front, Zhou Zakai pressure on the side is much less, and naturally there is less attention. But if Zhou Zakai is ignored for this reason, then he will show his fangs and give you a fatal blow. Shozakai proved that sentence. I don't take action not because I can't, but because there is no need. Don't be stunned. Kids! Zhang Jiala suddenly appeared on the side of Yinyu. It's almost time. Bai Liaowan threw out a shrinking grenade, which exploded in the Yinyu formation, and the shockwaves spread, directly knocking Ling Zhou, who was closest to him, to the ground. Others were also affected. Now is the best time for Samsara to attack. Yiqiang Chuanyan moved first, and started with random shooting. Yiqiang Chuanyan rushed directly into the Yinyu formation. Wu Lang provided firepower cover from the rear. Damn it! Fortunately, the alliance didn't start friendly fire. The power of this kick was not weak. Yu Xingchen did not choose to join the front battlefield at the first moment, but did his favorite thing. There was a character on Yinyu's side who couldn't withstand the damage of Samsara. A shot through the clouds killed Ling Zhou. Ling Zhou. Out! Brother Ming. Give me some milk. Okay. The starry cross stood on his chest. And then a holy light hit the fighting format. I give you another one, Feng Xiangming said. However, before he could make a move, a gun stabbed him from behind. Help! Feng Xiangming shouted. The Yinyu people looked back, not knowing when Yu Xingchen appeared behind them. How did Yu Xingchen get around? The commentator was still in a state of confusion. Help! Feng Chum Yinyu aimed the staff at Yu Xingchen, and then concentrated on receiving the dark night flying shadow to hit Yu Xingchen. Swoosh! Yu Xingchen looked at the flying black line without panic, and skillfully operated the Z-shaped shaking to avoid the black arc shot by Feng Chum Yinyu. Oh my god! I was concentrating on receiving the flying shadow of the night. But I did it! I report. This person has Gui. Yinyu 6-man. Yu Gai. Also rushed to the front battlefield. But before that, Yu Xingchen had already solved Xinghan Qianlan in advance. Yu Xingchen killed Xinghan Qianlan. Xinghan Qianlan. Out! What? Yu Xingchen killed Xinghan Qianlan in front of everyone in Yinyu. This is intolerable. What is intolerable? Yu Xingchen once again became the target of Yinyu concentrated fire. After Lin and Keijing formed a seal on the spot, he swung the knife with magic waves to attack the enemy. At this time, the ninja sword will transform into fine and fluttering cherry blossoms. Ninja level 75 high damage skill Ninja Sakura killing Broken Moon. The only shortcoming of the ninja before was that it did not have a high single damage skill. And this time the honor level cap was updated, and the ninja just made up for this shortcoming. Level 75 skills. Whether it is Ingsha Shizuiyu or Exploding Flame Dragon, the damage is very high. Then, under the coverage of Yinyu's skills, there is an obstacle behind him that is more obvious than it is. Yu Xingchen was eventually beaten to death by Yinyu. However, the battle format was also buried with Yu Xingchen. Chapter 306 Zhou Yichen, who pays public taxes. While Feng Chum Yinyu eliminated Yu Xingchen personally, John Doguwen was also taken away by Yiqian Chuanyun. Yu Xingchen replaced Xinghan Qianlan and John Doguwen by himself. This deal was a big win for Samsara. But the anger of Yinyu people was dissipated a lot. The team battle can be lost, but Yu Xingchen must die. With the elimination of John Doguwen and Yu Xingchen, both teams have no frontal attackers. But Samsara has the biggest advantage over Yinyu. That is, the healer is still on the scene. For Yinyu, dragging it on means the end of his life. It is better to fight a general attack with Samsara before Yun Shanhua arrives. At present, the field is already at a disadvantage of 3v4. Once the sixth person of Samsara, Yun Shanhua, arrives, Yinyu will have no chance at all. And the most reliable way for Samsara is to retreat and wait for Yun Shanhua to arrive, and then fight a group. However, judging from the movement of Samsara, they had no intention of retreating. Wulong interrupted Feng Chung Yinyu chanting with an electric wave array. Bai Liaowan threw out the electric grenade, and Yu Gai Mijang wanted to blow it up. But the speed of the gun was obviously slower than Yiqiang Chuanyun. The grenade exploded in front of Yu Gai Mijang. Bang! Zizizizi! Lightning emerged from it, and Yu Gai Mijang, who was closest, was directly hit by the lightning, suffering light attribute magic damage and falling into paralysis. Feng Chung Yinyu wanted to support, but was affected by Shiagazirua's sacred fire. Lin and Keijing was stared to death by Wulong. Finally, after Yun Shanhua arrived, Samsara launched the last wave of attack, and Yu Gai Mijang took the lead and was eliminated by Bai Liaowan. Bai Liaowan killed Yu Gai Mijang. Yu Gai Mijang. Out! Even if Fengcheng Yenyu and Lin Nkajing tried their best to take Wulong away, the situation at this time was already beyond redemption for Yenyu. In the end, the two fell under the joint siege of Samsara. 100 Flowers Liuwan killed Lin Nkajing, and Ichiang Chuanyan killed Fengcheng Yenyu. Glory! Let us congratulate Samsara for winning this team match. They defeated Yenyu 7-3 away from home, and continued their winning streak. Yes, Samsara has completed 13 consecutive wins in the season after this battle. But they will face the challenge of Blue Rain in the 15th round. This was also the championship and runner-up duel last season. Today, Blue Rain also defeated 100 Flowers led by Yufeng with a score of 7-3. And the game of Tiny Herb today was also very thrilling. Tiny Herb lost all 3 singles games. Fortunately, their team competition is still as stable as ever. In the team match, the life-threatening attack of Yang Song, the captain of 301 degrees, paid off, and Feng Jingsha and Wang Jieshi Wangyuxing completed a 1-for-1 exchange. After Wang Jieshi was eliminated, Tiny Herb fell into an unprecedented predicament. At this time, Su Bin, the vice-captain of Tiny Herb, stood up and took over the responsibility of command. He helped Tiny Herb defeat his old club. After this battle, Tiny Herb fans also completely recognized the new vice-captain. The strong duel between Tyranny and Howling finally came to a conclusion, with Tyranny defeating Howling 7-3. The result of today's game was unexpectedly 7-3. And the media also had a wave of metaphysics. After the game between Samsara and Misty Rain, Samsara flew back to S City. Zhou Yichen stayed for one night because he had to pay public grain. In the 14th round, Samsara opponent was Yueyun, and Misty Rain's opponent was Shiguang. For both teams, it was an easy game. Needless to say, Samsara, except for a few teams that need attention, they don't even take other teams seriously. With the end of the 13th round, November quietly left. On December 1st, the league also announced that the winter transfer window of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League was officially opened. After paying the public grain, Zhou Yichen also returned to a city with heavy steps. I vaguely remember that day. Zhou Yichen went out with his waist supported. Oh my god! You've been squeezed dry. Zhang Jiala looked at Zhou Yichen's somewhat listless appearance and said, "There is a saying that is indeed true." Zhou Yichen stretched out his finger and said, "What?" Du Ming curiously leaned his head over. There are only cows that die from plowing, but not fields that are damaged by plowing. Oh. The Samsara people all understood. TSK. Can you play in the game the day after tomorrow? Fang Ninghua poured him a glass of water with a lot of wolfberries in it. Why not? I will recover soon. Zhou Yichen took the water cup confidently. Forget it. You should rest honestly. Jiang Buitao put his hand on Zhou Yichen's shoulder. The guild said that 2 new faces appeared in this socks-grabbing event, and their strength is okay. Jiang Buitao brought up the topic. New faces. What are you playing? Zhou Yichen asked after drinking some wolfberry water. Sharpshooter. Cough. Zhou Yichen choked. 2 sharpshooters? Yeah. Jiang Buitao nodded and said, the name is pretty nice. Let me see. Du Ming snatched Jiang Buitao's phone. Isn't the first place our old friend? Zhang Jiala took out his phone and opened the official website to look at the list. The top of this event was 3 words. Jun Mashu. The strength of the senior is still unquestionable. Jiang Buitao said. This name is really nice. Du Ming saw the 2 unfamiliar names that the guild had circled. Mo Gan Hui Shou and Who Doesn't Bow. This name. It sounds like a girl chose it. Zhou Yichen drank up the water, and he felt full of strength again. Maybe the other side is a macho man who likes little milk dogs like you the most. Du Ming bumped Zhou Yichen with his arm. Go away. Did the guild ask us to pay attention to these 2 people? No. We already have 2 top sharpshooters. But one of them is unwilling to appear. Fang Minghua smiled. It's not that I don't want to. 2 sharpshooters plus an ammunition expert and a magic swordsman. Why don't we team up to play FPS? Zhou Yichen spread his hands and said, Okay. Captain. I'm kidding. Happy was also discussing these 2 people. These 2 sharpshooters are interesting. Yi Xiu was obviously thinking. Do you think they are professional players? Wei Chen said. As for professional players, I only know of one company that has 2 top sharpshooters. Yi Xiu said. Samsara? Wei Chen blurted out. After all, he was also an undercover agent in Samsara. And he also played a training match with Samsara Team 1 in person. So you think these two are Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yichen vests? Wei Chen asked. Are you too proud of these two people? Or are you looking down on Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yichen? Yishio smiled. Wei Chen thought it made sense. He had seen Zhou Zikai and Zhou Yichen sharpshooters. One of them was a master of gun and body skills, and could perform at the highest level in both close combat and long-range combat. One of them had extremely high bullet accuracy, as if he had turned on automatic search for the enemy. Although these two were powerful, they were still far from the double weak. Wei Chao also had two sharpshooters. Xiao Yifan gave the information about Wei Chao. Wei Chao Yizuhui Liu Fei profession was a sharpshooter. No, they are not professional players, Yishio said affirmatively. There were two reasons. One was that all the major teams were preparing for the game. After all, there were games every week. The other was that if the first-line professional players were out, they would not be able to get their socks so easily. Can we win them over? Wei Chen asked. You can negotiate. Action is worse than thought. Yishio went directly to the online game to negotiate. On December 3rd, the 11th District of Honor officially opened, and the number of players in the new district reached a new high. On this day, the Happy Internet Cafe was packed, and Xinghua was so busy that she was exhausted. And in the evening, it was the 14th round of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League. When Samsara visited Yueyun, Zhou Yichen did what he said and did not play. But Samsara still easily defeated Yueyun 9-1. Yueyun is currently ranked 12th in the regular season. Facing Samsara, which is ranked 1st in the regular season, Yueyun has no power to resist. If only Sun Xiang hadn't left. A player from Yueyun's side. What's the difference between leaving and not leaving? It's just one becomes two, the captain of Yueyun said unhappily. You know, they also look forward to entering the playoffs. They were just a little bit away in the 7th season. In the first half of the 8th season, they saw the playoffs waving at them. As a result, Sun Xiang left for Excellent Era during the winter transfer period, and Yueyun no longer had the opportunity to enter the playoffs. While defeating Yueyun, Blue Rain also defeated Void in their home court. However, Lu Hanwen's performance is obviously not as strong as at the beginning of the season. Now his playing style has been studied thoroughly by other teams. Fortunately, under Yu Wenzhou's careful teaching, the young Lu Hanwen has become much more stable. In the Blue Rain press conference, Lu Hanwen also expressed his intention to challenge the major swordsman predecessors in the alliance, including Du Ming of Samsara. Du Ming also accepted Lu Hanwen's challenge, and the game was full of gunpowder before it even started. Chapter 307 Swordsman Duel. Light Sword vs. Heavy Sword. On December 3rd, Samsara visited G City. The 15th round of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League will be the championship and runner-up match of last season. Samsara, the first in the regular season, will play against Blue Rain, the third in the regular season. This match was undoubtedly broadcast on TV, and even some online second channels watched this match. After all, this match has attracted a lot of traffic, both in terms of gimmicks and star players. At 8 p.m., the match officially kicked off. Welcome to the 15th round of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League. This is the beautiful G City. Today, the two teams are Samsara and Blue Rain. First of all, let us welcome the Samsara team, the two-time champions of the 7th and 8th seasons of the Glory Professional League. Samsara, invincible. Samsara, invincible. Samsara, invincible. Samsara was led by Zhou Zikai to the stage. As the only team with two titles, Samsara popularity reached its peak this season. Some fans even couldn't get tickets for the away area, so they went to get tickets for Blue Rain fans. So if you look down the field, you will find that there are yellow cheers in the blue ocean. That is the Samsara fans who are fighting alone. Next, let's welcome the Blue Rain team, the champion of the 6th season of the Glory Professional League. Blue Rain. Blue Rain. Blue Rain. Yu Wenzhou, as always, led the team onto the stage with his coat on. Please give me more advice. Yu Wenzhou stretched out his hand to Zhou Zikai. Please give me more advice. TSK. The Galaxy battleship is so cool. Huang Xiaoyan smacked his lips. What? Are you envious? Zhou Yichen smiled and looked at Huang Xiaoyan. TSK. What's there to envy? We have the future genius player Lu Hanwen. Xiaowen said something harsh to him. Huang Xiaoyan pulled Lu Hanwen over. Hello. Senior, Lu Hanwen said politely. Hello, kid. You are much more polite than Mr. Huang. Get lost. See you on the court. Senior. Lu Hanwen looked at Du Ming. See you on the court? Du Ming was also very curious about Lu Hanwen's strength. Was he as strong as the media said? Without further ado, after the two teams left the court, the view shifted from the scene to the commentary booth. Hello everyone. I am today's commentator Bebe. Hello everyone. I am today's commentator Li Ju. Today, the two of us will comment on this championship match between the champions and runners-up last season. After the spotlight faded, the starting lineups of the two teams' individual matches were also announced on the big screen. Reincarnation, Du Ming. ID, Wu Xuangoyu. Occupation, Swordsman. Blue Rain, Lu Hanwen. ID, Lu Yun. Occupation, Swordsman. Map, Individual Arena, Glory Online Game version. This time, Lu Hanwen chose the same arena as the one in the Glory Online game. Not the competition version. The competition version is larger than the online game arena. Wow! The first match between the two sides is a duel between swordsmen of the same profession, said Bebe. This is also what the two players agreed before the game. To present a wonderful duel for all of us. Li Ju continued. Wu Xuangoyu silver weapon Bingza is a lightsaber, while Lu Yun's silver weapon Yinying is a heavy sword. Therefore, this is also a contest between lightsabers and heavy swords. Come on, kid. Don't say I bully you when the time comes, Du Ming said confidently. Humph. Don't cry if you lose to me. Senior. Lu Hanwen fought back strongly, then turned and walked towards the war room on the competition stage. Damn! This little brat. Du Ming's anger was ignited at once, and he had to teach this little brat a lesson. 99%, 100% Lu Yun. Loading completed. Wu Xuangoyu. Loading completed. Map, Personal Arena, Glory Online Game Edition. Loading completed. Come on. My passion is burning. Listening to the countdown. Du Ming blood boiled, and his hormones soared online, which proved that Du Ming was in an excited state. Before the countdown ended, both sides could see each other clearly. TSK, TSK, TSK. A little brat holding a heavy sword has a unique flavor, Du Ming imagined. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown ended, and both sides rushed towards each other. Wu Xuangoyu started with a 3-stage slash. Horizontal slash. Vertical slash. Wu Xuangoyu used the first 2 stages to move, and the third stage was the killer move. He hit Lu Yun with an upward strike, trying to make him float in the air. But Lu Yun would not be unprepared, and stepped back to avoid the upward strike. Then he swung the heavy sword to slash at Wu Xuangoyu, who also stepped back to avoid this sword. And Du Ming felt that the air in front of him was slapped away. Is this the power of the heavy sword? Swish. For a while, Lu Yun had swung 4 swords in a row, and Wu Xuangoyu was dodging and looking for opportunities. Now, after Lu Yun slashed the air downward, Wu Xuangoyu made her move. Draw the sword and slash. Wu Xuangoyu quickly drew out the scabbard and launched a slash at Lu Yun. This sword was very fast, even though Lu Hanwen reacted. Lu Yun was a little slow to raise the sword to block because of the heavy sword. As a result, he was hit on the shoulder by Wu Xuangoyu's sword slash. But this sword slash did not blow Lu Yun away, but only took a few steps back. Oh my god! How heavy is this sword? Du Ming complained in his heart. Wu Xuangoyu stabbed against the wind, and the sword circle directly enveloped Lu Yun. And Lu Yun did not choose to escape, but attacked with a heavy sword. The same sword slash. Fuck. Du Ming was dumbfounded. The sword slash used by the heavy sword was not that fast, but the range was larger. Wu Xuangoyu was covered by this sword slash, and then blew away. And Lu Yun waved the flame shadow towards the landing point of Wu Xuangoyu. Huh? Such a fast speed. Jiang Guotao was a little surprised. After all, the weight of this silver weapon was very heavy. But Liu Yun's speed showed no sign of slowing down. Shoes. Zhou Yichen saw the problem. That was Liu Yun's shoes. Put on straw shoes. It feels like flying. Before Wu Xuangoyu landed, Lu Yun teleported under him, holding the heavy sword with both hands and slashing upwards. Rising Dragon Slash. While causing physical damage, Wu Xuangoyu was forced to fall to the ground and failed to recover. Liu Yun took the opportunity to start the sword to rule the world, during which Liu Yun's attack power and attack speed increased significantly. Wu Shuangyu successfully stood up, and then met Lu Yun. Dang! The two swords intersected, and the two attacked very quickly, but it was obvious that Lu Yun had the advantage. Wu Shuangyu was constantly retreating. Lu Hanwen hand speed is good, Zhou Yichen said. The sword light, accompanied by splashing blood. The life of both characters was declining, but Wu Shuangyu's blood volume dropped much faster than Lu Yun. I won't lose, Du Ming roared, and Wu Shuangyu suddenly jumped up and slashed with his sword from behind. The sword shadows were colorful, like falling petals. Swordsman level 75 new move, Falling Blossom style. Lu Yun raised his heavy sword to block. Zheng! Wu Shuangyu eyes slag pierced Lu Yun flame shadow, producing a sharp metal friction sound. Lu Yun held the sword and went down, turning 180 degrees and slashing with the sword. The speed was very fast, and when Wu Shuangyu wanted to block with the sword, it was too late. This slash directly knocked Du Ming out. Swordsman level 75 new move, Meteor style. Beautiful counterattack. Huang Xiaoyan raised his arms and cheered. This move has some of my shadow. Are you praising him or yourself? Yu Wenzhou smiled. Both. Lu Yun took advantage of the victory to pursue, and his body shook quickly to produce afterimages. At this time, people found that there were already 7 sword shadows of Lu Yun on the field. 7 sword shadow steps. Lu Hanwen talent is really enviable. Beige was surprised to see Lu Hanwen easily use the 7 sword shadow steps. Looking at the 7 afterimages chasing him, Du Ming kept sliding his view. Left. Du Ming slid his right hand, and the silver blade slashed towards Lu Yun. But unfortunately, the sword energy went straight through Lu Yun. He got hit. Lu Hanwen was overjoyed, and Liu Yun's true body appeared behind Wu Shuangyu. This time with a sword storm. Swish. Lu Yun kept stabbing Wu Shuangyu back with multiple sword blades, and finally followed up with a horizontal slash, successfully taking Wu Shuangyu away. Glory. Let us congratulate Blue Rain's young player Lu Hanwen for winning the first individual game. In this swordsman duel, Lu Hanwen finally stood to the end. I lost to a little kid. Chapter 308 A different Zhang Jiala. Let's congratulate Blue Rain for winning the first game and leading Samsara 1-0. Lu Hanwen. Lu Hanwen. Lu Hanwen. Wow! Seeing their young player win the game, the Blue Rain fans gave him the warmest applause. Blue Rain's future star has stepped onto the stage of glory. On the field, Lu Hanwen enjoyed the applause from the audience, and Du Ming became Lu Hanwen's defeated opponent. In the future, whenever Lu Hanwen is mentioned, he will be pulled out. No! Du Ming can already imagine that scene. Senior, my strength did not disappoint you. Lu Hanwen raised his head and said to Du Ming, I hope my strength did not disappoint you. Du Ming smiled self-deprecatingly. I will remember this failure. See you next time. I will not lose. Du Ming's eyes were very firm. Next time, I will win too, Lu Hanwen said confidently. Back at the Samsara player seat, Du Ming couldn't hold back any longer. I'm playing a few rounds. Du Ming cursed. I was crushed by a little brat. I'm a human being. I'm not an ordinary little brat. Zhou Yichen shook his head and said, Indeed. His technique is very tough. And I heard that his lightsaber is stronger than his heavy sword. Jiang Butao pinched his chin and said, Well, because Blue Rain's lineup requires it. He used the heavy sword. Zhou Yichen analyzed. Blue Rain's team competition does not need 2 lightsabers, but a heavy sword to replace Yu Feng as the front attacker. Okay. It's my turn to perform. Zhang Jiala stood up from his seat. He drank a sip of water to moisten his throat, and then walked towards the stage. Coincidentally, Zheng Xian of Blue Rain also walked towards the stage. The two looked at each other in the audience. Zhang Jiala smiled, and Zheng Xian was numb. Are we playing Wuqi or LV Boyuan? I'm so stressed. Reincarnation, Zhang Jiala. ID, 100 flowers. Occupation, ammunition expert. Blue Rain, Zheng Xian. ID, guns and bullets. Occupation, ammunition expert. Map, personal arena, competition version. Wow! The second game is another same-class match. Beige was excited. The same-class match was the best. The last game was a swordsman match, and this one is an ammunition expert match. Did the two teams make an appointment before the game? Li Ju joked. It's a coincidence. Both games are strong matches. I haven't played against you for a long time, Zhang Jiala said to Zheng Xian. The last time we played, you were still in Baiwa. Zheng Xian smiled. Please give me more advice. Newcomer to reincarnation glory. Zhang Jiala stretched out his hand to Zheng Xian. Senior. Don't joke. You are the ancestor of ammunition experts. Zheng Xian and Zhang Jiala shook hands. That's Zhang Jiala from Baiwa. And the one standing in front of you now is Zhang Jiala from Luanhui. Is there a difference between the two? You know the difference later. 99%, 100% Baiwa Liao 1. Loading completed. Gunlan Danyu. Loading completed. Map, Personal Arena, Competition Edition. Loading completed. As the map in the center of the stage has been projected. Baiwa Liao 1 and Gunlan Danyu have been separated at the two corners of the map. 3, 2, 1. Fight. After the countdown ended, both sides rushed out at the same time. And soon they met in the center of the map. Gunlan Danyu started with a floating bullet, while Baiwa Liao 1 dodged the bullet and threw a grenade at him. Impact grenade. Baiwa Liao 1 used this grenade to close the distance between him and Gunlan Danyu. Gunlan Danyu naturally noticed this, so he threw a smoke bomb directly under his feet. And the smoke immediately spread. Zheng Xian is not stupid. Zhang Jiala created a unique close combat style of the ammunition expert. It is precisely because of the 100 flower style and Zhang Jiala unique style that many people love the profession of ammunition expert. But many people just copycat. And the only one who really mastered this style is Zhang Jiala, the original creator. Zhang Jiala successfully turned the ammunition expert from a facilitator into the team's main attacker. Zheng Xian has watched Zhang Jiala previous game videos many times, so he knows very well that once he gets close, his advantage will be gone. So he used smoke bombs to distance the two of them. Zhang Jiala is also very smart. Facing the diffused smoke, he manipulated Baiwa Liao 1 to throw a special grenade, which is a tracking grenade with a spiral wing. Baiwa Liao 1 threw the grenade into the smoke, and then raised his pistol to aim at the flying grenade. The moment it entered the smoke, the bullet was fired. Bang! Baiwa Liao 1 detonated the grenade, and the explosion caused by the grenade made the nearby smoke even bigger. At the same time, due to the release of energy in the explosion, the smoke on the field actually formed a small cloud. Not only that, the powerful impact force generated by the explosion directly knocked the gun rain of bullets away. And Baiwa Liao 1 successfully captured the opponent's trace. Smart. Yu Wenzhou only commented on this with 2 words. Zhang Jiala ammunition expert has reached perfection. Huang Xiaoyan commented. And more mature. Yu Wenzhou added. If it was before, Zhang Jiala would not hesitate to use the chaotic thunder. Zheng Xian is in danger. For Zheng Xian, bad news came one after another, and the smoke dissipated. What greeted him was Baiwa Liao 1 chaotic thunder. But Zheng Xian did not choose to wait for death on the spot, and also used chaotic thunder towards Baiwa Liao 1. 16 grenades exploded on the field at the same time. Boom! Wow! The whole screen is full of special effects. The holographic projection was full of special effects produced by various explosions, including blue lightning and green poisonous gas. And the special effects were varied. In the sky full of firelight, a figure suddenly appeared. Baiwa Liao 1 passed through the flames, and the floating bullet successfully hit the Gunlan Danyu, who was full of thunder damage. Gunlan Danyu was forced to float in the air. Click! Baiwa Liao 1 loaded the explosive bullet, and with a bang, the bullet with flame hit Gunlan Danyu, causing fire damage while Gunlan Danyu fell into a burned state, and the blood volume dropped to the red line. Baiwa Liao 1 replaced the ordinary bullet with an ice bullet, and finally with a flaming grenade exploded in front of Gunlan Danyu. Everything turned to ashes. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhang Jiala for winning this individual competition and tying the score 1-1. Why does it feel like Zhang Jiala won this game so easily? Wei Chen wondered. Only he knows whether it was easy or not. Yishio replied. I hope this defeat will make Zheng Xian realize something. Yu Wenzhou said that Zheng Xian's problem was very obvious. That is, he was too lazy. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing on his shoulders. You should know that when Zhang Jiala retired, Baiwa offered him the captain's title and the right to use Baiwa Liao 1, and would do its best to promote him. But in the end, he was rejected by Zheng Xian. The reason was simple. He felt too tired. Sometimes climbing up is also a kind of progress. Zhang Jiala only said one sentence to Zheng Xian after the game, then patted him on the shoulder and turned to walk off the stage. Climbing up? It's very stressful. Huh? So tired. Zhang Jiala took the water cup and drank it in big gulps. Didn't you cope with it easily from your performance? Zhou Yichen asked. Xiao Zhou. It's very tiring to play explosively, Zhang Jiala said helplessly. Even if he didn't admit it, age did leave a mark on him. Born in 1998. He is already 25 years old this year. And even with the end of 23 and the arrival of 24 in February, he will enter the 26-year-old mark, while Zhou Yichen in the team is just in his early 20s. The young Blue Rain player on the opposite side is even more terrifying. He debuted at the age of 14 and is almost an adult. I now fully agree with the rotation strategy proposed by Bo Tao, Zhang Jiala then said. If I really play 38 rounds now, I feel that my body will be exhausted. You really should exercise, Fang Minghua said on the side. Learn more from Han Wenqing. Damn! I can't be so self-disciplined. Zhang Jiala shook his head. It's better to kill me. At this time, the Tyranny player's seat, Zhao Yang, who also finished a personal match, maintained a very good state. How do you feel, Senior Zhao? Zhang Xinji asked. Not bad. Much better than before. It seems that the sparring with the Han team is still effective. Zhao Yang sighed. It's all tears to say more. Since the beginning of the season, he, Lin Jingyan, has been accompanying Han Wenqing in exercise. He exercises when he gets up in the morning and before going to bed at night. All of this was caused by the defeat to Vici Gaming in the playoffs last season. Vici Gaming old man tactics made Tyranny pay attention to the issue of age. Tyranny is the team with the oldest average player age among the 20 teams in the league. At the beginning, the two were in great pain. But as time went on, they became more and more proficient. How about I ask Senior Han to train you for a few days? Zhou Yichen suggested. If you want me to die, just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush. Zhang Jiala rolled his eyes. Everyone in the league didn't know that Han Wenqing was a fitness fanatic. And with his temper, it would be fatal if he didn't do well. You guys discuss it slowly. I go first. Wuqi walked out of the crowd. And the big screen also announced the list of the third individual match between the two teams. Samsara, Wuqi. ID, Cruel Silence. Occupation, Assassin. Blue Rain, Song Xiao. ID, Taluo Shaming. Occupation, Qigong Master. Map, Individual Arena, Competition Version. Chapter 309 What special hobbies does Zhou Yichen have? Let us congratulate Song Xiao for winning the third individual match. The current score is 2-1. And Blue Rain is temporarily in the lead. Damn! No room for me to play. Wuqi sighed. The Qigong Master's Cloud Body and Wind Body do restrain the assassin. After all, as long as they enter the skill range of the Cloud Body and Wind Body, no matter who they are, they will be exposed to the Qigong Master's field of vision. It can even accurately lock the target. The only side effect is that the Cloud Body and Wind Body consume too much mana and are easily interrupted. But Tao Luo Shaming activated the Cloud Body and Wind Body at the beginning. And Cruel Silence's traces were completely exposed to Tao Luo Shaming field of vision. The last life and death attack also missed. And Cruel Silence was caught by Tao Luo Shaming Cloud Hand. The Qigong explosion was followed by the Flash 100 Fissions. And Cruel Silence was filled up. With the end of the individual competition, the next thing to go is the competition of the two teams in the team arena. Compared to Blue Rain fans, Samsara fans are very confident about their team competition. 3 all-star players, including 2 titled masters, are guarding the team competition one after another. They have not lost a single game this season. But why would no team choose to put their high combat power in the team competition and fight against Samsara? It happened that Happy was also discussing this issue. And Ishio gave his answer. Because no team is sure to defeat Samsara in both weeks. So when they face Samsara, they will divide their combat power into individual competitions and try to score points. But I see that some teams' trump cards are left in the team competition. This is also the point that Winnie doesn't understand. In this case, wouldn't it be better to let the trump card players go to the individual competition to get a point? Defending the ring is not only a position. It has a more important meaning. Not everyone can sit in the position of defending the ring. Wei Chen said. The players in charge of defending the ring in each major team are all core players, including Han Wenqing of Tyranny, Huang Xiaotian of Blue Rain, Wang Jieshi of Tiny Herb, Li Xian of Void, and Zhou Zakai of Samsara. After all, their victory or defeat will determine the ownership of the 2 points in the regular season. 2 points is not too much. But it is not too little either. At this time, the list of the two teams and the order of the team ring match were also announced on the big screen. Samsara, Zhou Yichen. LV Buyuan. Zhou Zikai. Blue Rain, Lin Feng. Li Yuan. Wang Xiaoyan. Map, Personal Arena, Competition version. Go ahead. Lin Feng. Just in time to test whether your efforts these days have been effective. You won, Zhou said to Lin Feng. Well, I will perform well. Captain, Lin Feng said firmly. Lin Feng is now eager to prove himself. He debuted in the 7th season and has never played a team game so far. It was too difficult in Blue Rain. Yu Feng's departure originally gave him hope, but the newly joined Lu Han completely shattered his hope. His contract with Blue Rain is about to expire this season. Although Blue Rain intends to keep him, he also wants to go out and explore. Therefore, he is now looking for more opportunities to show himself and let other teams pay attention to him, so that he can have a future. Master, please give me more advice. Lin Feng. ID, Movie Fans. Occupation, Thief. Please give me more advice. Zhou Yichen. ID, Yu Xingchen. Occupation, Battle Mage. Although they both debuted in the 7th season, Zhou Yichen is now a big star under the spotlight, and is one of the 6 major titles in the league and a leader of the new generation. And he, Lin Feng, is still just a little transparent, and his future is full of uncertainty. It is too difficult to play the thief profession well, and only Fan Rui has done it in the league. Looking at Zhou Yichen's humble appearance, Lin Feng felt that he should win. Of course, this is also the view of many professional players on Zhou Yichen. Only those who are getting to know Zhou Yichen know that this kid is not humble at all when getting along with others. 99%, 100% EU Stardust. Loading completed. Movie Fans. Loading completed. Map, Personal Arena, Competition Edition. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The countdown ended. EU Stardust rushed out of the refresh area directly and rushed to the center of the map, while the Movie Fans chose to go around the edge and did not choose to confront EU Stardust head-on at the first time. The Movie Fans chose to take a detour, avoiding EU Stardust, and set a trap at the edge. But EU Stardust would not go there. The cup pointed out the key point. The location of the trap was too far away. Where is the person? Isn't it a combat thief? Come and fight! Zhou Yichen turned his view and waited in the center of the map for a long time without seeing the shadow of the Movie Fans. Just as EU Stardust looked to the side, the Movie Fans quietly appeared behind EU Stardust. The Movie Fan starts with a sneak attack, rushing forward with a dagger to backstab Yu Xingchen. If the sneak attack is successful, it will not only cause double the assassination damage, it will also produce a 3-second stiffness effect. Huh? So you're the one behind the scenes? Zhou Yichen laughed, slid the mouse, turned the view 180 degrees, and blocked the sneak attack of the fan with one hand. After unloading the force, he pushed his left hand forward, and with the falling cherry blossoms, this attack successfully hit the fan heart, the falling flower palm. Watching the fan fly backwards, Yu Xingchen swung his spear, and Halong Pajuan stabbed the fan with a gun. But the fan happened to have the escape activated, which directly resolved Yu Xingchen Halong Pajuan. Can the combat thief also max out the escape? Zhou Yichen asked in the public channel. No way. I'm afraid of death. Master, Lin Feng responded. Before Yu Xingchen made the next move, the fan disappeared in front of him. Did you turn on stealth? Zhou Yichen thought to himself. Yu Xingchen did not move, but kept sliding the mouse to rotate the view, trying to catch the clues left by the fan. At this time, the fan was not far from Yu Xingchen. After setting a trap for the retreat, the fan appeared and hit Yu Xingchen with a jumping knife. Although the fan move was fast enough, Zhou Yichen's reaction was faster. Yu Xingchen shivered in a Z shape and directly avoided the fan jumping knife. What kind of anti-human reaction is this? The cup exclaimed. What kind of anti-human hand speed is this? Li Ju exclaimed. Zhou Yichen, well, I'm not a human. Sky Strike. Yu Xingchen's spear successfully floated the fan. But this time, the fan learned his lesson and did not make a show of fancy effects. The fan jumped twice in the air and successfully countered the floating effect of the Sky Strike. Air jump. The fan turned around in the air and quickly stretched his foot to jump directly to Yu Xingchen's ankle. Broken ankle? Yu Xingchen did not retreat. With his left foot in front and his right foot behind, holding the spear in both hands. Yu Xingchen retracted his left foot and leaned to the right the moment the fan kicked him. While dodging the fan kick, he used the spear. Yu Xingchen aimed at the fan kidney. Puff! The round dance stick, which was at full level and swung more than 180 degrees, was so powerful that it stabbed the fan to the ground. Not good. Lin Feng panicked and fell to the ground and hit Yu Xingchen with a club. It was a pity that the club failed to hit Yu Xingchen's head, so it naturally did not cause a dizzy effect. Yu Xingchen pulled out the spear that was inserted into the fan kidney. Puff! Yu Xingchen round dance stick caused the fan to trigger the bleeding effect. The moment the spear was pulled out from the fan waist, the blood on his body could not stop flowing. It's true that stabbing the waist can easily trigger bleeding. I do it this way in the future. Huang Xiaoyan watched Zhou Yichen operation, his eyes rolling. But Yu Xingchen has armor, so it seems that it's not that easy to stab. Then stab Zhang Jiala. Hee hee. What are you talking about? Yu Wenzhou slapped Huang Xiaoyan back to reality. It's over. Ah? So fast. The situation was one-sided. Yu Xingchen suppressed the fans without even using high-level skills. You don't like traps so much. I suggest you switch to assassin. Really? Zhou Yichen said in the public channel. Lin Feng has become a somewhat extreme combat thief, with full damage skills and basically no upgrades to trap skills. Then why not play assassin? I suggest you learn more about Feng Rui trap layout. Zhou Yichen continued to kill people and stab people. Lin Feng was furious when he heard the text bubble sent by Zhou Yichen. Then, Yu Xingchen Haolong Piju and pierced his body. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for defeating Lin Feng with only 7% of his health. Well, I think what Zhou Yichen said in the game makes sense. Lin Feng neglected the use of traps too seriously, Beige said after watching. Yes, Lin Feng is a bit extreme. Of course, how to change is what Blue Rain has to do. Li Ju nodded and said. In the first game, only 7% of the opponent's health was consumed, which is obviously unqualified. There was no time to feel sad for Lin Feng elimination. The next person to rush to the battlefield was Blue Rain's second-year freshman Li Yuan. Chapter 310, Zhou Yichen is very angry. He started the game in the ring, but only knocked down 7% of the opponent's health, which is obviously unqualified, even if the opponent is a title-level character. A thief with so many means will not be unable to knock down even a double-digit health. The reason is very simple. That is, Lin Feng completely ignored the importance of traps. You must know that traps are the soul of thieves. If you don't use traps, why not play assassins? Zhou Yichen's question is very sharp. It deeply touched Lin Feng's soul. When he returned to the Blue Rain player seat, he didn't say a word. Yu Wenzhou didn't say anything to comfort him. He knew that what Lin Feng needed now was not comfort, but to calm down and think about whether to transform or change his extreme style. Lin Feng can naturally rely on his extreme style to suppress some inferior players, but it is simply a fantasy to want to go further. Go back and see how Feng Rui sets traps. Yu Wenzhou only said one sentence. Yes, Captain. Lin Feng agreed, which also proved that he didn't want to change his job. In his opinion, changing jobs is equivalent to self-destruction, and abandoning the original job is doomed to have a bad end. The most typical example is Sun Xiang, who is no longer in the league. Now you can see many articles criticizing Sun Xiang blind transformation on the internet, thinking that if Sun Xiang did not go to Excellent Era but chose to go to Baihua, he would have become a top player in the league. You said Zhou Yichen also transformed? But he entered the Samsara youth training camp with the help of a battle mage and won the Glory Best Newcomer King. Blue Rain, Li Yuan. ID, 8 notes. Occupation, Summoner. Li Yuan. Go ahead. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. There is Xiaoyan behind you. Yu Wenzhou patted Li Yuan on the shoulder. Well, I will. Looking at the slightly nervous Li Yuan, Yu Wenzhou had a headache. You know, in the finals against Samsara last year, Li Yuan didn't even have a chance to play, which was naturally not because Yu Wenzhou was unwilling to give him a chance to practice. It was Li Yuan's first time on the final stage, and his legs were shaking. He was seen by everyone in the Samsara world. He was trembling when he spoke, as if he was stuttering. Yu Wenzhou naturally didn't dare to let him go on stage, and frantically gave Li Yuan psychological counseling. He was not afraid of losing, but was afraid that Li Yuan would not be able to withstand the stimulation after going on stage, and that he would faint on the stage and be finished. After that, Blue Rain invited a professional psychologist to give Li Yuan psychological counseling during the off-season. This season is obviously much better. Come on, Li Yuan. Beat him for me, Huang Xiaoyan encouraged. Thank you. I will try my best not to be beaten by him. Seeing that Li Yuan still had the leisure to joke, Yu Wenzhou was relieved. Li Yuan sat on the competition stage. If he used a poem to describe what he saw in front of him, it would be a bird's eye view of all the mountains. Come on! Li Yuan cheered himself up, and then inserted the card to enter the loading interface. 99%, 100% EU Stardust. Loaded. 8 nodes. Loaded. Map, Personal Arena, Competition version. I say, since the summoner is already on the field, why choose the arena map? Isn't that a free gift? Some viewers were confused. To train these two young players. Some fans speculated. I am worried about the future of our Blue Rain. Some fans have begun to worry about the future. Oh, I haven't played the summoner for a long time. What are the skills? Zhou Yichen rubbed his temples and recalled the summoner's skills in his mind. Summoners are not only scarce in online games, but also among professional players. It is very easy to get started, but it is very difficult to master. Moreover, many people do not welcome summoners when fighting bosses or dungeons in a group. If too few summoned beasts are summoned, the output will be very weak, which is like paddling. If too many summoned beasts are summoned and the command is not good, the chaos will block the movement of teammates, the teammates' view or the teammates' attack, which is very annoying. Therefore, many summoner players play dungeons alone, which is their only advantage. 3, 2, 1. Fight! After entering the game, 8 notes quickly ran towards the middle lane. Yu Xingchen was not afraid either, and would not be cowardly because the opponent had too many summoned beasts. Don Quixote once said, recklessness is closer to bravery than cowardice. The two met in the middle lane, and 8 notes immediately summoned 2 spirits, lightning and fire. The collision of lightning and fire produced an overload reaction that directly exploded Yu Xingchen. After seeing the effect of his attack, 8 notes summoned a small flying dragon. Little flying dragon, launch a fire attack. Whoosh! Yu Xingchen dodged the fire attack of the small flying dragon with a side flip. The 2 spirits of lightning and fire disappeared, and 8 notes immediately added 2 spirits of ice and darkness. Damn! Don't let me get close to you. If I get close to you, you will suffer. Yu Xingchen has been looking for an opportunity to get close to Banyan, while Banyan is frantically summoning summoned beasts to stop Yu Xingchen from getting close. Cup Mouth explained frantically. At the moment when the little flying dragon disappeared, Banyan hurriedly made up for the ice wolf. The ice wolf opened its fangs and bit towards Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen knocked it to the ground with a crushing blow. Then he continued to make up for the fallen ice wolf. Puff! Just when Yu Xingchen was about to give the ice wolf a fatal blow, Banyan summoned the civet cat. The civet cat successfully attracted the hatred of Yu Xingchen, and then summoned the Death Knight again to perform a 3-line operation. Li Yuan perspective kept switching between the real body, the Death Knight, and the civet cat. In his eyes, the ice wolf was already a corpse. Sure enough, even though the civet cat attracted the hatred of Yu Xingchen, Zhou Yichen took away the remaining blood of the ice wolf with the range damage of the 100 Dragon Meteor. And Li Yuan wanted to use the hatred of the civet cat to let the Death Knight shoot Yu Xingchen. But although the Death Knight has high damage, its reaction and action are too slow. He was easily dodged by Yu Xingchen. After taking away the spirit cat, Zhou Yichen's anger reached the highest value. Die for me! Seeing Yu Xingchen rushing over, 8 notes summoned the 65th level summoned beast Demon Flower. The Demon Flower has 3 attack methods. The poisonous stamens of the Demon Flower emit poisonous mist, which will cause poisoning and magic damage to the enemy hit. The attacks caused by the ground spikes at the roots of the Demon Flower will cause physical damage, and the vines will also be extended to bind the enemies within the range. The leaves of the Demon Flower will grab the enemy in front and bite it like a bloody mouth, which can cause physical damage. Humph! Can you stop me with just a flower? Zhou Yichen snorted coldly, and Yu Xingchen opened the magic pattern that relied on the summoned beast. This time he chose the fire attribute magic pattern, and then launched the pattern. The fire attribute flash pattern automatically tracked the flower of the demon world and the 8 notes. Although the 8 notes avoided the damage caused by the flash pattern explosion, the magic flower that could not move could not do anything. The flash pattern hit the magic flower, and the flame immediately ignited the magic flower. And the magic flower withered in an instant. Zhou-Yichen's choice of flash pattern is too good. Fire attribute magic attacks will have a very high damage bonus to the magic flower. The magic flower of the 8 notes was strangled to death in the cradle before it attacked, Li Ju said, seeing the magic flower being wiped out before it even opened its mouth. Li Yuanren was numb, looking at Yi Yuxingchen getting closer and closer. The 8 notes chose to summon a goblin to block Yi Yuxingchen. After the goblin was summoned, it raised a stone and threw it at Yi Yuxingchen. Yi Yuxingchen dodged the stone thrown by the goblin sideways, and then stabbed it to death with a shot. The 8 notes switched to the perspective of the Death Knight. Seeing Yi Yuxingchen about to pass the Death Knight, Li Yuan used Whiplash, holding the whip to whip the Death Knight. The whipped Death Knight would be more diligent, and both the attack speed and movement speed would be increased. In order to ensure his own safety, 8 notes also summoned a Thunder Eagle beside him. However, at the moment when the Death Knight opened his legs and waved his fists, Yi Yuxingchen slid directly from under the Death Knight's crotch and came to the front of 8 notes. Surprising or not, when Zhou-Yichen used Dragon Fang to stiffen 8 notes, he still had time to tease his opponent in the public channel. Li Yuan reacted quickly and used the skill of alternation directly at the moment of being stiffened. However, his idea was to switch positions with the Death Knight not far away. But alternation allows the summoner to instantly exchange positions with the nearest summoned beast, and the closest to 8 notes is the Thunder Eagle beside him. So a funny scene appeared. 8 notes flashed from Yi Yuxingchen eyes to Yi Yuxingchen head. 8 notes gave Yi Yuxingchen a hat trick. Thank you. You can even fly to the sky, Zhou-Yichen typed. What a clever guy. Zhou-Yichen's words almost made Huang Xiaotian sick of his lunch. Li Yuan looked embarrassed, obviously disgusted by Zhou-Yichen's words. It turns out that there is an opponent who is equal to Huang Xiaotian. Li Yuan thought in his heart. I am very angry now. Let you calm me down. Chapter 311. The special effects are very good, but useless, because the 8 notes and the Thunder Eagle swapped positions. The Thunder Eagle fell in front of Yi Yuxingchen and was stabbed to death by him. The 8 notes, which was in a stiff state and had not yet landed, was forced to float in the air by Yi Yuxingchen's Sky Strike. Since Yi Yuxingchen had a full-level Sky Strike, the floating effect was very good, and the magic damage was also very high. Yi Yuxingchen activated the Shadow Step and continuously comboed at the floating 8 notes. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, the clumsy Death Knight was still on the way. Take off. Yi Yuxingchen condensed his fighting spirit and released it in reverse, and the spear spiraled towards the 8 notes in the air. Battle Mage level 75 big move Flying Dragon in the sky. The 8 notes was knocked out, and the Death Knight finally arrived at the battlefield and slapped it. Boom! The sound was loud, but the speed was too slow, and Yi Yuxingchen easily dodged it. Yi Yuxingchen did not choose to chase the 8 notes, but first solved the big guy in front of him. Puff! Puff! Yi Yuxingchen's white spear tip went in, and the red spear tip came out. Successfully strangled the Death Knight. The 8 notes had already recovered. Li Yuan quickly operated, and 2 of each of the 4 types of elves, thunder, fire, ice, and dark, appeared on the field. Then the 2 elves merged into a big elf. Is this to summon the Elf King? Zhou-Yichen guessed. However, the 4 big elves summoned by the 8 notes did not gather together. Huh? Zhou-Yichen did not understand. If the Elf King was not synthesized, it meant that Li Yuan had to operate on 5 lines. Are you kidding me? Zhou-Yichen did not believe that Li Yuan could operate on 5 lines. And the big elves served to synthesize the Elf King. The Elf King is the most powerful of the summoned beasts, with many small skills, including elemental cutting, elemental cracks, and elemental cannons. Although the Elf King's skill damage is very high, its cooling time is extremely long, and the skills consume more mana. But the Elf King can be on the field for up to 4 minutes, which can last a long time on the field. Therefore, facing the summoner's Elf King, you can only outwit and not attack violently. Why doesn't Li Yuan synthesize the Elf King? This way, there will be no shortage of damage in front row. The cup asked. Want to deal more magic damage? But I feel that the Elf King is more suitable. Li Ju nodded in affirmation. Yishio, what do you think? Wei Chen asked. What is Li Yuan's intention of not synthesizing the Elf King? Yishio thought about it. He was not called Glory Textbook for nothing. But Yishio went through the summoner's skills in his mind. But unfortunately, he did not find a breakthrough point. I know. Bowsy shouted. What do you know? Others turned their eyes to Bowsy. He wants to kill the opponent with damage, Bowsy said immediately. Oh my god. Bowsy, you are a genius. Yishio suddenly thought of something. High damage. He thought of the summoner's latest level 75 ultimate move. Elf Sacrifice. The summoner chants the spell on the spot, and then a magic circle will be generated in front to sacrifice his own summoned beast. The damage is very explosive. Luoji had talked to him about this skill a few days ago. He thinks that this skill has strong creativity. This is going to be a big one for Yu Xingchen. Yishio seemed to have thought of something. The fact is just as Yishio thought. When the 8 notes summoned the Elf King to hold Yu Xingchen, he raised his staff and summoned the little dragon whose skill CD had been turned over again. Something is wrong. It must be 120% wrong. Zhou Yichen became alert. But he couldn't think of what was wrong in his mind. What is the level 75 ultimate move of the summoner? This made Zhou Yichen think. And he really couldn't think of it. There are no summoner players in the first and second teams of the Samsara team. And the proportion of summoners in the youth training camp is also very small. Although I learned about the opponent's profession before the game. Human memory is so wonderful. Just like an exam. I paid attention to it before the exam. But I forgot it completely during the exam. But after the exam? It appears in your mind. 8 notes did not give him time to think about what was wrong. The 4 big elves and the little dragon rushed straight towards Yu Xingchen. Oh my god. It's the elf sacrifice. Damn it. Zhou Yichen then remembered the new ultimate move of the summoner at level 75. Jiang Guodao also talked about this outrageous range skill. After thinking it through, Zhou Yichen controlled the Yu Xingchen to retreat without looking back. At this time, a magic circle suddenly formed under Yu Xingchen feet, with a very large range. I know. It's the elf sacrifice. The cup suddenly realized that as a professional commentator, not only should he be good at playing glory himself, but he should also have a certain understanding of each profession. If he doesn't even know the skills, he is too amateur. The elf is going to self-destruct. Li Ju also woke up. As the holy light on the elf became brighter and brighter, the magic circle took shape, and the 4 big elves and the little dragon in the middle of the formation disappeared on the spot. And then the light energy gathered. Boom! Yu Xingchen, who had just escaped from the magic circle, was blown away under the illumination of white light. As the holy light disappeared, Yu Xingchen figure was no longer on the screen. However, people can see from the blood bar on the big screen that although Yu Xingchen blood volume has decreased, it is not particularly much. Oh my god. It's a good thing that I escaped at the last second. Zhou Yichen's heart is beating fast now. This is more exciting than playing in the finals. After all, the special effects are too spectacular. Damn. It's so cool. But it only hits so little blood. Wang Xiaoyan said, holding the back of his head. You have to know that Zhou Yichen realized in advance that he had run out of the range of the magic circle. If he stayed in the center, his blood volume would at least drop by a large tube. Yu Wanzhou analyzed. This skill may be very effective in team competitions, but the startup speed is too slow in single-player competitions. Yu Wanzhou then said, well, the special effects are full marks. And the damage is 8.8 points. The cup commented. After sacrificing the elves, it's time to sacrifice yourself. Zhou Yichen manipulated Yu Xingchen to stand up and kill towards Banyan. Damn it. Why didn't I blow him up? Li Yuan regretted that the summoned beasts in Banyan's hands were all on CD. And the goblin and ice wolf were about to be ready. If Li Yuan wanted to survive, he had to hold on until the CD of both was ready. But Zhou Yichen would not give him this chance. A summoner without a summoned beast is no different from a human machine. Seeing Yu Xingchen attacking, Banyan raised the magic circle and summoned vines to emerge from the ground. And then the vines hit Yu Xingchen. Your resistance is weak. Yu Xingchen easily twisted away the attack of the vines, and stabbed him to the ground with a round dance stick. And then Phantom Dragon Fong followed with the falling flower palm to slap him away. And finally, at the moment when the CD of the 8 notes summoned beast was ready, a straight stab ended his delusion. Glory. Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for winning this game. Although Li Yuan 8 notes had an explosive effect, Yu Xingchen only lost 28% of his health, with the 7% that Lin Feng had knocked off before. Yu Xingchen still has 65% of his health. Summary after the cup game. And Yu Xingchen mana is quite healthy. Li Ju added. After all, Yu Xingchen only used Halong Pijuan and Filong Ziqian for the big mana-consuming moves, and used more low-level skills at other times. This is enough to show how powerful Zhou Yichen is now. That's right. Is this all my careful planning? Li Yuan laughed at himself. He originally thought that although his 8 notes could not defeat Zhou Yichen and Yu Xingchen, it could at least suppress his health very low. But the fact is that he couldn't beat him. It's okay. Go back and study the details carefully. This is what Yu Wenzhou said to Li Yuan after he stepped down. Yu Wenzhou believes that the summoner role has a relatively high development potential. If he were not a clumsy player, Yu Wenzhou would have wanted to try the summoner profession. With Zhou Yichen's success in defeating Li Yuan with a 1-on-2, the last player of Blue Rain's team competition is about to appear on the stage. Blue Rain's ace player Huang Xiaotian. This is a duel between 2 band players. And if Huang Xiaotian loses to Zhou Yichen, then Zhou Yichen 1-on-3 team record will also be engraved with Blue Rain's name. Chapter 312 sees the initiative and attack. We won't be outnumbered. Right. Xiaotian? Yu Wenzhou smiled. The captain's smile didn't make Huang Xiaotian feel warm, but rather a little creepy, seeing that Huang Xiaotian hadn't promised yet. What do you want to eat tonight? Yu Wenzhou suddenly said. Eat? Zheng Xian didn't understand. Are they talking about what to eat before the game is over? How about okra? Yu Wenzhou's ulterior motive was exposed. No. Captain. I promise I will kill Zhou Yichen. That little bastard. If I can't kill him, I bring my head to you. Huang Xiaotian quickly promised Yu Wenzhou. He never wanted to see okra again. Xiaotian. I still believe in you very much. Yu Wenzhou patted Huang Xiaotian's shoulder. Uh-huh. Huang Xiaotian laughed awkwardly, and then walked towards the stage. Is it necessary for the captain to stimulate Huang Xiao so much? Zheng Xian asked. Sometimes forcing him a little will have unexpected results. Yu Wenzhou explained. Blue Rain, Huang Xiaotian. ID, Night Rain. Occupation, Swordsman. Blue Rain's defending player is Huang Xiaotian, who is familiar to all of us. This is also a duel between 2 titles. Cup said. Yes. Sword Saint Night Rain versus God of War Yu Xingchen. Full? Li Ju smiled. Zhou Yichen and Huang Xiaotian have officially fought twice, both in the last season. Cup showed the data. One was in the regular season, and one was in the finals. Both times Zhou Yichen won the final victory. The record of the 2 people's fights. Zhou Yichen is currently 2-0 Huang Xiaotian. But this time Huang Xiaotian has a great chance to get back a point. After all, Yu Xingchen health is only 65%, while Night Rain is full. Does this fight count? Cup asked. You should know that in the first 2 encounters, both of them were in full health. Although there was a bonus from the big tree in the first encounter. Zhou Yichen defeated Huang Xiaotian in the second finals. It counts? Why not? A fan shouted. That's right. Even if he has only 1 drop of blood. It counts. God of War Yu Xingchen vs Sword Saint Yu Shengfan. 99%. 100% Yu Shengfan. Loading completed. Yu Xingchen. Loading completed. Map, Personal Arena, Competition Edition. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1. Fight. Boom. At the moment the countdown ended, Yu Shengfan rushed out with full power. And Yu Xingchen did not beat around the bush and rushed to the center of the map. Hey. Why is the chatterbox silent today? Zhou Yichen asked in a typing voice in the public channel. If you randomly ask anyone in the Glory Circle who is the strongest person in Glory now, the answers may be varied, because everyone has different opinions. So there is no standard answer. Maybe there will be one later. But if your question is who talks the most during a match, then the standard answer must be Huang Xiaotian. And you can judge Huang Xiaotian's state based on how much he talks. If he talks a lot, it means that Huang Xiaotian is very relaxed and has a normal mind. If he doesn't talk too much, it means that Huang Xiaotian is very focused and can't even think about trash talking. For example, now, Zhou Yichen can guess Huang Xiaotian's mental state. I guess, if you lose, you have to eat okra again. Zhou Yichen typed. Zhao, why are you talking so much nonsense? This is a match. Can you focus on the match? Wait for death. Huang Xiaotian spoke a series of words as soon as he opened his mouth. And it also has a screen swiping function. That's right. Zhou Yichen replied. As soon as the voice fell, Yu Shengfan appeared in Yu Xingchen field of vision. Yu Shengfan jumped up and took the lead with a rare silver blade. Obviously Huang Xiaoyan wanted to seize the initiative in the early attack. Yu Xingchen dodged the sword energy of the silver blade, and Yu Shunfan used 3-stage slash to move. The second stage of the vertical slash successfully approached Yu Xingchen. Clang! The spear and the lightsaber intersected. Upward thrust. Continuous thrust. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Huang Xiaoyan started his text bubble output again. But the text bubble is not as effective as before, because the Alliance has specially released a transparent function. So now players can adjust the transparency of the text bubble in the settings. That's right. Our Huang Xiaoyan was cut by the Alliance again. After all, the introduction of the team voice. Everyone knows that Blue Rain has benefited the most. However, the introduction of the text bubble transparency function is not aimed at Huang Xiaoyan by the Alliance. The main reason is that in the large-scale melee, to grab the wild map boss in the online game, some people specialize in acting as the on-site water army, purely talking, and madly brushing text bubbles. As a result, some players were killed by the boss. This also seriously affected the player experience. Therefore, the Alliance introduced this function, and Huang Xiaoyan was affected. Yu Xingchen dodged Yu Shunfan continuous thrusts with a Z-shaped shake, and pushed out his left palm, hitting Yu Shunfan with a falling flower palm. But Yu Shunfan dodged it by taking a step back. The two had fought too many times in team competitions and privately, and they knew each other's fighting style very well. Rising Dragon Slash. Yu Shunfan approached again, made a half-body spin, and then slashed down with the sword to hit Yu Xingchen. Falling Phoenix Slash. Yu Shunfan unexpected slash did not yield any results. On the contrary, this attack was predicted by Zhou Yichen. Although Huang Xiaoyan typed Rising Dragon Slash, when Zhou Yichen saw Yu Shunfan action, he knew it was Falling Phoenix Slash. So Zhou Yichen controlled Yu Xingchen to put away the gun and take a step back to avoid his slash. A little cold light came first, and then the gun came out like a dragon. Dragon Fang. Before Yu Shunfan finished his move, Yu Xingchen shot with one hand. Huang Xiaoyan reacted very quickly, holding his sword upright in front of him to block. Clang! Although this attack failed to make Yu Shunfan paralyzed, the power brought by the full level pushed Yu Shunfan back several meters. Yu Xingchen took the opportunity to regain the initiative of the attack, swung the war spear, and swept towards Yu Shunfan with a crushing blow. Yu Shunfan leaned back to avoid the sweep. Yu Shunfan turned around with a sideways turn, and then released a sword energy with the sword to slash at Yu Xingchen. Sky Sword Strike. After Yu Xingchen dodged the sword energy sideways, he aimed the tip of the spear at Yu Xingchen. And then, the war spear turned into several afterimages and stabbed Yu Shunfan. Phantom Dragon Fang. 5 afterimages appeared in front of Yu Shunfan. What? 5 phantoms. Zhou Yichen hand speed and operation accuracy are too perfect. The cup couldn't help but admire. The war spear successfully stabbed Yu Shunfan, causing physical damage. Unfortunately, the Phantom Dragon Fangs do not produce dazzling patterns. Huang Xiaoyan will not be suppressed to death by Zhou Yichen like this. Li Ju guessed. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Huang Xiaoyan counterattacked. Seeing the phantom disappear, Yu Shunfan blocked Yu Xingchen Dragon Gall with his sword again, and then cut Yu Xingchen with his sword along the spear. The speed was so fast that Yu Xingchen had no time to put away his gun to block, and the sword directly cut Yu Xingchen's chest, slashing against the wind. Yu Shunfan counterattack was very fast, and the timing was very good. Yu Xingchen had no time to dodge. He is worthy of being an opportunist. Huang Xiaoyan. The cup that had just praised Zhou Yichen operation now praised Huang Xiaoyan again. This kid's grasp of timing is still so accurate. Wei Chen saw Huang Xiaoyan operation and recalled the days when he dug Huang Xiaoyan. Huang Xiaoyan is undoubtedly one of the best in the Alliance in terms of grasping opportunities. Yishio affirmed. When Huang Xiaoyan was robbing bosses all over the world, he relied on grasping the timing. Often, before others could react, he would kill the boss with one sword, then collect the materials and run away. Only the voice was heard, but not the person. Yu Shunfan counterattack was not over yet, and he approached Yu Xingchen. Before he made a move, the sword energy emerged from the tip of the sword. Yu Shunfan swung the sword to release the sword energy, which hit Yu Xingchen and then blew him away. Immortal pointing the way. Ha ha ha. Let me find an opportunity. Go to hell. Huang Xiaoyan laughed. Yi Yuxiangfan activated the sword to rule the world. And the sword energy surged from the tip of the sword again. Yi Yuxiangfan also gained the bonus of attack power and attack speed. Yi Yuxiangfan was bound to take Yi Yuxingchen away in one wave. After all, there is an idiom that goes, delay leads to change. Yi Yuxingchen, who had successfully received his body before landing, was just swept by the sword energy of Jian Ding Tianxia, while causing some physical damage. He was also in a state of stiffness, although the time was very short. In a high-intensity duel, this time was enough to be fatal. Looking at Yi Yuxingchen, who was in a state of stiffness, Yi Yuxiangfan got close and attacked with a rising dragon slash. Swish! Yi Yuxingchen was hit by the rising dragon slash and was forced to fall to the ground. Blade storm. Yi Yuxiangfan waved his sword and kept stabbing at the fallen Yi Yuxingchen. Hiss! The sound of the sword piercing the air was as shrill as a storm. The increased attack power and attack speed of Jian Ding Tianxia made this blade storm more damaging. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. That's all you have to say? Huang Xiaoyan typed and mocked in the public channel. Just when Huang Xiaoyan was getting carried away, Zhou Yichen counterattack began. Chapter 313. The Dragon of the Soaring Sky is circling. Yi Yuxingchen rolled to avoid Yi Yuxiangfan thrust, then quickly stood up. When Yi Yuxiangfan came to kill him, Yi Yuxingchen rotated his spear with both hands, with an arc of more than 180 degrees, and stabbed Yi Yuxiangfan directly. Yi Yuxiangfan stabbed Yi Yuxingchen with his sword. At this time, the advantage of the spear was reflected, and the attack distance was longer than that of the lightsaber. As a result, Yi Yuxingchen Dragon Gallbladder stabbed Yi Yuxiangfan first, grabbing him and throwing him to the ground. Now the initiative of the attack came to Yi Yuxingchen. Damn! I was careless. Huang Xiaoyan slapped his little head. A little regretful, but his regret could not exchange for Zhou Yichen mercy. Sky Strike. Yi Yuxingchen held the Dragon Gallbladder and picked up the fallen Yi Yuxiangfan with the tip of the spear. Yi Yuxiangfan was forced to float in the air, and Yi Yuxingchen swung his spear and started to attack Yi Yuxiangfan with a shadow step. The director also deliberately cut to the victim's perspective. From Yi Yuxiangfan perspective, the audience couldn't even see Yi Yuxingchen's shadow. They could only see the white light at the tip of the spear. Zhou Yichen hand speed his sword, and it will soon break through 400. The cup observed the changes in Zhou Yichen hand speed in the lower right corner of the big screen. Yi Yuxingchen knocked Yi Yuxiangfan out with a wrathful dragon piercing the heart, and Yi Yuxiangfan stabilized his body in the air and then successfully recovered. Yi Yuxingchen did not choose to chase, but began to accumulate power on the spot. The long-lost Fu Long Xiang Tian. However, just when Yi Yuxingchen was about to release, Yi Yuxiangfan used his sword energy to chop at Yi Yuxingchen, who was accumulating power. Yi Yuxingchen naturally would not choose to give up accumulating power, and took the sword energy that was cut. However, just when Zhou Yichen thought Yi Yuxiangfan was going to be at the end of his rope, "Ha! You've fallen for it!" Huang Xiaoyan suddenly typed and mocked. Yi Yuxiangfan controlled the sword energy again, and this time the sword energy actually forced Yi Yuxingchen to move and change direction. And Fu Long Xiangtian also took action. "Ha! Where is your dragon going?" Huang Xiaoyan caught Zhou Yichen now, so he had to mock him to death. This is the return wind style of the 4 sword styles of the swordsman at level 75. Beige also popularized the 4 sword styles of the swordsman to the audience friends who don't play swordsman. However, Zhou Yichen did not cut off the control of Fu Long Xiangtian. At this time, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. The bright dragon in the air swung its dragon body, and then raised its dragon head and drew a circle in the air. Zhou Yichen reversed the direction of Fu Long Xiangtian through extreme operation. Fuck! Huang Xiaotian was stunned. What kind of operation was this? This daze caused Huang Xiaotian to miss the best opportunity to attack. Ah! Yishio pupils dilated, and he was obviously also shocked by Zhou Yichen operation. My god! It's a miracle! At this time, a battle mage player in the audience exclaimed, and soon the whole audience burst into warm applause. Wow! But I am uneducated. I can travel the world with one sentence. Did you see it? Did you see it? I saw it. Stop pulling my shoulder. Beep. Fu Long Xiang Tian can be played like this. This scene is deeply engraved in Lu Hanwen heart. You know, the dragon raising its head is just a fine adjustment, and the operation is very difficult. Now it is not easy to turn the direction of the bright dragon, But Zhou Chen did it. This is called a real dragon. Oh my god. Zhou Chen's hand speed just soared to more than 600. Someone noticed. It seemed like in a moment. Is this operation difficult? There are already haters barking online. But he was soon drowned out. If you can do it, I call you daddy. How Long turned around and bit Yi Yusheng-fan. Huang Xiaotian came to his senses, and made Yi Yusheng-fan jump up to avoid the Fu Long Xiang Tian move. But the damage and shock wave from the second stage of the magic wave explosion still blew Yi Yusheng-fan away. Almost. But I didn't bite him. What a pity. Zhou Chen took his hands off the mouse and keyboard while he was in a state of stiffness, and rubbed his hands together. Raising the hand speed to 600 in an instant was too much damage to the hand. Sure enough, after seeing Zhou Chen's hand speed curve, everyone in the Samsara team looked gloomy. As professional players, they knew too well how much damage this extreme operation would cause to the hand. Forbid him to use this trick in the future. Fang Minghua said. Yeah. Jiang Buotao agreed. Now is Zhou Chen peak period. Needless to say, the boss of Samsara will also prohibit Zhou Chen from using this trick. In the eyes of the top management, Zhou Chen is a well-known cash cow. Although this trick is very cool and popular, it is too harmful to the players. Samsara does not want Zhou Chen, the cash cow, to have any problems. This kid is too reckless. Yi Xiu frowned. I have to let Yi Xiu take care of it. Yi Xiu thought to himself. How cool. Yu Wanzhou envied. Sometimes Yu Wanzhou really envied these crazy people with fast hands. Yi Yushengchen took advantage of the victory to pursue. Feng Wanlian cooperated with Dou Pishanha to create a cloud effect. The Dou Qi on the ground attacked Yi Yushengfan, who had already stood up. Yi Yushengfan jumped left and right to avoid the Dou Qi. Then he killed Yi Yushengchen with a sword. The two fought again. And Huang Xiaotian hand speed was also brought up. Clang! Yi Yushengchen repelled Yi Yushengfan. And just as he was about to shoot, hiss! Zhou Chen felt a slight tingling in his hands. Damn! I haven't felt this kind of pain for a long time. Zhou Chen had been fighting for a long time, and his hands had never stopped during this period. When he put his hands on the mouse and keyboard again, the initiative of the attack had been handed over to Huang Xiaotian. Upward strike! Yi Yushengfan successfully floated Yi Yushengchen into the air, and then Yi Yushengfan started his combo. At this time, Yi Yushengchen's health had reached the bottom. Zhou Chen did not choose to launch an attack after landing. He was not a fool. The pain just now completely woke him up. Now his hands were very tired, and he needed to rest urgently. You know, there is still a team game later. If you continue to play, you will lose no matter you win or lose. Therefore, Zhou Chen chose to give up struggling. In the end, Yi Yushengchen fell under the sword-drawing slash of Yi Yushengfan. Glory! Let us congratulate Huang Xiaotian for winning this game. Both sides have presented us with an extremely wonderful duel, the cup said with lingering feelings. Yes, especially Zhou Chen, who simply raised the upper limit of the battle mage profession, Li Ju said, and with 65% of his health, he knocked down 85% of Yi Yushengfan health. In terms of blood exchange, Zhou Chen exceeded Huang Xiaotian by 20%, the cup said. In this match, Zhou Chen knocked down 285% of the opponent's HP. If nothing unexpected happens, the defending star will fall into Zhou Chen's arms again this season. Finally, Zhou Chen gave up. Wei Chen asked. Yeah. Yi Xiu nodded. A very wise choice. Zhou Chen returned to the Samsara player seat, but faced the gloomy faces of the crowd. What's the name of that move just now? Jiang Buotao asked. Dragon walks. Zhou Chen said. What the hell? Jiang Buotao looked puzzled. This was beyond his cognition. Okay. Dragon circling. Improvised. Zhou Chen said honestly. This one is not as good as the previous one. Du Ming interrupted. Don't use it in the future. Fang Minghua said very directly. Yeah. Zhou Chen responded. He knew Fang Minghua was doing it for his own good. Have a good rest and apply some. Before the end, Zhang Jiala ran to the backstage to ask the logistics staff for an ice pack, and then covered Zhou Chen's hand with the ice pack. Don't worry. I'm fine. Although his hands were very cold, there was a warm current flowing in Zhou Chen's heart. Samsara is indeed the best big family. The manager of Samsara even ran from the VIP seat above to the player seat, fearing that Zhou Chen might have made a mistake. Manager, I'm really fine. You go back. I don't know you yet. No. I stay here for this game, the manager said unhappily. Go to the hospital after you go back to check if your hand is injured. No. Before Zhou finished speaking, the manager added, this is what the boss meant. At this time, the others also stared at Zhou. Knowing that he couldn't beat them, Zhou had no choice but to agree. Okay. Okay. I go. Little guy. I can't cure you anymore. The manager of Samsara laughed. Then, Lu Buiyuan, the second player of the Samsara team competition, also came on the field. Although Wang Xiaotian Night Rain only had 20% of its health left, the several opportunities he found in the game almost gave the Samsara fans who watched the game a myocardial infarction. In the end, Lu Buiyuan won the game. After all, Wang Xiaotian consumed too much energy in the previous game against Zhou. But even so, he still knocked down 45% of Lu Buiyuan health. Let us congratulate Samsara for winning this team competition. The current score is 3-2. And Samsara has surpassed Blue Rain. After the halftime break, the two teams will compete in a team competition. Chapter 3:14. Any gun can be suppressed, including the one under you. The scene changed. The halftime break was over, and the 12 people participating in the team competition were already standing on the stage. The lineups of both sides did not change much. Reincarnation, Zhou Zakai. ID, one shot through the clouds. Occupation, sharpshooter. Jiang Guotao. ID, no waves. Occupation, magic swordsman. Zhou Chen. ID, Yu Xingchen. Occupation, battle mage. Zhang Jiala. ID, 100 flowers in disarray. Occupation, ammunition expert. Fang Minghua. ID, Xiaoga Ziru. Occupation, priest. The sixth person. LV Buiyuan. ID, Yu Shanwan. Occupation, judoka. Blue Rain, Yu Wanzhou. ID, Soxer. Occupation, warlock. Wang Xiaotian. ID, Night Rain. Occupation, swordsman light sword. Lu Hanwen. ID, Lu Yun. Occupation, swordsman heavy sword. Zheng Xian. ID, guns and bullets. Occupation, ammunition expert. Su Jingxi. ID, soul whisperer. Occupation, guardian angel. The sixth player. Song Xiao. ID, Taluo Shaming. Occupation, Qigong master. Map, labor mining area. Before both teams entered the game, the two commentators reviewed the lineup as usual. Neither team made any targeted adjustments based on the opponent today. Their lineups in this round are the most used lineups in the league, said the Cup. Yes, Blue Rain has always used this lineup this season, although Samsara has changed its lineup in the team competition. Du Ming and Wu Qi have both played. Their core lineup has always been this one. Li Ju nodded and said, whether it is playing Tyranny or Misty Rain, Samsara lineup has shown us what the ultimate offense is. Well, Samsara is almost unmatched in terms of offense this season, Li Ju said after a little thought. No way. Samsara paper strength is too exaggerated. 5 all-star lineup, Bebe said with his hands spread out. In this season's all-star vote list, Zhou Chen still topped the list, followed by Zhou Zakai. Zhang Jiala and Jiang Buotao were at 12th and 15th respectively, and these 4 were almost certain to be selected as all-stars. LV Buiyuan's story was more tortuous. He is still in the 24th goalkeeper position. And what's more embarrassing is that the 25th is his good teammate Fang Minghua. That's right. Fang Minghua suddenly rushed up, all of which originated from a post. That is, since the departure of Fang Shiqian, the god of healing, there have been no 2 healers in the All-Stars for a long time. So they analyzed who was most qualified to be selected besides Zhang Xinjie. And it was undoubtedly Fang Minghua, who held 2 championships. So Fang Minghua's votes surged. But Fang Minghua panicked. So he quickly explained on the official blog that he hoped to spend more time with his family and let fans vote for his teammates, especially LV Buiyuan. But some people have reached the rebellious stage. If you don't want to play, I will let you play. So Fang Minghua woke up the next day and found himself in the 25th place. He was dumbfounded, because in addition to the rebellious psychology of some people, there are also people who want to see the first all-star team lineup. Yes, once Fang Minghua is selected as an all-star, then Samsara will become the first team with 6 all-stars. And the starter and the 6th player are all all-stars. Old Fang votes have increased again. Du Ming and Wu Qi, who had no chance to play, turned on their phones to check the all-star vote list and found that Fang Minghua's votes were getting closer and closer to Lu Boyuan. Alas, the palms and backs of the hands are all flesh. Wuqi sighed. The two teams on the court greeted each other and entered the competition seats. This time, Huang Xiaoyan and Zhou Yichen were unusually calm. There was no pre-match provocation, which made the teammates on both sides a little uncomfortable. The team competition is about to begin, and the holographic projection begins to show the characters of the two teams that are about to compete. The visiting team was in front. The home team was behind, and one team played at the same time, alternating between them. The electronic screen changed the data of each character. When seeing the reincarnation of Yu Xingchen standing on the court, the whole audience was shocked by Zhou Yichen's exaggerated data. Number 1 in 5 data. It's worthy of being called Brush Zhou. A Blue Rain fan sighed. The origin of this nickname is also very simple, because Zhou Yichen data in the regular season of the 8th season was too exaggerated, which made some teams unable to raise their heads. But the fans of these teams were dissatisfied. In addition, Zhou Yichen's performance at critical moments was not as stable as Zhou Zikai. So in order to mock Zhou Yichen, they gave him the nickname Brush Zhou. But since the start of the playoffs, the voices of Brush Zhou have become less and less. Even after Zhou Yichen was possessed by the God of War and broke through Blue Rain's deployment in the finals, Brush Zhou directly changed from a derogatory term to a commendatory term. Zhou Yichen's breathing rights were earned step by himself. Even if I've seen Yu Xingchen skill points many times, I'm still surprised, Cup said with a smile. Although I have commented on many games and read Zhou Yichen data and Yu Xingchen equipment introduction many times, I am still surprised every time I see Yu Xingchen skill points. There is no way. After all, this is the only character in the alliance that has exceeded 5,000. But other characters such as Ichiang Piercing Clouds, Demo Gaian, etc., are also approaching 5,000 skill points. Li Ju continued. Anyone who has played Glory knows how big the impact of skill points is. The effect provided by the first level is not as good as that provided by the full level. 99%, 100% Yu Xingchen. Loading completed. Ichiang Piercing Clouds. Loading completed. Ye Yusheng Fan. Loading completed. Soxer. Loading completed. Bai Walialua. Loading completed. Map, Laozwa Mining Area. Loading completed. This map is not a new map. Some teams have used it before. Laozwa Mining Area. A mining area located at the foot of the mountain. Has a relatively complex terrain structure. There is no wide position in the whole map that can allow two teams of 10 to play completely apart. It is a type that must interpret the terrain and make arrangements no matter what. In the 6th season, Samsara likes to play this map very much, using Zhou Zikai's strong personal strength to tear a hole. This is also the intention of Blue Rain to choose this map. If it was the previous Samsara, Blue Rain would not consider this map at all. After all, Samsara personal strength is relatively strong. Whether it is Zhou Zikai or Zhou Yichen, they are very disadvantaged. But this season is different. The addition of Zhang Jiala has raised the overall output of Samsara to a higher level. Among the current team's output share, Zhang Jiala is undoubtedly the one with the highest share. If it is played head-on, Blue Rain cannot withstand the firepower of Samsara. Tyranny is a lesson learned. After the two commentators quickly went through the map, the game officially began, and the characters of both sides refreshed at the two corners of the map. I haven't played this map for a long time. Jiang Buitao sighed as soon as he entered the game. After the start, Blue Rain acted very quickly, and Samsara made the same choice as Blue Rain. Cut straight to the middle. Captain, go to the top of the mining area. The old position. Jiang Buitao commanded. Yes. Aiken, you go to the ditch on the left. Wait for the captain to shoot. You go straight over. Okay. Lao Zhang, you stand in the front. Lao Fang, we still play the old way. One in front and one behind. Got it. Not long after, the two teams of characters quickly met in the center of the map. But they did not launch an attack at the first time, but each dispersed and quickly seized the favorable terrain. Both sides have dispersed. Beige said. There is no way. This position is too narrow. And there are ammunition experts on both sides. If you don't disperse, you will be bombed. Li Ju explained. Ichian Chuanyun skillfully stepped on one boulder after another and climbed onto the high rock. Then he set up the Gatling machine gun and started indiscriminately attacking the blue rain below. Wow! He turned the sharpshooter into a gunner. Wei Qin complained. This is an old position, Yi Xiu said. When playing this map in Jiashi before, Miu Chengfeng stood in the position of the current one-shot piercing the cloud. Everyone in blue rain found cover to avoid the bullets from the one-shot piercing the cloud. At this time, Yu Xingchen also quietly moved towards blue rain from the ditch. And Bai Hua Liaowan stood in front and threw a grenade behind the boulder, trying to force the opponent out. But unfortunately, he was blown up by Lu Yun's sword energy in advance. Captain, there is light in the ditch on the right. Wang Xiaotian observed very carefully. It's the sunlight, Yu Wenzhou said, hiding behind the boulder. Although Yu Xingchen had lowered his body to try not to be discovered by the opponent. But Zhou Yichen overlooked one point. That is, the mining area is not a closed scene. And Yu Xingchen Dragon Gall is very bright under the sunlight. Damn! Zhou Yichen also discovered this. So he directly pressed the gun under his body and crawled forward, suppressing the gun. But he is a professional, Zhou Yichen thought. The light is gone again? Wang Xiaotian asked in confusion. Ah? That means there is someone, Yu Wenzhou said. Zheng Xian. Use the grenade to blast the ditch and force him out. Got it. Gun Lin Danyu suddenly jumped out from behind the boulder. And then a grenade was thrown into the ditch. Looking at the flying grenade, Zhou Yichen shouted, Grenade? Help me shoot it. Fortunately, Zhang Jiala in the front also reacted quickly, and used Bai Hua Liaowan to blow up the grenade thrown by Gun Lin Danyu with one shot. Come back. You've been discovered, Zhang Jiala said. I've been discovered. Zhou Yichen quickly controlled Yu Xingchen to get up and run back. But Blue Rain would not let this old six go so easily. Chapter 315 Blue Rain. The dead Yu Xingchen is the best Yu Xingchen. Soxer took the lead in launching the attack. After raising his staff and chanting, a dark purple vortex appeared above the ditch. And then countless dark purple arrows shot out from it. Warlock level 60 range skill Chaos Rain. Damn! I can only force my way through. This Chaos Rain directly blocked Yu Xingchen retreat. Zhou Yichen had no choice but to force his way through the Chaos Rain. For him, the damage caused by the arrows was not the most important. After all, Chaos Rain only caused low dark attribute magic damage. The most important point of the skill is that there is a greater chance of causing the enemies within the range to fall into a chaotic effect. Yu Xingchen did not stop, and went straight through the Chaos Rain. The dark purple arrow hit Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen is in a state of confusion. This is a good opportunity for Blue Rain to launch an attack. The cup said. Help! I don't have a nephew like you. The 100 Flowers smoke bomb was launched. And before Blue Rain could act, the smoke surrounded Yu Xingchen. Xiao Gu Ziruo threw the holy fire into the smoke to prevent Blue Rain from getting close to Yu Xingchen. Blue Rain's vision was severely obscured by the smoke bomb. What should I do? Captain! Zheng Xian's hand was already on the button of the random thunder. Bomb him, Yu Wenzhou said without hesitation. After getting the consent, he jumped down the short ditch and threw a random thunder into the smoke. But he didn't know that this operation completely exposed him to the firepower of the one-gun piercing cloud. However, the one-gun piercing cloud was not in a hurry to start, but continued to output the boulder where the night rain was hiding. Oh my god! Why is Zhouzikai staring at me? Wang Xiaotian said angrily. Are you coming? I'm coming! After receiving the reply, Wang Xiaotian immediately controlled Yu Shengfan to jump out from behind the boulder, and Yi Chong Chuanyun decisively fired 2 guns at Yu Shengfan. However, before the round was finished, Yi Chong Chuanyun's attack was blocked. You should know that Blue Rain's lineup basically has no point that can limit Yi Chong Chuanyun. Yi Chong Chuanyun output at high points is too good, and the only one who can limit Blue Rain's output is the 6th-player Song Xiao Tao Luo Xiaoming. For this reason, after the start of the game, the 4 of them walked together, and Su Jingxi's sole speaker went to the substitution area alone to replace Tao Luo Xiaoming. Why didn't Samsara notice this? Because the 2 sides dispersed at the moment they met. In Samsara's subconscious, sole speaker should be behind the rock to protect Soxer. Samsara's multiple attempts were also to force Blue Rain out, but the attacks were all blocked. Air Blade. Tao Luo Xiaoming rubbed an air blade with his hands while rushing on the road. After arriving, he fired it at the high point of Yi Chong Chuanyun. Although this air blade was very concealed, Zhouzikai still reacted and dodged it. The purpose of this air blade was to free Huang Xiaotian Yiyushengfan, and to use the airflow force attached to the skill to repel Yiqiang Chuanyun. Unfortunately, Tao Luoshaming only achieved the first purpose. Yiqiang Chuanyun still occupied the high point. Below, Yiyushengchen, who was in a state of confusion, was knocked to the ground by the thunder of the gun and bullet rain. Fortunately, the blessing of smoke bombs and sacred fire prevented blue rain from getting close to him, and could only consume him from a distance. After entering the ditch, the gun and bullet rain fired wildly at the smoke, and the flying bullets also exposed its own position. The gun and bullet rain is in the ditch. Zhou Yichen reported this information. Focus fire. Jiang Buitao did not hesitate at all and chose to focus fire to kill blue rain's output point. The gun and bullet rain. As the smoke dissipated, Yiyushengchen also stood up from the ground. Before he could make the next move, Lu Yun came to kill him. Sanduanzhen successfully moved close to Yiyushengchen, but Yiyushengchen did not get entangled with Lu Yun, but jumped out of the ditch directly. Yo! Buy one get one free. Buy Wall Liao 1 threw 8 grenades with different effects into the ditch. Random mines. The ditch was filled with special effects produced by the explosion of each grenade. Lu Yun and Gunlin and Bullet Rain in the ditch were immediately submerged in the special effects. Retreat. Yu Wenzhou stood in front and activated the Warlock's ultimate move, Death Gate. And the evil black revolving door appeared in the field of vision of Samsara. Except for the shot that pierced the cloud from a high place. The other 4 were within the attack range of Death Gate. Yu Wenzhou did not want to use this Death Gate to tear a hole, but to facilitate Gunlin and Bullet Rain and Lu Yun to retreat. However, Samsara was not afraid at all. Xiaga opened her angel wings and soared into the air, chanting the Great Recovery spell. The holy light attacked and gathered on Yiyushengchen in front. Yiyushengchen lifeline was lifted up. Fighting. Cool! Zhou Yichen shouted, and then rushed over from the front. Kill me if you dare! Zhou Yichen typed in the public channel. He even crashed into the Death Gate directly, causing it to close and advance. Fuck. Captain. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to fight him! Huang Xiaotian roared, drew his sword and slashed at Yiyushengchen, who was repelled by the Death Gate and just avoided the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Clang. Yiyushengchen and Yiyushengfan were entangled in a fight. Lu Yun climbed out of the ditch, holding a sword and stabbing Yiyushengchen from the side. The 4-sword style is the falling flower style. Clang. Yiyushengchen kicked Yiyushengfan away and blocked Lu Yun's stab sideways. But the power of the heavy sword is much higher than that of the lightsaber, and Yiyushengchen was shocked and took a few steps back. Aren't you very capable? Keep on being capable. Huang Xiaotian attacked with crazy words. The attack of Yiyushengfan and Lu Yun forced Yiyushengchen to retreat step by step. Now! Wu Lang, who was hiding behind Yiyushengchen, suddenly used a wave array to block the two's retreat. And Xiao Guziru in the air also used a small recovery spell on Yiyushengchen. Frost Wave Array. Kill him by force. The priest's healing won't come back. Huang Xiaotian had already made up his mind to take Zhou Yichen away. Yiyushengfan and Lu Yun simultaneously activated the sword to rule the world. And the sword energy continued to attack Yiyushengchen. Yiyushengchen shook in a Z shape and successfully avoided the attacking sword energy. Go to hell. Yiyushengfan jumped up and slashed Yiyushengchen and Wu Lang with a silver blade. Yiyushengchen jumped into the air with the help of a boulder, and the dragon gall in his hand danced in the air, which was even more dazzling under the sunlight. After landing, he inserted the spear into the ground and chanted the magic fighting spirit, fighting against the mountains and rivers. Yiyushengfan wanted to hide, but the range of fighting against the mountains and rivers was so large that he couldn't avoid it anywhere. Boom! The magic fighting spirit emerged from the ground and filled every corner within the range. Yiyushengfan was affected by the falling and spreading magic fighting spirit. Lu Yun wanted to save him, but was stopped by Wu Lang Wave's sword. Give me a shield. Huang Xiaotian shouted. Song Xiao received the information that his teammates needed him, and pushed his hands to summon the magic shield to cover himself and his teammates. The range of the magic shield was very large. Even the guns and bullets in the ditch were covered. Look at me piercing this membrane, Zhou Yichen said confidently. Yiqiang Chuanyun gave up the commanding heights and jumped down from above. Then he joined the front battlefield with a sliding tackle and fired randomly. Zhouzakai. At the moment, the mind shield was formed. Had a wave of bursts. The bullets fired from the 2 guns were almost all on Yiyushengfan and Lu Yun under his abnormal operation. Damn. The shield is about to break. Huang Xiao retreat. Song Xiao informed. Damn. Are you just going to let him go? Huang Xiaotian was a little unwilling. Yu Xingchen was already at low health. In the eyes of Huang Xiaotian and Lu Hanwen, it was too tempting. Yu Xingchen health is the lowest in the field now. But the people of Samsara have surrounded him. This is obviously an encirclement. Blue Rain should choose to kill Yu Xingchen. The thorn in the eye. Or let the tiger go back to the mountain. Bebe explained passionately. Can't let him go. Focus on him and kill him in seconds. Yu Wanzhou issued an order. Yu Xingchen must die. Only a dead Yu Xingchen is the best Yu Xingchen. At least that's what Blue Rain thinks. But unfortunately, their plan to kill him by force was soon shattered. Chapter 316 Unexpected Thorns. Blue Rain's goal is very clear. That is to take away Yu Xingchen. Samsara goal is also very clear. That is to protect Yu Xingchen. All Blue Rain's attention is on Yu Xingchen. Zhou Yichen performance in the last finals has become an indelible shadow in the hearts of Blue Rain. So this time, all Blue Rain members did not save their skills. And all their ultimates and control were poured on Yu Xingchen. Zhou Yichen also saw Blue Rain's thoughts. Damn it! Is it necessary to hate me so much? Yu Xingchen stepped forward and fought with Yu Shanfan again. Clang! Yu Xingchen shot back Yu Shanfan, but was chopped down by Liu Yun's sword from the side. Falling Phoenix Slash. Aiken. Can you withdraw? Jiang Guotao asked. No need. My health is too low. And I will be disabled if I withdraw. And it will be too troublesome to nurse. Zhou Yichen's mind quickly thought of a countermeasure. Ha ha ha. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Huang Xiaotian was extremely excited. He could already imagine Zhou Yichen's unwilling expression when he was eliminated. Hey! Zhou Yichen suddenly had an idea when he saw Huang Xiaotian's words. Exchange. Zhou Yichen decisively proposed this idea in the team voice. Exchange? Who? Huang Xiaotian. Zhou Yichen controlled Yu Xingchen to roll continuously to avoid Yu Shanfan's stab. Lu Yun wanted to assist in the attack, but was stopped by Wulong Liu's Zhang. Old Zhang is back. Ready to surround and kill Huang Xiaotian. Zhou Yichen said to Zhang Jiala. Okay. Zhang Jiala retreated from the ditch without hesitation. And Gunlin Danyu had only a little blood left at this time. But Zhang Jiala held back. Although he had many opportunities to kill Gunlin Danyu alone. Huang Xiaotian was the key to dealing with Blue Rain. And the moment he saw Tao Luo shaming, Samsara knew that the Soul Speaker was no longer on the field. There was no healer to treat him in the hail of bullets. And Huang Xiaotian's ability to escape was amazing. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape unscathed when he was fighting for bosses all over the world. Oh my god. I almost died. Alexander. Zheng Xian wiped the cold sweat from his head. Huang Xiao. Bai Hua Liuwan has gone back. Zheng Xian wiped the sweat while reminding Huang Xiaotian, who was rushing in the front. Xiaotian. You have to retreat. Yu Wanzhou noticed something was wrong. Okay. Although Huang Xiaotian was a little unwilling, he had to obey the order. Otherwise, he would have to eat okra for a week. Swish. After drawing his sword and slashing Yu Xingchen, Yu Shanfan leaned back. Oh my god. You want to run after the fight. Zhou Yichen was unhappy. Although Jiang Guotao was beaten back by Lu Hanwen, his position was always close to Yu Shanfan. Lu Hanwen was simple-minded and hadn't discovered the problem until the captain issued the order to retreat. And Lu Yan quickly retreated. Because all the eyes of the Samsara team were focused on Huang Xiaotian and Yu Shanfan. No one stopped him at all. Wulong took the lead in attacking Yu Shanfan, and fired an Ice Wave sword. Even though Huang Xiaotian's reaction was excellent, and he dodged the Ice Wave sword, but the ice road left by the wave sword still slowed down Yu Shanfan. Bai Hua Liuwan arrived and released the explosive grenade. Yu Shanfan wanted to run, but was kicked into the sky by Yiqian Chuanyun knee strike. Shioga Zirua took action at this time. And the holy light fell from the sky, and bathed Yu Shanfan. The light of the holy commandment. Bai Hua Liuwan. Yiqian Chuanyun and Shioga Zirua attacked at the same time. Samsara's switching of fire was too fast. The cup said. This is reincarnation. After blocking Talu's shaming and Swoksar with random shooting, Yiqian Chuanyun suddenly switched fire, and used a combination of sliding tackle and knee strike on Yu Shanfan, who wanted to retreat. Yu Shanfan was forced to float in the air by the knee strike. and Ichiang Chuanyan drew out his 2 guns to prepare for a combo. But Zhou Zikai found that his operation was invalid. Soul Strike technique? Zhou Zikai found the problem immediately. Soxer chanted on the spot, and a black light hit Ichiang Chuanyan. Although the effect was very short, it successfully interrupted Ichiang Chuanyan combo, because he was facing Swoksar with his back. And Yuan Zhou timing of releasing this Soul Strike technique was very clever. It was just at the moment when Ichiang Chuanyan knee strike ended. As expected of Yuan Zhou, he successfully helped Huang Xiaotian to do a wave of fire removal. A dazzling explosion-type grenade exploded in the blue rain formation, and the strong impact directly knocked Lu Yun, who wanted to support, away. Help! Tao Luoshaming swung his body sideways, and used his hands to urge the qi to flow through his body. After finishing the qi, Tao Luoshaming sent the condensed qi towards the people of Samsara. The qi penetrated the sky. Boom! The purpose of this attack was not to cause damage, but also to help Yi Yushinfan to break the fire. Disperse. Jiang Guotao ordered all the members of Samsara to disperse. The Qigong Master's move can't be taken head-on, as the Qiguan Chanhong, with its penetrating effect, has very high damage. At this time, there was a gap in Samsara attack, and Yi Yushinfan also fell back to the ground. Oh my god! I was so scared. I thought I was going to die. Huang Xiaotian exhaled heavily at the moment of being hit by the knee. Accompanied by the bathing of holy light, Huang Xiaotian imagined the scene of being eliminated again, except that the protagonist was replaced by himself instead of Zhou Yichen. Bye! Huang Xiaotian typed goodbye to Samsara on the public channel. But Samsara didn't want Huang Xiaotian to leave, so a touching scene appeared. Yi Yushengchen stepped forward to stop Yi Yushinfan, trying to keep him with a gun. But Yi Yushinfan was determined to leave. Regardless of Yi Yushengchen entanglement, the dispute between the two moved the earth, and vines emerged from the ground, successfully entangled Yi Yushinfan and made him float again. Where did the vines come from? A question mark rose in the mind of the female audience, who was imagining, huh? Where did the vine thorn come from? Other viewers were also confused. It's Zhou Yichen. His Yi Yushengchen has the low-level floating skill vine thorn of the same magic professional summoner. The cup screamed. He had seen this scene before. In the finals of the first season, the battle of One Leaf Autumn to become a god, Yi Xiu successfully bound the instant death enlightenment of sweeping the floor and burning incense with the last blow of vine thorns in the peak battle with Lu Liang. Finally, he completed the last blow. Many old viewers of Jia Shi were deeply touched by this scene, and missed the time when Team Yi led them to kill through the alliance. But now Jia Shi, which lost Team Yi, has temporarily left the alliance. But Jia Shi is still a sure thing in the challenge match. However, they would not have thought that the former captain they had been thinking about was in the challenge match, leading a new army with the goal of defeating Jia Shi and impacting the alliance. Oh, when did this kid bring vine thorns? Yi Xiu smiled. He had never seen Zhou Yichen use this trick when he watched him play or fought with him in person. I haven't seen Sun Xiang use it either, Wei Chen said. I've been using one autumn leaf since I used it in the first season. Maybe Sun Xiang doesn't want to use it, Yi Xiu said indifferently. Maybe I changed it to you the moment I took takeover. It's possible. The last time I saw a battle mage use this trick was Yi Xiu on autumn leaf. Li Ju sighed. Time flies. Huang Xiaotian didn't expect that he would be suspended twice in a team battle. The first time, his teammates successfully seized the opportunity to remove the fire. But the second time was not so lucky. Yichang Chuanyan directly set up a Barrett sniper and fired the bullet before the explosive grenade was thrown out. Bang! Barrett successfully hit the floating night rain. And this time Lu Yun's support Samsara did not stop it, and he was caught in the trap. Samsara wanted to use the red-blooded night rain as bait to attract other fish to bite the hook. Lu Yun was the first fish. Before Yuan Zhou could give the order, Lu Hanwen had already rushed to Huang Xiaotian's side. Force kill. Jiang Guotao gave the order, and all the members of Samsara launched a general attack on the low-health Yi Yushinfan. After Lu Yun joined, Yi Yushinfan, the bait, could leave the stage, with Baiwa Liaowan explosive bomb and Yi Yushengchen Haolong Pajuan. Yi Yushinfan became the first character to be eliminated. Yi Yushengchen killed Yi Yushinfan. Yi Yushinfan. Out. I'm the first one to be eliminated? Huang Xiaotian couldn't believe it. The clown was actually me. Chapter 317, Who Can Stop the Winning Streak of Samsara? The elimination of Yi Yushinfan was expected by people. But Yu Xingchen was still alive, which was unexpected by Blue Rain fans. This guy is a cockroach. So tough. Seeing that Yu Xingchen only had a trace of blood left, Lu Yun slashed at him with a sword. Just when Blue Rain fans thought that Yu Xingchen was about to be eliminated, they saw holy light bathing on him, which was surprisingly bright under the sunlight. Yu Xingchen health bar suddenly jumped up. It was Xiao Guzi Ruo's holy word recovery. The health recovery was the highest among the recovery spells. Damn. Why can't this guy be killed? Huang Xiaoyan took off his headphones and said angrily. He kept switching the perspective of his teammates, eager to see Yu Xingchen eliminated. But the scene he expected never appeared. Instead, Lu Yun was trapped by Samsara. Take him away before the healer arrives, Jian Butao commanded. Understood. At this time, Yu Xingchen and Wulong were besieging Lu Yun. Bai Liaowan and Yiqiang Chuanyan were trying to limit Taluo shaming, and Swoksar still had the remaining blood of Gunlin Bullet Rain. Blue Rain's formation was completely separated, and Lu Hanwen was now isolated and helpless. Beige analyzed. The rhythm on the field was firmly in the hands of Samsara. Blue Rain was completely passive. Just now, it was trying to save Yu Shangfan, but now it became saving Lu Yun. The original intention of choosing a map was to separate Samsara and play the star tactic. But Samsara used Yu Xingchen as bait to pin Blue Rain in front. If you only know this, you might as well choose a big map to fight a team battle. Yu Wenzhou regretted it a little, due to the narrow terrain. Bai Liaowan and Yiqiang Chuanyan were stuck in the middle, and the three Blue Rain players behind could not get through at all, unless they could get rid of the two blockers in front of them. But the firepower of these two people was too strong. Even Taluo Shaming, a Qigong master, could not bear it. In the rain of bullets, they dared not show their heads, or they would die. Now the eyes of the Blue Rain were filled with the special effects of the explosion of the 100 Flowers grenade. Has the Soul Speaker not arrived yet? Lu Yun can't hold on any longer, Li Ju said, facing the double attack of Yu Xingchen and Wu Lang, and the harassment of Xiao Guzi Ruo in the distance. The young General Lu Hanwen was very uncomfortable. Others were playing happily at the age of 14, while he was being beaten by the three people of the Samsara trio at the age of 14. I can still resist, Lu Yun said, Wu Lang flying with a breaking air style, but was hit by Xiao Guzi Ruo's frontal hypnosis. It's over. Lu Hanwen panicked. This hypnosis cost him his life. As expected, what greeted Lu Hanwen was Yu Xingchen Fu Long Xiang Tian. Can this Fu Long Xiang Tian hit you? Don't even mention Zhou Chen. I can hit you even if I go up. After all, the sleeping Lu Yun was a living target. If you can't hit it, then you can only say that it's inaccurate, and you need someone to guide you. There was no surprise. Chu Yunqiu knew best whether Zhou Chen was accurate or not. Fulong Xiangtian successfully hit Lu Yun, who was in a sleeping state. The Soul Speaker who rushed to the front battlefield happened to see Lu Yun being hit into the air by Haolong. Jingxi. Angel's glory, Yu Wenzhou said calmly. Yes, Captain. As the Soul Speaker put his hands together, a halo fell from the sky, centered on the Guardian Angel, and expanded 360 degrees. Retreat. Bai Liaowan and Yiqiang Chuanyan retreated at the same time. Heal me first, Zheng Xian said hurriedly. He hid for so long, just to wait for the healer to heal himself at this moment. Okay. Accept my caress. Go away. Get rid of Lu Yun first, Jian Butao commanded. After taking a full set of Fulong Xiangtian, Lu Yun didn't die, but it was no different from being dead. Wu Lang stepped forward and chanted the lightning wave array to intercept the Blue Rain group. But Soxer's 6-star light prison suddenly fell and successfully trapped Wu Lang, who was chanting. Don't worry about me. Kill him first. Jiang Butao thinking was very clear. After taking away Lu Yun, there was no pressure on the side. Blue Rain, which lost 2 swordsmen, could only choose to attack Samsara head-on. This was the only way for Blue Rain to win. Goodbye, little friend. Yiqiang Chuanyan slid and shoveled Lu Yun down. When he was about to make up the knife, Yu Xingchen rushed out from the side and killed Lu Yun with a wrathful dragon piercing the heart. Yu Xingchen killed Lu Yun. Lu Yun. Out. Aishua. What a head-stealing monster. Zhou Zikai didn't say anything, but just turned sideways and glanced at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen smiled politely in return. However, Zhou Chen's smile did not last long and moved to the faces of others. Taluo Shaming successfully floated Yu Xingchen with a highly concealed countercurrent, and then gathered his energy with his right hand, and successfully caught him with a cloud-catching hand. Swoksar chanted a life fall on the spot, and Yu Xingchen blood volume dropped. Before Luan Hui and others could perform rescue, Swoksar successfully took Yu Xingchen away with a devouring technique, ending Zhou Yichen's sinful life. Nice, Captain. So good. Ha ha ha. You're still posting goodbye on the public channel. But you're gone. I'm dying of laughter. Huang Xiaotian was talking nonsense. Oh, it's over. Zhou Yichen took off his headphones and laid down on the gaming chair, closing his eyes and squinting. The referee behind him was dumbfounded. Was he sleepy? Now Samsara only needs to delay until Lu Buiyu and Yun Shanluan arrives to win the game. Obviously, Blue Rain also realized this, so they were very anxious, eager to open a gap. But Samsara kept shrinking its formation to avoid fighting with Blue Rain. Finally, after Yun Shanluan arrived, Samsara not only had the advantage in numbers, but also had a higher damage than Blue Rain. Samsara lineup is a very good starting lineup. Yishio sighed and said, some teams are thankful to be able to put together a good lineup, and Samsara will not be too bad no matter how it puts together the lineup. This is because their core axis, the Battle Mage and the Sharpshooter, are too powerful. 9 years ago, Excellent Era could have used this axis as the core, but it was a pity, with the shot through the clouds taking away the Soul Speaker. This team match finally came to an end. Glory! Let us congratulate Samsara for their 8-2 victory over Blue Rain in an away game, and their 15th consecutive win since the start of the game. They only had Void, Howling, Royal Wind and 301 degrees left in the first round. The Cup said, will Samsara become the first team to win all the regular season games? Li Ju said expectantly. It's too early to talk about this now. The Cup smiled. Since the development of the league, there has not been a team that has won all the regular season games. However, there have been teams that have won all the games in the first half of the round, namely Baiwa in the second and third seasons, and Blue Rain in the sixth season. In the second season, Baiwa brought dual cores to the league for the first time, winning 19 consecutive games in the first half of the round, but was defeated by Excellent Era led by Yichio in the second half of the round. The playoffs were even worse. They were ranked second in the regular season, but were defeated by Tyranny, who ranked 7th in the regular season. In the third season, they finally made it to the finals, but Yichio defeated them with one shot. Therefore, before that, people generally believed that teams that won consecutive games in the first half of the season would not win the championship. It was not until the sixth season that Blue Rain broke this curse and defeated Tiny Herb in the finals to win the championship. The two teams became rivals. You guys are too outrageous this season, Yu Wenzhou said helplessly after the game. Originally, Samsara had two very difficult players, and now with the addition of Zhang Jiala, there is one more. I want to improve too much. Zhang Jiala shook Yu Wenzhou's hand and said, but we will stop you. Lu Hanwen said confidently. Little brat. Let's talk about it after we get to the finals. Zhang Jiala smiled, looking at Lu Hanwen's appearance. Zhang Jiala couldn't help but sigh. It's great to be young. Goodbye All-Star, Yu Wenzhou said to everyone in Samsara. See you at the All-Stars. Our goal is win the championship with all wins. Can we really win the championship with all wins? Zhang Jiala has experienced two highs and lows. Now he can't even remember how Han Wenqing defeated him in the second season. It's almost the All-Stars. I have time to rest, Fang Minghua said happily. Fang Minghua was very happy today, not only because he won the game, but also because he had not entered the latest All-Star vote list. His ranking had dropped to 28th. LV Buiyuan was also very happy because he was no longer the 24th goalkeeper. His ranking rose to 23rd. The goalkeeper now was Lu Hanwen, the 14-year-old rookie of Blue Rain. With his outstanding performance and the youngest age, Lu Hanwen received a lot of votes. Of course, whether he can enter the All-Stars is still unknown. After all, the deadline for voting is after the 18th round of the regular season. There are still 3 weeks, and the challenge is in full swing. Chapter 318 Things are different, and things are over. December 27th is the last day of the Christmas event, and the first round of the 9th round of the challenge. This is also the last round of the online challenge. After 8 rounds of fighting and adjustment, the 14,218 teams participating in the 9th season challenge have just 40 teams left. The 9th round will determine the final 20 teams to participate in the offline challenge. different from the regular season system. These 20 teams will be divided into 4 groups of 5 teams each, and will first play a round-robin group match. The top 2 teams in each group will enter the subsequent knockout rounds, and the final winner will be the champion of this season's challenge. The champion of the challenge will not only get a ticket to enter the league, but also attract a lot of sponsorship. How much sponsorship can be attracted depends on the strength of the team. Back to the regular season. The 9th season of the Glory Professional League has passed 17 rounds. After defeating Blue Rain in the 15th round, Samsara defeated Void and Howling in the 16th and 17th rounds, and won its 17th consecutive victory. After Tang Hao defeated 301 Degrees in the 16th round, he told the camera that Howling would ruthlessly end Samsara's winning streak. As a result, in the 17th round, Samsara played away against Howling without any mercy. In the away game, they ruthlessly crushed Howling 10-0. Tang Hao and Fang Rui, who originally wanted to score points in the singles match, met Zhou Yichen and Zhang Jiala. Tang Hao's little thoughts were grasped by Samsara. "This is simply a shame," Tang Hao said angrily after the game. Although he thought he would lose to Samsara, he didn't think he would be shut out. How long has it been since Howling was shut out last time? You know, he used to sneer at those teams that couldn't get a single point against Samsara. And now Howling has also become the object of sneer. This shutout also caused Howling to drop from the 4th place in the regular season to the 6th place. Now some teams that have a chance to advance to the playoffs have begun to calculate carefully. First of all, the 8th place in the regular season must be avoided, because they have no way out against Samsara. But for teams like Tyranny, Tiny Herb, and Blue Rain, which aim to win the championship, no matter how careful you try, it's useless. If you want to win the championship, you always have to face Samsara. You can't rely on others to eliminate Samsara. That's unrealistic. In the 9th round of the challenge, Happy's opponent was the Rift team, an ordinary player team. For Happy, the pressure wasn't that great. That night, in the first round of the 9th round, Happy swept the Rift team, and entering the offline elimination round was a foregone conclusion. Zhou Yichen took a look and didn't pay much attention to it. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the gap between the 2 teams was higher than the sky. Zhou Yichen, Yu Xingqian, congratulations. You've entered the offline competition. I can't wait to see you in excellent era fighting. Yishio Junim Oshao, when did you become a fun person? Zhou Yichen, Yu Xingqian, I've always been. Yishio Junim Oshao, you guys are really scary this season. You're aiming to win the championship with a perfect record. Zhou Yichen, Yu Xingqian, of course. Yishio Jun Mashu win 3 consecutive championships sooner rather than later. When I enter the league, your consecutive championships will be shattered. Zhou Yichen, Yu Xingqian, ha ha ha. What a cold joke. Let's not talk about it anymore. I'm going to practice. See you later. Zhou Yichen, Yu Xingqian, offline. Zhou Yichen, Yu Xingqian, online. Yishio Jun Mashu question mark. Zhou Yichen, Yu Xingqian, oh. I almost forgot something important. Will you guys from Happy come to the All-Stars? If you do, I'll get some tickets. Yishio Jun Mashu, no need. Lu Guaning has arranged it for us. Zhou Yichen, Yu Xingqian, that rich guy? Okay. Then I won't keep my ticket. It's December 31st. The 18th round of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League. Samsara will face Royal Wind at home. The current Overlord versus the former Giant. The current Royal Wind is no longer as good as it used to be. LV Liang, who returned to China in the first season, took over the captain position and the sweeping the floor and burning incense account card from Guomingyu, one of the 3 gods. Royal Wind's shadow tactics were all the rage. But unfortunately, they lost to Excellent Era led by Yi Qiu in the finals and finished 2nd. In the 3rd season, LV Liang was directly defeated by Wang Jieshi, who came out of nowhere and was the 3rd in the ring match, announcing the birth of a magician. LV Liang retired as a result, and Royal Wind's performance plummeted. Royal Wind no longer looks like a wealthy team. The current captain, the Golden Generation Tian Sun, who debuted in the 4th season, has tried hard, but the current situation of the Royal Wind team is weak in every aspect. Now he just hopes that the god-level account of sweeping the floor and burning incense will not fall from the altar in his hands. At present, Tian Sun has been surpassed by LV Boyuan and Lu Hanwen in the All-Star vote list, and has stood at the 24th goalkeeper position, and is in danger of being eliminated at any time. Sweeping the floor and burning incense belong to Huang Feng. His inheritance must not be destroyed in my hands. After the two teams appeared on the stage, they each stepped down and prepared to go. Compared with the seriousness of royal style, Samsara was much more relaxed. 5 all-stars were stable. Fong Minghua was also happy. He didn't have to suffer for not making the all-stars. After all, as a priest, he would definitely play in the team competition. And he would be killed by various gods at that time. Fong Minghua felt his scalp tingling when he thought about it. If it was last year all-star, it would be fine. After all, Samsara was the organizer, and others would more or less give some face. This year all-star organizer is Wei Chao. If Fong Minghua is selected, it will be 6 all-stars. At that time, everyone will count 6 starters to play in the team competition. That would be a big punishment. The all-star directly turned into a training match for Samsara. I wait for you in the first round of the team competition. Tianzi declared war on Zhou Yichen before the game. Okay. Zhou Yichen confidently accepted the challenge. He had experienced other god-level accounts, and the first generation was only left with sweeping the floor and burning incense. Aren't you afraid that he is cheating you? Zhang Jia asked. How to cheat? Although it's not good to say bad things about people behind their backs. Except for Tianzi. The current royal wind is a piece of shit, Zhou Yichen said. Compared to excellent era, royal wind is considered good, Fong Minghua said. Although royal wind didn't make the playoffs last season, it at least secured the 10th place and even had a chance to return to the playoffs. Excellent era lost both its players and their seats. The game started soon. Jian Guotao, Wu Qi and Du Ming played in a singles match for Samsara, and the 3 defeated their opponents very easily. Let's congratulate Du Ming for winning the 3rd singles match. The score is currently 3-0 and Samsara is temporarily leading. In the past, the scene would also hear shouts of 10-0. But now Samsara fans have become accustomed to it. Isn't it normal for your own team to shut out the opponent? You know, up to now, the one who has scored the most points in Samsara is Yanyu. But it is only 3 points. I don't know which team can achieve a breakthrough against the 4 of the Samsara team. After Du Ming stepped down, he affirmed Zhou Yichen's evaluation of Royal Wind. A puddle of mud. Weakness is not terrible, but lying flat and playing badly is terrible. Du Ming didn't feel the opponent's desire to win at all after one game. There's nothing we can do about it. Several young players, who played well in Royal Wind last season, were all poached by other teams, Jian Guotao said. It's not easy for Tianzi. Zhou Yichen sighed. It's your turn to play. Samsara, Zhou Yichen. ID, Yushinchen. Occupation, Battle Mage. Royal Wind, Tianzi. ID, Sweeping the floor and burning incense. Occupation, Exorcist. Map, Mirror Lake. Wow. We can see that the starting lineup of the 2 teams in the team competition is a strong duel. Seeing the list of names released, the commentator's eyes lit up. Finally, there was something interesting to watch. The previous 3 single-player matches were one-sided. Whether it was from the player's operation or the equipment of the characters, Samsara completely crushed the Royal Wind. It was really uninteresting. Oh, the equipment of sweeping incense is good. It must have taken a lot of effort, Zhou Yichen joked. As long as sweeping incense can stay on the altar, everything is worth it. Tianzi stretched out his hand and shook Zhou Yichen. Please give me more advice. The current top combat mage. Please give me more advice. The current top exorcist. Yushinchen vs sweeping incense, 99%, 100% Yushinchen. Loading completed. Sweeping incense. Loading completed. Map, Mirror Lake. Loading completed. Chapter 3 1918 Consecutive Victories. A reincarnation that is far ahead of the rest. After loading, the characters of the 2 immediately appeared in the 2 corners. 3, 2, 1, fight! The countdown ended, and the 2 of them kicked their back feet and rushed towards each other at the same time. Come on! Sweeping incense threw out his war sickle, and the silver weapon Instant Death Enlightenment flew straight towards Yushinchen. Soul Control. Taking advantage of the time when the war sickle flew out, Sweeping Incense cast a spell on the talisman, and then attached it to himself. Acceleration Talisman. Sweeping Incense's speed was greatly improved, and Yushinchen shivered in a Z shape to avoid the flying war sickle, and stabbed at Sweeping Incense with a gun. Sweeping Incense clenched his hand in the air, and pulled back the Instant Death Enlightenment behind him. Yushinchen was prepared, and after stopping suddenly, he did a somersault to avoid the Instant Death Enlightenment that returned to Sweeping Incense's hand. A very gorgeous somersault. The fighting method became extremely flexible in Zhou Yichen's hands. The commentator said excitedly. Clang! The spear and sickle collided with each other. Just when everyone thought they were going to fight to a standstill, Yu Xingchen suddenly let go and approached Sweeping Incense. Tianxin reacted very quickly. He controlled Sweeping Incense to grab a piece of talisman paper in the air with his left hand. Then Sweeping Incense shook left and right. A golden light seemed to flash on the talisman paper in his palm. There were already words on the paper. He quickly slapped it back and stuck it on his shoulder. Hard Body Talisman. At this time, Yu Xingchen Falling Flower Palm also slapped on Sweeping Incense's shoulder, causing only a knockback effect. This is the effect of the Hard Body Talisman, which greatly increases the character's magic and physical defense, which is even better than the steel and iron bones of a boxer. I have already figured out your fighting style, Tianxin typed in the public channel. Really? Zhou Yichen smiled slightly, and Sweeping Incense jumped up, holding the war sickle and slashing at Yu Xingchen. Starfall. Enemies hit will cause physical damage and knockback, and will also trigger a shock wave, and enemies within the range will suffer shock wave damage and knockback again. Yu Xingchen jumped back twice to avoid the Sweeping Incense's attack. The Sweeping Incense that landed through the instant death realization at Yu Xingchen again, and then clawed with both hands at the same time. And 2 talisman papers appeared in his hands. Come on! Yu Xingchen sweep missed the instant death realization, and then met the Sweeping Incense holding 2 talisman papers. A golden light flashed, and the 2 talisman papers changed. Sweeping Incense forcibly approached Yu Xingchen, and there were already many holes on his body. But he didn't care. Seizing the gap when Yu Xingchen was finishing the 100 Dragons Meteor, Sweeping Incense put the talisman paper in his left hand on Yu Xingchen's shoulder, immobilizing talisman. Instantly, Yu Xingchen was motionless, but the whole audience cheered immediately. Sweeping Incense stopped in front of Yu Xingchen, and the talisman paper in his right hand was only a few millimeters away from Yu Xingchen. Written on the talisman paper was a big seal. Word. Exorcist level 75 new move Sealing Talisman. Everything Sweeping Incense did was for the Sealing Talisman. If Yu Xingchen was attached, he would be sealed for 1 minute. At this time, the equipment was equivalent to waste and could not use any skills. But now he could only watch. Vine Thorns. That's right. After the last match against Blue Rain, Zhou Yichen used Vine Thorns again. The vines directly bound Sweeping Incense's hands, obviously to prevent him from retracting the instant death enlightenment and using the talisman to remove the vines on his body. Hey, this is a good move. Yishio eyes lit up. You know, if you ask which profession is the most restraining against Sannin, the first one must be Exorcist. Especially, the 75 level seal talisman has a great restraint on Sannin. After all, Sannin is strong because he has many small skills. But if the skills cannot be used, Sannin will be more than half weaker. Zhou Yichen Vine Thorns gave Yishio a lot of inspiration. Does the duration of the Vine Thorns last so long? Wei Chen asked, puzzled. Full level, Yishio said. It should be that the Falling Flower Palm was reduced, and then it was applied to the Vine Thorns, Yishio guessed. Meticulous mind. When the vine disappeared, Yu Xingchen immobilization also ended. Sweeping the ground and burning incense slapped Yu Xingchen with his right hand. But Yu Xingchen had already pulled away and stabbed him in the heart. Sweeping the ground and burning incense were knocked away by the emerging magic fighting spirit. Angry Dragon pierces the heart. The sweeping and burning incense attack was resolved by Yu Xingchen's small vine thorn. He is worthy of being the new god Zhou Yichen. Tianxin is in trouble. He missed the most critical move, and all his previous sacrifices were in vain. Yishio smiled. What would Lu Liang do here? Wei Chen suddenly asked. Who? Wei Chen's voice was too soft, and Yishio almost didn't hear it. Lu Liang. If it was Lu Liang, he should be no better than Tianxin now. Yishio thought about it and said, no way. Although Lu Liang's style of play is cautious, it is a bit arrogant. He must start with Whirlwind, and then follow up with Starfall. He doesn't use talisman paper to deal with it. The result is that he will be beaten by Zhou Yichen, Yishio said. The sweeping incense on the field was beaten back by Yu Xingchen. If you delay for 7 minutes, there is still a chance, Tianxin said in his heart. The skill cooldown of the seal talisman is 7 minutes. As long as he can hold on for 7 minutes and delay until the second seal talisman, Tianxin still has a chance to turn the tables. Puff! As soon as the sweeping incense wrote an ice talisman, Yi Yuxingshan poked his palm and knocked the talisman paper off. With a rotation, Yi Yuxingshan stabbed the sweeping incense with both hands holding the spear. The sweeping incense waved the war sickle to strangle Yi Yuxingshan's throat. But it was obvious that Yi Yuxingshan was faster. Longed and poked the sweeping incense. And Yi Yuxingshan used both hands to force the sweeping incense to fall to the ground. Yi Yuxingshan activated the dark attribute dazzle pattern to reduce his mana consumption. Before Yi Yuxingshan stabbed at him, the fallen sweeping incense shook his left hand, and a talisman paper appeared in his hand. Then, with a flash of golden light, sweeping incense threw it to Yi Yuxingshan. The talisman summoned lightning to attack Yi Yuxingshan, who was hit by lightning and suffered light attribute magic damage. Thunder Talisman, sweeping incense half-crouched, swung his scythe, and spun to attack Yi Yuxingshan's ankle. He wanted to take the opportunity to hook Yi Yuxingshan to the ground. Yi Yuxingshan jumped up and avoided the whirlwind of sweeping incense. Then Yi Yuxingshan spun his spear in the air and danced with magic fighting spirit. And then the fighting spirit and air flow were mixed together. After landing, Yi Yuxingshan inserted the spear into the ground and chanted magic fighting spirit. The field was suddenly filled with mist and floating clouds. Sweeping incense's vision was blocked. After Yi Yuxingshan pulled out the spear, Dochi surged out from the ground and hit sweeping incense directly. This move is really hard to defend against. Sweeping incense was knocked away by the Dochi surging from the bottom of his feet. Yi Yuxingshan pushed away the clouds and mist and stabbed sweeping incense with a Halong Pijuan. The last Fulong Xiangtian successfully ended and took away sweeping incense. Tianxin didn't wait until the skill CD of the Seal Talisman was ready. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for winning this game. It's amazing! Tianxin wiped the sweat from his head. The quality of the air conditioning in this Samsara home court is too poor. I'm sweating. With Tianxin out, no one in Huanfeng could stop Zhou Yichen's footsteps. And he once again completed a 1-on-3. Huanfeng also became Zhou Yichen's new background board for a 1-on-3. Too strong. How can we beat them? The players of Royal Wind had lost interest in the game. Zhang Jiala and Lu Buiyuan rested in the team game. Du Ming and Wu Qi took over. And Fang Minghua simply sat in the sixth-man position. Facing the attack of Samsara, Royal Wind had no power and no intention to resist, and was finally ruthlessly crushed. Let us congratulate Samsara for winning the game, shutting out Royal Wind 10-0. 18 consecutive wins. Samsara has won 18 consecutive games. Samsara completed the feat of undefeated before the All-Star game. Currently in the regular season standings, Samsara has pulled a long way ahead of other teams. If nothing unexpected happens, Samsara will definitely be the first in the regular season this season. Since the fourth season, the teams that won the first place in the regular season have finally won the championship. Could it be that Samsara will become the second team to win 3 consecutive championships and become the Samsara dynasty? Samsara's strength this season is too exaggerated. Except for those old and strong teams that can resist. Small and medium-sized teams are almost powerless against Samsara. Yishio shook his head and said, "This season may be the season with the biggest gap in strength. Samsara current support rate for winning the championship has reached an astonishing 80%. And you know that the regular season of the 9th season is not even halfway through. Before the start of the game, although people thought that Samsara configuration was unprecedented, other teams such as Tyranny and Tiny Herb had also been strengthened and could fight against it. But the result was that the two teams only got 2 points against Samsara. Who can stop Samsara? This question has become the hottest topic in the Glory Circle. Chapter 320 All-Stars arrive. Old and new replacement. At 12 p.m. on December 31st, the All-Star voting channel officially closed, and the 24 All-Stars of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League were officially announced. The new star at the top of the list in the new year is the new god. God of War Zhou Yichen, who has been leading the All-Star vote list since the beginning of the season. No one would object to Zhou Yichen rise to the top. After all, Zhou Yichen himself has become synonymous with God of War. And the former God of Fighting has gradually been forgotten by the world. God of Fighting is the strongest I have ever heard of. And God of War is the strongest I have ever seen. God of Fighting is not as good as God of War. Fighting first. Fighting later. God of War always suppresses God of Fighting. Rank second is the captain of the Tiny Herb team, Wang Jieshi, who is titled Magician. As the organizer of this season's All-Stars, Tiny Herb's top management has spent a lot of effort. Whether it was voting and sending signatures, or retired masters collectively asking for votes. Even the first-generation captain Lin Jie came out, which sent Wang Jieshi to the second place. The third place was the captain of the Samsara team, Zhou Zikai, who was titled Gun King. Although Zhou Zikai posted a message to get a lot of votes for Zhou Yichen, he himself has the most female fans in the entire league. The girls relied on all their tricks to vote Zhou Zikai to the third place. The first handsome guy in glory is not in vain. The fourth place was the captain of the Tyranny team, Han Wenqing, who was titled Fighting King. This season, Tyranny became the #1 tank to stop Samsara from winning 3 consecutive championships, and currently ranks second in the regular season. The fifth place was the vice-captain of the Blue Rain team, Wang Xiaoyan, who was titled Sword Saint. Although the performance of Blue Rain this season is not as good as last season, it is also stable. The sixth place was the captain of the Misty Rain team, Chu Yunxiu. In addition to the traffic brought by Misty Rain, there is also the help of her good sister Su Maicheng. Chu Yunxiu votes were not much different from the previous ones. Although she didn't have a championship, she was the strongest female player in the league and the only female all-star this season, which added a lot of votes to her. Yanyu signed Shu Kursen and Shuqi during the winter transfer period. The two sisters, Mo Gan Huishou and Shuebu Daitu, who shined during the Christmas event, brought a lot of popularity to the team. Although the top management wanted to let the two play in the team competition, they were ruthlessly rejected by Chu Yunxiu. Yanyu current lineup does not need to be changed. Now Yanyu is no longer Chu Yunxiu alone. The young player Qiu Fei has grown a lot compared to last season. The most important thing is that Qiu Fei contract will end this season. Many teams have noticed this. Yanyu naturally dare not let go. In their eyes, Qiu Fei is the future of Yanyu, so they must keep Qiu Fei no matter what. And Qiu Fei is completely obedient to Chu Yunxiu, which makes the top management dare not intervene easily. In addition, Chu Yunxiu and Zhou Yichen are in a relationship. If it is not handled well, Chu Yunxiu will run to the reincarnation, and it will be a mess. Chu Yunxiu also understood that the team made concessions. That is, the two can appear in the singles competition. After all, the two are not bad. It just so happens that Yanyu can form Qiu Fei, Li Hua and Chu Yunxiu, an equally luxurious team competition lineup. Ranked 7th is Tang Hao, captain of the Howling team. Fans have seen Tang Hao performance. Although they lost to Blue Rain in the first round of the playoffs last year, they were runner-up and they were convinced. After Tang Hao, there are two tactical masters, Yu Wenzhou, captain of the Blue Rain team, and Zhang Xinjie, deputy captain of the Tyranny team. With the broadcast of the League Innovation Column team voice, more people have realized the importance of command and understood who is the real dominant position in each team. Of course, the voices open to the outside world are some insignificant or some on-the-spot decisions. The pre-match deployment of the league will not be stupid enough to be released. After the two tactical masters is Jiang Guotao, the deputy captain of the Samsara team. The Samsara fans are very recognized for Jiang Guotao. After all, without Jiang Guotao, there would be no glory of Samsara today. After that, there were some old faces, many of whom were regulars in many all-stars, such as Zhao Yang, who represented Linhai before and Tyranny this year. Among these people, the most talked about one is Zhang Jiala. To date, there are still many Baiwa fans who cannot accept Zhang Jiala joining Samsara. They naturally know what Zhang Jiala's purpose is in joining Samsara, but they just can't accept it. In their opinion, Zhang Jiala is a Baiwa man in life and a Baiwa ghost in death. There are also posts in the major forums of Glory that despise him, but these posts were later blasted by Samsara fans. For Zhang Jiala's joining, Samsara fans are in full support. They wish that all the great players in the league would join Samsara, so that all future champions will belong to Samsara. In addition to these all-stars, the departure of the old will inevitably be accompanied by the joining of newcomers. There are several new faces in this all-star. The first team to bear the brunt is the Tiny Herb team. Su Bin, who took over Deng Fuxing Knight role, received the support of the majority of Knight's Glory fans. In addition, Su Bin's performance in the past half of the season was very outstanding, and he shared a lot of pressure for Tiny Herb on the front battlefield. He was successfully selected as an all-star this season. The other one is Gao Yingjie, who almost entered the all-star last season and finally got his wish this season. Gao Yingjie, who debuted last season, showed his talent, but unfortunately missed the best newcomer. At present, many people think that the best newcomer of the 8th season should be awarded to Gao Yingjie, so that Xiao Yujie can return the award. This is enough to prove how outstanding Galingia's performance in the past half of the season is. Tiny Herb's double Mage Scholar lineup is becoming more and more skilled. In the same season as Galingia, the young player of Yenyu was selected for this year's All-Stars. Qiu Fei, who is regarded as the future, is also a point of regret for many people. If he had been in Yenyu at the beginning of the season, Yenyu performance might have been better, and the best newcomer would have been awarded to Qiu Fei. Qiu Fei has grown a lot this season, and has become more and more like a general. Many people even jokingly call Qiu Fei Little Zhou-Yichen. In addition, Blue Rain's Lu Hanwen was also selected as an All-Star as a genius. Lu Hanwen also became the youngest All-Star player in the history of Glory. At the age of 14, he has received a lot of attention since the start of the game, and has been attracting the audience's attention since his first appearance. Maybe his skills are not mature enough, and his experience is not rich enough, but his passion and vitality on the field are worth learning for every professional player. The addition of new players also means the departure of old players. The retirement of summer Tiny Herb All-Star player Deng Fuxian gave up an All-Star seat, but this seat eventually returned to Tiny Herb. On the contrary, Excellent Era was directly eliminated to play in the Challenge tournament, resulting in the vacancy of 3 stable All-Star seats at once: Sun Xiang, Su Mucheng, and Xiao Shiqin. The elimination of these people resulted in a lot of neutral votes. Deng Fuxian votes were not bad, and they were basically eaten up by Su Bin. As for the fans of Jiashi, they either simply did not vote or voted for players with the same profession as themselves. Since Jiashi had more players who played tactics, they all voted for Zhou-Yichen. Zhou-Yichen probably never thought that some of the votes came from Jiashi. There are 24 professions in Glory, and 24 All-Stars. Since the first session, there have never been exactly 24 All-Stars to match the 24 professions, because up to now, no summoner has ever become an All-Star, and none of the 20 teams in the league is based on summoners. There are 5 pairs of repeated professions in the 24 All-Stars this season. Needless to say, the Void Twin Ghosts are something that Void fans will vote for no matter what. In addition, the same team and profession include the Twin Magic Scholars of the Tiny Herb team, Wang Jieshi and Galingia, and the Twin Swordsmen of the Blue Rain team, Huang Xiaotian and Lu Hanwen. There is also the Rogue class Tang San. The current and former were selected again. The former Lin Jingyan went to Tyranny, using the recreated rogue character Lun Onlei, and the current Tang Hao became the core of Howling. The last pair is the Battle Mage combination. Before the game, people thought that with Sun Xiang and Jiashi being eliminated, Zhou-Yichen should become the only Battle Mage All-Star. But unexpectedly, Qiu Fei came out later. This All-Star, Samsara once again became the focus. This All-Star weekend, they have created a history, with 5 people selected into the 24 All-Star lineup, which has never happened in the history of Glory. And if Fang Minghua hadn't shouted that he didn't want to be selected for the All-Star, Samsara might have become the only 6 All-Star team in history. The starting lineup and the 6th player of the Creation Team competition are all All-Star grand occasions. Another All-Star weekend is about to begin, and I don't know if it can surpass the popularity of last year's All-Star. Last year's Samsara All-Stars is currently the most watched All-Stars. Zhou-Yichen and Yichio Double Dragon Dance is still on the front page of the Honor video column, and the number of views is second only to the first round of the team competition between Samsara and Blue Rain in the finals last year. I wonder what interesting things will happen in this year's All-Stars.